your best is required every day. Plain and simple.
Plain and simple, your best is required every single day, and that is the truth. You've got to be your best, especially this week if you want to beat the Packers. And the Packers are going to be motivated. They're coming off their bye, and they've not done great in the division so far. Let's hear from Jaylen Johnson next, another regular here on 670 The Score with the afternoon show, joining them the day after Bears games. Here he's talking to the media, the state of the locker room.
Where's the state? I would just say kind of reset. We just all reset our mind. Got a little rice in my teeth. Got it. Yeah, you got it. Got to just reset, like I said, and then just continue to be hungry. I mean, just our energy at practice was great. Just trying to get back really to who we are, and I think it just starts in practice and everything that we do.
It all starts with practice, according to Jaylen Johnson. How about the importance of winning games now that they've changed a coach?
Knowing how competitive you are, caring about the defense and the offense, was a change needed on the offense?
What does that got to do with my competitiveness?
Just because you want to win, so you're looking at all different parts of the team, that you're invested in the offense, you're invested in the defense, because it matters.
I mean, I want to win. So, I mean, quite frankly, I didn't give a damn who's the coach or the OC. I mean, if we win the games, we win the games.
Jaylen Johnson, he really doesn't give a damn who's calling the plays for the Bears offense. He just wants to win. So, Jaylen, what would a win against the Packers on Sunday mean?
It would mean a lot. We've been getting our ass whipped for a long time now. So, I mean, I know I don't got to win, so it means a lot to me personally. So, I'm just looking forward to the matchup again. Of course, the rivalry in itself, but they got some good guys. A lot of respect for the head coach and what he does on the offensive side of the ball. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to it.
He's looking forward to it. We hope you're looking forward to it. We're looking forward to it. We'll have our official picks during the Pick Six. And don't forget, later today, join the Score at the world-famous Brat Stop in Kenosha for the return of the Brat Bowl. Dan Bernstein, Layla Rahimi broadcasting live 10 to 2, followed by Spiegel and Holmes 2 to 6 that afternoon, and they'll get you ready for Chicago Green Bay. There'll also be a coat drive. Bring a gently worn, or how about a brand new coat? And the Brat Stop will give you a $1 off coupon, one coupon per customer. That's today, 10 to 6, at the Brat Stop in Kenosha. All brought to you by Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. For a great experience, visit ZieglerSubaru.com, and by Potawatomi Sportsbook. Just waking up. Welcome to your Friday, 15th day of the month. It is the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Mully and Haugh live and local, 5:30 until 10, broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealer. 6 o'clock, Pick Six. 7 o'clock, Brad Biggs. 7:40, Joe Fortenbaugh. 8:25, Mark Grody. 9 o'clock, Wayne Larrivee, the radio voice of the Green Bay Packers. And at 9:25, the Week in Review. The guest brought to you by Atturo, your all-weather tire, Atturo.com. We're going to cross the cheddar curtain next, find out what they think of our Bears. That's right here on the Mully and Haugh pregame show, 670 The Score.
Coming up at 5:30, the boys are back with the Mully and Haugh Show, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Mark Grody, I'm told that there is one additional piece of audio.
Yeah, Grody, don't go anywhere. I'm going to CJ Stroud you here, okay? Don't leave
really?
yet. I know you want to leave. Don't leave
No, that's
yet.
okay.
This is
I got all the time. As long as I'm off by 5:46, I'm good.
Yeah, you'll be good. You know, sometimes the listeners out there, they know that sometimes we will get audio sent to us for Grody's Bears Report by a third-party source. It happens all the time. You guys know this. And in this case, it was sent to us by Chris Emma, who I think you know. You said one time,
my guy.
Some people like Chris Emma. You said it.
I love Chris Emma.
But as you know, Grody asks remarkable questions during these press conferences, but sometimes the best questions are not about what happens on the field, okay?
Okay, good to see everybody. You guys doing okay today? All right.
How are you?
Good, doing good. Thanks for asking. I appreciate it.
One more time, Timmy.
Don't worry. We're going to hear it a good, healthy amount here.
Okay, good to see everybody. You guys doing okay today? All right.
How are you?
Good, doing good. Thanks for asking. I appreciate it.
The hesitation of, I am good. Damn. Wait, they're asking me how I am?
That touched him.
That
clearly touched
so
him.
Sweet.
Deep
It was a
down,
very sweet moment.
Mark Grody cares how I'm doing. That's lovely.
Man, thanks for asking.
Hey, man, I am a huge fan of common courtesy. Like, I'm a common courtesy expert. If somebody says, "How are you doing?" I will say, "Well," and "How are you doing?" So I wasn't going to leave the man hanging. I am there for Maddie. I mean, it's very nice of him to look us in the eyes and ask us questions. Somebody's got to reciprocate, and I feel like that is my job. So thanks to Emma for getting that in.
Thanks for asking. I appreciate it.
That is just
Mark,
wonderful.
was he making eye contact with you when he said, "Thanks for asking"? I appreciate that.
Yeah. His head popped back. Yes, he did. He made eye contact.
I love
with
that.
him.
That's so
his
sweet.
head popped back up because he's right. Because he wasn't expecting it from us. I think he's usual. He gets the usual cold response.
It's his third year here. No one's ever asked him how he's doing.
Nobody's ever asked.
We can't be that cold as a media. I know that we're a force out here. I get it.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's us against them.
Hey,
but,
man,
a little humanity every once in a while speaks.
I'm not surprised that it was you. I'm not surprised that it wasn't Jason Leisure.
I was just going to say, it would never be Jason Leisure.
Or Mark Potash. Because Potsy doesn't care. He wants you to get right to the business.
Potash had to follow up. Are you sure you're okay after what's been going on with this offensive line? How can you say you're okay?
Listen, why are you okay?
Potsy's probably mad at me for asking him the question.
We don't ask them how they're doing.
Morning, Chicago. Welcome to your Friday. Yes, sir, we have made it. It's the 15th day of the month. The weekend's right around the corner, and it is Packers week. Don't forget, later today, join the score at the world-famous Brat Stop, Kenosha, for the Brat Bowl. It's back, baby. Dan Bernstein, Layla Rahimi broadcasting live 10 to 2, followed by Spiegel and Holmes 2 to 6 this afternoon. And they'll get you ready for Chicago versus Green Bay. There'll also be a coat drive. Bring that gently worn, or hey, how about a brand new coat? And the Brat Stop will give you a $1 off coupon, one coupon per customer. That's today, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the Brat Stop in Kenosha. All brought to you by Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. For a great experience, visit ZieglerSubaru.com and by Potawatomi Sportsbook. Bears, Packers, Soldier Field, noon kick on Fox. Packers -5.5. The total is 40.5 per our friends over at Circus Sports Illinois. Let's hear from the head coach of the Packers, Matt LaFleur, as Mully, the Flower, as Mully likes to refer to him as. He has owned the Packers. How about the stat yesterday floating around social media? There is not a single Bear on the roster that has ever beaten the Packers as a member of the Bears. Oof, that is damning. Anyway, here's head coach Matt LaFleur about how big time this game is for the NFC North.
Our guys, this team now is to this rivalry, and you know it's another NFC North opponent, and I don't think you can ever look past that. And we always talk about the North and trying to own our division, and right now we're 0-2 versus the division, so it's a big time game.
That, of course, the Flower, Matt LaFleur, who has owned the Packers. He maybe owns the Packers more than Aaron Rodgers likes to say that he owns the Packers. Anyway, Bears-Packers, Sunday, noon kick on Fox. Tom Brady will be in town for the call. And again, the Packers are -5.5. The total is 40.5. Don't forget, tonight, the Bulls are going to try to hand the Cavs their first loss of the season. Cavs starting the season out 13-0. It's a 6:15 pregame right here on the score. Vegas doesn't think much of the Bulls' chances as Circus Sports Illinois has the Cavs -11. The total in this one, 237. And we may see the return of Lonzo Ball. Billy Donovan talked a little bit about that pregame Wednesday for the Bulls and the Knicks game. Last night on the score, the Commanders and the Eagles, Week 11 of the NFL kicking off, and the Eagles win it 26-18. They are now 8-2 and in the driver's seat of the NFC East. And last night, late night, the Blackhawks fell to the Kraken 3-1 out in Seattle. Blackhawks are now 6-10-1 overall. They'll take on the Canucks Saturday night out in Vancouver. College football, number 2 Ohio State in town taking on Northwestern at Wrigley. It's an 11 a.m. kick. And before the game, stop by and say hello to Lawrence Holmes and Layla Rahimi. 8-10 at Rally House in Wrigleyville before number 2 Ohio State takes on Northwestern right across the street at Wrigley. You can meet Lawrence and Layla and enter to win a $25 gift card to Rally House. From tees to hoodies, jackets to game day flair, there's something for every fan at Rally House. It is 5:30 on the 15th day of the month, and it's a Bears-Packers Friday. It's time for Mully and Haugh right now on 670 The Score.
Yeah, we're done.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
And now Sunday, the Packers come to town. This is Packer week.
Packers suck!
And if you think the Bears went to work on Monday, the staff, the coaches, they reported to Haugh without knowing who was doing what against the Packers, I'm not buying it.
Green Bay Packers. Too much cheese for me. I'm lactose and intolerant. I'll pass.
They know what they're doing. They just haven't announced it yet.
They know what they're doing. I'm not buying it.
Okay, you know what I mean by saying that.
Taking you
I'm not
literally.
like, they know what they're doing. No, they know what their duties are. They are trying to perform them.
Oh, they have performed a lot of duty, my friend.
We'll find out Sunday if they know what they're doing.
Some of you Packer fans are classy, but for some of you obnoxious scumbags, I got one thing.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 670 The Score.
How much of a disaster would it be if Jordan Love opens his account with a victory?
No.
I'm just saying, there's that danger too.
I'm not going to listen to that right now.
Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. We've made it. We're halfway through the bloody month of November, Mr. David.
We also made it to Friday, Mully. Happy Friday. Yes, and Packer Week has gone.
Bears.
And it's been loud. Keeps getting louder. Thank you, Xavier McKinney. And Sunday, the Bears can quiet the noise a little bit, or they can make it a little bit more interesting.
It'd be great if they could do that. I just don't know if they can do that.
Yeah, I don't think they can do that. I don't think it's been a good week of preparation. You got one press conference that was pretty lively. Thomas Brown won the press conference on Wednesday. Don't know how preparation has gone, but I would think that this is a team that is prone to distraction, and we may see that on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, that is the fear. And it's a big day today at the Score because everybody's heading up to the Brat Stop. Make sure you go. It's in Kenosha. The Brat Bowl is going on. You'll have all sorts of live broadcasts starting at 10 o'clock with Dan Bernstein and Layla Rahimi, and then Lawrence and Matt will be there from 2 to 6, and everyone's getting ready for the for Packers week.
Worth the trip.
Big game. No question about it.
Whether you're going through Chicago or you're coming down from Milwaukee, whatever the case is, meet in the middle, have a brat, have a beer, enjoy the atmosphere. Talk some football. I think it's
maybe give a gently worn coat to someone.
Yes, that's a good cause as well. Yeah, I think Packers Packers fans will be in a more festive mood and talkative mood if they want to talk about their team. The Packers still have realistic playoff hope. The Bears have manufactured playoff hope.
They have unrealistic playoff hope.
Unrealistic, extremely unrealistic at this stage. Now, there are some people that are trying to maybe see reasons for optimism on Sunday for the Bears because they feel like it can't get any worse. Every time you think that,
it's possible to
George McCaskey says, hold my beer, because I think that it can. Distraction, dysfunction, there's a lot of stuff that exists why you don't believe in the Bears right now. And I'm a little surprised it's gotten off the rails this quickly, frankly. But this has been a difficult week and a difficult stretch for them, and I don't think it gets any better on Sunday.
No, well, we'll get to it, but I kind of liked the line earlier in the week, but now that the line is shrinking, I'm having a little bit of hesitation.
You could convince yourself that this is a good week for the Bears, and it's a good spot on the schedule. You could.
I think I was doing that to myself earlier in the week.
Yeah, and I think that even today, when you look at the injury report and you see guys coming back and practicing and being
important, the injury
at full health,
I hear what you're saying,
I'm not disputing its importance. No, I think that you could look at this as a good spot for the Bears, but that underestimates to me. This Packer team had a week off and they're pretty good.
Yeah, they're coming off a bye week and they're going to be very rested up, and that's all good stuff. There's a couple things going on tonight of interest. You see the NBA Cup, and the Bulls are bound to hand the first loss of the year to Cleveland. Looking forward to that.
You calling that?
I think I called it last time.
Okay. You're calling.
I'm going to call it every time until
Bulls upset of the Cavs tonight in Cleveland.
I think I consistently have felt that way.
What do you mean at this time?
Oh, no. I mean, I wouldn't take it to the bank. I wouldn't run to the bookie. Yeah, why not? Let's have some
Bulls
fun.
are playing pretty well, and they're
it.
coming off a big victory in New York.
Big win.
They've won a couple on the road. It's nice to see.
Cleveland is rotting on the vine. They're so overdue. They can't keep it up.
Well, they're going to lose eventually. Why not lose tonight?
There you go.
Because the Bulls may not have Lonzo Ball back just yet, but he's on the way. He's on the mend. That's encouraging. Zach LaVine's playing at a pretty high level, trying to play his share of defense, and he's also filling it up. So he's trending in the right direction. It's a fun team to watch.
If I hear what you're saying Cavs basketball, tonight's the night.
Tonight we're gonna take no prisoners.
Yeah! Rock and roll, David! That's why the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is a kill it. We're not going to put this in people's heads.
It's going to be another musical?
No.
Okay.
The Score of the musical's over. I just love that song, and I love the idea that that you said Cavs basketball. And tonight's the night.
The NBA Cup, though, is something that they're wearing different uniforms tonight. The City Connect jerseys, correct? And I think the Bulls have a very clean uniform. Very nice looking, sharp, stylish.
Even if they
simple.
lose, they'll look better.
Yeah. They always do a nice job with those uniforms.
Cleveland's one. They show the river on fire, and apparently it actually burns into the player's chest because they use chemicals from the river.
Is that why they're so quick
to die?
They do a lot of trapping. They're all over the place defensively. Man, no wonder their feet move so fast.
That's it. That's what's going on.
That's the secret.
There's their secret.
So you got the Bulls Friday night. Hawks lose last night late to the Kraken. They've got
that's sad.
Game on Saturday in Vancouver. Connor Bedard goes home. He's got to get going. He's got, 3 goals in 17 games now. He had 9 and 16 last year.
He's falling behind Connor McDavid, I'll tell you that.
Yes, Connor McDavid gets his 1,000th last night. Nice little segue there. You're paying attention to the hockey. So you got hockey tonight or tomorrow night. You got the Bulls tonight. And I think that yesterday, how much attention are we going to pay this Xavier McKinney, DJ Moore spat or public kerfuffle? What do you think of it?
It's a thing. It's a fun little thing before the game. Do I think it's going to be determinate? I just wish that there was a way for them to, kind of throw a couple downfield and test the guy. And I mean, the problem is what is DJ going to do? Have 3 bubble screens thrown to him and maybe gain 36 yards. That'll show Xavier McKinney.
Ooh, the jet sweep.
Looms. I mean, it's just not. Yeah. It's just.
It's not mano because a free safety is sitting back there waiting for the next mistake to happen.
Exactly.
If you were a cornerback going one-on-one with the wide receiver, no, that would be some good theater. I don't know what this will manifest itself or how it will.
I'm not worried about it. DJ doesn't seem too worried about it. He's just going to play his game. The problem is I don't feel like, okay, get the ball to DJ. Here you go. I don't feel that way because they have enough problems getting the ball to anyone. They
absolutely do. But in a nutshell, to whiteboard it for people.
Yes.
DJ Moore last summer
was
on the Kay Adams, Up and Adams show.
Yes.
And he said something to the effect of,
She asked him about all the new corners coming into the division, and his response was who, and it was, and then she mentioned him, and he said something along the lines of, "Well, that's nice, they got he for some reason, and I got to be honest with you, the overreaction from Xavier McKinney makes me wonder." What's going on with him? Does he
seems like he's feeling his oats a little bit, and he's got
he feels disrespected.
Yeah, but
people
probably
don't love him enough
because he has proven that he was worth more than just a shrug. He's got 6 interceptions. He leads the league in interceptions.
The question wasn't about him; it was about multiple players coming into the division.
But I think that he was asked directly about DJ Moore or Xavier McKinney, and he says, "Yeah, he's nice."
Right, and he said he's a nice player. But I don't think he was trying to hurt his feelings. I just don't think it registered to him the way maybe McKinney thinks.
Pro athletes find edges wherever they can.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
And slights are there, real or imagined. They're used for motivation. Xavier McKinney did that. Then he doubled down this week by talking about DJ Moore running off the field in the way that everyone saw at Arizona.
You even get a little juice or?
I do. And I do, obviously you got the rivalry itself, but then I've seen, there's a clip somewhere out there where DJ Moore said something about they were asking him about, the Packers getting me, and he was kind of like, who? And so all that stuff kind of, that's in my memory bank, and, I go, I work accordingly to that. I watch every Sunday, Monday, Thursday, I'm watching the games. So I got Sunday ticket. So I sit, in my room, my game room. I got a TV above my monitor, and I watch every game. And so I'm just paying attention to formations, little things, how people are playing when they're up, how people are playing when they're down, what players are doing. And he's another one of those guys, same guy, play still going on. You walk off the field on your offense. So, you got guys you take note of that. So, everybody takes note of that, and we see it. And like I said, we're going to work accordingly to that. Just kind of, you know how people get before the season. They don't really know what's going to happen during the season. You start talking too much, and you don't really know what you're talking about. You're just talking. So, yeah.
You think he knows who 29 is now?
I hope so. But I don't give a damn what he know. This dude walked out on him. I I've been playing football for 5 years now, and I've been watching football for longer than that. And I don't think I've ever seen you supposed to be the guy, and you walking, you just walking off the field, and then you walking off the field on a rookie quarterback that you've been praising. So it's like, it's a whole nother story.
So he obviously was bugged by watching DJ Moore run off the field and bugged by
I don't think
what was said or wasn't said over the summer.
I don't think he was bugged by watching him walk off the field. I think
did he just say that?
No, I'm just telling you. I don't believe that he was watching the game on the Sunday ticket. I haven't looked at the Packers schedule, but I think he saw a clip of that and he saw the kerfuffle about it. And then he was like, well, there's another example of why that guy's an idiot. I think he has a problem because he feels disrespected whether he should or not. It's a typical kind of weird NFL thing. I remember doing a story about, what was the guy's name? Flanagan was the center for Detroit back in the day. And George Halas went up to him before a game, went up to Butkus before a game. Flanagan said that about me. Ed Flanagan was the guy's name. If he said that about me, I'd never. So Butkus went out to kill the guy without even knowing what was said and without even knowing the context of it. It sounds as if someone told him that, on Kay Adams, he said who when he was asked about you. And now he's got a problem with the guy. And then he saw his name again in the media. Oh, he walked off the field on his rookie quarterback. And it's just something for him to complain about. Here's a guy that's looking for a star turn, looking to get the attention of the fine people of Chicago because the Packers have dominated this rivalry. Man. I'm not saying he's not good. I'm saying a lot of this is invented in his own mind.
I'm sure.
I don't think DJ was talking trash about Xavier McKinney. Right. Do you?
No, I think he was dismissive of it, but
but somehow he wounded him. He hurt his feelings. And I mean, God bless Xavier McKinney. If he guys do that, you find reasons to dislike someone and then you dislike them. But DJ, is he worthy of that kind of response?
I know he's been in the middle of a lot of things I didn't expect him to be in the middle of this year.
I agree.
So I think we do know him, but I have been surprised at how much he has been
his body
involved
language,
in
the way people are reading him. Yeah. It's like a poker game watching the guy.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so I don't know. It won't be a factor. Xavier McKinney, that doesn't probably even register on the top 5 quotes of the week, the way things are going at Haugh. So it probably will be nothing.
But what can he do about it? Take a shot at him? That'd be great. But, here's the problem. Let's say he just took a shot at went out and tried to lay out DJ Moore. Who's going to do anything about it? What are the Bears going to do about it? Who on the Bears is going to stand up and make a play or do something? This is the problem, David. The problem is that when you're creating a rivalry story and there's no rivalry where they have come in and beat you 10 times in a row, it's difficult to. What is the statistic? There isn't a player on the roster that's beaten the Packers.
I think it was that there's no player on the Bears that has beaten the Packers as a member of the Bears. So it's been since 2019 since they've beaten them, period. And that this is a team that's been put together, kind of remade on the fly, seems like. But there haven't been players here with any tenure. So, and I think the long snapper's not back yet, so he would be the guy that would qualify. But there's not been anybody on the Bears who has beaten the Packers in a Bear uniform, which is kind of embarrassing for the Bears.
It's
five straight years for Matt LaFleur, and he's 10-0. And the rivalry isn't much of one. And you say the same thing every time they seem to play. Until that changes, then this is going to be the same kind of conversation. And frankly, the Packers players in that locker room can say whatever they want about the Bears because the Bears haven't answered that. They haven't responded really in a way that matters. And the only way that matters is if they win on Sunday. And then things will change. I mean, you have an opportunity to quiet the noise. I don't think you have an opportunity to change your season. That, I think, we'll talk about it, but I'm not sure that window's still open.
The other element here that I think is interesting is, again, I thought that Montez Sweat, when he said he was sick of losing to Green Bay, I thought, wow, that's something. You could pull that out when you get to that game, and you can use that as sort of a rallying point. But now he's down, right? I mean, he's hurt. He's got an ankle. He will play, I would imagine, but he's not at full strength. I just don't know who on the Bears is going to take over this game. Do you know what I mean? Like, who on the Bears is capable of answering anybody that wants to talk smack to
So
him?
DJ Moore's capable of it if he can get the ball, if they can find him. He's a guy he's your number one wide receiver, and guys like that are the kind of guys who can take over games. We've seen it before. We just can't remember what that looks like because he's off to such a slow start. The first half of the season, the downfield passing game has been MIA. So, but he would be the kind of guy.
But I mean, then that means Caleb's got to get the ball to him. They got to
Caleb
find
Williams,
him in
yeah.
space. They got to. I'm just saying, I'm all for it, David, but I'm struggling a little bit.
Jaylen Johnson could dominate a game with a couple interceptions if Jordan Love will throw him the ball. Jordan Love's got 10 picks and 240 attempts.
Yep.
That means, he's susceptible to a turnover. So the Bears have players who can be dominant in stretches. And I think that's the problem, though, that they haven't been able to put it all together. And they haven't been able to do that offensively because their offensive line has not protected the quarterback and they've not controlled the line of scrimmage. Until they do that, none of this other stuff really makes any sense to count on, because that's the biggest problem with the Bears right now. Of all the other things, they're not able to control the line of scrimmage offensively.
Yeah, and I think that if Montez Sweat were at full power, and you mentioned a couple times this week the Khalil Mack game, just the way that he dominated in the first, I think they ended up losing that game.
They did, because they came back and Rodgers
Yeah.
came back at halftime and
Right.
they rallied, and that was an exciting game because it was like Khalil Mack is here, and boy, they look like a defense that can do something, to the point where I don't want to say that obscured the fact that they actually lost that game, but he was so dominant. That's what you remember most about that game.
Yeah, yeah. But they need that sort of performance from someone.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right. I think DJ is capable of it, but he can't throw the ball to himself. And
That's
part
true.
of the problem. And I'm not picking on Caleb there. I'm just saying there are more, they got to protect them. They got to figure out how they get the ball out. They got to, I've about had it watching DJ Moore catch the ball or be handed the ball at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, that's pretty redundant. And also, I think that it was interesting to hear from the Bears wide receiver coach, Chris Beatty, yesterday, talking about how he's tired of seeing the body language from his wide receivers and told them to cool it,
Right.
essentially, which is, I think, that's what a good position coach should do. And regardless of your status in the league or on this team, if Keenan Allen or DJ Moore, if their antics, if their facial expressions, if their reactions are causing some sort of stress for a young quarterback or letting it known that they're frustrated with him or about the passing game, then they should be called out like that. That was good. That was good by him. 847 asked an interesting question, Mully. Says, if DJ Moore was not a guest on your show, would you guys be more critical of what he's been doing this year? And if DJ wasn't a weekly guest on your show, would you be more vocal about his crappy attitude all year?
Maybe.
Possibly. I don't think we would know him as well and maybe give him the benefit of the doubt to the extent that we have, I think, in fairness. But I also don't think we've shied away from necessarily addressing it, certainly not with him.
Right.
And that's almost, to me, again, this might be sound self-serving, but to me it's better to address it with him to provide some sort of context. So in that context, I think he's had some reasonable explanations. He's not always been right, or he's not always been in the right, but I don't think we've shied away from addressing it because he's a guest.
No, I think we've kind of taken that on.
It's a good question, though.
Yeah, it's fair, and it's one we ask ourselves. I like the guy. I genuinely like the guy because I think he's a family guy. He's up early. God knows you hear the kids with him in the morning, and he unlike some other players we've dealt with, he's always there. He's like incredible. when you're dealing with morning radio, it's hard to get people who are consistent.
No doubt about it. And I think yesterday he showed up in the locker room, open locker room portion of the day to address the Xavier McKinney comments on a day that he did not and was not scheduled to talk.
Right.
But he was maybe concerned about his reputation. Maybe it was just being a professional, but good for DJ Moore to at least not hide and ignore that kind of stuff because it can take on a life of its own.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So good for him.
But I mean, this is the problem is as we sit here and we talk about the various elements and the sort of the sideshow element of everything about this. The question remains, and the question is underscored, which is, what are they going to do about it?
Mm-hmm.
What exactly are the Bears going to do about it come Sunday?
Well, they can only control their attitude and their effort, but that's a good start. They've got to have a better attitude. By that, I mean intensity. You come out and you're not flat, and you don't look like you're working. You look like you're playing and having the time of your lives. And then your effort, that's got to be as obvious as your attitude. So they're intertwined, they're connected, and there should be no question about the Bears should be the team that has the most to prove on Sunday. It's a rivalry game. They are the little brother in this sibling rivalry, and they need to they need to punch back. They need to fight back, and you need to see some sort of response. If you don't, they're done. They're done. If they can't control their attitude and effort better than they have, then there's then the rest of the season is just going to be one long slog toward a coaching search.
Boy, we have so much season left for that to happen.
I know,
and you're right. I totally agree with you. This is the must-make statement game, right? I don't know about must-wins or anything like that. But you better see something from this group.
You have a lot to gain in the standings. You have a lot to gain in your record, and you have a lot to gain for things that are measured. But you know what? This is also your pride is being challenged.
You got a lot to stop. You got a lot of noise that you got to stop. And you have control only of that, of how you play and what you do to try to make it stop. Please, God, make it stop. We've got the Pick Six next. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Immediately after the Chicago-Green Bay game, turn on the score for the Great Clips postgame show, starring Chicago football legend Olin Kreutz, long-snapping Iron Man Patrick Manley, and filling in for Mully, it's Lawrence Holmes.
This week, live from Wonderverse in Oak Brook.
Win or lose, the guys take your...
Raymond Kia is under construction and building bigger to serve you better. We need room, which means our entire inventory is at limited time construction pricing with extra Black Friday savings. Hurry in today to shop over 1,000 vehicles with savings up to $13,000 off all new Kia models. Or lease the new 2025 Kia K4 for only $98 a month. Shop the construction sales event only at Raymond Kia in Antioch, serving the community since 1963.
Chuck did overnights, and Tanny was listening because that's what he does, to relax, you know?
Yeah, our guy Chuck, I think he was trying to push some carbs on us there, Speed. So
oh, my God.
How do we feel about those people that are pushing the carbs?
You know I hate that. I mean, especially during times in my life when I am carb-free and I come in here and you guys are all trying to force carbs on me.
And that was a tough game last night, especially if you order a pizza like I did. You're just kind of nibbling on the pizza the entire game. You little anxiety eating, a little frustration eating, watching the Bears lose again. I don't think they've won since Pat played there on Sunday night. But, yeah, Chuck was trying to push some carbs on us, I think.
Now, I'll tell you what, doing this show, I am a Joe Bag of Donuts because I'm just a fan like you watching. Brandon, what's up?
Hey, Joe, is it time to make the donuts?
Yeah, it is. What's your favorite donut?
Man, I got to go with the old-fashioned, like, cruller. I like the French cruller.
Yeah, you know what? That's not bad. I would love to have the real, I'm talking the real conversation. Bring the coffee. Bring the donuts. You know, we need a sponsor. When I fill in on 670 The Score, we need a donut sponsor. Whether it's Do Right Donuts, Dunkin' Donuts, stands. I love donuts. I'm just a fan. Joe Bag of Donuts.
What's up, Chucky Donuts? So
Yeah.
here's the deal.
Am I a homer? Yes. Am I Joe Bag of Donuts? Yes. Donuts. Because I am Joe Bag of Donuts. I'm a fan. And you can ask whatever you want. You want chocolate glazed? You want the apple fritter? You got it. My favorite is probably Do-Right Donuts. And I'm a donut guy. I like donuts. Chuck Swirsky, Joe Bag of Donuts. I'm throwing this out there. I'm just Joe Bag of Donuts. I'm a fan watching on TV. If the Bears lose to the Colts, I'm buying donuts Monday for the entire 670 The Score station. And on top of that, I'm going to send donuts to the Colts.
So if the Colts win this game and the Bears lose, Chuck Swirsky will buy the entire 670 The Score office donuts, the entire staff, and then also maybe you did promise us. I don't know if you'll actually fulfill it, but you said you'll buy the Colts team donuts as well.
What? No, wait a minute. I'm not going to buy the Colts team. They
You
got
said it.
They got 53 players.
I didn't make it up. That's a lot of donuts. I know, but
it's a lot of donuts.
I wouldn't have said that if I should.
No. Well, listen, we're going to be back next week for more donuts.
And I'll be back too. That's amazing.
What time of night was this?
All night long.
Midnight
to 5?
That's what I'm saying. So when did you go to bed?
I don't know. It's just the stuff you hear in and out of sleep at night. You know, I tried.
So you just kept waking up like ding,
and just marking that every time you're at donuts. You're marking it.
Yeah.
It's insane. You're an insane person.
It's Bears-Packers in a Week 11 matchup. Can Matt Eberflus rally his troops to bounce back after 3 tough losses in a row? Keep listening as we get you ready for the game right up to kickoff. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented by you local Hyundai dealers. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score, an Odyssey sports station. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants. Do it today. Week 11 of the NFL is underway. Saquon Barkley rushing for 146 and 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns. Eagles get the best of the Commanders 26-18. The Bears, they host the Packers as part of Week 11. It's a noon kick on Fox. Packers minus 5.5. The total in this one, 40.5. The Bulls, they're back on the score tonight. It's a 6:15 pregame. They're out in Cleveland taking on the 13-0 Cavaliers, and the Blackhawks fall in Seattle to the Kraken 3-1. And tonight it's Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul on Netflix. This hour of the show, it's brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
It's Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Do you consider Sunday's game the most important of the Bears season? Is it a turning point, or has that already happened? Do you believe they will get a new OC bump under Thomas Brown? What will the run-pass ratio for the offense, and will we be praising Caleb Williams on Monday or lamenting his continued struggle? Does Matt Eberflus need to get his defense humming again, and can he get it humming again?
Yeah, these are all legitimate and good points, and that's what makes it such an important game for the Bears. This is the Bears' most important game of the season because it's their next game of the season. Because at some point, the most important game of the season can't be a failed Mary. It can't be the terrible defense that you had and the last-second loss that you had in Washington. Right now, that is the defining moment of the season because the Bears have not overcome it. So as this grows, so will the pressure to move beyond that point. it's extraordinary that they followed that up, not just with the loss in Arizona, but really coming home and getting beaten by New England. And I think the reason, part of the reason they lost the New England game is that they were so beaten up they couldn't compete. They did not figure out a way to protect their quarterback. The guy got run over, steamrolled, 9 sacks. You can't have that sort of thing happen. Now, maybe the tackles come back. Maybe they're more competitive this week. This is the most important game because it's the one that matters most to ownership. And guess what? They've lost 10 in a row to this team. This is becoming farcical. So they have to, at some point, make a stand. The problem you have is who's going to make that stand? Who's the player that's ready to put on a Superman performance and drag you over the finish line against these guys? It's a really tough question. I think all the other stuff is superfluous next to the overriding point of needing one guy to kind of lead this team. If the quarterback's going to have a big game, this would be the one to have if you can pull it off. And I don't know where they're at and if they can pull it off. And man, are they a mess. So, you look at their playoff chances, all that stuff. You have to win this game, period, end of story. Or we're not going to be talking about many more important games.
You mentioned it in your answer, Mully, and I've heard it a lot this week. And as a Bears fan and as a hater of the Packers, I have to say, really? So the McCaskies care more about these Packer games than the other games. Okay, great. So do I. What are you doing about it?
Right.
So is that why the offensive coordinator got fired? Is instead of one of the report, and there's been lots of reports this weekend, and there's a battle over who's reporting right and who's not reporting right. But is the reason that the OC was showing the door because it's Packers week? Because maybe if it was Vikings or Lions week, the OC would have been moved upstairs and called the plays from up there instead of calling the plays from the sideline, or the OC would have been stripped of his play calling duties. He'd still be the OC. He'd be moved upstairs, and he'd help with communication with a new play caller. Who knows? But good. I'm glad this one matters to the McCaskies. So what are you doing? The mantra up at Haugh should be, what have you done today to beat the Packers? What are you doing today to beat the Packers? That should be the first thing the players should see at Haugh. And if that sign existed, I'm sure we would know it existed. I'm sure Hard Knocks would have showed us that this sign existed. I believe they're going to get a bounce from this OC, but I don't think it's enough to beat the Packers, and we'll get to that in a little bit.
No matter what Fox will tell you on the telecast with Tom Brady in the booth and the number one game of the afternoon, this is not the most important game of the Bears season, because they haven't earned the right to call it that. They lost that right in Landover, Maryland, in the Fail Mary, and then they lost that right when they went to Arizona and couldn't beat the Cardinals, and then last week when they lost at home to the worst team in the NFL. This is not the most important game of the season. This is just another one now. You've got to stop the losing streak against a rival. This is a chance to do that. But this is it's manufactured meaning, because the Bears' season has been lost. Unfortunately, it's the way it works in the NFL. The window is open, you have to take advantage, and if you don't, you have to pay the price. They'll get an offensive coordinator bump from Thomas Brown because they'll play with a little bit more attention to detail. They'll probably have a 55-45 pass to run ratio, maybe 35 passes, 25 runs. They will look more competent. They'll probably protect the quarterback more responsibly. Caleb Williams will even look more efficient, but I don't know that it will be enough. The defense will play fine, but struggle with explosive plays and stopping Josh Jacobs. This defense without Jaquan Brisker and Andrew Billings no longer is the best defense in the NFC North. The best defense in the NFC North will be wearing yellow helmets on Sunday. It is the Green Bay Packers. These are tough realities to accept, but this is what you get when you play the way the Bears have the last 3 weeks. Season's done.
I don't know. That's a tricky question.
That's DJ Moore. Did Packer safety Xavier McKinney cross a line by calling out DJ Moore?
You think he knows who 29 is now?
I hope so. But I don't give a damn what he know. Like, this dude walked out on him. Like, I've been playing football for 5 years now, and I've been watching football for longer than that. And I don't think I've ever seen you supposed to be the guy, and you walking, you just walking off the field, and then you walking off the field on a rookie quarterback that you've been praising. So it's it's a whole nother story.
Will any of this have an effect on Sunday's game?
No, I don't think it will. I think it's hilarious that somebody would be that offended by something that innocuous, but this is the world we live in, and social media and perceived slights and what athletes do to motivate themselves. They'll find something. This is definitely that you had to look for to find. When he said it back in June, I don't know that anybody other than maybe Xavier McKinney and his family felt like DJ Moore, when asked about the cornerbacks the Detroit Lions added and the Xavier McKinney, the safety the Packers added, how he felt, and he just was very pleasant in his response, the way he typically responds to things. This was long before we were reading DJ Moore's body language or taking that tutorial course in Chicago this fall. I don't think it's going to have any impact. It has been fun. It's a little funny. It's kind of worth a chuckle. But as I said earlier, in this week of dysfunction that has been spilling out of Haugh and over the last couple, this doesn't even rank as a top 10 quote to look at, even though it has been amusing.
Oh, I hate to disagree, but I'm going to disagree. This will have an impact on Sunday. That's now a matchup. It's something else to keep your eye on. You're going to want to see when they're in a run situation, which I think we're all in agreement upon, that we'd like to see the Bears run the ball at least 60% of the time. Yeah, how is that going? How are those two going to battle, mano a mano in the run game? That interests me. Who's going to grab the other guy's face mask first? Because I believe one of them will be
the dumbest one.
Right.
I mean, really.
Right.
That's a penalty, Dustin.
Right, but one of them is going to be moved to the point to grab a face mask. So this is going to have an impact on Sunday's contest.
Okay. Can we play it? Can we just play what he said that has got all of Xavier McKinney's panties in a bunch? Let's take a listen to this, because it's shocking to me that this harmless moment is what has fired this guy up.
The NFC North, what I noticed, they really beefed up their secondary. Have you noticed that?
Who?
The Lions. They took 2 corners back to back. Xavier McKinney's in Green Bay now.
That's nice.
Yeah? How do you feel?
I don't feel no way about it. They just there.
Okay, really? That's the reason that there's been World War III declared?
Can I we heard that. How do you feel? What kind of...
That would tick you two off. I would hope. If that was me, if I had played in a big enough game that somebody wanted to know about the addition of me to this rivalry, and he said that, you better believe I'd be playing that on a loop.
You're as wacky as he is.
Thank you.
You are as...
So you think Xavier McKinney has right to feel slighted?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's why as Mully put it, his panties are in a bunch. You know what? That just motivated him as well if he's listening. Okay?
Oh,
a talk show host in Chicago said my underwear's up my backside.
That might be in the New York Post.
That's not...
Well, I don't know. I mean, radio producer throws gasoline on the fire.
His drawers were in the drawer. What are you
This is devolving quickly.
Yeah. I'll watch my mouth.
I'm just
potty mouth Mully.
Yeah, how did that happen?
You said it. I just repeated that would motivate me.
It's
absolutely.
An expression.
I know it's
I'm motivated right now. I want to be heard.
All right.
Let's drive to the Brat Bowl.
Let's go.
Now.
Let's go put a hat on someone.
Where's my helmet?
No disrespect to your question.
What did you make of quarterback coach Kerry Joseph saying on Thursday that the team is encouraging faster decisions from Caleb Williams in the passing game? They want the ball out to the first open receiver, and for the quarterback not to wait through all the progressions. When we do that, those plays become unsackable because the ball is out of the hands. That is the quote from quarterback coach Kerry Joseph. How many times do you expect Williams to be sacked on Sunday, and what is your over-under?
Oh, man. I mean, that is dark. I think the over-under, if I were setting it, would be 4. I think that you want to keep him under 4. I think he gets sacked. I think he holds the ball a lot. I think that he's afraid of throwing it away or afraid of maybe throwing a pick. I don't know. But I like the idea of getting the ball out quickly. But I don't see the Bears. I think they'll be able to protect him better than they did last week. And I think they will, emphasize that. But if I were setting it, the over-under would be set at 4, and I would figure that there's going to be 3 sacks of Caleb Williams in that game.
I think that's a really good number, Mully. I'm just going to adjust it slightly because I hate a push. I'm going to say 3.5 if I was setting the number so that we could have a winner and a loser. And I'm going to actually, and I never bet unders, I'm going to bet under because I think if Caleb Williams is going to do what his opening, the first question he took the other day when he got to the podium was, my job is just to listen. So you just heard it. You just heard it from your coach. He just told you to get rid of the ball. Don't go through all the progressions. Get the ball to the first receiver. That's what the coach just said. So if you're listening and that's your job, then this number should be under 3.5.
I think when we talk about the offensive coordinator bounce or the Thomas Brown effect, what we're going to see is what Kerry Joseph alluded to. You're going to see a more attention to detail by Caleb Williams to take the first read and execute, and don't think as much as you are reacting. See man open, throw man open, or is it throw the ball? See ball, hit ball in baseball. Right. What you want Caleb Williams to do is return to those instincts, because I think he's been resisting that. He's been a little too tentative, and he's been doing things that I think have led to these high sack totals. He's also been doing things that maybe increase his tentativeness and inaccuracy. So what you want him to do is to get into a rhythm. When you get into a rhythm, you increase your confidence, and he's been lacking that. So what Kerry Joseph said yesterday, I think, was one of the more interesting things you heard at the podium, because it does make him unsackable when you get the ball out of your hands. Ask Tom Brady, the guy in the booth is going to be calling Sunday's game, the importance of that. And I think if Tom Brady focuses on anything on Sunday that is noticeable, I hope that it is, for the Bears' sake and Caleb Williams' sake, that it's just what we're discussing. He's unsackable because he's seeing the throws. They're scheming guys open, and they're getting rid of the football. Boom, gain of 7. Boom, gain of 9. Move the chains. Keep yourself out of 3rd and long. That's an important thing they need to do, and if they make any sort of impact on this game, if you're Thomas Brown, if you're Kerry Joseph, Caleb Williams, that's where it's going to be. Sack total, I say 4.
I'm not talking necessarily about a pick 6 or something like that.
Voice of Brad Biggs, 7 o'clock is Biggs time. How surprised were you that the Bears placed Jaquan Brisker on the injured reserve, and why didn't they do it weeks ago? Have we seen the last of Brisker this year?
There's a lot of football left to be played, and I think when you cover the league as long as we have, you have to remember these examples where even with guys who you thought should be written off to the next season, and whether it's after a surgery or a break or a sprain, there's importance and value from NFL teams and players in getting guys back on the field so you compartmentalize injuries or, in this case, a concussion. I know that sounds kind of cold because it's a concussion. It's a brain injury. We can't relate to that, and it's much more serious than a pulled hamstring or a twisted knee. But I do think there's a chance that Jaquan Brisker will return because of that mentality, because of what football means to him. I also know, Mully, that there was a movement this week, and maybe that's too strong, but there was some hope that Jaquan Brisker was going to play on Sunday, and it was starting to trend in that direction. This move yesterday caught some people off guard, and I think that when you look at why they did it now, I do wonder why they did it now, because the way they did it makes you wonder legitimately why they waited, and they wasted a roster spot for how many weeks? This is on Ryan Poles. You were short a man in your secondary because you failed to act in a way that you did yesterday. Don't want to be critical and pile on all week. It's been a tough week to be Ryan Poles, but you could have handled this situation better. Doesn't mean you're not going to see Jaquan Brisker again, but I think it's going to be a while. It may bring him back regardless, just to kind of see where he is if he can recover. You wish him well, no matter the case.
I'm not surprised, disappointed. Talked about this injury when it happened, and I thought that this was going to be a major problem for this defense. And unfortunately, for once, maybe, I was right. This is a big deal to this defense. And I don't think we see him again. Now that they have finally done this, I think they all hoped that he could come back, and now they are telling you that he can't come back. And where has he been? I mean, is it so bad that he's not up there? Is he not at Haugh Hall? And now that he has been placed on IR, do you think even as soon as today, will he be made available to the public? I mean, Tua spoke to the public. It's David shrugging his shoulders. If you're because he's a safety, he doesn't get the podium. He doesn't get a microphone.
No, I'm shrugging. I'm curious when I shrug, and I'm not trying to be dismissive. I want to. What do you want him to say? What would you like to hear?
No, I want to hear. I want to hear what he's been up to, and how hard this. Did the doctor sit him down? Did Ryan Poles sit him down? Did he sit himself down? Did his family? Does he have a wife? Does he have children? Are his parents? Take us through it. I'm curious because it's a big deal, and I'd like to know what this process has been like. And I think the longer we don't hear from him, the worse this really is.
Well, I mean, listen, it is a process that is ongoing, Dustin. So I think that's why you're not going to hear from him. And if you recall, the concussion was suffered against Carolina, so that's week 5. So he came into practice, so he has the injury in a Sunday, and on Monday is when he was really feeling some of the symptoms. So he's been through a couple of these before. So there is, when you are in concussion protocol, you are outside the team. They have a 5-step process that you have to be able to overcome in order to be cleared to come back onto the field. He is, by all accounts, still feeling some of these concussion symptoms. So now that's 5 weeks later, and he's still feeling these symptoms, and he is unable to pass the 5-step program in order to be cleared to return to the field. So they gave him, brain injuries, as David's saying here. You effectively have bruised your brain, and who knows how long it takes. And we know that he's gone through this before. That's another problem. So they're waiting for him to clear it. They wait, and now it's 5 weeks on. We're not going to be able to wait any longer. You put him on IR, and then you wait and see how it ends up. And I agree with you. I think there is value to compartmentalizing injuries, but I don't know about brain injuries. I really don't. But I think that when we were talking the last couple of days, we started asking the question, is he coming back or not? We talked about this yesterday. Could he be gone for the year?
Well,
this is, and the only defense of, no, he's going to play was, well, they haven't put him on IR.
Right.
This is a bad moment.
It is a bad
guys.
moment. Also because if he doesn't return this year, you do have reason to wonder the entire offseason if he'll ever play again.
No question. No question about that. So it's a tricky one, Dustin. I understand you want to talk to him and hear from him, but if he's still undergoing concussion symptoms, that means he's still in the process.
And that's why I think that's part of what I said. I don't think we're going to see him again because he's not. And by him not talking, it says that he's not ready to talk even. It's bad. I thought it was bad from the jump street.
This
and
is really bad.
I feel bad for the guy.
Yeah, I do too. And I think that, the one thing you were holding out hope about with him was that, well, they haven't put him on IR yet.
They're a different defense without him.
Yes.
Hey, well, here's another question.
Mark Grody, 825 with Mully and Haugh. What did you think of Garrett Crochet winning the AL Comeback Player of the Year? Will this affect his trade value?
That's great. I think it's great. I got a lot of time for him. I was wrong. When they named him the starter, I just thought they had no one else, and it was kind of a gimmick thing, and that he would be an opener, not a starter. But he had a hell of a year, and he did a great job. And he's a strong arm guy. He's a lefty, power lefty, strikes people out. I think he's got a lot of value. I wish there was a scenario in which he was going to spend his career with the White Sox. I don't believe there is that scenario. And I think they are going to trade him. And by all accounts, they're already talking to teams and talking about names. And I think that this is just the situation they are in, where they are, they are unable to afford a guy who will be having his best years before they're ready to compete. So it kind of underscores this idea that the White Sox, you could sign him to a 3 or 4 year deal. Problem is, you're not going to be good enough for him in 3 or 4 years. So they're going to try to trade him and get the most out of that they can. They're looking for position players. They've got other pitching lined up. We'll see how it works out, but it is a statement on where this team is at, that it does not impact anything that he was the comeback player of the year.
And it's a sad state of affairs that doesn't help. I mean, it goes on his resume and, his future Hall of Fame plaque, okay? The back of the baseball card, if those even exist anymore, the backs of baseball cards. I know cards exist, but I don't know if the back of the baseball card is a thing. Again, if I were running things at 35th and Shields, I have all the conversations in the world about moving him. But based on this is another feather in his cap, another resume builder. I would have him pitching for me at 35th and Shields this year. I would probably roll him out there like they did at the end of last season. He'd be on a pitch count, and he'd be healthy and strong and showing his strikeout. And then when that big team in the trade deadline needs an ace or wants a closer, and he's showing that he can do both those jobs, guess what kind of a haul you get then?
Maybe.
Roll the dice.
Yeah.
He could blow out his arm again, blah, 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 blah.
Injury is always a problem.
I just don't think you're going to get potentially what you could get if you held on to him a little bit longer.
I like this because it officially documents and forever recognizes Garrett Crochet's, I think, emergence as an ace, as one of the best pitchers in the American League. Now you have evidence that you can remember, and it's an indelible stamp on his career. And on the White Sox, worst season ever. So this is good news for Garrett Crochet. Also, it comes on a day where he can look to the other guy in the other league who got the other award and recognized for being the comeback player, Chris Sale, the National League comeback player of the year. Well, Garrett Crochet, if you have struggles, if you have another injury, another setback, you can still be Chris Sale because you have that kind of stuff. You've had this kind of start, and now you have this kind of potential. The Sox are going to trade him. It's probably the best thing for the franchise, and we all should be sorry to see him go because this is a tremendous talent.
That's a great question.
All right, more questions. Lots of questions. How pumped are you for the Bulls' first game in the NBA Cup?
Yeah!
Cleveland against the unbeaten Cavs. Are you smelling an upset? Does it concern you the Bulls have yet to win a game in the NBA Cup after an 0-4 and a minus 48-point differential last season?
Well, I want to start with the positive. So I think I'm with Mully, and the Bulls can actually go into Cleveland and win this game because the Cavs are almost lately begging to be beaten. And this is a tough thing to maintain. They're 13-0, and I think this is an opportunity, as well as the Bulls are playing, trending in the right direction with everyone getting healthy. They can win this game, and I would not be surprised if they do tonight, end the streak, and the Cavs are 13-1, and the Bulls are capping off a very good few days. Now, I think this NBA Cup is nonsense. This is a money grab of money grabs. This is something to combat load management. Adam Silver's great idea. All right, great. You're going to pay these guys $500,000 if they win. Who won last year? The Lakers. And they had confetti, and everyone made fun of them. All I care about, what color is the floor going to be? How gaudy will it be? I'm not going to, I will watch because it is the Bulls. But I don't know. 0-4 in the NBA Cup. Who comes up with this stuff? This is ridiculous that it's some sort of contrived tournament. This is Bulls, Cavs, and me, nothing else.
Can I get a copy, Brandon? Can you send me a copy of that song so that I can get everybody pumped up when I'm out watching TV? See, tonight's a very busy TV night for me. Okay,
Yeah.
We got the Dukes of York playing in the Final 8 of the state championship football tonight.
What time's that?
It's a 7:30 kick, 7:15 kick. So I don't know if I will leave the Spring Inn and walk the 200 yards to Clarence D. East Field in Elmhurst, because I can watch it there. Then I can also watch
stumble the 200 yards.
Well, it's spring in, stumble out. That's the slogan of the Spring Inn. You spring in and you stumble out. So you've got that. Then you've got Tyson and Jake Paul. I know it's okay. Not everybody's interested, but I'm interested in that. I just don't know if they've got enough TVs at the Spring Inn to support Bulls, Cavs, York Dukes football, and Tyson Paul. But I do agree with you, David, that this cup thing is so ridiculous. Just remember, every Tuesday and Friday night for the next 5 weeks, and then like the Bulls were one of like 4 teams that didn't play this past Tuesday. Right, so they don't even have the opportunity to be 0-5 in the cup yet because they didn't play in the first cup game. You know, they were one of literally, I think 4 teams didn't play on Tuesday night. Everybody, the association played everybody except, of course, the Bulls. You know, win a game against the Cavs, that'd be great. You know, and then I heard Chuck, you know, talking about the matchup of Max Levine. He, of course, didn't say Max Levine, and the great player on the Cavs who scored 36. And what a matchup. Guy scored 36. How many has he scored tonight? 40? I mean, the Cavs are favored by 11. That seems like a
70
ton.
on them.
Donovan Mitchell.
He's really good, Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah,
He's a max player. There's a max player for you.
Okay. First of all, I love the NBA Cup, and I love getting enthusiastic about it just because David doesn't like the NBA Cup and thinks it's absurd. So that allows me to act as if it is the FA Cup and to really hope for a trophy for the Bulls this year and just have some fun with it, because I know that you turn and look at me like
such
I'm
a money
insane.
grab.
I know what it is. But you know, I think it's hilarious that if you're, say, I don't know, LeBron James, you may decide that I can't win anything this year, my team's awful. Hey, let's win the NBA Cup. And then you've got like a little trophy that you won, and you can hang your hat on being the first guy to win an NBA Cup. I would embrace this. If I were the Bulls, I would have fun with that. I think it's great. And the fact that they have been not only shut out in the NBA Cup, but beaten by 48 points in those combined 4 games, that is upsetting.
That takes some effort.
So the Bulls are playing well right now.
Wow.
It would be a stitch if they could figure out a way of actually doing 2 things: beating the Cleveland Cavaliers, getting that little mark that they were the first team this year to beat them. And you're right, they are so ripe for an upset. And then you throw in the fact that, oh, by the way, it's an NBA Cup game. And all the goofy floor and the unis are pretty cool. I'm all over this. I think it's going to be a really fun watch, and I'm looking forward to it. And I'm with you, Dustin. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think that this all may work out for you, because I think there's a bunch of fights on the undercard of no, there's more than 2.
More than 2?
No, yeah. There's
I saw they were talking about. I read about 2. Yeah.
Yeah, no. There's 2 that are of interest. There's a women's fight and whatever the other one is. But this thing might not get going until about 11 o'clock at night.
Oh, wow. Dustin will be
Central Time.
Then I better be standing.
Dustin will he be still stumbling or springing?
Yeah, he may be collapsed.
Well, that's what Uber's for, or my feet.
Yeah.
I can walk home from there. I've done it a couple times.
But you might, I
hope the Dukes are celebrating.
I'm saying get ready for a session, Dustina.
Could be a long night.
All right. We got the extra point next, and guess what it's going to be? Oh, it's time to pick them. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of the score.
Tonight we're gonna take no prisoners.
Plummer's 911 Football Mondays are bigger than ever with all of our shows, joined by an unprecedented team of experts reacting after the game. Our coverage starts midnight to 5 a.m. with Gabe Ramirez, then Olin Kreutz at 7 a.m. with Mully and Haugh. Number 1 wide receiver DJ Moore at 8, Brad Biggs at 9, Anthony Herron at 11, Dan Wiederer.
I'm listening to Danny Parkins, and they ended the show, Friday. You know how we all are. Last segment of the week, you're like, okay, we're just done here. And Chris Tannehill, obviously, setting Danny up for a nice, easy tribute at the end of the show with Meatloaf and Louis Anderson passing away. And Tanny set him up, and Danny might have missed.
His name is Robert Paulson.
Fight Club, R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait, Meatloaf? I'm an idiot.
Man, we were so close to the finish line here.
Oh, no. Both are appropriate. I was reading about Louis Anderson during the break.
Club. R.I.P. Louis.
You could tell something was wrong when he was saying it because there was a little hesitation, but he followed through with Louis Anderson.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
That was Fight Club, and Louis Anderson did die.
So technically, he's still correct.
Yes, they aren't independently incorrect. It just one has nothing to do with the other.
So now we can just use R.I.P. Louis Anderson for everything.
R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Yep, that's right.
We all accidentally RIP'd people.
R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Wait.
The best is he's so smooth. The end of it is pricelessly good.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Wait.
The pause, the pause between R.I.P. Louis Anderson and wait. You're like, hold on. Like you know Shane and Tanny lost it.
Yeah, it's also the music underneath, the boogie woogie blues underneath. I don't know what I can't tell exactly what it is, but that sounds like some sort of Texas boogie
Fight
woogie.
Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Wait. He saw, yes. Okay, he's sitting here. He looked through the glass and he saw Shane absolutely explode, and Tanny do one of his like hands in the air, like whoa, and the lean back in the chair. That's exactly what he saw. He knew something went wrong. It's like when you see the phones all light up.
Yep.
And I know that I've misidentified something, but that is, oh my God, that's wonderful.
Yeah, the wait is my favorite part. It's not even close.
Oh, that's Paradise by the Dashboard Light? That is that part of it? I don't know that part of it.
IDK.
I guess I don't know the song that well.
That's just so, the pause.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Wait.
The silence gets longer and longer the more you listen to it.
Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants. Do it today. Week 11 of the NFL is underway. The Eagles got the best of the Commanders out in Philadelphia last night, 26-18. Saquon Barkley rushing for 146 yards and a pair of fourth-quarter touchdowns. Bears, Packers, Sunday noon kick on Fox. Packers -5.5. Total is 40.5. Tonight, the Bulls in Cleveland, taking on the 13-0 Cavaliers. You'll hear the pregame on the score at 6:15. Last night, the Blackhawks fell to the Kraken on the road 3-1. Congratulations to Garrett Crochet, your AL Comeback Player of the Year. And number 2 Ohio State in town Saturday over at Wrigley, taking on Northwestern. And don't forget tonight on Netflix, Mike Tyson taking on Jake Paul. Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants. Do it today.
Set up this extra point.
It's time for the Extra Point with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Can you please give a brief scenario of how the Bears can win against the reviled Green Bay Packers on Sunday afternoon over at Soldier Field? And then please make an official selection with the score, please. Will there be a coach fired or a player cut after this one?
Well, I don't think that will happen this week, although stay tuned. This is the Bears, and this is shaping up to be one of those seasons. Loud and not so proud. And Sunday, the Bears do have an avenue to success. They have a way that they could beat the Packers. You protect the football, you take a shot down the field, you isolate a mismatch, and you exploit that. And DJ Moore is celebrating in the end zone, and you run the football, control the clock, and your defense creates a takeaway and forces Jordan Love to throw them the football. That's the way you want to win. And frankly, that's the way you can win. I just don't think they will. I think there's been a lot of conversation. This is shaping up to be one of those seasons where it is all talk and no action. It's a lot of talk, and the action has not been there to back it up. So I think the offense will function more efficiently. Caleb Williams will take a step forward. The running game might even be capable, but I just don't think that ultimately they're going to be able to convert in the red zone and be an offense that scores more than the Packers. And the Packers defense, hate to say this midway through this season, the Packers defense is going to be the best one on the field Sunday. And they're going to get a takeaway that matters, and they're going to win 27-23.
Oh, David. I hope you're not right, but you probably are, because I have said the Bears are not going to win another game this season. I'll get to the score in a minute. But the way the Bears can win this game, and the only way they can win this game, is by the defense having a pick six. Pick six. Only way the Bears can win this one. I've got the Packers winning 20-13 Sunday at Soldier Field.
Okay, so this is a tough one. I mean, this is not I really want to pick the Bears here because I really liked the point spread earlier in the week, and I really felt like this is one where they could maybe pull a surprise, get themselves together, somehow figure out a way to. But ultimately, when I came down to sitting down and looking at the game, it's funny. So doing the pre and the post with Pat and Olin, I always know that they're gonna Olin has never picked the Green Bay Packers. It's one of his things. He's never going to take the Packers. He's going to find a way for the Bears to win, or he's going to pick the Bears and take a loss for himself because he can't bring himself to do it. I think that's a great way to be. I can't operate that way, so I'm going 24-13 Green Bay Packers. I just don't see it. I just think the more you go through it, and the more they're coming off the bye, they're coming in here. How are the Bears going to score? What are they going to do that they haven't been able to do? Even if they protect the quarterback, I think you're right, Dustin. I think you would need a defensive touchdown, and you might need some weird special teams play.
Devin Hester will be honored on Sunday.
Exactly.
Maybe
he will be honored.
Go deep?
Yeah. But I think it is a real pity that we're sitting here thinking about the Packers winning the 11th straight game against the Bears.
11 straight games.
And I really can't in good conscience come up with a scenario in which the Bears win. You'd have to have like a really bad their running game is better and their defense is better.
It'd
When
have
you
to
look
be
at
fluky.
them right now, it would be fluky.
It would be fluky if the Bears win.
I wish they could do it, and I wish I could pick it, but I'm going with the Packers.
Wow.
And I hate doing that, but at some point
There's
you gotta
not a lot of
acknowledge
confidence in
what's
Chicago in the Bears right now.
You've been watching, right?
Yeah.
They're pretty much in a tailspin.
Well, watching and listening.
There you go.
Because teams that talk as much as the Bears have been talking, and as much as we love them talking because it is good for our conversations as well, be nice to see them back it up every once in a while.
That's it. That is the pick six. Now to your calls, 312-644-6767. Mully and Haugh on Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
From the field to the locker room to the airwaves, the Score delivers big names.
You never know what you're going to get on this show. Miss a little, miss a lot. That's what I'm trying to say.
Twitch stream suggesting an I'm a Fat Fish podcast coming up. I like this idea.
I don't know how to interview a fish.
Just make it up.
Who's going to voice the fish?
Somebody at our station.
I think you can do it, Layla.
What do fish sound like?
You could be the second guest on Between Two Fats.
I've wanted to be on the I'm Fat podcast for a while. I think I even asked about this in like 2018 or something.
You are not qualified.
I need you to find the actor who played Porkins, the Jedi. I know it was Y-Wing fighter. Was he in?
Gonna blow up the Death Star.
No, it's on Porkins. The photon torpedoes. It's a design flaw. Many Bothans died to bring us this information.
His real name is William Hootkins.
Fully operational.
That's a great name. And he won't be on because he's dead. He died in 2005.
The actor died?
Yes.
Parkins from Star Wars.
From Star Wars. Mob. Like I always wanted the I'm Fat podcast to have, the fat X-Wing fighter guy.
Oh my God, you lost me to Parkins from Star Wars.
Please make this personal.
I don't know.
Raised?
Do y'all think I trash talk?
I don't know.
Exactly. Don't nobody know. Only people on the field know. So I'll leave it on the field.
What do you think of what Xavier McKinney said about this?
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, trash talk is trash talk. We'll just see on Sunday what all plays out to be.
Do you think you hurt his feelings on Up and Adams?
No, I ain't think I hurt his feelings. I mean, what I say, that's nice. I mean, he a good player. Played against XF a few times, so I mean, looking forward to the battle.
Just more juice for the game.
I mean, if you wanted to be there, I mean, it's already there. So we'll see on Sunday.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the score. That's DJ Moore. Yeah, he doesn't seem to really buy into it. Doesn't seem to really care.
Didn't seem to really know that he had lit a match back in June.
No, don't
and
think he
pretty
meant
innocent comments. I don't think that's going to lead anything. Maybe during a running play, as Dustin pointed out, that DJ Moore will lock in and get the best of Xavier McKinney blocking for DeAndre Swift. I don't know. It's not much of anything.
I thought he said he was going to grab him by the face mask.
Yeah, he did.
Is that what he said?
Somebody's going to grab somebody by the face mask, which would be a penalty, which would be dumb.
Yeah.
Which would be losing that war of words.
Let's hope those idiots do it and not our idiots.
Yeah.
Let's get to the phone lines. 312-644-6767. Let's try John. Our buddy John's in Joliet. Hi, John.
Good morning, gentlemen. It's a beautiful Friday. You know, I am going to claim the title of a Chicago Bears meathead fan. That's what I am. The theme song for my Chicago Bears is a thin line between love and hate. I hate them on Monday. I love them on Sunday. And that's what it is. As I walk into that stadium Sunday, I am going to be highly motivated, truly dedicated, and optimistic that the Bears are going to win. Last second field goal, 2017, and we will hear the words and to the song of Hallelujah. You have to stay positive. You have to stay motivated. And God forbid it doesn't happen. You know, I'll be talking to you Sunday. Just another meathead, disappointed Bears fan. But I love my Chicago Bears. Bear down. Have a great day, everybody, and let's go Bears.
Thanks, John.
Love it, John.
John does a good job of controlling his attitude and his effort.
Yes, he does.
And we do have a lot of callers this week singing.
Yeah, we have had a lot of singing. You've been singing even.
There's a song in my heart.
There is.
I wasn't singing.
You always like.
Was I singing?
You'd be a big part of the score of the musical.
I think those.
Our crappy team. Why should we care?
Good old Jeff.
Jeff did his Sinatra for you.
He did. Well, I think he feels empowered. He feels free. We like to bring that out in people.
I like that people feel comfortable coming on and singing a song.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Yeah.
I think we let him go on a little bit long yesterday.
Well, yeah.
We might have.
There is that.
Do you agree? It was like
I got a soft spot for Jeff.
I'm like waiting for the curtain to close.
Yeah. All right.
Encore.
I got a soft spot for Brad Biggs too.
Oh yeah, always Biggsy. He's not going to sing,
Chicago
is he?
Tribune. I wouldn't put it past him.
Okay.
I've never heard him do karaoke.
No.
Yeah, whatever.
But I've heard you do it.
Yeah, thank you.
We got Biggsy. He's next. Mully and Haugh, the score. Today I hear the robins sing.
Bears fans, after 3 losses in a row, the 4-5 Bears are back at Soldier Field to face the Green Bay Packers. Will the firing of Shane Waldron have an impact on the offense? Is there any way Matt Eberflus can get this team to stop the skid and upset Green Bay? Stay tuned to the score as we continue to get you ready for Bears Packers right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen Monday for
Raymond Kia is under construction and building bigger to serve you better. We need room, which means our entire inventory is at limited time construction pricing with extra Black Friday savings. Hurry in today to shop over 1,000 vehicles with savings up to $13,000 off all new Kia models. Or lease the new 2025 Kia K4 for only $98 a month. Shop the construction sales event only at Raymond Kia in Antioch, serving the community since 1963.
Mike was on, and then Jason decided to have fun with sound with Mike.
Hello?
Did you see Paul Newman and Sally Field in Absence of Malice?
Who's talking to me? Who?
I don't think Oswald did that. I don't think he might have been in the plot, but I don't think he killed Kennedy.
Oh, you're talking Bob the movie man.
They're
Yeah,
getting this new
Bob.
Cuban slugger, I guess, from Cuba. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. We go there.
I'd rather have McDonald's play Sunday. I don't think Cutler's ready yet.
Well, hey.
So is Paulie coming back, or did Frank say for sure?
Frank. Who the hell's Frank?
Have a nice Thanksgiving.
Are you kidding? It's way beyond that.
What about Eddie Murray and the Nutty Professors?
Well, I'll see you on the golf course.
All right, Mike.
Happy Chinese New Year, Year of the Horse, right?
What?
Well, put Chris on for a minute.
You know, I can't understand you guys. You know, it's like, jeez.
Oh, gee, I don't know.
Well, I don't either. I don't know. Am I talking to Bob?
Hello there.
Hello there, Bob.
You ever try that new pizza yet? That one with the cheeseburger pizza yet?
No.
I think it's pretty good. I haven't tried it yet either.
Yeah. Well, I'm up here. You know I'm in.
What do you think about women's boxing and that?
Women something.
What church you go to?
Are you crazy? I can't understand you.
How do I wash the shirt? Do I wash it or do I dry clean it?
Well, I think you should throw them away and just buy new stuff. That's what I do. Pull the line drive. He was up in the air, and he pulled it from Jungle Jim.
What's wrong with my balls?
Huh?
What's wrong with my balls?
Look at that free shield. You know, I'm telling you, me and my brother were at Comiskey when they gave the Nellie Fox night. I don't know if any of you remember.
I think he needs psychiatric help.
And they brought in a sailboat and everything. You remember that?
When is Derek going to be ready for the playoffs?
Who?
Have a great day, Mike.
All right.
Let Eberflus rally his troops to bounce back after 3 tough losses in a row? Keep listening as we get you ready for the game right up to kickoff. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented by you local Hyundai dealers. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score, an Odyssey sports station. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants. Do it today. No Jaquan Brisker for the Bears Sunday against the Packers. And how long will he be out? We've got Brad Biggs to address that and much more next right here on the Mully and Haugh Show. Packers-Bears, Sunday, Soldier Field. Packers 5.5-point favorites. Total is 40.5 per our friends over at Circus Sports Illinois. Last night, Week 11 of the NFL got underway. Saquon Barkley rushing for 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns. The Eagles taking care of the Commanders 26-18. Right here on the Score tonight, 6:15 pregame. Bulls at the 13-0 Cavaliers. And the Blackhawks, they fell to the Kraken 3-1 in Seattle. This hour, it's brought to you by Rally House in Wrigleyville.
Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggs. With Mully and Haugh. Biggs time. The Biggs Report with Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggsy. His name is Brad Biggs. Brad Biggs talks football with you.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Brad Biggs is the football man of the Chicago Tribune, a long-time contributor to the station and a valued friend. And like all our guests, he joins us on the Atturo hotline, your all-weather tire, Atturo.com. Big Zay.
Morning, Brad.
Morning, boys. What's going on?
Well, the Bears are time to play now, right? Haven't we been through all of it? Do you have a list of who gets fired or the name of the player cut every Monday? How is this going to work?
Well, I'll tell you what. They need to get back to the business of football. They need to get back on the field, and we're getting closer to that. The only way to put some of this behind them is to go out there and get a win, right?
Yeah.
Like that is the ultimate deodorizer, and they need a victory in the worst way, especially in this instance against the Green Bay Packers, who have won 10 in a row in the series, 25 of the last 30 meetings, including the postseason. And just looking at the situation in the division, like this is a gotta-have-it ball game.
So, Brad, you're Thomas Brown. You sit down with Caleb Williams. You talk about what you want to do. You're the offensive coordinator of a struggling offense. What does your to-do list look like in terms of priorities, 1 through 3 or 4?
Well, I think just looking to the game, you want to get the ball out of his hands more quickly, more efficiently than they have been. You want to immediately start reducing the number of sacks and the number of hits that he's taken. So schematically, what play calls are going to fit for that? What type of things could they do in terms of get them on the move a little bit? Chris Beatty, the wide receivers coach yesterday, talked about, simple things to get the ball out quick so it's not him going through 3 progressions, right? Things that are going to take longer. I think that's the number one thing is getting the ball out of his hands quicker, trying to reduce the number of hits that he's taking. And then I think you got to run the football. You have to establish the run. Like it is going to be really difficult for him to grow and develop when he's got to be a drop back passer 35 plus times a game because the run game isn't there and they're chasing. Like they've got to be able to run the football a little bit and find some connections that you feel against the coverage you're going to get from the Packers. They've been playing more man, I think. Hey, here's a pretty good play call to get something dialed up for DJ Moore. Here's something to get Cole Kmet involved early Like they've just done such a just abysmal job of involving some of their top targets that maybe Thomas Brown will have a solution for that. But if we think that we're going to see the Bears offense run 65 plays on Sunday and we're going to be able to walk away from it and say, hey, yeah, it's fixed. It got rid of Waldron and everything's good. The chances of that happening, because we're going to be looking at a very small sample size, one football game, 4 quarters, very small.
All right. So, Brad, here's the thing. Like we maybe you've got a good idea for it. What is the formula that leads them to victory? I mean, they obviously have to win the turnover, but this is like basic stuff. They got to figure out a way to not get the quarterback sacked. They got to get the ball out. They got to move the chain. I mean, it is 10 losses in a row to these guys. It is hard to come up with the way in which they're going to dominate this football game and win a game.
Well, when we get away from kind of the drama and the turnover and the change and all the stuff the Bears have had going on here that isn't directly related to this football game, the first place I start is that Green Bay Packers rushing attack, okay, which has been fantastic to this point. Third in the league, nearly 155 yards rushing a game. They're fourth in the league in yards per carry, 4.98. Josh Jacobs, who you saw the contract that he got from Green Bay back in March, and you're like, wow, that's a lot of money. He's fourth in the league in rushing coming into this week. He's got 762 yards rushing, and through 9 weeks, that's the most by a Packers running back since Amon Green back in 2004. So they are pounding the ball up front. They won a back-to-back games earlier in the season with Malik Willis at quarterback.
Yep.
Doing nothing but running the football. It was everybody in the stadium knew that they were going to be one-dimensional, and they went out and they ran the ball anyway and won. And you've seen Matt LaFleur, who's 10-0 against the Chicago Bears, with a quarterback advantage in every single one of those 10 meetings, just decide to pound the ball against the Bears before. Like 4 times he's done that where you walked away from the game and it was a run-heavy Packers attack. So with the Bears' run defense as it is, no Andrew Billings, who I thought the run defense was okay last week against the Patriots. That certainly was not the reason they lost that football game. I would expect the Packers to look to dominate at the point of attack.
Brad, on Thursday, the Bears placed Jaquan Brisker on injured reserve. Do you expect Brisker to play again this year? And was Ryan Poles slow for responding in responding and waiting till now to open up that roster spot?
Well, we got a couple of things there. Do I think we'll see Brisker again? I'd advise anyone against trying to handicap how things are going to go for players with head injuries. Like you just don't know. And he's eligible to come back after the next 4 games. The reality will be that if he does get that designated to return to practice after missing the next 4 games, it's going to take at least a couple weeks from a ramp-up standpoint for him to be able to play physically with the rest of his body, because he will have missed so much football, I would think. So I don't even want to venture a guess, and I would advise others that it's probably not a great exercise because you just don't know. Like, why did they wait till now to put him on IR? I think that obviously they felt like this wasn't going to take as long. But there's no MRI to read for this. There's, the athletic trainer and the doctor can't get together and look at a soft tissue injury and say, with a high degree of accuracy, this is a 4 to 6 week injury. This is a 2 to 3 week injury, which they can do for so much stuff that these players encounter. You can't do that for a concussion. Why didn't they put him on IR earlier? Well, they didn't need the roster spot. They've got to place a handful of guys as inactive each week. So they've got flexibility in terms of promoting players from the practice squad on a weekly basis. So nothing was really screaming, hey, they got to have this roster spot. Elijah Hicks has filled in pretty well for a former 7th-round pick in his place. And, it's unfortunate. The biggest takeaway should be hopefully Jaquan's in a position where he feels okay sooner rather than later. I saw him in the locker room twice this week. I saw him yesterday. I saw him Wednesday. And I hadn't seen him with regularity before this week. And that doesn't mean he hadn't been in the building. I hadn't put eyes on him. So he is around. He's engaged. And, maybe with some good fortune, he'll be feeling better in the near future.
This segment with Brad Biggs is sponsored by Est Wing Professional Tools, made in the USA for 100 years, estwing.com. We were talking about the kind of, is it an absurdity, whatever it was that Xavier McKinney felt DJ Moore somehow disrespected him and the things how will that matchup impact the game, Brad?
Yeah. Well, McKinney's been playing fantastic for them, by the way.
Right. We know you love this stuff, Brad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stuff. Oh, yeah. The trash talk. Well, what DJ Moore did wasn't very defensible. Okay, like I don't think you'll hear a lot of Bears teammates say, "Oh yeah, that was cool," right? Like we talked about it after it happened. You don't want to put that on film, right? You don't want to do that. And McKinney picked up on it, obviously, and he's like, "Hey, I've never seen that before." Well, who has? Who has seen it before? How will it manifest itself in the game? Hopefully, everything stays between the whistles, and we'll go from there. But this ought to motivate DJ Moore, though, right? Like, and he hasn't had a ton of opportunities here, just based on how the ball's coming to him. But is anything McKinney said not true?
Yeah, but I mean...
Easily offended he is.
That's all I'm saying.
Very easily. A little
what
touchy,
DJ
Brad.
said in the offseason was utterly harmless, in my opinion.
Yeah, but, he's... we'll see. And it's... the Packers have been able to talk for the longest time, remember? They'd have...
stop them, yeah.
Yeah, right. I mean, Charles Woodson used to... he'd have a crack or a one-liner about Jay Cutler, right? And there's only one way for the Bears to turn this, and that's to start winning with regularity in the series.
And the only way that happens on Sunday, Brad, I think, is if you want to find a pathway to victory for the Bears. It's got to include both tackles playing and playing well, and Montez Sweat being in the lineup and disrupting that offense for the Packers. Is Sweat, Braxton Jones, and Darnell Wright, are they all goes as far as you're concerned?
Oh, I would assume they're all go, yeah. I think it's certainly tracking that way for the offensive tackles. Braxton having missed the last 2 games, and Darnell one, and then Montez Sweat was limited in practice yesterday, which was a good sign. We'll see later today if Tevin Jenkins, who's missed 2 days with his latest ankle issue, is able to play. He's been able to get to Sunday this season. He just hasn't been able to finish on enough ball games, but maybe he's in the mix there as well. Or they go with Ryan Bates, who came back and played every snap this past week against the Patriots. But a path to victory, I agree. The tackles have got to be out there. Sweat's got to be out there. Jordan Love has you're giving the ball to the opponent more times than they're probably comfortable with in Green Bay this season. Bears would have to take advantage of that. They would have to win on special teams. Can they pull this off? I mean, it's possible, right? The margin for error is slim for them, I think, but it's the NFL. Anything can happen. Maybe the Packers coming off a bye, right? They're rested coming into this. Look at all the noise coming out of Lake Forest, and don't prepare with the attention to detail that's necessary. I mean, that happens to teams every once in a while, but I think the Bears are a long shot. I saw one place yesterday the line had come down to about 5.5, and I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if the Bears. I would have thought their bounce back spot would have happened. Yeah, I really thought that was going to take place, and we've just seen them so flat in both games since the loss at Washington.
So you're picking the Packers? What's your pick?
Yeah, I mean, 25 out of the last 30 until further notice. I'm not going to be fooled in this Bears-Packers thing again. They're going to have to prove it for me to decide it's time to start picking the other side. I picked the Packers to win 27-17, and I think I was a little generous with the 17. Maybe there's some more energy on offense with the change in coordinators, gives them a little bump there. But I would think right now the Packers will be north of 160 rushing yards, and if they're able to execute on the ground, you would imagine that will open up some play action passing opportunities for Jordan Love.
It doesn't sound like much of a Thomas Brown bump, Brad. It sounds like a Thomas Brown.
17
out.
would be 17 with 2 offensive touchdowns, Dave.
That's not an explosion. That's not a big deal, Brad. That's not a lot.
Compared to where they've been the last 3 weeks, that's a big deal, my friend.
Okay.
I mean,
know.
like we were talking about it. So in the off season, or I guess in training camp, whatever it was, Montez Sweat said he was tired of losing to the Packers. A guy like that would need to put on like a King Kong show. You'd need, honestly, and unfortunately, with
2 sacks, a forced fumble,
minimum 2 sacks, a big turnover,
crazy.
No question, or whether it's a strip sack or whether you force a pick, but I mean, as we were just talking about, you'd need like a defensive touchdown or a big special teams play, or I mean, you just have to come up with something special, and they have, as you say, since that failed Mary, they've had no life to them. I don't know how to define it, but man, it's just sad.
Yeah, did the Commanders play an inordinate number of games against Green Bay when Sweat was there? 'Cause he was around for one of those meetings last year. The first meeting last season was in week 1. He was if he's tired of losing.
Yeah, imagine how everyone else is.
He lost the finale, right? That was the one up at Lambeau.
Right.
He was part of that.
Yeah, you had to. Hey, Montez, you had to go check with the chairman. His name's George. Ask him how he feels about losing to the Packers.
I'm sure that George gave Montez Sweat a urinal cake with the Packers logo on it.
Oh boy, yeah, those. Wow. You look around the area and you'll find out where George has been dining.
Well, do something about it then. They have to do something about it. You are the chairman. You have presided over, this is the 9th or 10th offensive coordinator that he has seen call plays during his tenure. 5 coaches, 4 general managers. Enough with it.
Yeah, they got to go. They that's what I said at the Open when you had me out there. They've got to go out and turn this around with a victory, and a really well played game where they lose by 2 points. You're going to be happy with some improvements that had them in a tight ball game, but a loss is going to be a loss. There's only
Brad, and thanks for jumping on, and we always appreciate your time. But just on the way out, let me just tell you that I think we all understand that. We all know how big a game this is and how much they could change things and how. But then when it comes time to figuring out how they do that, we all go like,
it's the mental gymnastics that are required, and you can't play Twister in your head quite like that, right? You're
right, Brad.
You're right, buddy. You pull a
Ford
muscle.
bought 740 or 745.
You got it. You got it.
740, Brad.
Hey, are you gonna watch the fight?
Yeah, I think I have to, right?
Good.
I'm just hoping it's not a deal where you get halfway through watching it, you realize that these guys had some wink going on.
Yeah,
Oh, that would never happen.
No,
not
Brad.
Not in the fine sport of boxing. And I'm really curious, like, what time are they actually
going to go off?
Going to fight? Yeah, like
it'd be probably honest to
11:15,
like 11 o'clock. Yeah.
See, that's a buzzkill.
Take a nap.
This undercard, I have no interest in.
No,
but I do want to see because I want to see Iron Mike, and
who doesn't?
He at one point he was the baddest man on the planet, right?
Oh, I think we remember those days. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Brad. See you Sunday.
Have a great weekend, guys.
That's our guy, Brad Biggs. 312-644-6767. Mully and Haugh on the score.
The oldest rivalry in football will be renewed on the gridiron. This Sunday, it's Chicago.
And the kick is good. The Bears over the Packers.
Versus Green Bay.
Rodgers scrambles. He's got time to the 10 to the 5. Touchdown.
And coming up later today, the score is crossing the Wisconsin border to host the return of the Brat Bowl. We'll be broadcasting live from the...
By the way, did you guys, I'm looking at, I don't usually look at Twitch, but it's up, and so I'm looking at it as it fires through. Yes, the answer is yes. Just because of our conversation yesterday, I am wearing my Target purchased Nirvana t-shirt today.
Yes!
Underneath
I love it.
My second best hoodie. So I feel good about this today.
Your second best. And how often do those rankings come out, and what are the criteria?
Well, I had to say second best because yesterday I told you guys I was wearing my best hoodie, the blue fatigue from Target.
Did you know that Dave has a command in Twitch?
Does he?
Yeah,
I've
you
seen a
can do
couple.
!Dave, and the Nightbot will reply with a witty reply automatically.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's basic code and it's fun. Maybe just for me.
How do you guys keep... I don't know. This is probably not good for me to be trying to follow
Wait.
Twitch and the text board.
Hold on. So Nightbot is literally a bot?
Yes.
So when it says Grody's man cat
who is not fat.
So there's
There's one for Dan. How many
Where I
things
take the
Dan is
fun out
taking the
of
fun
things.
out of? That one is a little bit more difficult of a code because it counts. There is also one for Shane. There is also one for Boylan. And I believe one for Matt Nagy.
And now
Dave.
they're accusing me of taking the fun out of Nightbot. I didn't take the fun out of Nightbot. I'm just learning that Nightbot is actually not a human being and is an actual algorithmic bot. I didn't take the fun out of it.
Exclamation point, Dan.
Taking the fun out of Nightbot.
Dan Bernstein, when you write a book, and I do think you should write a book someday.
Seconded.
Taking the fun. What would this will get the Twitchers going? If Dan Bernstein was to write a book, what should it be called? I mean, taking the fun out of something, right? I mean,
How does this get us closer to winning a championship?
Yes. That's probably it. Actually, that's probably it.
And
I'll
then you're
track
like,
those throughout,
narrator, they were really far away from winning a championship.
Right. It didn't.
Auto Parts.
No, I wouldn't say that. Caleb is very smart. We just got to help our offense, like I say, to put us in a better situation, and we just got to play better. We just got to play better collectively, and we just got to stay ahead of the chains. NFL, you don't stay ahead of the chains, it's hard. It's hard.
So he's making good decisions. He's making good decisions at the line.
He's making good decisions at the line. We got to help him, and now just get the ball out of his hand. Slow his eyes down so he sees things a little bit better once post snap. But at the line of scrimmage, things that we've asked him to do, he's done a great job.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score. That's Kerry Joseph, and he's talking about Caleb Williams and what he's seeing at the line of scrimmage and how they got to slow down everything he's looking at. David, I mean, we kind of spoke about this earlier. I really believe that as simple as you can make it, it will help a ton, because whatever way they're playing now, there is nothing natural about the way the guy is playing. There is, like, it's very, you can almost see him thinking and working.
It's tentative.
And he's really changed as a quarterback.
Too careful
with what he's doing.
Yeah.
Too consumed with not turning the ball over.
He is paint by numbers. You want him to be more abstract.
Let him rip, man.
Let him rip. And
that's the only way you can win against the team
if you're
like
Thomas
this.
Brown, that's the conversation that you have with Caleb Williams. You sit him down, you ask him what he likes, and then you remind him, look, you're only here because of the way you played in college, the way you played in high school, the way you played to become the kind of quarterback worthy of being the first overall pick. You didn't get here by being careful.
Where is his accuracy going?
I don't know.
I mean, isn't that weird?
But I think when it's all related, when you talk about guys who are tentative, think pitchers who aim the ball.
Right.
They lose control.
Yeah,
so
there's nothing
quarterbacks
natural.
is very similar. So if you're trying to be the perfect throw with the perfect release, and you're trying also, maybe you're under pressure, it's all led to a very disappointing first half of the season, which brings me to a question.
Sure.
So they are playing the Packers, obviously. Jordan Love comes in here, pretty accomplished as a quarterback. He, last year in his first season as a starter, and I know it's not apples and apples because Jordan Love did watch for a couple years under Aaron Rodgers. But Aaron Rodgers left and Jordan Love took over, and he struggled his first half of the season. Much like I think Caleb Williams struggled the first half of this season at times. You saw good things, but mostly it was overshadowed by the bad. Jordan Love, then the second half of last year, we all remember, he was one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. What would it take, Caleb Williams, to make a similar kind of rebound? And do you think that's unrealistic to expect from him now?
Well, I think it would take help. And I think it's unrealistic to expect him to get the kind of help it would take. I think that as much as, we look at Matt LaFleur, he comes from that, wasn't he on staff in Washington when Shanahan was there?
Shanahan, McVay,
Kyle
O'Connell.
Shanahan, Kevin O'Connell, all these guys,
all that brain power,
all these young, smart coaches.
He's a stud.
Were together. Shanahan.
So you think that because of Matt LaFleur,
his influence, he did a very good job of developing the quarterback, of bringing him along. See, I haven't seen any of that with this season. I haven't seen. Here's what I've seen. I've seen Caleb Williams have flashes and moments, and where you thought, like, hey, this is really going to be good, but we haven't seen one in 3 games, and we've seen a change in terms of now. He's got, even starting the game, right? You figure all you got to do is get ahead of the chains. All you got to do, put yourself in good position so you can convert a third down. Instead, sailing the ball to the sidelines. It's just inaccurate.
It's been bad to watch.
And
difficult.
That's what happens. Your basic quarterback, it breaks down. So as you say, when you're aiming the ball, instead of planting your feet and getting yourself set, it just is frustrating.
So whatever it was that they did with Jordan Love last year to turn his season around, obviously partly it was his talent, but it sounds like you're crediting, and I'm saying this is probably the correct way to look at it, the coaching he received, or the way that they adjusted game plans or just his experience? Matt LaFleur deserves as much credit as Jordan Love for his turnaround?
I think Matt LaFleur deserves a lot of credit. I also think that Jordan Love, sitting behind Rodgers, waiting his turn, it's a totally different situation. He was an inexperienced quarterback, if you hear where I'm going.
Well, that's interesting because that's also suggesting that Caleb Williams isn't like so many rookies. And I think that's true, but we did not treat him. And frankly, the only thing that matters is the Bears did not treat him like so many rookies.
No.
They gave him immediate responsibility, immediate autonomy, and they relied on him to do a lot of things that not ordinary rookies do, typically. He had such a vast amount of responsibility at the line of scrimmage, and I think he almost had too much.
And I think that's what I heard from that quote that we played coming in is that they're going to take some of that away.
They're going to dial it down a little bit.
They have to.
Yeah, I think they have to. And I think
they got to simplify it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Shane Waldron probably was as responsible for doing that as anybody. And it's a tough balance to strike because I think part of us, I think we both were kind of like, oh, wow, this is great. Caleb Williams, they trust him so much. He's so savvy. He comes in with the easy confidence, and he's already mastered what other quarterbacks have failed at early. But as it turns out, it was too much too soon.
Yeah. No, I mean, it makes perfect sense. Doesn't mean he can't turn his season around. But see, like as I was saying, if you want to beat the Packers, then he needs to become the quarterback you hope he'll be in 2 more years.
I think that's true.
In order to win this game.
Sunday's game specifically.
That's what I'm saying.
And the second half of the season, I think, it's a good point. He does not have Matt LaFleur or a guy like that in his corner, but you could argue he's got better weapons than Jordan Love did last year in the second half of the season.
I still would love to have that conversation because, David, here's the thing. When I looked at this game and we knew we were making our picks and I hadn't spent a lot of time on Green Bay, and then the last couple of days I did, and I think the thing that I've seen is that they look like they have a better receiving core than the Bears. And so we've been bragging about how great the Bears receiving core is and how everybody – and you even said that DJ Moore is capable of taking over a game like he did in Washington last year. It's just how they're going to get the ball to him.
Well, it's a fair comment because right now the Bears receivers do have the better reputation, but the Packers receivers have the better results.
Yeah.
And I'd rather have results better over reputation.
Well, they look faster. They look like they're
more effective. They're getting open. They're catching balls. The Bears' downfield passing game is still a rumor.
It doesn't exist. And we can blame all sorts of things. I don't know how you get out of that. I don't. And I think the problem with this game is that the Packers have the better running game. The Bears' run defense was bad when they had everybody healthy. And now that they've lost their best run stopper.
Well, you go to the defense side of the ball and you start to have that conversation. And it's not an exaggeration and it's not being overly cynical or skeptical. You have to agree. You don't have to agree. Objectively speaking, you put on the tape, the Packers' defense is better than the Bears right now because of health, because of what they're doing with the takeaways.
So is their run game, and so is their deep threat.
So they have so many factors that the Bears just don't have or not have consistently developed this season. It's hard to look at this game and when you remove emotion from the equation, it's hard to make a football argument that the Bears can beat the Packers.
No, that's the problem I had. I wanted to pick the Bears to win the game. I just couldn't come up with a football way of doing it. I couldn't even come up with a scenario. Here's the kind of things I'm thinking about. If you look at Jordan Love, like every quarterback, by the way, not as good under pressure, right? So the Bears need to dial up some Kyler Gordon blitz or something to get to him, to force a turnover. They need to come up. Flusy needs his best game as a defensive coordinator.
That's the path.
And I don't know.
I don't know that he can.
I don't know that he's got it.
I don't know he's got it in him.
I don't know that he has it because I don't know that he's got the horses. We'll see. We'll see how Sweat is, if he can still dominate, if he's still demanding double teams. He will demand double teams. But I don't know where he's at. in terms of being the multiplier you need him to be.
Well, you need him to get in the backfield.
You gotta live in the backfield.
Jordan Love, his passer rating when under pressure, I think, is 51.
Compared to what, though?
Compared to over 100.
Over 100 when
so
he's not.
It's feast or famine.
It is.
And when he is under pressure, he will throw you the football.
And
the
so
trick
you
is
gotta
finding
get
ways.
to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whether it's Montez Sweat or Kyler Gordon or Matt Eberflus dialing up some sort of blitz to surprise a guy who, frankly, in Matt LaFleur is not going to be surprised schematically.
No.
So when you match wits between a great play caller and an elite defensive play caller that we have called Matt Eberflus, I still don't think that Eberflus has the advantage. Matt LaFleur has earned the benefit of the doubt, and I think he wins this kind of chess game, if you want to call it that, on Sunday.
The Bears are only better. They're only even in terms of the coaching battle if the two guys are at Marquette watching a basketball game.
Because Flusy is better dressed. He's got maybe.
He's got
does he have a better haircut?
He's got a barber right there.
I don't know, though. LaFleur's a handsome man.
I mean, I know they fired Shane Waldron. Do you think he got a trim on the way out?
Well, they have two barbers there, just sitting around doing nothing.
I thought they had two in London. I don't know. They're both sitting around.
They leave him there?
I don't know. I mean, I
Surely
don't know if
they flew him back.
They brought a second one over just for the London trip.
Could that be the problem? That since that point,
Yeah.
since they went, they've not been the same team.
It's a Samson and Delilah biblical story, is what you're saying.
They got a haircut in London and they never recovered.
All right, we got to get to our guy. We're going to be talking to the great man himself, Joe Fortenbaugh. I cannot wait. I've been waiting all day all week to see if Joe has an opinion on.
I'm sure he does
on this fight.
We got to get in line though. Joe's a busy guy.
I know. Joe's got a ton to do. But David, think about it. If Joe has an opinion, is it possible that suddenly you're digging deep and wagering some of that hard-earned money of yours on maybe taking a?
I don't bet on rigged fights.
Yeah, you look to me like a Jake Paul guy.
Do I?
No, I'm totally kidding.
I'm going to slap you.
I know. I have it coming. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
After every Bears game, count on the score to bring the heat with Bears legend Olin Kreutz.
I think the leadership has failed them across the board. I think the 8 captains failed. I think the coaching staff failed. I think the general manager failed them in these last 3 weeks.
Along with long snapping Iron Man, Patrick Manley.
We can't be this bad. We can't. And now we are that bad.
Win, lose, or draw, Olin and Patrick bring unfiltered opinions and
Let's go to Hammond and welcome Ryan to the Score. Hey, Ryan, what's up? Interesting.
Is that a caller version of being rickrolled?
That's like a ringback tone, I think.
Is that
Obviously, that wasn't there when I streamed it.
So some bit has happened?
No, I think maybe he put us on hold while
Starships are meant to fly.
Yeah, maybe he put us on hold while he's at work. He put us on hold.
All righty then.
I thought it was a rickroll thing.
Yeah, no, we're not getting rickrolled. He had a point.
He had a thought. Well,
you there, Ryan?
No, he's not there.
Bilal, you there?
Bilal, you there?
All right, man.
All right, man.
All right, we're going to get rid of Ryan.
Yeah, let's get rid of Ryan. 1 for 2. All right.
1 for 2 in terms of fighting a human.
Yeah.
I'd go to my guy Skillet out there in Effingham.
Okay, yeah, sure. Skillet. Where you been?
Hey, I just been driving my 18-wheeler around. I just got one opinion on this hire.
Okay.
You get some management that's going to put on a no-name coach like that, and to me that just kind of sounds like they're trying to save money. And I don't know if that's the recipe to win a division when Rodgers is out the door and the Bears are as good as the Vikings. I mean, they're knocking on the door here. They got a real shot at it to win. And I think that if you get a top-notch OC, then this head coach's hire is just a moot point. But now look at this guy, Urban Meyer. I mean, he didn't really do nothing that wrong.
Okay.
And all he has to do is go coach this Fields kid again. He won a national championship with him. Why wouldn't you pay him $10 million and go try to win a division?
Where are you really from, Skillet?
Thank you. All right.
In NFL news, Urban Meyer, what a piece of crap.
The less lever has been pulled.
The less lever.
Love the less lever. All right. Well,
Skillet. Effingham is where they have the giant cross down there, right? Off the highway.
And so
You gotta be
Skillet.
more
There are three
specific.
of them. 3 wooden crosses on the right side of the highway.
Is
I
that
think.
there? Yeah. There's a few
All right,
of them.
1 for 3.
All right.
That's a music reference you didn't get.
Segment with Joe Fortenbaugh, sponsored by the Illinois Department of Transportation. It's not a game, Illinois.com.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Our guy Joe Fortenbaugh knows everything about sports. He's forgotten more about gambling than most people have ever learned, and he joins us as all our guests do here, thanks to Atturo, your all-weather tire, Atturo.com. Joseph, good morning. How are you, buddy?
Packers week, boys. All business. Packers week. Time to get right. Time to get focused. I'm sure everyone in Chicago very positive heading into this installment of one of the NFL's great rivalries. Let's get it together now.
It's been a positive week, Joe. You know Chicago. You know what's been going on. Let's get started. We don't have a lot of time, but let's get started with the NFL this weekend.
All right, so I'm going to start with the Bears. I'm going to be honest with you. The sharp money's on Chicago. I know people think that's crazy. Opened as a 6-point dog. It's getting bet down a little bit. The number is simply too high. Now, if it's too rich for your blood in terms of getting involved with this team right now, it's completely understandable.
But if you're looking at Green Bay thinking this is a smash because the Bears are down, guys in Vegas, they're not looking at teams, they're looking at numbers. This number is too high. The Packers turn the ball over too often. Jordan Love's been sloppy. There's an opportunity there with Chicago. Pittsburgh +3. You take the underdog in the rivalry between Tomlin and Harbaugh. It's something like 26-3-3 since those two have gotten together. The dog cashes since 2015, 15-2-1 against the spread. Pittsburgh's at home. They're catching the 3. The Baltimore pass defense is the worst unit on the field. I would take the Steelers there. Cleveland +1. Yuck. They're at the Saints, but they're off the bye. They're fully healthy. Saints coming off that big win last week with the new coach. This is where teams tend to fall flat. Denver -2 over Atlanta. Falcons have a little bit of that Fugazi blood in them. Denver shows up every single week. They play very good defense. Knicks continues to get better. Denver should probably be laying the full 3 at home here. Seattle +6.5 over the Niners. Seahawks coming off their bye. They're in a situation where they're getting a little bit healthy. Spread's pretty big given how the Niners have performed this season. A lot of points for a divisional rivalry. Chiefs +2. I think the game should be closer to pick'em. The Butker injury worries me, but Buffalo's won 5 straight against teams that are like 16-31. None of them have a winning record. And then the Bengals Sunday night plus the 1.5. This is the best offense the Chargers have faced all year. Everyone's talking about how great the Charger defense is. They're very, very good, but they're padding the stats. This is a big step up. So to recap, Steelers +3, Browns +1, Denver -2, Seattle +6.5, Chiefs +2, Bengals +1.5, and yes, people, I do lean Bears plus the points.
Wow.
That's beautiful. Do you have an opinion on Ohio State? They're playing here at Wrigley Field.
Yeah, so here's what's interesting about that huge number. What do they have after this week is what you want to look at. Indiana. Yep. Undefeated, huge game, huge point spread here. We're north of 28. I would be looking to Northwestern at 28.5 or better simply because if you're Ohio State, this game isn't really about the style points. It's about next week. Get in, get the job done, get out healthy. The committee already loves you. You don't need to blow out Northwestern. But along the same lines, I'd be looking at Penn State minus the 28 over Purdue. Teams ranked 5-11, it is going to become a bit of a beauty pageant. Style points are going to matter. The Penn States of the world are going to want to run it up to justify their positioning. So I know that runs counter to what I said again about Ohio State, but it is a look-ahead spot, and they got to be smart, whereas Penn State needs to start piling it up because they're going to beat nobody of consequence this season. I'd be looking at Georgia minus the 9.5 over Tennessee. Big bounce-back spot. Every report out of Athens is that Georgia's having a great week of practice. Tennessee quarterback's dinged up coming off the concussion protocol. Tennessee's offense has gone in the tank ever since they started SEC play. Kansas plus 2.5 over BYU. I think they spring the upset. Kansas is like 0-4 or 0-5 in one-score games this season. They're one of the unluckiest teams in college football. Meanwhile, BYU is one of the luckiest in college football. They're like 4-0 in one-score games. We're going to play the Jayhawks there. And then Texas and Arkansas over 57.5. That game has shootout written all over it. So to recap, Georgia minus 9.5, Kansas plus 2.5, Penn State minus 28, Northwestern plus 28.5, Texas, Arkansas over 57.5, and I love Florida over LSU. LSU just racked up their third loss of the season. Even though mathematically they can still compete for the SEC title, you come off the bye, you get hammered at home by Alabama. 3 losses. It looks like the playoffs are done. This could be the ultimate flat spot. Florida's been playing well as of late this second half of the season. They took Tennessee to overtime. They walloped Kentucky. They fought Georgia hard with a third-string quarterback. I like Florida to spring the upset over LSU.
Wow, that's great stuff, Joe.
What about Tyson? What about Mike Tyson? I know
Tyson, Jake Paul.
Come on.
Great question. Great question. This might be my favorite bet, to be honest, of everything. I'm glad you remember this. I didn't have it in my notes for you guys today. I was so fixated on how the Bears are going to kick the crap out of the Packers, I've lost sight of everything else. This fight, I'm betting over 5.5 rounds. Wow. Over 5.5. Everyone's thinking knockout. Everyone's thinking this. They're thinking that. They're betting with their hearts on Tyson. Look at the rules for the fight. It is a huge ring. It is huge gloves, okay? Much bigger gloves than they use in this division normally. 2-minute rounds instead of 3. All of the rules are designed for this fight to go deep, okay? If you want a first-round knockout, you don't have a huge ring with big gloves and 2-minute rounds. You have a 5-minute round with a small ring and no gloves whatsoever. So they're setting this thing up, in my opinion, for it to run deep. I think there's a feeling out period early. Again, only 2-minute rounds, over 5.5. Your boy likes that one a lot.
I got to tell you, I would love to see like a bare knuckle fight where Mike Tyson just hits that kid in the face several times.
I think everybody wants to see that.
Mully.
Yeah,
Everybody wants to see that, Joe.
I want a bloodbath, Joe.
Mully, what would the good Lord say about this?
Oh, he'd frown upon me. But that wouldn't be for the first
It's been a long
time,
week, Joe. You
sadly.
got to understand a lot of frustration in Chicago.
Yeah.
Why don't we? How about we go for the knockout, the Joe Fornball knockout parlay? Mike Tyson and the Chicago Bears. How's that sound?
Oh man, that sounds
You're
like
the best, Joe.
Yeah, you're just.
And
You're
by the way, Joe,
catering to us.
Love the suit today. Looking great.
Thank you.
Love the
Thank you. I
suit.
appreciate it. You're a man of style yourself. You understand when you see a good look. It's a very good look on TV. Thank you very much. I do what I can. To be honest, I can sit here and bang my chest all day on it. It's my wife. She picks out all of it. Any day you see me on TV and you question the decision-making with the color schemes or the shirt or the pocket square, just know that she's out of town and I had to make the decision myself.
Joe, you're the best. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Joe.
Love you, boys. Love you, Chicago. Go Bears.
How about that? You know, we're getting a Tyson Bears knockout punch.
Getting a parlay.
Oh, man.
Gotta love Joe.
Let's go.
Good
Joe's
stuff.
the best. All right. Mully and Haugh will be right back on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
You're listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday, presented by IDOT. It's not a game, Illinois.com on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Raymond Kia is under construction and building bigger to serve you better. We need room, which means our entire inventory is at limited time construction pricing with extra Black Friday savings. Hurry in today to shop over 1,000 vehicles with savings up to $13,000 off all new Kia models. Or lease the new 2025 Kia K4 for only $98 a month. Shop the construction sales event only at Raymond Kia in Antioch, serving the community since 1963.
Friday is like the end of the work week, kind of a day that you just feel better than the majority of other days. So we like to get a little spicy around lunchtime on Fridays, and we order pizza. So we call this Pizza Friday. It's the end of the work week kind of thing. You know, you're just feeling some pizza. You have it on a Friday. That's how we get to the end result of
Thank
Pizza
you, Shane.
Friday. You're
There's
welcome.
So much bad info out there.
A lot of bad info, especially from that loser Dan Bernstein.
Apparently, Spiegs wanted to get in on the action and provide some pizza for Pizza Fridays, but he messed it up.
When we didn't get the text from Spiegs that pizza was available and that, hey, Tandy's going to have to pick it up from X, we got a little worried.
Hey, look, I don't think this part of the story is
enough.
important. I don't think this part is important that I almost forgot.
Context matters. Context matters. So 12:30
It definitely matters. You almost forgot Pizza Friday.
Well, he didn't almost forget Pizza Friday. He did forget Pizza Friday.
Terrible.
Spiegs calls me 5 minutes later. Oh, my God. I forgot the pizza. Oh, I feel like such a bad guy. You are. Can I
Hang
get
on
it
to
there?
those feelings about feeling terrible.
Yeah,
by the way.
can I
You're
get the
gonna
pizza
hate
there?
those.
Sure, you get the pizza there. What kind of stuff do you guys like again? Oh, well, Lynn and Chris Wake up at XRT, they'll usually do bacon and jardinera. And then, what do you guys want? Tanny yells from the background.
I'm
sausage.
Because the indecisiveness.
Yeah,
Shane's
he's
not
screaming.
saying
Yeah, he just wants sausage. That's all he wants.
Okay, now, and then I go back. Hold on. I go back to the email, and I see spinach and jardinera is what Lynn said, so I made sure I got them spinach and jardinera.
I don't care about them.
And then I got you guys a large pizza with sausage on it.
Yeah, okay.
And it's been delivered from Paisano's, a wonderful pie.
Oh, just sausage? Yeah,
Paisano's
Paisano's
is
is
awesome.
wonderful pizza.
There is sausage on the whole thing,
And
as requested.
And what else that wasn't requested, you hack?
I
What else
got
was on
sausage on the entire thing. And then I made an executive decision.
Okay.
It's not your decision to make.
Because I think that the best, I've said this before, the best topping combination with which to,
literally none of this matters. Whatever you're about to say, it's
being
irrelevant.
Did I buy the pizza?
It doesn't matter, Spiegs. We told you on Wednesday. You
told
don't
me?
have to. This is our thing. We buy the pizza.
Yeah?
This is our
I eat the
thing.
pizza.
Friday. I eat the pizza. Nobody else eats
Right?
the pizza. We buy the pizza. When it's our thing,
I
we get to
wanted
decide
you-
what's on the pizza.
You did.
Lynn has never
Sausage.
asked me for bacon and jardinera, and I gave him pineapple and ham.
No.
He's never done that, and I've never done that to him. When
Shane,
somebody
hold on a second. There is
I'm at
sausage.
the edge of my seat. What was
There
on
is
this
sausage
pizza?
on your pizza. On the entirety of your pizza. There's also onion on half of it because I believe that sausage and onion is the best way
Your
to
opinion
judge a
doesn't
pizza.
matter. You weren't eating it. My God, I hate
that's
yelling.
true.
It's 2:37 and I'm
That's
already
true.
yelling.
I didn't bring my Prilosec OTC for the onions on the pizza today. Sorry.
How do you not like onion on a pizza? What the hell's wrong with you people?
It doesn't matter.
I took a stab that you guys would appreciate the onion
I
because
would have
sausage
said
and onion
Do
is better.
less stabbing.
I yelled sausage. If I wanted onion, I'd be like, sausage and onion. It's
Yeah,
simple.
that's how it works. Like I was talking to Tanny earlier. Yes, beggars can't be choosers, but in this case, when we are the ones who started it, we could choose whatever the hell we want. We chose sausage, not sausage and yellow onion.
Well, how about this? It's a large half-as onion. You guys just split the other half. Forget it.
Well,
then.
here's the problem with that, and I'm gonna assume this is on you. There was
assumption.
onion on the entire pizza,
The whole pizza.
which is what happens when you make an executive decision. Like, oh yeah,
No.
I'm just gonna throw onions on it.
There's onion on the whole pizza? I said onion on half.
Well,
You only paid for half onion.
that would
I only paid for half onion.
That
He
would
wants his
as-
$2 back.
it wouldn't
Yeah,
happen
I-
if you wouldn't have interjected.
To bounce back after 3 tough losses in a row? Keep listening as we get you ready for the game right up to kickoff. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented by you local Hyundai dealers. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score, an Odyssey sports station. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants. Do it today. Saquon Barkley, 2 fourth-quarter rushing touchdowns. The Eagles get the best of the Commanders 26-18 to get Week 11 of the NFL underway. You heard it right here on The Score. The Bears in Week 11, they've got the Packers. Soldier Field, noon kick on Fox. Packers -5.5. The total 40.5 for our friends over at Circus Sports Illinois. Tonight on The Score, 6:15 pregame. The Bulls at the 13-0 Cavs. Again, the Cavs, they're an 11-point favorite. The total in this one, 237. This hour is brought to you by Cahill Heating and Cooling. Visit callcahill.com.
Our guys, this team now is to this rivalry, and you know it's another NFC North opponent, and I don't think you can ever look past that. And we always talk about the North and trying to own our division, and right now we're 0-2 versus the division, so it's a big time game.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is Matt LaFleur, the head coach of the Green Bay Packers, talking about where his team sits at this point. They are 6-3, but they've lost to both Detroit and to Minnesota in their division play, so they're going to need to win this game as much as the Bears.
It's a big one for them too.
Right.
They're 6-3, but they're 0-2 in the NFC North.
And they're coming off the bye week, and he did the same thing a year ago when they came off the bye week. They were, I believe, 3-6 when they had the bye a year ago, and they came back and fueled their playoff run by having their starters face off during the week in practice. So they come back from their bye week and they get the extra day, and they've had starters on starters. They've had their defense and all of its ability to get the turnover, Jeff Hafley's group, against the starting offense. And they've done that. They felt that it fueled them last year, and they wanted to do it again this year. So they're kind of, even though they've had the week off, they tried to address some things. And I think, David, the Bears, the Bears have been winless and useless since their bye week. They had their bye week.
Both.
And they didn't get anything
That's a good way to put
done,
it.
Right?
Useless and winless, or winless and useless.
Yes.
They've been pretty much.
They've been awful.
Everything's been pointless since. And they have been touchdownless.
Now I've got ennui.
But it's a good point to remember that as big of a game as this is for the Bears, it's not as if the Packers can afford to lose it or they will be taking it lightly. They're not looking past the Bears, and nobody should expect because the Bears come in on a 3-game losing streak, the Packers are going to say, well, we're going to take for granted we're going to win another game in a series we're dominating. They will be ready, and they will be prepared mentally, physically, and otherwise. And I think that is, bad news for the Bears because you would like to see them maybe looking ahead a little bit or whatever, but they can't afford to lose this game because, as you point out, 2 losses in the division that they want to still win, and they still can win. I think the Lions are going to be difficult to beat, but if you're playing for second place, they still can finish ahead of the Vikings, and that's why this game matters as much as it does to the Packers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I think the Lions are going to win the division, but
Lions are going to win the NFC.
Yeah, I
Right
think
now.
that looks that way right now. But there's twists and turns. I mean, we're only at the midway point of the season, just over actually.
I just can't believe how impressive the Green Bay Packers are. Like I know it's the Packers and the Bears, and to compliment the team in the rivalry is bad form, or people cringe when they hear it. But when you look at historically, we talked about it early in the week, how good Matt LaFleur has done in this series and the kind of start he's off to as a head coach. I know a lot of it is Aaron Rodgers, but Mully, Ditka, LaFleur, Bud Grant, Mike McCarthy, those are the 4 winningest coaches in the NFC North in terms of winning percentage. That's good company to keep. He's won 10 in a row in this series. He's never lost to the Bears. And he comes in Sunday. We talk about his play calling prowess. This is a power football team. This is a team that's going to run it down your throats and like it. And so I think there's so many different ways they can beat you. That to me is impressive because you think of the Packers as being this fancy finesse team with a good quarterback and all the receivers, but they have Josh Jacobs and he's a problem.
What's funny is you think about Aaron Rodgers when he was there, and he didn't seem to really like the flower, didn't seem to get along with him very much. And don't you wonder? I mean, they brought in Robert Saleh as a consultant, and I would imagine those 2 guys are great friends, right? Saleh, I believe, was his.
They shoveled
best
snow together
man,
in Brian Kelly's driveway.
Yeah. But I wonder if they sit down over a beer and talk about like
what a jerk Aaron Rodgers is. Well, this one time, this one meeting, you wouldn't believe what he said to me.
Yeah, that's nothing. Don't you think that?
Don't you hate the way he rolls his eyes when you talk to him?
Isn't that a shared experience as well?
I think so.
For a couple of guys who've known each other,
I think it's got to be. They know that they now can compare Aaron Rodgers' dismissiveness and Brian Kelly's.
Yeah.
Who's more arrogant? Well, I don't know.
So they were at Cincinnati with Brian Kelly. Is that it?
No, they were at Central Michigan.
I'm here with my family.
They were at Central Michigan,
that's
and as the story goes,
Cajun.
yes, that's before he went Cajun, and he was still a relatively unknown head coach, and those 2 guys were on his staff, and they were invited to the staff Christmas party, and they thought that it was a great thing. They haven't arrived. They're going to the party. They got there, and they were shoveling snow off the driveway and letting people in and out and parking cars, essentially, because they were graduate assistants, as the story goes. It's a funny story.
I know, but how big a Christmas party can Brian Kelly have at Central Michigan, right? I'm just wondering.
Why must you
all the hoi
diss
polloi
the
of Central
MAC?
Michigan? How am I dissing the MAC? I'm dissing Brian Kelly.
Small time, small mid-major conference. Yeah.
Where is Central Michigan?
Mount Pleasant. Mount Pleasant. They're the Chippewas.
That explains everything. Mount Not So Pleasant.
I've had some long days in Mount Pleasant. I remember it well. But yeah, Central Michigan is right in smack dab middle of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. Long way to get there.
Yeah.
That's
a fun story.
Yeah.
It's a good shared experience. A couple of guys, young coaches, and they, wound up with pretty good careers. Robert Saleh was very good when he was with Shanahan.
Don't you wonder what his role
San
is?
Francisco. I don't think he really has a role. I think Jeff Hafley has been brought in and is a young coach who's doing a real good job with the defense. I think it's more professional friend type thing.
I look at the Packers with admiration only because of the way that they are winning.
Mhm.
And I like the way that defensively they have created their own luck by creating these takeaways. That's what good defenses do. They come at you, they attack the quarterback, and they take advantage of balls when they're thrown your way, and they catch him, Xavier McKinney. He leads the NFL in picks with 6, and I think this is a good defense that's become more aggressive with Hafley, and that's an indicator of what you can expect on Sunday. Likewise, we talk all the time in Chicago. You got to establish the run. Biggsy said it again this morning. You got to establish the run. You know what the Packers do? They establish the run.
Yeah.
They've got a fancy play caller, one of the best. They've got Jordan Love with his arm talent, and they still lean on the run. Mully, 1,393 rushing yards. That's what the Packers have through 9 games. Wow. It's the most they have had through 9 games since 2003.
Wow.
This is a team dedicated to establishing the run. They've had 2 games where they've had more than 175 or more rushing yards without a sack. That's protecting the passer. This is an efficient team, and as much as we want to say, and all the jokes are great, and they are the Packers in Chicago, you've got to respect the way they play.
It's a great organization, and believe it or not, coaches love being in Green Bay because there aren't a lot of distractions. There's just football. When I think of a coaching staffs in Green, I think of like John Gruden trying to ride his bike to work in 4 feet of snow. He was famously always rode his bicycle. It didn't matter how bad things got. But that's the kind of thing that has gone on forever up there, dating back to Holmgren and some of those great staffs that they had, and Andy Reid worked there, and
Mooch.
All the
Steve Mariucci, yeah.
All those guys. It's just I think for years we wondered if in Chicago you could ever the field's bad and it gets cold, and it doesn't matter. You don't need a dome to be able to throw the football. They managed to do it up there, and they managed to produce professional offense, and it's kind of a drag that you can go from Favre to Rodgers and now Love, and meanwhile the Bears are busy screwing up their own.
The Bears got
pick.
their franchise quarterback, so we said, and now they're midway through his first season, and they are trying hard to change that arc.
And they're trying hard to change coordinators.
Let me ask you this. So as we get ready for Bears-Packers, and we all picked the Packers, naturally.
Yep.
Do the Bears have an advantage? If they do, where? What is the advantage that they would cling to or point to, say, well, we can win this game? We talked about the path and what they need to do with Caleb Williams, but when you match up, do they have an advantage at any matchup point? I don't know if they actually do.
They have the advantage of surprise. I don't think anyone expects them to win.
Well, the element of surprise does matter.
Yes.
I think they have a better kicker.
They have a better punter.
Probably a better punter.
The punter had a bad game, by the way, last week.
Yeah, he had a 19-yard punt.
Well, you know why?
Why?
Because all of the wretched horribleness around him is
Why
finally impacted him.
why must you make excuses for your punter?
He doesn't need my help.
You just got it.
The guy he's got a golden leg.
I thought you were going to tell me because of the wind. Thank you, Jed Hoyer.
No,
the wind does blow in Chicago.
Yeah, it's not the wind.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with the wind. It has to do with, just when you're part of a losing program, it can impact you.
Too much bear stink on him now?
No, they have succeeded in ruining the one perfect element they had.
Is he better at his job than anybody else on the Bears?
I would have said that before last week, but I don't know. Now that I see him, he seems suddenly mortal. The kryptonite that is the Chicago
Jaylen Johnson's
Bears.
pretty darn good at his job.
Jaylen Johnson is a very good player. I would have said to you, if we were talking, I would think that Montez Sweat was the best player on the Bears.
I'm going to say something that sounds really silly, but I'm disappointed in his season.
It's not silly.
Okay.
I'm not arguing.
I don't want to say that I'm questioning anything about him except for I've been disappointed in his season.
Well, I mean, you're right to be. It's fair. I think though that he has been injured most of his season. I think that there have been little ticky-tack things and little bad elements that have happened.
He got spiked, right?
He didn't just get spiked. He missed a game. They called it a puncture in his shin.
Puncture wound.
I don't know how you get a puncture in your shin, and I've had my shins. Basically, people have come at me with carpenter planes. That's how my shins.
How did you avoid getting your shin punctured when you were a soccer player?
Well, you wore shin guards, everyone wore shin guards. But I had some bad shin injuries over the years, even with shin guards on, because things happen. Funny things happen when you're getting down on the ground and people are stomping and twisting and etc. No.
We digress. So
no, but I do. I'm dead serious. I think you can have bad injuries like that. The weird injuries. I don't know how you get it playing football. I don't know how that happened. I don't know how he missed a game. But they're describing it now as an ankle, right? It's not a shin. It's an ankle.
Well, it seems like it could be related.
Yeah. I don't know what his problem is what I'm saying. But the very fact that he's struggling, and how many weeks has he practiced full time? Right?
I don't think many at all.
And I also thought they would get him more help.
Daryl Taylor's the guy that's been on the injured list a lot. We look at the injury report every week.
Supposedly coming back this week.
Well, Daryl Taylor's somebody they need because he needs to take the pressure off. Austin Booker has flashed at times. You know, when you notice Austin Booker the most is when he's chasing a play from the backside.
Because he's fast.
He's very fast, and he does make those kind of plays. I don't see him as active or as noticeable at the point of attack.
No, he's not a point of attack guy. He's a spin guy, and he has some big-time moves with that. But he's a finisher because of his speed. The problem is that scouting term, he's light in the arse.
Yeah.
So he's not a very good.
Well, that's why he dropped to the fifth round.
Exactly. He dropped to the fifth round because he is a pass rush specialist, but that's what his role was in college. He wasn't an everyday starter. He was a specialist, pass rush specialist. So it'd be nice to see him do some stuff. I think he's got a future. I'm not.
Yeah, I think so.
I think he's going to be okay.
The Bears, unfortunately, are in a position to need him more than they should this year.
Right.
And they never wanted to be in that spot.
No, they didn't.
They wanted their defense to be where he is a contributor, a spot player, but Taylor's injury combined with Billings' injury, combined with a lot of different things, and Sweat's maybe inconsistency.
Billings, to lose your defensive tackle and your safety, that's going to really impact your run defense. That's not. I mean, the strong safety aids in the running game because he steps up and stops people.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that they can't still do that, but they can't do it in the way they were doing it. And the defensive tackle obviously was their best run stuffer on their line. He has a different body shape than everyone else. So when Andrew Billings went down, that hurts. So you've had basically an injured Montez Sweat.
Yes.
Billings now out for the year, and you've lost your safety.
Let me ask you a question
Doesn't
about
mean
Billings.
You can't play defense, but that's going to
it makes it harder to be a dominant defense.
You're not going to play it as you
we
want
came
to.
into this season,
I agree.
And one thing we mostly assumed, most of us did, that the Bears had top 10 defense, potentially top 5.
Yes, we talked.
And we use the word elite a lot. We talk about what they had in terms of talent. Without these guys, they're not elite, and I'm not even sure they're a top 10 defense. Because what happens with Andrew Billings leaves the lineup, it not just affects the plays that he made, but the plays that he allowed others to make.
Yeah.
And when you talk about Tremaine Edmonds maybe being Velcro on some running plays and not being able to get off blocks, it's related to the absence of Andrew Billings in the middle of everything. So his ability to keep blockers off of Tremaine Edmonds is significant. And I think when you watch the Bears, he needs to be more visible. And you talk about a guy that can control a game, I'd like to see that, but we don't talk about him as much, even though he makes all the money. But I think we don't talk about him being in a position to dominate the way I think a lot of us would like to see him dominate.
That's a very astute comment, frankly. Is Kenny Clark playing in this game? He's on the injury list, right?
He's on the injury list. I wonder about that because he's a guy that could wreck your game plan in a hurry.
He's that interior force that could You're absolutely right. Could ruin a game plan.
He's a guy he reminds you of back in the day, BJ Raji. Remember him?
Yes.
He was in the middle of so many Packer defenses. The NFC Championship game comes to mind when we're recounting Bears-Packers matchups of the last 25 years. His name popped up. I'm like, oh, that was you. What was he like? He's like Kenny Clark is now.
And Kenny Clark's one of these guys that, I don't want to be unfair in the way I say it, but he's the kind of guy that will roll on your quarterback.
Yes.
He won't just hit
He's got a little nasty.
He'll get
But you don't mind that in that guy.
675-pound frame.
He's not that big.
And try to crush a man.
He's sort of big. Maybe
he's a big
475. Not 675.
I may have been
675 might be
fact.
Guinness Book of World Records
Yeah.
type of guy.
They have to, what they do is, I don't know if you ever watch them play much, but they have to bring a crane in and they just pick him up like you're taking a beast man out of his house and they throw him at the quarterback.
Well, if they bring a crane in on Sunday, Kevin Warren will be very pleased to see the cranes. See the cranes! The cranes are here. We're going to build. No, I think Kenny Clark is a really good example of what you get when you see somebody who has great size, pretty good technique, and a lot of nasty.
Yeah. I just don't want any of those guys falling on the quarterback.
No, you don't want that to happen, or any player. And then you don't want DJ Moore getting an ankle rolled by running a jet sweep and Kenny Clark being late to the pile and falling on everybody.
Yeah, that's what he does.
So stay away from the jet sweep, Thomas Brown.
Well, you can run a jet sweep, just who you're running it with and how you.
Not DJ Moore. No more of that.
Yeah, I'm not arguing.
No more.
Yeah. Listen,
if you were going to do a play like that,
Yeah.
how about one of those? We used to call it 30. I think it was 38G load, and the tight end would come across, and then you would throw it. You would throw it to the tight end, and the tight end would get that shovel pass
You
in
just
the A gap.
buried their chances to win the playoff game tonight.
You just gave away York's favorite play.
No, I said we used to run it.
Oh,
we didn't run anything that was any good.
38G
Thanks to
load.
Coach Grau.
38G load. What was your responsibility on a 38G load?
The person lined up in front of me, move him.
Okay. So you had to move the load. How often did you do that consistently?
He just blamed his coach that he couldn't do it.
Coach Killer over here.
Well,
Coach Killer Dustin Rhodes.
It was a particularly decent play against the three.
Fighter 2Y banana.
Yes. So he got a new job, right?
Yeah. John Gruden.
It's not coach.
Bigsy was right.
It's not calling plays for the Bears.
Bigsy heard a rumor that Gruden was getting a new job.
Yeah, he did.
It was just a Bleacher Report.
Barstool.
Barstool, I'm sorry.
Close enough.
Whichever.
One of those places.
I apologize.
Careful.
Hey, I don't want to start a thing with Barstool.
Careful.
I love those guys.
John Gruden, great man.
I love Chicago Billy and all the crew. Big Cat, all those guys.
All those guys. Yeah,
Yes.
Got some good coffee, I heard.
Don't drag me into it.
They do.
Fellow Blue.
They do. That's tremendous coffee.
I
Ask
love
Pat
that.
Hughes and
What's the guy's
Coomer.
Portnoy? That guy went to Vito and Nick's on his pizza tour. Anybody that's doing that kind of homework, my
Also,
favorite pizza place.
he's going to finance Michigan's next quarterback.
Yeah, God bless him. Did you see that?
Yes.
Michigan is buying back a quarterback for like $20 million or something. Was it $10.1 million? They're going to pay to this kid that left Michigan and went to LSU, and now they're trying to buy him back.
Yep.
NIL. That stuff used to be done under the table.
I know.
I don't know that I like hearing about it. Can't you please do that in the back room like you used to?
I don't have a problem with the corruption, but just don't make it so overt.
Exactly. It just feels
It was
wrong.
much more fun, right?
Yeah.
When it was kind of, secret alley, suitcases full of money.
This
Mom
formalizing-
got
yeah.
a new Lexus. Dad got a new job. Those
New
kind of
tractor.
days. Yeah.
Grody time is next. Mully and Haugh on the score.
The Bernstein and Harris Show, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on 670 The Score.
And there are all kinds of admissions that the Hail Mary has carried over exactly as we speculated. The reason that play will be remembered forever in Bears lore. The further we get from it and the more we learn about the reverberations, it did cause them to lose the game.
One year, Bob called in to talk about his New Year's celebration.
It's pretty good.
All right, but you had there's like a New Year's party where you are?
Yeah, I went to New Year's Eve party. I kept my horn and that. So I won a scarf the other day, New Year's Eve, because we had a party. You had to guess Muhammad Ali's birthday. So.
And you won a scarf?
Huh?
You said you...
He was born 1942 of the year.
All right, you still have your New Year's Eve horn?
Mm-hmm.
Can we hear it?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Did you know Benjamin Franklin was born, I think it was July 17th of January in 1770, not 1775, that was too close to when they wrote this.
Yeah, he'd be very young.
I think it was 1700, maybe closer to 1796 or something. Well, anyway.
Okay. Do you still have the horn?
Yeah, Elvis is coming up next
Yes,
Wednesday.
he
It's
is.
his birthday.
Yeah, I want to hear.
79.
I want to hear the New Year's horn. Do you have it?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Huh?
Let's hear it.
What, Elvis?
The horn.
Porn?
Not porn.
You New Year's Eve horn left, Bob?
Yeah.
Is it in the room with you?
Yeah.
Can you blow it for us? You pardon the expression?
Oh, I got. Mo, Larry, curly cheese.
That's not it.
You put the chair back.
That's just not it.
All right, Bob. I hope you have a fabulous New Year. And
Yeah.
okay.
Sound like you had fun.
Yeah.
I didn't remember that. Yeah, we just kind of, it was always just sort of not quite hooking up right. And I know we always get a kick out of the Ron G stuff, so let's revisit.
I was wondering about Jamarja. He was, last I heard, he was supposed to go to the Marlins. He didn't go anywhere yet, huh?
No,
not yet.
That's the lack of trying.
Maybe middle of the season by the trade deadline they'll move him.
Well, put Chris on for a minute.
Chris?
Is Chris busy?
Chris Ranji?
I want to wish Chris a Happy New Year.
No, he's not busy. He's right here. Chris
He's right
Ranji
here.
is available.
Oh,
Hi,
he's
Bob.
Too busy.
There he is.
I'm never too busy for you. How are you?
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Bob.
Hey, Happy New Year.
Same to you.
How do the White Sox look for this coming year?
Oh, you don't want to know.
Hmm?
You don't want to know, Bob.
No?
No, you don't want to know.
No?
I'll tell you in 2 months.
Okay.
How's that sound?
Happy New Year.
Same to you. Love you. Just hang
We
up
hung
on
up
you.
Ranji Bob.
Sorry, guys.
Well, you're coming. I don't feel bad now.
Sorry about that.
Because he did not pay a lick of attention to Bernstein, which is fine. And not a lick of attention in that entire call. And then he pretty much just missed you. He wanted to say hi and then just goodbye. I'm gone.
And these calls happen in the middle of anything.
They've lost 10 in a row against the Packers. The last time the Bears beat the Packers, I was on the sideline interviewing Tariq Cohen because the Bears won the division in 2018 at the end of that year. And then there's been a slow slide of the Bears since. I mean, that was the beginning of the end of the Ryan Pace, Matt Nagy era, when it just kind of declined a little bit. Obviously, you have the double doink, and then everything just spins out of control, and now here we are today. But a win would go a long way. And, if they do beat the Packers because of how good this team is, then you start to look at that rough schedule, and you say, maybe the Bears can be competitive, or maybe they can win some of those. So that's my positive spin, even though I have picked the Packers to win the game on Sunday.
This segment with Mark Grody is brought to you by Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. For all the right reasons, call 866 Four Seasons. Mark, that's an interesting point that you make. That listen, we know the league. You win 3 in a row, and then you lose 3 in a row. And if they somehow get this game, maybe they can win 3 in a row and 3 unlikely wins in a row. But I just think that the more I go over it and the more I go back to it, they have done a terrible job in the division. They have done a worse job with Green Bay than any team in the division. You feel like they could split with Minnesota, maybe. I'm talking about going into the year. You feel like they could maybe win one or at least be competitive in one of the two against Detroit. But you're befuddled at how they're going to beat Green Bay. The Packers have had their number since the flower got there.
The flower, yes. Matt LaFleur, who, by the way, Jaylen Johnson, very complimentary of the flower yesterday, and has been in the past. He seems to really like the cut of his jib and the way he does business. This would all be fine. I mean, we knew this, Mully, coming into this season, how good this, well, maybe not necessarily Minnesota, but we knew the division was going to be jam-packed this year. What we didn't know was that the Bears were not going to hold up their end of the bargain when they got to this point. I mean, a lot of us, being asked questions at the beginning of the year, can the Bears, who's the best quarterback in the division? And I thought Caleb Williams was in the picture for sure for potentially being that guy, and that the Bears would be in a competitive place at this point. I didn't think it was going to be easy. And even when things were going well for the Bears, I still said the Detroit is better, Green Bay is better, Minnesota might be better. But again, coming back to my point, we did not know that the Bears were going to hit this road bump that they've hit. Now, the last time they struggled so mightily this year was after that Indianapolis game. They did win 3 straight games. Those, of course, were lesser opponents, and it's fair to point that out. Rams, Jacksonville, and Carolina is a pretty easy row of teams. What they have coming up, Minnesota, at Detroit, at San Francisco, ain't so easy. So I don't know that you could just look at it and say, oh, it could be a similar situation.
This segment from Mark Grody is brought to you by your local Ford dealers. Shop now at buyfordnow.com. It's been a loud week, Mark. What has been the thing that has echoed the loudest in your head? Somebody said something, somebody did something. What will you remember most about this week?
Oh, I think the very precise debunking of, or I don't know if debunking is the right word, when Cole Kmet came out and said he heard, basically volunteered to it. Well, not volunteered, but we kind of set him up for it. But he knew what we were talking about when we were asking about full support of Caleb Williams in the locker room, and the report that had gotten out that there were a couple players who were asking for maybe Tyson Bagent to be the quarterback, and you sit Caleb Williams down, and basically Cole Kmet said, that's just preposterous. He did say, hey, when things are going poorly, lots of things get sprayed out there. But I think that the underlying questions about Caleb Williams, while I don't know if it's fair or unfair, to me, even with the firing of the offensive coordinator and the hiring of Thomas Brown, that's been the most interesting stuff, or maybe disturbing stuff, just because of who I think Caleb Williams is and what I think he's going to be, and that is great on all accounts. But clearly there's a little bit of wonderment in terms of where Caleb Williams is, where he is going, because quite frankly, he has struggled pretty badly in the last 3 weeks. So that's the biggest thing that I think that I've taken away from all of this, even with everything going on. It still comes back to Caleb Williams.
Well, it does, and I think that it is preposterous because they couldn't do something like that. You can't bench the guy. You can't. What you got to do, and I hope it starts this week, is maybe take some of the decision-making off the plate. Maybe don't have him getting to call his plays at the line of scrimmage, or have him run some plays. Figure out how to run the football. Figure out how to do some things without relying on the quarterback to read everything. And I wonder, can you think of what they do best on offense? If I asked you, what is the signature element of this team? What do they do best, and what can they do and repeat and wash and do again?
Yeah, no, there's nothing repeatable, Mully. I mean, it comes in spurts. I mean, sometimes, I thought maybe after the Jacksonville game that, the downfield passing game is there, and it's really occurring. At times, DeAndre Swift looks good, and the running game looks good. But no, I'm not going to sit here and just go through all this stuff. No, you're right, Mully. There is not a consistent, established identity on this team as of yet.
How can you get to that point in an NFL season?
It's crazy. You're how many games in? You are midway through your season, and 9 games in, and your signature is invisible ink.
Well, and I guess we'll find out how bad
you can't. What? You're right. You can't name one thing.
No, I can't. And I was going to just give like a bogus hand, but I'm not going to.
You go bogus.
Go bogus. Go rogue, Grody. Go rogue.
Ramble on. I don't know. Throwing to Roma Dunze. He's at a couple 100-yard games.
Oh,
maybe
keep rambling.
Maybe that's their ramble on. Maybe that's their identity. But I just really quickly, too, in terms of, I thought about that. Like, could Caleb Williams benefit from just a game off where they say, okay, you take a game off and then the next game you're going to play? And then I thought, wait a minute, that's ridiculous. That would cause just so much noise from all of us, from everybody in the locker room, especially if Bajan was to have a good game. That would, no matter what, would do more harm than good at this point to bench your quarterback. And as far as simplifying too, Mully, you were talking about the stuff at the line. I'm also conflicted on that at this point. Yeah. You are 4-5. It's going to be a rugged road to the playoffs. Do we really want to start taking development plates off of his table at this point? Because, no matter what, some of these pains that he's going through may be hugely beneficial when he arrives at training camp next year. And I hate that I just said next year, but the Bears are 4-5 in a rugged division. Right. So make him into a pro quarterback, which the Bears have been doing, even if it looks ugly at this point. And hopefully Thomas Brown can reveal some better things about this offense.
Mark will let you go just on the way out and quickly. Who do you think they'll fire next week, and which player gets cut?
Let's see. If the Bears lose, if they get trounced this week, and they don't score, they don't have a touchdown drive. Bye-bye, Thomas Brown. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Wow.
Appreciate it. No,
I can't wait to see what Jaylen Johnson has to say about that.
Oh, man. But, sir, you're so competitive. What the hell does that have to do with anything?
What did you call me? I called you competitive.
Oh, you're a handsome man. Yes,
you're a great man. Bless you, sir.
Thanks, Mark.
Bless you too. Bye,
See you
guys.
Sunday.
That's Mark Grody. Always fun to talk to him, even under these circumstances.
Last time Bears beat the Packers, he referenced it. You know who scored the first touchdown for the Bears? Jordan Howard.
Wow. Okay, now you got
December 16th, 2018.
Well, I mean, and he mentioned Tariq Cohen. That's who he talked to after the game. He
scored the second touchdown.
Who's had a better career since that game? Wow. The Bears or Tariq?
Grody.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
What does that got to do with my competitiveness?
Immediately after the Chicago-Green Bay game, turn on the Score for the Great Clips postgame show, starring Chicago football legend Olin Cruz, long-snapping Iron Man Patrick Manning.
I mean, the play calling and the player execution was outstanding. As good as you're going to see all year long.
Stefanski's awfully good.
Absolutely. And the players were tuned into it. Oh, man, what do we got? Icy Light Mango? Come on.
I did bring in.
They're not making this in Pittsburgh. I got to see where this is.
Oh, you bet.
It is Pittsburgh, Iron City. You know what? I'm going to text the president of Iron City Beer as soon as I leave here.
Text him right now.
Text him right now.
Call him right now.
And I'm going to see if Tony see if he's with.
Yeah, you text him right now because there
those
is
who
a
don't know-
bottle of red that I brought.
He's not
for
the
Dave.
president, but he's got a lot of clout.
Dave
Chris.
loves Iron City Light. He likes it over ice. It's his Pittsburgh beer of choice. He doesn't like fruit beers. He didn't know there was an Icy Light Mango, and he's now disgusted.
Don't worry, Coach. We got that right at the Giant Eagle in the flats.
Oh, on the flats. I love it. The South Side. I love it. The flats. Perfect. Should I call Tony and see if he answers?
Well, you're not on your cell phone, Dave. We won't be able to hear him.
Won't be able to
fine.
patch him in.
You'll be here, put on speakerphone right by the mic.
All
That's
right,
no problem.
Fine. Yeah,
Give it a
call,
shot.
call Tony.
I got him on speaker. Let me just see if Tony answers.
But the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet.
That's voicemail.
All right. So, Dave,
I'm going to text him and see if he gets back, and then I'll get him to call me.
all right, good, because you're appalled by this, right? This is an Iron City Light with fruit in it, and you like it straight up over ice.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Go ahead. Keep talking. I can text and talk.
Can you? Yeah.
Dave's reaching for a paper towel. He's off the mic.
Forget about his football point for a second. This is his beer from his childhood. He's been drinking this since the coal mines in like 6th grade. He's told the story 1,000 times. Have a sip of your beloved Icy Light with mango in it, and I want you to tell me if you're disgusted by a little fruit in your beer.
Yes. Okay. I got to find out who recommended this. Honest to God. I mean, we're talking about Pittsburgh.
I know.
Right?
I know.
We're talking about the Steel City.
I know.
You're appalled.
What kind of metal forging could you do when you drink a couple of these? Huh?
I wonder if I went into Yarsky's bar on the south side after I worked night shift at J&L Steel when I was going to Pitt, and I walked in there and I said, "Can I have an Icy Light Mango?" when the bar is 7 deep with steel workers, you can't even see their eyes. Everybody's got the soot on them.
Right.
They got the hard hats backwards.
Yeah.
What do you think? No, better. I'll yell it from the back of the bar.
Yeah.
Hey, Danny, you got an Icy Light Mango there?
Yeah.
You're not coming out alive.
Right.
There's no way. Your ass is kicked 3 times before the front door.
And fired.
And fired. Yeah, you can't go back to those mills ever again. Why would you want to?
Mango? I mean, the play calling and the player execution was outstanding. As good as you're going to see all year long.
Stefanski's awfully good.
Absolutely. And the players were tuned into it. Oh, man, what do we got? Icy Light Mango? Come on.
I did bring in.
They're not making this in Pittsburgh. I got to see where this is.
Oh, you bet.
It is.
Well, you kind of watch the tape. Not all rookies are the same, right? You can say you're just going to go be aggressive and blitz a rookie the whole game, and sometimes that doesn't work. You watch the tape, you see what he's been good against, you see what they've had success with, and then you get a feel for it when you go in the game. I can't give you away my secrets for how we're going to attack them this week, but it's an internal battle sometimes. There's a lot of internal battles, and sometimes you just got to keep your cool and see how it unfolds. But we'll have a good plan for them, and we'll adjust accordingly to how everything unfolds.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. That's Jeff Hafley. He is the defensive coordinator of the Green Bay Packers, and he's talking about what you do against a rookie quarterback, what you do against a guy like Caleb Williams. I think we all know what teams have done.
Yes.
And I think I know what they're going to do.
Pressure.
They pressure 25% of the time.
Pressure.
I would imagine it'd be closer to 45.
I think they will. That's why it's important to get rid of the ball quickly. That's why we heard from Kerry Joseph and Thomas Brown, the rhythm passing, the timing routes, the things that you run, basically pick plays to get guys open, scheme guys open, 7 yards at a time. You don't have to think big every single down. You don't have to hit the home run. You know what Caleb Williams needs to think? Manufacturing runs. Play a little bit of small ball and hit the down and out, hit the quick slant, hit the tight end. Do the things that move the chains. Do the things that combat that pressure with a smart, intelligent passing game.
Walk, steal second, long fly ball.
Get hit by a pitch.
There you go.
Steal a base.
Yeah.
Small ball. Jeff Hafley is fascinating to me.
Okay.
Can I tell you why? Because I know it sounds like this is the Packer admiration hour.
Oh, my gosh.
But I have to say this. Jeff Hafley was a head coach at a Power 5 program, Boston College.
Yes.
With a proud football tradition.
Yep.
Doug Flutie, Tom Waddle.
I didn't know he coached Flutie.
Tom Coughlin, David Gordon. Dustin knows what that name means. The guy that kicked the field goal that beat Notre Dame, Boston College. He left Boston College as a head coach for the Green Bay Packers to be the defensive coordinator. Says a lot about the state of college football, but it also says, wow, this guy's a pretty accomplished football guy. So this is why I think part of the reason the Packers are as good defensively as they are. He is a very good coordinator, pushing the right buttons.
Yeah, and again, I think I wish things were more complicated. I wish when you came to play the Bears, you were kind of like, well, we could blitz, but oh no.
Can't do that because he's going to beat us. Can't do that because they're going to pop a screen pass to a guy because they run screen passes so well. Oh, can't do that because DeAndre Swift is going to be. No. Because as you just said and pointed out correctly in the previous segment, the Bears have no identity. They are faceless and nameless as an offense 9 games into this season.
And I'm not against DeAndre Swift. I think he's had a pretty good year, all things considered. He's just I can't help but feel, and I'm talking about after watching the Giants lose Saquon Barkley, and they were afraid that the Bears were the team and the Bears were interested. And then watching Barkley again last night, you watch that game where all of a sudden, here's Washington. They're going to go for it on 4th and 2, and guess what? They don't get it, and what happens then? Barkley takes over the game. They stop him on the 4th down try, and then they have Barkley. And I think to myself, even if you're going into this game and you're thinking Barkley's going to jump over guys backwards.
Oh, I know. That guy.
There's nothing really there that I say – the Bears are going to be able to do this. The Bears are going to be able to do that.
You don't have Barkley. Why you got to rub it in? It's not like any of us were clamoring for him during free agency.
Maybe we were. Come to think of it.
He's got 1,000 yards. I know that doesn't mean what it used to, but look at the schedule. That was our 10th game. He's got 1,000 yards. This guy is as dynamic as any running back in the NFL and having a great year.
All right, we're going to bring in Wayne Larrivee. We're going to bring in the former voice of the Bears, now the voice of the Packers. How long has he been with Green Bay? 20 years, maybe? So we'll talk to Wayne. We'll get his take on how they're improving. I'm very curious as to what they did a year ago. You tried to lay that out as a plan for the Bears to have Caleb Williams become Jordan Love. That'd be great if that could happen.
Yeah.
We'll talk to Wayne about what he's seeing and what he's expecting, and it's going to be a difficult game for the Bears on Sunday. I think we all realize that, and we will be right back on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
I mean, this thing from Keenan Allen yesterday, talking about where it went wrong for Shane Waldron.
Just thought he's too nice of a guy.
That's incredible. That is a vet telling you that right from the get-go. And he wasn't here for some of the OTAs because he's a vet, and he didn't even have to be here. But as soon as he showed up, he looked around and was like, what the hell is happening here?
The Spiegel and Holmes.
From the 630, which one of you guys has been smacked or punched in the face most recently?
Who are these people?
Like Chris Rock. Ray said he's got a story. Ray said he has a story about getting smacked or punched in the face most
smacked in the face. What did Will Smith do to you?
Okay, so I was punched in the face. This was like, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago.
Okay.
I was working at an auto parts store, and I got sucker punched. And my jaw got fractured because I didn't see it coming. I had to get my mouth wired like Kanye West. I couldn't eat for the whole summer. I was on like Kanye West, Insure for breakfast, all that whole thing, liquid diet, man. It sucked.
What'd you do to deserve it?
Nothing. I worked at an auto parts store as a cashier.
So did you sell some bad windshield wipers?
No, the guy came in for like a Sprite on a hot May day, almost June. And I thought it was weird.
Give the man a Sprite. Give him a Sprite.
He didn't say anything. He gave me $2. I had to turn away because that's the way the registers were set up. Had to turn away, put the money in the register, sucker punched.
That is so terrible.
Wait,
Ruined my summer.
I don't understand. What was the end game? Did he take money? Or
he ran out. He took this is the end of the story.
Took the Sprite?
He took the whole till, and ran out the store.
Oh, I see.
That's a robbery.
Yeah, that's
my son. Yes.
Some call that a robbery.
I like to punch
him in his face.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I like to punch
Didn't
him in
even
his
take
face.
the Sprite, man.
Oh, man. No, the Sprite was a ruse, Ray.
It was.
Yeah. I think
And it was for less than $200.
it sounds like that might still be able to happen to you if you don't realize that it wasn't about the Sprite, man.
Oh, I know.
Through the wire. I'm so sorry. Wow.
That's the Diaz difference. If I've ever seen
I was really hoping Ray did something that earned it, but no, not likely.
Oh, man. That is amazing. That makes the whole week of radio worthwhile.
From the 630, which one of you guys has been smacked or punched in the face most recently?
Who are these people?
Like Chris Rock. Ray said he's got a story. Ray said he has a story about getting smacked or punched in the face
Getting
most
smacked in the face. What did Will Smith do to you?
Okay, so I was punched in the face. This was like, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago.
Okay.
I was working at an auto parts store, and I got sucker punched, and my jaw got fractured because I didn't see it coming. I had to get my mouth wired like Kanye West. I couldn't eat for the whole summer. I was on like Kanye West, Insure for breakfast, all that whole thing, liquid diet, man. It sucked.
What'd you do to deserve it?
Nothing. I worked at an auto parts store as a cashier.
So did you sell some bad windshield wipers?
No, the guy came in for like a Sprite on a hot May day, almost June. And I thought it was
Give the
weird.
man a Sprite. Give him a Sprite.
He didn't say anything. He gave me $2. I had to turn away because that's the way the registers were set up. Had to turn away, put the money in the register, sucker punched.
That is so terrible.
Wait,
Ruined my summer.
I don't
man.
understand. What was the end game? Did he take money? Or
He ran out. He took this is the end of the story.
Took the Sprite?
He took the whole till, and ran out the store.
Oh, I see.
that's a robbery.
Yeah, that's
my son. Yes.
Some call that a robbery.
I like to punch him in his face.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I like to punch
Didn't
him in
even
his
take
face.
the Sprite, man.
Oh, man. No, the Sprite was a ruse, Ray.
It was.
Yeah, I think
And it was for less than $200.
it sounds like that might still be able to happen to you if you don't realize that it wasn't about the Sprite, man.
Oh, I know.
Through the wire. I'm so sorry. Wow.
That's the Diaz difference. If I've ever seen
I was really hoping Ray did something that earned it, but no, not likely.
Oh, man. That is amazing. That makes the whole week of radio worthwhile.
From the 630, which one of you guys has been smacked or punched in the face most recently?
Who are these people?
Like Chris Rock. Ray said he's got a story. Ray said he has a story about getting smacked or punched in the face.
Getting smacked in the face. What did Will Smith do to you?
Okay, so I was punched in the face. This was like, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago.
Okay.
I was working at an auto parts store, and I got sucker punched, and my jaw got fractured because I didn't see it coming. I had to get my mouth wired like Kanye West. I couldn't eat for the whole summer. I was on like Kanye West, didn't show up for breakfast, all that whole thing, liquid diet, man, it sucked.
What'd you do to deserve it?
Nothing. I worked at an auto parts store as a cashier.
So did you sell some bad windshield wipers?
No, the guy came in for like a Sprite on a hot May day, almost June. And I thought it was
Give the
weird.
man a Sprite. Give him a Sprite.
He didn't say anything. He gave me $2. I had to turn away because that's the way the registers were set up. Had to turn away, put the money in the register, sucker punched.
So terrible.
Ruined my summer.
I don't understand. What was the end game? Did he take money? Or?
He ran out. He took. This is the end of the story.
Took the Sprite?
He took the till, the whole till, and ran out the store.
Oh, I see.
That's a robbery.
Yeah, that's
my son. Yes.
Some call that a robbery.
Didn't
I like to punch him in his face.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I like to punch
Didn't
him in
even
his
take
face.
the Sprite, man.
Oh man, no, the Sprite was a ruse, Ray.
It was.
Yeah, I think.
And it was for less than $200.
If it sounds like that might still be able to happen to you if you don't realize that it wasn't about the Sprite, man.
Oh, I know.
Through the wire. I'm so sorry. Wow.
That's the Diaz difference. If I've ever seen
I was really hoping Ray did something that earned it, but no, not like that.
Oh man, that is amazing. That makes the whole week of radio worthwhile.
From the 630, which one of you guys has been smacked or punched in the face most recently?
Who are these people?
Like Chris Rock. Ray said he's got a story. Ray said he has a story
Ray
about getting
Diaz
smacked or punched in the face.
Getting smacked in the face. What did Will Smith do to you?
Okay, so I was punched in the face. This was like, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago.
Okay.
I was working at an auto parts store, and I got sucker punched, and my jaw got fractured because I didn't see it coming. I had to get my mouth wired like Kanye West. I couldn't eat for the whole summer. I was on...
670 The Score, an Odyssey sports station. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by almostfreeteeth.com. Save on dental implants. Do it today. It's Friday of Bears-Packers week. Bears-Packers Sunday on the lakefront. Packers -5.5. The total is 40.5. Our friend Wayne Larrivee, the voice of the Packers, will join Mully and Haugh next. Week 11 of the NFL got underway. You heard it here on The Score last night as the Eagles took care of the Commanders 26-18. Tonight on The Score, 6:15 pregame, Bulls at the Cavs, who are 13-0 to start the season. The Blackhawks are now 6-10-1 after a loss to the Kraken out in Seattle, 3-1. And the AL Comeback Player of the Year is Garrett Crochet. That's right. College football this weekend. Number 2, Ohio State in town, taking on Northwestern at Wrigley Field. That's an 11 a.m. kick. And don't forget tonight on Netflix, Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. The Score Update Studio brought to you by almostfreeteeth.com. Save on dental implants. Do that today. And this hour is brought to you by EOC Audio, Chicagoland's leader in audio, video, networking, home automation. EOCaudio.com.
Definitely. No, we know the history of the game, and it's definitely, I think it's special to be a part of it. A rivalry that's been going on, the oldest rivalry in football. So it's very special, and I think we definitely take pride in that.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That's Jordan Love. He's happy with the way things are going, unlike anybody.
He should
Chicago.
be.
Yeah, no, he's doing
He should
okay.
be.
Hey, we are delighted to welcome in our friend Wayne Larrivee, the radio voice of the Packers, and he joins us on the Atturo hotline, your all-weather tire, Atturo.com. Wayne, good morning. How are you, buddy?
Good morning, guys. How you doing? Good to hear from you.
Yeah, always fun to talk to you. I think that the Bears have been, I mean, you wouldn't believe it. I know you've seen weeks like this, but this is just, it's been crazy since they lost in Washington. The whole season has kind of come to a screeching halt. Bears can't win again, apparently. And meanwhile, you fire the offensive coordinator. They cut a guard that didn't seem to want to play anymore. It feels like they're spinning on their axis, and maybe the whole planet could derail, for God's sake.
I mean, just go back and think about it, that Washington game. And, you know, the Hail Mary, they're leading. They come back. They struggle all day offensively. They score 2 touchdowns late. They've got the lead. They're about to go to, 5-2?
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, that Hail Mary gets completed somehow. Big part of being Tyreek Stevenson not getting back and handling his business, being the deepest of the deep back there to defend that. But, I mean, you know, since then, that one play, 17 seconds ago, 2 seconds ago, time expired when Daniel throws that pass downfield. The Bears were going to be 5-2. And I guarantee you they don't lose into the next 2 games at home. So it's just they might have lost to Arizona, but they wouldn't have lost to New England. But so it's amazing how one play can flat out turn around a season.
And yet it has. And the Bears come in, and the Packers are the opponent, and you got 2 teams headed in opposite directions. Wayne, I'm just curious, when you look at the Packers numbers, we've been talking about this morning, people tend to forget just how devoted they have been to the running game with Josh Jacobs. I was astounded to learn that this is the most rushing yards they've had through 9 games since 2003. What is it about this season that made Matt LaFleur be this dependent on the running game?
Well, we started to see it at the end of last year, and that's when Aaron Jones took off and had 5 consecutive games of 100 yards rushing, and that includes 2 playoff games. And no one in the history of the Packers, not Jim Taylor, not Paul Hornung, not any of the great backs they've had, ever did that. So this is where it kind of began with their run last season down the stretch. The Shanahan offense is rooted in running the football. That's the first thing you do if you're going to be successful in this offense. And now that they have Josh Jacobs, they've got a bell cow they can hand the football to 20 times or more in a game, and he's going to get them production. And you're exactly right about the Packers invested in the ground game. 31 rushing attempts a game. That's 9th most in the NFL, and they're averaging 154, almost 155 yards rushing per game. They're getting 5 yards a carry. So it's a huge part of what they do.
What can you tell us about their defense, specifically what Hafley has meant since coming in? And, you know, it feels like they're a lot better than they were at the beginning of last year, and part of that is the improvement on defense.
Yeah, I think so, Mully. They're 11th in points allowed, 12th in yards. They're much better against the run than they have been. They seem to rally to the football much better against the run. That has been a sore spot in Green Bay for well over a decade, since the Super Bowl team of 2010. They're not bad against the pass, but their sacks are down this year. They're not getting the kind of pressure they'd like to be getting. Their takeaways are what is really the reason they rank as high as they do defensively is their takeaways, especially early in the season. But those have kind of dried up lately. Just 2 takeaways in the last 3 games. They're still second in the NFL in takes. They're number 1 in fumble recoveries. But that's something, the pressure on the quarterback, they're 14th in sacks per pass play, middle of the pack there. And red zone defense has been a struggle. They're 20th, giving up 59% touchdowns in the red zone. Those are the areas they need to shore up if they're going to make a run like they did last year.
Wayne, can you clarify what Robert Saleh's role is, how visible or present he is in Green Bay, and how Jeff Hafley feels about this entire operation?
You know, he's been very much behind the scenes and hasn't done any press exposure or anything like that. I think he's purely a consultant, a fresh set of eyes, somebody that Matt LaFleur really trusts. And he and Hafley coached together, I believe, in San Francisco. So I don't think there's any problem there. And quite frankly, from what I understand, Saleh has done more with the offense. In other words, you know, giving the offensive staff and maybe the players kind of his idea of what the opposing defense may try to do on a given week coming up. So it's been more focused on that. I don't think he's had a whole lot, from what I understand, he's not done a whole lot in terms of saying, okay, to Jeff Hafley, well, you've got to do this, he hasn't done anything like that with the defensive side of the football.
How is Kenny Clark doing? Is he physically okay? And, that guy is obviously a monster and a guy that can create huge problems for the Bears.
Very quiet start to the season for Kenny Clark, and I will say the entire defensive front, the defensive line, that is. They've had a very quiet start so far. Kenny, no sacks. He had 7.5 last year. He was a Pro Bowl player last year, 20 tackles. He's battling a toe injury. And, guys, Kenny Clark's the kind of guy, he's going to play through injuries, okay? So he's going to be out there. You just don't know how much the injury is affecting him or not. But I do know this, and this is something that is kind of surprised all of us. The defensive line and this conversion from 3-4 to 4-3, and, it's not supposed to be that big a deal because, let's be honest, you're a 3-4 base, right? Well, how much you're playing 4-2-5 most of the time anyway in nickel. So, it's not like this is a new concept, but the defensive line has not been as effective as we thought they'd be in this defensive scheme. And Kenny's a part of that, but he's been battling a toe injury of late.
Talking with the great Wayne Larrivee, the voice of the Packers here on Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Wayne, when you look at Jordan Love and the kind of start he's off to, he has the injury, obviously, so maybe he's taken a half step backward, but the second half of last season, he was as good as any quarterback in the NFL. And obviously we're trying to look at and wonder, is Caleb Williams capable of being this year's version of Jordan Love, having a good, strong second half after a struggling first half? When you look back and reflect, where did Jordan Love turn the corner and why?
Well, it was in the middle of the season. It was in Pittsburgh. It was actually in a defeat, but you saw that, he started to have a better feel and command for the offense and the huddle. And then it just kind of accelerated from there. It's not like he or they were perfect down the stretch, but they were very good down the stretch, and this offense took off. This year, to be honest with you guys, I don't feel like Jordan Love has really gotten into a rhythm. The first game against Philadelphia, he was okay, forced one interception, got hurt late in the ball game, last play or two of the game, misses the next two games, comes back, he's not 100%, kind of trudges through it, and just as you think he's getting up to speed, suffers a groin injury, misses the second half, virtually the entire second half of the Jacksonville game, and then the following week comes back and plays against Detroit, and in a bad weather conditions, that type of thing. I don't feel we haven't seen him get into a rhythm yet with this offense, and so it'll be interesting to see if they can, number one, he's healthy now, if they can keep him healthy, and can this offense take off from where they are. They're not bad, but they're living on the big plays. They're living on big plays, and that's why their yardage is good, their points per game is good, all these other things, but the situational football has not been as good. Third downs and red zone have really been areas of concern.
It's interesting because the red zone, they've struggled. You would expect that to be something that they would do well, and the Bears have actually played very well in the red zone. They've been holding teams to field goals as opposed to touchdowns. So that might aid them in staying close in this game. I don't know that they can win it.
Well, guys, let me give you a few red zone numbers from Green Bay. They've been penalized 11 times in the red zone.
Wow.
They've struggled to run the ball. I mean, Josh Jacobs, as good as he is, 22 attempts, 36 red zone rushing yards. Emmanuel Wilson, 6 rushes, 14 yards in the red zone. There's been Jacobs lost a fumble at the goal line in one game, and Jordan Love was intercepted in the red zone. So they've had 2 turnovers in the red zone. That's the area. If they could clean that up, that will really help excel this offense to the next level.
The receiving core, talented. Have they had an issue with drops this year?
Yeah. Oh, gosh, yeah. They're among the league leaders in that dubious category. And guys, as we talk about drops, understand it is a subjective statistic, okay? What's a drop to one viewer might be, just a bad pass to another one. But essentially, anywhere from 22 to 23 drop passes by this receiving core. And a guy who really came on and became a star down the stretch last year they've had trouble getting him on track, Dontavian Wicks. It's amazing. He's got 16 catches, but he's only caught 37% of the targets thrown his way, 37%. But of those 16 receptions, 4 of them are for touchdowns. And he's among the league leaders in terms of yards of average separation per route. So he's getting open, but he also leads the league in drops. He had 2 against the Lions. He has 8 for the season. So this has been a big part of it. Penalties and drops, to be honest with you, if you want to simplify things, those are the 2 things that have hurt the Packers' offense. Otherwise, it could probably be the number 1 offense in the league if they needed to.
I was reading that Matt LaFleur felt that one of the reasons they had this improvement in the second half last year, they started 3-6. They came out of the bye week and they went 1-on-1s, first team against first team, and that aided them into the second half. And he did the same thing this year. And obviously they're coming off the bye, so they've kind of done something different, made an adjustment, and he's hoping that will lead to some of the things that we're talking about, some of the problems they have cleaning things up just by having their best go against their best and keeping them sharp.
Yeah, that's something that we've seen this week especially, that he's gone to. And, we'll see. I think that's something that obviously they felt good about last year. And, they'll do it again this year. And it's kind of like, sharpening a knife. You know what I mean?
Right.
Iron on iron and sharpening both sides of the football. Now, it takes away a little bit from your preparation for what the other team is going to bring to the party. But nonetheless, I think that's something they feel like if they can balance that out, that it will help them down the stretch.
So, Wayne, the Bears have not scored an offensive touchdown in 23 straight drives and 2 straight games. So when you look at this offense, when the Packers speak of the matchups that they have against Caleb Williams and the receiving core and DeAndre Swift, what do you think scares them the most, if anything?
Well, the fact that there's so much talent on the perimeter of this offense. I mean, the quarterback is very talented. There's no question about that. The receivers, you look at Keenan Allen out there, DJ Moore, Rome Odunze looks like a top-flight receiver. Cole Kmet, who's gotten lost in this offense recently, is a top-flight tight end. They've got great skill position people around that quarterback. Now, the problem has been, as you guys know even better than I do, I'm watching the last 3 games, and that offensive line has been awful. That's as bad. Mully, when you and I were on the beat back in the Wani days, I didn't see offense this bad, and there was some bad offense back then. But the offensive line, the offensive line itself, Caleb Williams goes back and he's hesitating, okay? He's not really ready to deliver the ball when it has to be delivered on time. But there is no chance. As soon as he hesitates, he's getting sacked immediately. In the running game, DeAndre Swift's having a fine year, but he could be much better if they could keep him clean. They don't block that well for the run either, in my opinion, from what I've seen. And I've only seen the last 3 games for the most part. But that's kind of where it's at. This offensive line, with the injuries, they're getting the tackles back. That'll be good. But Tevin Jenkins might be their best lineman, and he may not play this week. So this offensive line has been at the crux of the problem for this team, and they are the glaring example of why, as in Detroit, as Harbaugh's doing out in Los Angeles with the Chargers, you build your offensive line, and then everything comes off of that. The Bears got the quarterback. They surrounded him with great perimeter people, but the offensive line is a problem.
Yeah, we've talked about that so much, Wayne, and everyone wants to know, how do you fix it? How do you fix it? Well, get a time machine, because you needed to address it 3 years ago. You needed to have guys in place, and the Packers did that one year, as I recall, where they loaded up on some offensive linemen, and it took a couple years. It takes guys time, but eventually you end up with pretty good players. And this has been really the crux of the problem. They did not prepare that line. They kind of let a couple things slide. They thought they'd made a couple moves. Ryan Bates was going to come in. He's already hurt. They drafted a guy. He was already hurt. So it's just... they haven't gotten any kind of lift from that at all, and in fact, it's dragging them down.
Yeah, it is. In this league, guys, I got to tell you something. We as laymen spend so much time looking at receivers and quarterbacks and even running backs, but we fail to see where the game is still won and lost today, and it's in the trenches.
Yeah.
And where the Bears are struggling is on their offensive line, and their defensive line is also probably the weakness of that defense overall. If you are bottom quartile, bottom third of the league in offensive line and defensive line, I don't care how good the rest of your positions are, you're going to have trouble winning games.
Wayne, is Xavier McKinney usually this chatty? Because he's gotten DJ Moore's attention.
Yeah. DJ Moore said something when McKinney went to Green Bay, and that kind of triggers things, yeah. But there's nothing wrong with a little bulletin board material for Bears Packers week, right? We don't want these guys to like each other, do we? I don't think so. No. This is a rivalry.
Yeah,
I
wish it were.
We just said the last time the Bears won a game, Jordan Howard scored their first touchdown. That was how long ago?
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
2018.
It's unbelievable.
Wow. It's still a great rivalry. I've seen all of them since 1985, and it's been such an honor to be a part of that for all these years to see both sides of it.
Yeah, and you've always managed to be on the right side.
Yeah,
I think.
It's great talking to you too, Wayne.
You're the best.
All
Wayne.
right, guys.
Thank you, buddy.
Take care, guys.
Yeah,
Bye.
Wayne, when the Bears were dominant, he was with the Bears, and now he's gone to Green Bay.
He knows how to enter a room.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff. Boy.
Good synopsis, though, boy. I tell you,
you
learn a lot about the Packers there by a guy who knows everything about the Packers.
312-644-6767. We're going to come back and give you our week in review, and then we're going to take your calls. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Plumber's 911 Football Mondays are bigger than ever with all of our shows, joined by an unprecedented team of experts reacting after the game. Our coverage starts midnight to 5 a.m. with Gabe Ramirez, then Olin Kreutz at 7 a.m. with Mully and Haugh.
All the sentences I could have predicted today.
Yes. One more gone but not forgotten, and that's our sweet Lucy. At the age of 12, she was run over in our driveway.
Oh! Like that? Was she run over like that?
What? What was that?
That was a basketball game when they're giving a tribute to his dog.
Play that again.
One more gone but not forgotten, and that's our sweet Lucy. At the age of 12, she was run over in our driveway.
Oh! Like that? Was she run over like that?
So it's a basketball game. They're giving a tribute to the dog. A steal happens, and the guy just dunks it on a fast break, and the color guy's like that?
It's so mean. Was she run over? And he doubled down. It was like that. Was she run over like that?
In case you didn't understand what I was trying to say.
Apparently it was a cat.
How does the guy also forget the name of his beloved pet? Herbie, one more time. Right at the beginning, he forgets the name of the pet.
One more gone but not forgotten, and that's our sweet Lucy. At the age of 12, she was run over in our driveway.
Oh! Like that? Was she run over like that?
If you think it's a person to begin it with, then that makes it even worse.
That's why I thought it was a child. I thought it was a 12-year-old girl.
No, it was a pet. Or
At
else
first,
we wouldn't do that.
Oh my God!
Doesn't that strike you, Ranger, as something that Ostrowski would do?
Oh, say something like that? Yeah, because he's just a bad guy.
I love Joe so much. I love him so much because he allowed the beautiful, and Joe's going to join me in the next segment, but the beautiful thing about Joe and like the whole like nighttime crew, he was the bad guy so that I didn't have to be.
You know what?
It's so great.
You delegate that really well.
Being the bad guy?
No, yeah, you delegate that you be the butthole so that I can be the nice guy.
Well, sometimes I don't have to. Sometimes Herbie has stuff that he wants to say.
Oh.
And then he says it.
Herb's a top 5 bad guy.
100% Ostrowski would have done that. 100%.
It was only a dog or a cat or whatever.
All the sentences I could have predicted today.
One more gone but not forgotten, and that's our sweet Lucy. At the age of 12, she was run over in our driveway.
Oh! Like that? Was she run over like that?
What
What was that?
That was a basketball game when they're giving a tribute to his dog.
Play that again.
And then,
One more gone but not forgotten, and that's our sweet Lucy. At the age of 12, she was run over in our driveway.
Oh, like that? Was she run over like that?
So it's a basketball game. They're giving a tribute to the dog. A steal happens, and the guy just dunks it on a fast break, and the color guy's like that?
It's so mean. Was she run over? And he doubled down. It was like that. Was she run over like that?
In case you didn't understand what I was trying to say.
Apparently it was a cat.
How does the guy also forget the name of his beloved pet? Herbie, one more time, right at the beginning, he forgets the name of the pet.
One more gone but not forgotten, and that's our sweet Lucy. At the age of 12, she was run over in our driveway.
Oh, like that? Was she run over like that?
If you think it's a person to begin it with, then that makes it even worse.
That's why I thought it was a child. I thought it was a 12-year-old girl.
No, it was a pet.
At
or else
first,
we wouldn't do that.
Oh my God!
Doesn't that strike you, Ranger, as something that Ostrowski would do?
Oh, say something like that? Yeah, because he's just a bad.
I love
guy.
Joe so much. I love him so much because he allowed the beautiful, and Joe's going to join me in the next segment, but the beautiful thing about Joe and like the whole like nighttime crew, he was the bad guy so that I didn't have to be.
You know what?
It's so great.
You delegate that really well.
Being the bad guy?
No, yeah, you delegate that you be the butthole so that I can be the nice guy.
Well, sometimes I don't have to. Sometimes Herbie has stuff that he wants to say.
Oh.
And then he says it.
Herb's a top 5 bad guy.
100% Ostrowski would have done that. 100%.
It was only a dog or a cat or whatever.
Mully and Haugh got you ready for Bears Week 11 matchup against the Green Bay Packers with experts analysis from former Bears head coach Dave Wanstead.
I want to know what Matt Eberflus, with Coach Flus, where are you going to be and what has changed with your responsibility? That, to me, is the key.
Olin Kreutz.
We're only halfway through. I don't think they want to panic like that with a young quarterback and create more chaos.
Chicago Bear wide receiver DJ Moore.
We just gotta go back to the drawing board and start putting people in different positions to be able to move the ball and just stay on the same page and stick together.
Jared Payton.
I think with this new opportunity for him, he is going to take advantage of it. I think he understands the task at hand, and I think he is going to simplify this just a little bit more for Caleb Williams and this offense the way that it is, and do the one thing that is definitely going to help out Caleb, which they should have been doing for the for the whole season, and that's figuring out a way to run the football and be more consistent.
Joe Ostrowski.
The line is interesting. It's told the story of the Bears season, even starting with the offseason. When Hard Knocks is on for this game, the Bears were favored by 1. And before Sunday's disaster, it was the Packers minus 2.5. So the Bears only play, and they lose as a 6-point favorite, and it goes from 2.5 to 6.5. We're talking about a touchdown move from the summer guy.
Bears Tribune beat reporter Dan Wiederer.
Playing a big stage for Sunday afternoon against the Green Bay Packers. You've got to figure out a way to get Caleb back in a healthy space. And if guys aren't on board with that, then they've got to be pressed on why they're not on board with that, because Caleb is the future.
NFL Network reporter Stacey Dale.
He's appeared to have lost some confidence, and he has appeared to be tentative, which means you hold on to the ball. And I'm sure there's arguments on both sides, which is why I said consternation, that maybe he's not executing, but maybe he doesn't like the concepts, and maybe if they change the concepts, he could be a little bit more comfortable. And maybe you hit DJ Moore on a third and whatever it is for a first down when he's wide open.
Nick Costas.
I think the point spread is probably still a little too big here if the offensive linemen are going to play for Chicago. So begrudgingly, and, if it's 21-3 at halftime, I'm really going to regret it. I do like the Bears to keep the game close on Sunday against Green Bay.
Odyssey NFL Insider Brian Baldinger.
They find a way to beat the Packers and get Caleb right and get this offense on track. You can turn this thing around, because every bad habit can be changed in an instant. And so it can change. And maybe Thomas Brown is the newest hero in Chicago if he gets this offense fixed.
Chicago Tribune Bears beat reporter Brad Biggs.
I'm not going to be fooled in this Bears-Packers thing again. They're going to have to prove it for me to decide it's time to start picking the other side. I picked the Packers to win 27-17, and I think I was a little generous with the 17.
Joe Fortenbaugh.
The sharp money's on Chicago. I know people think that's crazy. Opened as a 6-point dog. It's getting bet down a little bit. The number is simply too high. Now, if it's too rich for your blood in terms of getting involved with this team right now, it's completely understandable. But if you're looking at Green Bay thinking this is a smash because the Bears are down, guys in Vegas, they're not looking at teams, they're looking at numbers. This number is too high. The Packers turn the ball over too often. Jordan Love's been sloppy. There's an opportunity there with Chicago.
Mark Grody.
This is not the ideal, or maybe it is. Maybe the Packers are the ideal opponent, because if they do win this game, party's probably back on in a lot of ways. Nobody's picking the Bears to win this game. I don't know, maybe one of you guys have picked the Bears to win this game. So that's my positive spin, even though I have picked the Packers to win the game on Sunday.
Wayne Larrivee, voice of the Packers.
Nothing wrong with a little bulletin board material for Bears-Packers week, right? We don't want these guys to like each other, do we? I don't think so. This is a rivalry.
Can the Bears win against the Green Bay Packers? Mully and Haugh, and your reactions to the Bears' upcoming matchup on 670 The Score, the home for Bears fans.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Good job to our guy, Brandon Fryer, for putting that together. Here's the bottom line, David. The old gambling adage, the trend is your friend. Matt LaFleur, 10-0 against Chicago since he came in to the NFL as the Green Bay Packers head coach. And the Bears,
It was easier to make an argument for the Bears winning this game in August than it is today.
Yeah.
Because that was when the season was full of hope and the city was alive with expectation. And since that point, actually in the last 3 weeks, those hopes and expectations have been dashed and doomed, because it doesn't feel like this is a team heading anywhere but in a familiar direction south.
I don't know how we can begin the week asking the question if we believe they'll ever win again and then conclude that, this is the week where they're turning it around. Doesn't mean it's not possible.
It is possible.
Doesn't mean it can't happen.
It could happen.
But it does mean that's not the way to bet it.
It's unlikely, and I wouldn't bet it that way. I wouldn't bet it that way only because the Packers' strength is in the running game, and the Bears' weakness, one of their weaknesses is stopping the run.
Yeah.
Their other thing that Packers do really well is they pressure the quarterback and they create takeaways. One of the things the Bears do poorly is protect the quarterback. They protect the football better than they do the quarterback, but that's become a problem because it's limited their ambition offensively. So now they can't get into the end zone. They will struggle protecting Caleb Williams, and they're going to have a hard time getting the ball back because the Packers are going to get a lead likely and then run out the clock with Josh Jacobs. It's a bleak football picture that we're going to see Sunday at Soldier Field.
It's funny because we've talked about in both terms of Shane Waldron being fired and finally ridding yourself of Wade Davis. We've talked about addition from subtraction. And that's kind of the bump you're looking for here. You're hoping that the changes that you've made, the subtraction that you've made, will end up being the multiplier that you need. I don't know that is a proven mathematical formula. I don't know that one follows the other in terms of logic. You could say that you're weaker as a result of the moves that you've made, and you want them to prove that you're stronger. So it's, again, I think that many things happen in the NFL. It's a crazy league. You lose 3 in a row, your season is really on the brink. But
if the tape is a small picture, it's hard to see anything on there that tells you can beat the Packers because of what we just described.
Yeah.
And then you zoom out in the big picture, it's a lot more alarming than just losing a football game, because this week you've lost a lot more than that. Over the last 3 weeks, you've lost a lot more than that. You are in a state of crisis, and you are now in an organization in disarray. And I don't know how this stops, because I look at the schedule, and I don't know when you see an opponent that's going to allow you to have kind of a respite from all of this angst and controversy and adversity. This is adversity the Bears largely have created themselves.
Yeah.
And now they're not going to get credit this time for overcoming it, because they deserve to deal with it, and they deserve to be held accountable for having created it.
It's a good way of thinking it, because it's not just the Packers they're up against. It's the rest of their year. It's themselves. It's the future of the organization. There couldn't be much more that is on the line with this group. It's shocking to me, honestly, shocking, that as we talked to Wayne about this idea that, you came back and you scored a couple touchdowns and you were seconds away from escaping in Washington. And boy, would you feel good about yourself. And boy, wouldn't that be something that will fuel you. And instead, you suffered a horrific final play of the game. You made a dumb blunder, and you can't get past it.
It only takes a moment, though. It's sports. You look at a lot of historical examples of one play in one game that is made and you lose, and it changes the course of a season, which changes the course of a career or a regime, or however you want to look at it.
You're right.
And the Bears experienced that moment, and were on the wrong side of it in Landover, Maryland. That's what happened. You could envision a lot of great scenarios that would have fulfilled a lot of these lofty expectations and all of the rhetoric had they just won that game. Because when you won that game, if you would have won that game, you would have reinforced some of the faith that you had in the season. But when you didn't, you shattered a lot of the belief that you had. So that's hard to rebuild piece by piece, and I don't think the Bears are anywhere close to doing that.
It feels like the emperor has been unclothed, and it's really difficult not to see the whole picture as kind of a lump of horror, as opposed to what at the time you thought was a pretty sharp-looking outfit.
Yes, that's another way to look at it, because now you just wonder how far will this go to, where there's a point of no return for many people. Shane Waldron lost his job this week. If they lose today, there will be calls for Matt Eberflus's job on Monday, and for every Monday for the rest of the football season, likely. Where's that headed? And then once that becomes sort of tired and repetitive, when do we hear calls for Ryan Poles' job? When you start to lose in this kind of fashion, embarrassing, overwhelming, and you get dominated, this is what happens as a result. And I just don't know if the Bears have any answers right now. and we have yet to hear from, I think at some point in time Ryan Poles does a weekly sit down on the team's flagship station. And we know he's done it for years. The general manager typically does that. I will be very curious to hear what he has to say this week for himself.
Let's try Charles. Charles is on the west side. Hey, Charles.
Hey, Mully, thank y'all. Thank you so much for getting this call. Hey, look, I got the answer right here. It's real quick. I'm about to jump on my 20 Madison bus, right? Let's put Belichick in the top office. Then let's go after the coach for Dallas Cowboys and call it quits. Let's win the Super Bowl with these two guys. And Sunday, Bears got to run. Play action. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Charles. God bless you.
He wants Mike McCarthy?
He wants Mike McCarthy to coach him under Bill Belichick as the GM, but he wants to run this week and play action.
I think they should run this week with play action. I don't think Mike McCarthy or Bill Belichick will come to town.
Yeah, but we've got a plan now. Kenny is on the Odyssey app. Hey, Kenny.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, so my biggest question is there any common player personnel or anything like that for the last 20 years? Because it seems like every offensive lineman we bring in, we either draft them in the first round or second round and they're hurt, like guys like Gabe Carimi, Chris Williams. This kid we drafted last year, he came in, he's got some injury history behind him in college.
Yeah.
What's the common denominator, and why, after I've been a Bears fan for 43 years, why can we not get the offensive line right?
Well, it's a good point, Kenny. I think the answer is they feel that getting a pre-injured player is not. It is getting a player of value whose value is lessened because of the injury. But unfortunately, the reason it's lessened is because of fear of more injury, and that's happened with some of the guys they've taken.
Yeah, that's a big problem, and you don't have any faith that they're going to get past that because you just have so much history on the other side that makes you very skeptical. It's going to take a lot of right guesses and projections to kind of make you feel more confident in, the skepticism is earned.
Oh, not a shadow of a doubt. And let's get to Larry. He's in Lakeview. Hey, Larry.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Sure. I'm a longtime Packer fan, lived in Chicago for 40 years behind enemy lines. And if I could just offer one piece of advice to the Bears, that your players, they talk too much.
Okay.
They talk too
Thanks,
much
Larry.
during the games.
And you've talked enough. I don't think we want to deal with any Packer fans. But Brandon's in Naperville. Hey, Brandon.
What's up, Brandon?
Hey, how's it going, Mully? That was actually kind of funny. You just cut him off like that. I got a quick question for you. Do you think if we choose the next coach, do you think Caleb Williams will have any say in it?
That's a good question, Brandon.
That's a very good question. I think players play.
Yeah.
You have to hire a coach that is the best fit for your organization. You want to hire a coach that ideally would be offensive-minded to take advantage of the personnel here, but I don't think you want to consult with him and give him that kind of empowerment.
He might be better than the people they've had, though. Kurt is on the Odyssey app. Hey, Kurt.
Thanks for taking my call. Two quick things. First of all, if you think it's bad watching games down there in Illinois, try being up here in Packerland and being a diehard Bear fan. Sucks. Second thing, I got a quick Wayne Laramie story.
Sure.
We're season ticket holders, and we're down in the north end zone, and he used to walk the field when he was with the Bears. And every week we'd scream at him, hey, Wayne, you're great, Wayne. And he'd start acknowledging us and saying, thanks, guys, and that. First time he comes back and he's with the Packers, we get his attention. He says, hey, guys, you suck. And we start yelling at him. He puts his thumb up and says, yep, I guess I deserve that. I don't know if you'd remember that or not. That's pretty funny.
Thanks, Kurt.
He might remember that, and I'm sure he took it well.
Oh, we got a lot of text people mad at Wayne.
I know, but why?
I mean, listen, Wayne gave us a ton of good information.
Wayne was terrific as a guest. But I think you probably invited that. But you hang up on Packer callers, but we are very kind to Wayne.
I've known Wayne forever.
I've known him not as long as you have, but I've known him a long time as well. I'm polite to him. You're polite to him. You were rude to that caller.
I was not rude to that
When I'm rude to
caller.
a caller, people say, "Why are you so dismissive, Haugh?"
Because
what
you're
you do is like,
generally,
"Oh, Mully's so funny."
you're generally rude to callers. I'm always Mr. Happy, Mr. Feelgood, and I just had fun. That was funny. It wasn't meant to be mean to a Packer fan. It was more
mean and funny.
dismissive.
It was mean. It was
It's
definitely
just being
dismissive. It was.
Yeah. Speaking of dismissive, we're going to talk to Dan Bernstein next.
We are going to talk to Dan and Layla. They're up at the Brat
Layla's
Stop.
up there.
Yeah, you can listen to them. They're going to be up there all day today from 10 to 2. And tomorrow you can stop by and say hello to Lawrence, Holmes, and Layla Rahimi. Again, 8 to 10 tomorrow at Rally House, Wrigleyville, before Ohio State Northwestern.
Big game.
Across the street at Wrigley Field. Meet Lawrence and Layla and enter to win a $25 gift card to Rally House. From tees to hoodies, jackets, and game day flair. There is something for every fan at Rally House.
We got a bet Northwestern plus 28.5.
Wow. See, you're being mean again.
How am I being mean? That's what Joe told
That's
us.
so mean.
All right. We're going to get out to the Brat Stop next. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Bears fans, after 3 losses in a row, the 4-5 Bears are back at Soldier Field to face the Green Bay Packers. Will the firing of Shane Waldron have an impact on the offense? Is there any way Matt Eberflus can get this team to stop the skid and upset?
In their last game, Jordan Love threw as many interceptions as DJ Moore caught touchdown passes.
Amen.
Bears! That was glorious. Because everyone's like, oh, I want the Packers to have Jay Cutler. I want the Packers to, have mediocre. I want the Packers to have a quarterback who can tease them. No.
It's over.
No, that's too good for them. They don't deserve to go from Hall of Famer to Hall of Famer to a dude for 8 years. They deserve to go from Hall of Famer to Hall of Famer to Sox. Because if you have Sox, then you've got to figure out your way out. And you've got to, mortgage draft picks, and you've got to be desperate, and you've got to take a bunch of swings, and you've got to go for, Band-Aids and stopgap measures. And after last night, I think Sucks is back on the table for Jordan Love. They deserve it. They deserve it. The whole state, the whole fan base, my whole paternal side of the family. Nephew Jack, I was just taunting him via text. Just
a nice kid.
Just taunting him via text last night. It was glorious. He's like, oh, well, I'd rather learn by the end of the year if he's not going to be the answer, so we know we have clarity of whether or not we need to move on.
He's scrambling.
I'm like, yeah. That's the type of thing the Bears fans have been saying for 25 years. The celebration! Oh my God, it was so good.
Yeah.
Who is the backup
Who is
quarterback?
Yeah, that's what I was hoping you'd.
Oh, Sean Clifford.
Oh, Sean Clifford,
the big red dog.
Oh,
bring him in.
Yes,
it's Clifford time.
Okay.
There's controversy in Wisconsin.
Danny, on behalf of the listening public here, there's many of them. Do you feel like this could be mushing Jordan Love being bad? There's some people already pointed this out in text and in Twitch, and I certainly felt this way when you told me what the lead was going to be today. Do you have any thoughts of that possibly being on the table right now?
Listen, I'm powerful. I don't think I can make a guy not colorblind. He throws to the other team.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We broadcast live from the Score Hyundai Studios, brought to you by local Hyundai dealers. I want to thank them for their contribution. Thanks, of course, to Evan Thomas. It gets us up and running and motivated and twitching every morning. And thanks to everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Most of all, thank you for listening on this Friday, November 15th.
Wow, halfway through
November.
Seems impossible.
It
Thanks
does.
to our executive producer. He is Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
Down to Wrigley Field. Let's go, Vegas. They singing go, Cubs, go. Go, Cubs, go. Hey, Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs are going our way today. Go, Cubs, go. Come on now. Go, Cubs, go. Hey, Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs are going our way today. Hey!
Shota!
Shota Imanaga.
But Cubs fans.
All right.
Shota Imanaga.
Second team MLB.
Congratulations.
How about that?
And he celebrated with a song.
Good for him.
Famous song. And thank you, Brandon Fryer, for bringing us that.
All-Star Weekend, LA. We're in the back locker room. Yo, Stevie Wonder, yo, want to meet the players. Boom, boom, boom. Come out. Yo, Stevie, Carmelo Anthony. Boom, boom, boom. Man. Don't even say it. Don't even say it. You gotta say it, bro. I'm trying not to laugh. He said, I love watching you play. Come out, yo.
It's Carmelo on his podcast. Stevie Wonder said, I love watching you play to him. Stevie is blind, you say. This is the joke.
I get it.
But he did say that to him.
That's something.
Okay. Hey, it's a Layla Friday. How is that possible? And she's there in Kenosha with our guy Dan Bernstein.
It's personal now. It's personal now. He must die.
Well,
yeah, we all will
Jake
eventually.
Paul, yeah, he went after you, I guess. Huh? It's dark.
Hello, everybody. How you guys doing up there?
How's the brat?
How are we doing? Brat Stop Breakfast? Are you kidding? We're just waiting for the first commercial break so we can dive into whatever they bring us here. Yes, it's filling up. So if you plan on coming here and enjoying the Score and the Fan in Milwaukee, come grab your tables.
I see them. They're over there. They're across the way, guys.
Yeah, they're the
We've got
enemy
eyes
today.
on them.
They are the enemy
But
today.
we have the disco ball, so I feel pretty good about our chances.
There's a disco ball?
There's a disco
There's
ball.
everything here.
There's NBA Jam. I feel like I'm in a good place.
There's everything. It's the Brat Stop. There's party rooms. There's dancing. There's video games. There's the claw machine. There's a cheese and beer store. There's pinball. There's darts. There's a gun range, and they're giving concealed carry lessons. So it's all things to all people.
Hell yeah. And there's a fireball neon sign.
Fire, yeah.
So we're pretty distracted. How are you guys? I'm still laughing at all the messages on the text line congratulating Mully for cutting off a caller.
Oh,
Dan.
it was a joke.
Well, everybody loved it.
Yeah, when anybody else does it, they love it.
Yeah, only when you do
Yeah,
it.
when
is
I
it
when I
bad.
do it, it's
Because
it's
you're
awful and wrong
mean.
and rude.
Because you're not in on the joke. You're just cruel.
I see. That's right.
You're
Definitely
just
not in on the
vicious
joke.
and cruel.
It's got to be it.
Ornery.
Got to be.
But what was that person doing? Were they just bragging about their
No,
fandom?
he was recommending that tell the Bears. He was a Packer fan, telling Bears players they ought to keep quiet, and I just figured he should too.
Yeah, he was
Big
telling
deal.
Bears players.
Well, is he wrong?
No, it was not.
Is he wrong? I mean, if DJ Moore is writing some checks, I'm not sure the Bears offense can cash.
Yeah, I don't know. We played what he said.
Yeah,
I didn't
but
find
the
it
thing
so
is,
offensive.
you can't tell Bears players to be quiet when you got Xavier McKinney inventing some sort of slight.
Yeah, come on.
It won't mean anything.
Let's try not to be a sensitive flower of a man.
No, I just think this
especially
is
when you play for the flower.
I think this would be a really good time to, as John Fox used to love to say, under promise and over deliver. This is if Matt Eberflus is to be, it's all about the grass, right? Grass, gotta do it on the grass. This would be the time to do that because none of this talk means anything until the Bears can actually beat this team.
But if you felt
Or any
like
team.
that could happen, I think you'd feel differently. It's just when you go and you look at the game and could they win the game? Absolutely. How? Well,
But the thing of it is, the Bears aren't talking in a way that is
No.
big and bold and you can't beat us. They're talking in a way that is like therapeutic. Like, you know what's wrong with us this week? Can we tell you about what the problem is last week? Oh, all of our problems. They are venting publicly, which is what everyone's talking about. They're talking
I never
too much.
really
It's-
noticed my
it's healthy.
navel before.
You're right, David.
If
You're
you're
right.
an individual, but not a football team.
They're focusing on themselves, and I think Xavier McKinney needs something to pump himself up. So I feel like sometimes you have to manufacture your hype machine to get ready for
Whatever he's
Sunday.
doing is working for him. He's got 6 picks. He can do whatever he wants. I just mean it's different. He's seeing something that isn't there. DJ Moore was like, "Oh yeah, that's cool." I mean, he didn't even realize what he was saying.
But that's his dismissive way
And
of
it was
saying,
June.
yeah, whatever.
It was
Yeah.
June, back in June. So
right.
Yeah, it was fun.
But if you're looking for bulletin board material because you need it for yourself, I see what the process is. You know,
What do you think?
I
of the
get that.
fight?
I get that for him because he wants something to make it personal, so he gets a little more hype on Sunday. I get that part of it. But to do it publicly in this way is, we're going to talk about it. We're going to
Dan,
have our judgment.
Are you betting on the fight tonight, Dan?
Am I betting on it? No. Come on.
Asked and answered.
No, and it's weird for me because as a younger boxing fan, as a huge boxing fan, it's very. Mike Tyson was really sort of one of these foundational guys when the grand age of the heavyweights declined in the early '80s and was supplanted by the middleweights and welterweights. To then have Tyson come back and put the big fellas back on the map a little bit was really significant, and he was just such a cold killer. I loved watching him, and I don't know what to expect. I don't really have a rooting interest, but my friends who still follow boxing closer than I say that Jake Paul is basically a replacement level heavyweight opponent.
He's just a guy.
Yeah,
Did you say
but Tyson's 60, so you know.
He is 58.
58.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he crossed the line into showman a while back, right? He became an entertainer a while back. I feel like this is part of it, but the concern to me, guys, is what happens when he realizes he's back in the ring and the original Mike Tyson takes over.
Yeah, well, Jake Paul's got a plan, and then he's going to get punched in the mouth.
That is a very famous, as you know, that is a famous Joe Louis line, which is everyone's got a plan till they get hit. And Tyson, being a big boxing fan, came up with everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face, which is a little more violent, but it has the same meaning. And you gotta
Tyson
love it.
really, people don't realize he really has been a student of the sweet science. That he knows the history that he inherited, and he doesn't really care about his own future at all. And we'll play it later in the show, but he goes some places when he talks about sort of how he feels about what he means to boxing.
He said he was going to bring Satan into the ring with him. What?
I'm picturing the Satan from South Park now, who's just super nice and really thoughtful and empathetic and always concerned about other people's feelings.
What about Miroslav Shatan?
Ooh, from the Buffalo Sabres?
Yes.
Look at me.
Look at that. What?
Wow.
How are you going to handle everything today? What are you doing, and how
What are we
much are you
doing?
going to drink? And we have multiple brats and maybe
Yes.
belch on the air.
Yes.
Sarcasm.
Yeah, yes on the latter and the latest. I do think with the garlic brats in the sampler platter, we're going to get Dan McNeil's mustard belt, and we'll have all the mustards and all the brats.
Love it.
And anything else, because they gave me a wristband. I don't know what this entitles me, but I feel entitled and empowered.
I have
You can't stop me. I've got a wristband.
I have a vat of coffee, so I feel like it's going to kick in around 11 or so. So we'll see the show kick up a notch then. But I feel like for us, it's really just examining if any of these changes are going to lead to success, regardless of who the opponent is. It's fun to play the Packers, but as we all know, that streak speaks for itself, guys.
It's been a long one. Have a great show,
Have
guys.
a great one.
Thank you.
This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
I'm listening to Danny Parkins, and they ended the show, Friday. You know how we all are. Last segment of the week, you're like, okay, we're just done here. And Chris Tannehill, obviously, setting Danny up for a nice, easy tribute at the end of the show with Meatloaf and Louis Anderson passing away. And Tanny set him up, and Danny might have missed.
His name is Robert Paulson.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait, Meatloaf? I'm an idiot.
Man, we were so close to the finish line here.
Oh, no. Both are appropriate. I was reading about Louis Anderson during the break.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis.
You could tell something was wrong when he was saying it because there was a little hesitation, but he followed through with Louis Anderson.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
That was Fight Club, and Louis Anderson did die.
Technically, he's still correct.
Yes, they aren't independently incorrect. It just one has nothing to do with the other.
So now we can just use R.I.P. Louis Anderson for everything.
R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Yep, that's right.
The
We all
Packers
accidentally
lost.
RIP'd people. I
R.I.P.
get it.
Louis Anderson.
Wait.
The best is he's so smooth. The end of it is pricelessly good.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
The pause,
Wait.
the pause between R.I.P. Louis Anderson and wait. You're like, hold on. Like you know Shane and Tanny lost it.
Yeah, it's also the music underneath, the boogie woogie blues underneath. I don't know what I can't tell exactly what it is, but that sounds like some sort of Texas boogie
Fight
woogie.
Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
He saw, yes. Okay, he's sitting here. He looked through the glass and he saw Shane absolutely explode, and Tanny do one of his like hands in the air, like whoa, and the lean back in the chair. That's exactly what he saw. He knew something went wrong. It's like when you see the phones all light up.
Yep.
And I know that I've misidentified something, but that is, oh my God, that's wonderful.
Yeah, the wait is my favorite part. It's not even close.
Oh, that's Paradise by the Dashboard Light? That is that part of it? I don't know that part of it.
IDK.
I guess I don't know the song that well.
That's just so, the pause.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
The silence gets longer and longer the more you listen to it.
in this franchise in these moments. Usually my default setting with the Bears is the worse it starts to get, the worse it's going to get. They don't handle crises well. They crumble. They get blood simple.
Here's what I'll say about the choices that you're talking about. I think Ryan Poles reminds me of myself in that he operates from a place of grace. I probably many times give people a little bit more rope than they deserve, but I'm optimistic about the way we are as humans and that we do deserve second chances and we can change.
I'm a firm believer in that. I don't think that Matt Eberflus is going to change into somebody smarter.
Listen, I told you, once the Washington game happened and he had his explanation after the game, and then he had hours to figure it out overnight. He had a chance to sleep and double down. And then he tripled down. You're digging a hole that you're not going to be able to get out of.
I guess we're not going to find anything.
How are you going to get out of here?
We'll dig our way out. Now, dig up, stupid.
And then 2 weeks later, he was accountable.
Maybe a visit to the Brat Stop tomorrow will rekindle the embers of my soul.
The Bernstein and Harris Show, middays 10 till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
I'm feeling it a little bit, I guess. We're calling this the Brat Bowl at the Brat Stop. It's the Brat Bowl.
I just call it Friday.
we did the original promos for this. Again, we looked at the sheet just a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, whatever. We record the promos. And like, okay, here we go. It's Brat Bowl. Okay, come see us. And then we get these notes back. And from the production department, you're like, Mitch says more energy. He wants more. These aren't energetic enough. So we go back to the lab. Like, all right, okay, we've got our marching orders. So I just say, he wants energy. The Brat Bowl at the Brat Stop. I tried to find my inner David Lee.
I don't have that in my body. I'm like, hey, we're at the Broad Stop. Come hang with us. It's fun. There's a disco ball. There's lights. We got some shots.
Sinister. But we're broadcasting live. This is the world
People
famous
are here?
Broad Stop. Yes, hello. Look
Hi,
at everybody.
guys.
We got all the jerseys here. I guarantee you more than one
Yeah.
person.
Give yourself a round of applause for waking up with us.
Yes, more than one person is going to hand me like a sort of a slovenly looking Bears Nerf football with signatures on it. And they're going to say, you signed this in 1997 and I never got Buffon's signature on here. Could you just sign it again for me? So it'll be that, and some guy with an old 820 hat, I guarantee you, will come up to me. Those are my predictions.
I used to always say, thanks for asking for my autograph, Layla.
We have the address of the Brat Stop, but it's not going to help you. If I say 12304 75th Street in Kenosha, that's not going to help you. So just go up 94, get off of the Highway 50 exit.
Past the sports animal.
Make a left and go to the sign that says cheese. And if you think I'm oversimplifying, you will learn that I am not. It really is that easy. So we're going to be here. We've got 105.7 The Fan, our sister station from Milwaukee, broadcasting here live as well.
I see them over there.
They have just relaunched their brand. They're very excited about it. Odyssey very excited about it as well. So they're part of this. Spiegel and Holmes are going to be part of this from 2 to 6. And most importantly, Coat Drive.
We kept saying it as we were walking in
And driving
after
up.
our road trip where Dan picked me up on the side of the road.
Get in, lady. I got
And
candy.
then I kept yelling at Ray to stay in the car. It was a reverse robbery.
Hey,
Stay
pretty
in the
lady.
car!
Hey, pretty lady. I got lemon drops. You want to come in?
Ray's like trying to get out of the front seat. And I'm like, stay in the car! I repeat.
Well, that's what I said. Ray, get out and give her the front seat.
No, I'm short. I don't need the front seat. It's like me sitting. Every seat is first class for me on an airplane.
I
It's
just
all the same.
thought it would be nice.
Except when a jerk takes up my space, and then I glare at them.
I'm right here. You don't have to glare
You
at
don't
me.
do that.
It's all brought to you by Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. For a great experience, visit ZieglerSubaru.com and Potawatomi Sportsbook. So everybody's here. Ray Diaz is here. Mitch Rosen is here. Shane Reardon's already here.
Connor O'Donnell, Rich Wyatt.
Yeah, Tito. Rich Wyatt is here. And all of these Scores promotional staff has done a great job setting everything up. So, and you say, like, was the Brat Stop open? Yeah, they opened at 8 o'clock with breakfast, and now we're already getting into lunchtime, and then we're going to have brats everywhere, and everything is going to be awesome.
An excellent Twitch mob member pointed out that I'm having a week. I got to go to Gale Street for the first time, and now I'm at the Brat Stop. How do I top this?
Yeah, you're getting like old
See me at
Holmes
Rally House
score.
tomorrow morning.
Rally House. Rally House.
We may or may not have been singing everything to the Rally House
I can't
jingle.
stop singing the jingle. It's the Rally House. So we did road trip up here today. Ray and, and Layla and
Here's
I.
the official information on that, by the way.
Yes.
You can say hi to Lawrence Holmes and me. From 8 to 10 a.m., I'm waking up early for you all again. As for what attitude I might be in, I'm not sure. It will be tomorrow at Rally House Wrigleyville before Ohio State plays Northwestern across the street at Wrigley Field. That is an awesome experience if you've not been. I got to go to one of the games at Wrigley, and it was so cool. You can meet us and enter to win a $25 gift card to Rally House. From tees to hoodies and jackets to game day flair, there is something for every fan at Rally House. Today I have on my Go Sports shirt.
That is what it says, rather. Because I saw that first, I was like, Go Sport? What is
Go Sports?
It's Go Sports.
And we're already getting food from the Brat Stop
get it.
people.
Let's get it.
Oh, look at all this stuff.
Yeah, see, with the sauerkraut and, oh, yeah.
There's all the
Yeah.
fixins.
Oh, yeah.
Can I
Okay.
say that up here?
It's on already. Oh, yeah. No, those are fixins.
I don't know.
We're
Sometimes I
fixing
say
to eat some
stuff
brats
and-
is what we're doing.
So we're pleasantly
Yeah, just send it
distracted.
to
There's a
Twitter.
good group here.
Right here,
And yeah, we're here to preview Bears-Packers.
Go get it,
Frankly,
Let's go.
I feel like the Bears need to have more main character energy than necessarily a typical rivalry week.
There's red sauerkraut
Mhm.
and the white sauerkraut.
Red sauerkraut looks festive. There's a jalapeno or two, some
Yeah,
pickles that
those
look really good.
Yeah, I would
some
say
little
those
brats,
those have some heat to them.
tomatoes.
There's garlic brats.
This
and,
looks lovely, and a bunch of knives.
Get that away from me. Careful.
Did it?
Ah.
I'm just
So-
going to gesture at Dan.
Do come join us. And I should mention we're also broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. And I haven't even told anybody what we're doing today. Joe Ostrowski is going to join us at 11:25. We're going to have a special guest from 105.7 The Fan, their longtime guy, Sparky Pfeiffer. I think we're actually going to do that at 10:45.
Sparky has a really nice Brewers jacket on.
Yeah, it is. And it's got the old school logo on it.
I hate to say it,
which
but
I like.
it's
Why
true.
do you hate to say it?
Because they keep winning the division.
Yeah, that's true. I get it now.
Yeah.
And Kevin Fishbane is going to join us. We're going to have a long conversation with Bear former Pro Bowl tackle James Big Cat Williams.
Never been a better time to talk about the offensive line, and I feel like I'm saying that every week.
It isn't just the offensive line. I want to talk to him about blocking for a rookie quarterback.
I think that that's a really good point. I'm going to love what he has to say. And he's a coach, so I feel like the teaching aspect of this will also come into play. That's going to be a lot of fun. Adam Haugh, too. Solid wall of sound, which I feel like was incredibly crucial this week. And I know we've had our conversations about the Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight. So to have it actually be happening now is, I think, worth a little bit of discussion at the end of the show.
Is it pay-per-view, I
Netflix.
presume? It's on Netflix.
Yes.
So chances are, if I go to this Patrick Manley thing tonight at Four Shadows, it might be on.
And if you if you want to be a little bit of a hoops junkie, I'm hosting the
Oh, that's
NBA
right, NBA
in-season
TV.
tournament postgame show on the NBA app and all the streaming. So I'm doing that late night. Gee, I really needed an excuse to watch basketball.
Wait,
yes,
I get to
that's
watch
it.
basketball, talk about basketball, and then you give me money? I'm in.
I have to watch sports tonight. Yeah, so I'm excited about that. That'll be a lot of fun. I'll get to watch the national games. We'll try to see if the Cavaliers can make it 14 straight.
Against the Bulls?
Yeah, you know they're undefeated.
Oh, they're going to make it 14 straight. Yeah.
I don't know, man. This is kind of getting out of hand.
Well, this ain't the night, I don't think.
Well,
I don't know. Is Lonzo coming back?
hang out with me at
Yes,
11 o'clock
good.
tonight on the NBA app. I will be
Maybe
there.
I will. Maybe I will do just that. I might have a long night ahead of me tonight, I think. Why not?
Yeah.
Why
it
not?
starts with sausage.
Yeah, right?
Look, they cut them up all cute and everything.
No, just be careful with that one because the jalapeno one's kind of hot.
Yeah, I live in that life.
Okay.
You know me.
It was like Spiegel with that chicken wing. I still hope he's okay because I think he was lying. He's, oh yeah, I'm fine. It's like, dude, you just had a bunch of Carolina Reaper pepper and your eyes are watering.
Yeah, that just sounds scary.
Well, it kind of was, but I just thought it was funny because he didn't know what it was when he put it in his mouth. That's happened to the best of us. Sometimes that happens to you. I love the juxtaposition of the Bears at a nadir of of their season and of a coaching regime going into a Packer game.
If you are a Packers fan, then you're pretty happy about the timing. But for the Bears, I feel like how many times have we discussed, and Lawrence and whoever I'm on with, whether it's Danny or anybody on the score, the importance of Packer Week and what it means to the front office and what it means to ownership. And there's never been a better time to also point out, you need your house in order to prepare for that team, to have a chance,
and their house
to
is
feel
so
better
far
about
from
the rivalry.
How could they actually have any real preparation? It was the late start that they got because Eberflus had to go to his fortress of solitude before he could make the decision or be coerced into the decision to fire a guy that he originally didn't want to fire. And then he comes down and he says, well, I've made my decision. Kinda. And now Thomas Brown is expected to make them. If I have to hear new coach bump one more time, I'm going to throw up. They didn't fire the head coach. They should have, but they didn't. It's a coordinator. It's a guy with a call sheet. I don't know. I hope he's better at it than Waldron, and that's a low bar. I think it's very easy to just run reasonable plays that connect to each other. And I think that's terrific. I'm not quite sure the difference a coordinator change can make immediately. Once the ball's kicked off and once everybody's running around out there, I don't know how you can sustain an energetic, quote-unquote, bump.
All right, so similar to you finding the massive energy for the Brat Stop promo this week,
yes,
and me not having that in my body, I will say this. I will argue that I think it will matter because of what we've heard the team say this week now that he's gone. After Shane Waldron got fired, what are you hearing? You're hearing Keenan Allen talk about how he was a nice guy and practice wasn't going the way he wanted it to.
Mm-hmm.
You heard the quote, well, we weren't adjusting until halftime of games.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
they
weren't adjusting game to game.
Right, and that's something that has to immediately change.
I thought the stuff that was really damning wasn't just not adjusting in a game until halftime. It was, we started to do some stuff different, and then other teams found out about it and figured it out because we put it on tape and we didn't have a counter when they were talking about up tempo. Like, the Bears are in tempo. Okay, well, I guess we have to make sure we have the right personnel on the field for this because we're not going to let the no huddle keep us from being in our optimized defenses. And they're like, okay, we fixed it. Now what are you going to do? And the Bears are like, I don't know.
It's also curious to me because the Bears have faced poor run defenses so often already this season, but that's not the case with Green Bay. So you are going to have to pass a little bit more in this game. And that's where, to me, the challenge really comes in for Thomas Brown is you have to establish your run game enough to have it be successful to get the defense to commit to it. However, you also can pass against this team. So how much is that going to dictate what you do? And I feel like for me this whole week, the Bears really need to focus on themselves. We'll focus on the opponent. We'll have fun with it. Fans can have fun with that part of it. But this team needs to focus on getting your act together in a way that is productive to stop this free fall. You talked about how the Hail Mary and the reaction to it was what you consider that
was a detonation.
It's like it's the zenith of what we've seen coming down afterward. I don't think it was the reaction. I think if you're telling a story, then you use that when you're writing it. But I feel like in this case, show me that the Hail Mary isn't beating you this week.
Well, it's beating
me.
It's beating you 2 more times.
Because I don't have any proof, and I need somebody to come out there with their hair on fire. Not Fireball, which was given to us earlier here
the
at the
first thing they bring out, I knew that this was...
That's how you start a morning.
The offing, but all of a sudden there's 6 shots of Fireball over there.
I have enough trouble talking without any alcohol.
I know, I feel bad.
I'm not a part of the National Talking League either, even though I know this is the job and all. But
I like Fireball. I just can't do it right now because I'm working, if that makes any sense.
Well, we got a break coming up here soon.
That's what do you think? I've been staring at that thing because I've been staring at these. And
Go get it, baby.
By these, he means the brats. Okay, guys, let's just point that out for everybody listening.
We are going to be talking next about this scary situation regarding Jaquan Brisker and how it got to this point. If you're just joining us, Jaquan Brisker has been placed on injured reserve. And now that we're past the bring-back time, that means his season's over, correct? Because there's no designation to return at this point. I believe that's the case. I could be wrong, but
so he's
4
eligible.
to 6 weeks, though, right?
He's eligible to return after 4 weeks. So at that point, we'll find out what's going to happen.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I didn't
he is.
think it
does-
was. I didn't think it was done yet either. That
I
was
thought there was a
confusing
cut down
to me.
point for designation to return, but either way, if he's not going to play for yet another month, that's going to be what 9 weeks that he's going to end up missing with this particular concussion. And I believe that his team and the system and the culture may have failed him.
Until it stops being so evident in the NFL, we're going to keep talking about it. That's next, live from the Brat Stop. Good morning on The Score.
Plumber's 911 Football Mondays are bigger than ever with all of our shows, joined by an unprecedented team of experts reacting after the game. Our coverage starts midnight to 5 a.m. with Gabe Ramirez, then Olin Kreutz at 7 a.m. with Mully and Haugh. Number 1 wide receiver DJ Moore at 8, Brad Biggs at 9, Anthony Herron at 11, Dan Wiederer at 1, Kurt Warner at 3, Mark Grody at 4, and
Raymond Kia is under construction and building bigger to serve you better. We need room, which means our entire inventory is at limited time construction pricing with extra Black Friday savings. Hurry in today to shop over 1,000 vehicles with savings up to $13,000 off all new Kia models. Or lease the new 2025 Kia K4 for only $98 a month. Shop the construction sales event only at Raymond Kia in Antioch, serving the community since 1963.
Two.
Yo, are you looking to become the new owner of the Bears or what?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Favorite team to play against the Bears and hopes to continue the Green Bay ownership.
It is on. I had not heard that yet. I love that he said that. Now, you know who I'm going right to next time? I'm going right to Jaquan Brisker with this. Right to Brisker, because remember, Brisker just had no respect for when the Packers beat the Bears' asses last year in the final game of the season. After the game, I and a few other reporters listened to Jaquan Brisker tear apart the Green Bay Packers and saying that he's got no respect for their wide receivers, and he wasn't stopping. So I'm taking Tanny, I'm going to need that audio for Brisker as well.
Yeah,
So-
remember, too, they were talking about the game plan against their receivers in general. They didn't love the game plan the day after the game they were talking about.
Hey, man, I thought of that during polls when polls said that Matt Eberflus takes the feedback. Yeah, Brisker talked about it. We talked about it with Jaylen Johnson that next time we had him on about exactly that. They're like, come on, let us man up on these wide receivers. Let us try to shove them around instead of laying off of them.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about it. And he's just thinking because these are not big name receivers for the Packers that Brisker's all over them. But that's the problem. They're not big name guys, and yet Jordan Love is making them look good and beat the Bears.
Yeah. I mean, it is quite a moment. It is quite a moment here. And Jordan Love, he has no idea what he just did.
Oh, no, he doesn't. But I like that he did it. It's on. The game is the game. And it is open now, man. It is fair game now to push the Bears-Packers rivalry and in a genuine way. Did you all hear what Jordan Love is saying out there? He wants ownership. He wants to invest in the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
How you feeling about that, George McCaskey? How you feeling?
Yeah.
I might ask George about that.
It's just too bad that Les Grobstein isn't around to comment on this. You know?
The puke green and the urine yellow. A lot of people can't KMA to Jordan Love and any of their other quarterbacks of the past. I go back to Eddie Lee Iver. Well, he was a running back. A lot of people thought he should have been a quarterback. Grobber is watching. Wow.
He's always
Grobber
watching.
would have just gone off.
Devoured that.
Oh, my God.
Jordan Love, a lock
Jordan
to win.
Love, more like Jordan Hate.
It would have been a lock to win, and for that, you suck.
Oh, yeah.
Tonight.
Oh, my God.
And also Bum of the Week.
Bum of the Year. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Oh, you want ownership? I got something I want to sell you right now. It's my fist.
Some of you Packer fans are classy, but for some of you obnoxious scumbags, I got one thing.
You know what that is? That's bull porn material. Oh, excuse me, bulletin board material.
And that was also off the air.
Oh, it was?
Bernstein and Harris Show, middays 10 till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Third down and 12. Dalton, 6 of 7 for only 8 yards in the air so far today. Over the top, it's complete to Tremble. Lost it. Bears recovered. Knocked loose by Jaquan Brisker, and then recovered by Dexter.
Kenny, that was a big league hit. Jaquan Brisker, bam! Puts it right on Tommy Tremble. Tommy Tremble is still down. He lets go of that ball immediately. And Jaquan Brisker, one of those physical safeties, comes from Penn State. We were just talking about them. James Franklin coaching him up, and he's now playing for the Bears, doing a great job.
That was Kenny Albert and Jonathan Vilma on Fox, and that hit was indeed a terrific football play by Jaquan Brisker. And you'd think, like, well, I know he's just been put on IR with a concussion, so usually you'd say, well, it was ever since that play. That was the last time we saw him out there. No. He finished the game. After that hit, Tommy Tremble, who he hit, came out immediately. And Jaquan Brisker played, and he self-reported his symptoms the next day. And if you say, well, that reminds me of something. Didn't something like that happen last year? Yes. The very same thing happened last year when Jaquan Brisker was on the injury report with an illness on a Wednesday. He was downgraded to a concussion on a Thursday. So it was yet another game that he played with a concussion. This is the second time an NFL player, we now know in hindsight, has suffered a traumatic brain injury. And even though there are supposedly objective neurologists who don't work for the league and don't work for a team, there are team doctors who have sworn an oath when they've accepted their medical licenses to do no harm. And there's a spotter who's supposed to alert these people. This is the second time something or someone or multiple things or multiple people failed Jaquan Brisker.
The system.
And the culture. And who knows, football players don't tell the truth.
Right.
How are you? I'm fine. It's my leg. I'm fine. It's my neck. I'm fine. Because it's just, that's how they're trained. It's what they want to do. They want to play. And I'm very, very worried for Jaquan. I'm very worried that further impacts that he suffered after the initial impact in consecutive years could have him at the point where he is now, which seems to be a pretty scary place.
So I've mentioned this a few times because it left a mark on how I look at sports when I got to work with Ted Johnson in Houston, the former Patriots linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
And he is studied by neurologists because of second impact syndrome and what we know about it now. And he has to live with it. And that's the part that to me is not okay. I always say the phrase little hurt now versus a lot of hurt later. And at least bravo to the Bears for keeping him out, right? Bravo to the Bears for making the decision.
Yeah, it's late. It's late for that bravo, though.
No, at least in this point, because I feel like there are times in this league with quarterbacks in Miami specifically where people came back and I'm wondering why.
At least when Tua has suffered these horrible brain injuries, he's come out.
And that's a major part of this.
When he's either knocked out completely or is in the sort of reptile brain fencing response, then at least they take him out. And there's so much danger in not doing that. And I'm at the point now with all of these. Like, was it last night? Jalen Hurts got evaluated, right?
Jalen Hurts got evaluated for a concussion, and he was back in the game. And you and I and Ray were talking about it in the car on the way up here to the Brat stop. I think you make a good point. If you have to ask at all, should that be the cutoff?
I think evaluation for the potential of a concussion should be the threshold for presumption of a possible concussion. Done for the day, take the helmet. I know that's pie in the sky. That will never happen in this league because there is informed consent. I don't know what the IHSA rule is. Maybe we'll ask Big Cat Williams.
He would know.
Because he is an assistant coach at Lake Forest. I don't know what the rule is about if somebody is evaluated on a high school sideline. Are you allowed to even think about putting them back? I know if it were my kid, I wouldn't let him.
So when I used to cover sports in Austin, and I covered a lot of high school sports there, people would reach out to me on occasion. High school kids would reach out to me or talk to me and say, hey, I'm learning about concussions. You know, I've played in games with having a concussion. And I'm freaking out. Because I'm going, well, where's your coach? Like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Well, you know, you think you're okay, but you're not.
Right. Coach said we got the best helmets.
Well, no, it's not even that. They're not indicting anybody. They think they're okay. Jaquan Brisker, there's an element of familiarity, I'm sure, with him feeling that.
Yeah, I've had this before. I know how this goes until it's the next time, and you've lost things you'll never get back.
And think about us joking about Xavier McKinney having to find something to pump himself up. I talked to Jaylen Johnson about it at Gale Street Inn. How mad do you have to make yourself to play a football game with the appropriate amount of energy you need? Or if you're recording a Brat Stop promo. But,
you know, more energy. It's got to be more energy.
But the point is, to find
like
that
doing cartwheels and screaming at the top of my lungs naked. Like, is this good enough?
But to find that in yourself playing football, how easy is that switch to turn off, especially when something like that has happened? And that's why I think it's so important that somebody else step in.
It's hard. It's impossible. You know, Matt Bowen has talked about it a lot. He was great yesterday, I thought, on the afternoon show, too, talking about the electricity of this rivalry. Because remember, he was a Packer. He grew up in the northwest suburbs, or west suburbs, and as a lifelong Bears fan, and I think the way he phrased it yesterday was like it's playing against your childhood. But when his experience of feeling it and seeing it from the other side, he said it is different. And he wouldn't lie. He wouldn't pander.
No, he's not that type
He's
of
not
person.
that he wouldn't do that, but he said there is definitely something that is different about these games.
See, look at the text line. We're getting texts from the text line. I got a concussion playing football in high school, and I didn't get symptoms until I took my helmet off after practice. And that's my point here is it's such a variable.
And did Jalen Hurts say, I guess I beat the protocol? He didn't really say that, did he?
I'd have to double check.
And yeah, the good point from Brian in Kalamazoo is that Brisker had to be picked up, literally, by his teammates after that play, which should have been a red flag to any spotters. Yeah, if we need more spotters, get more spotters. Whatever we need, but somebody's got to come with something is failing some of these young men out there, even with the informed consent. And we're getting some information a little bit about the IHSA rule. 773 says, with even the suspicion of concussion in IHSA, the player cannot return until released by a doctor. If there's no doctor there, as is common for freshman games, the player is just out. But a concussion can't really be adequately diagnosed in the moment, as any neurologist will tell you. They're still guessing.
Think about how many times you've gotten hurt.
I've had multiple concussions.
And you say to yourself, oh, I'm fine. No, you weren't. You find out the second day you're not fine. You find out later you're not okay. You find out years later sometimes you weren't okay, and you just deal with it. That's human nature.
And I learned, after I had a really, really, really bad head injury and was basically bedridden for a week and a half. And really the concern wasn't the concussion. It was the torn trapezius muscle. It was what they were worried about my spine. I had a bunch of stitches in my head. My head was all swollen up, but there wasn't a lot of talk and concern at the time about the potential brain injury. God knows what happened.
Right. And we had less knowledge then than we do now. And now that we have that knowledge, how are we helping people?
Jalen Hurts did say this, according to Florio.
He said, I guess I beat the protocol.
This according to Florio.
Wow.
Late in the first half of Thursday night's win over the Commanders, Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts ended up in the medical tent for a preliminary concussion evaluation. By halftime, he was out of the tent, jogging to the locker room. Asked about the evaluation after the game, I guess I beat the protocol, Hurts said. He was asked if he knows how he did that. I beat the protocol.
The scarier part, too, is that's a Thursday game,
Again,
right?
It's the culture.
So that's a Thursday game. Say that's a Sunday game and he has to play on Thursday. Take a flight, all that stuff within a week.
Or who knows how badly he got beat up on Sunday.
Correct.
You can look at it in both directions.
Correct. You're talking about somebody getting hit with the force of a car accident almost every play.
Wow. That's wild.
And look at all the stories we're getting just now of people not knowing. They didn't know how badly they were hurt.
Well, I'm thinking about Jaquan Brisker. I hope he's okay, and it makes you think about everything you see on this field. And we know that some of us have to get ourselves into a logically twisted, conflicted, cognitive dissonance to be in a place to enjoy the violence of this sport.
But I will say this, it wouldn't surprise me if he said, I'm fine, thinking the exact same thing that hundreds of people are sending us messages about right now.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. When we come back, we are going to talk to Sparky Pfeiffer. He is a Milwaukee institution. He has been committed to several Milwaukee institutions, and he of 105.7 The Fan is going to join us to give us a Packers perspective. And yes, there is a man here in a bear suit. It's not Don Wachter. It's not officially Bear Man.
And he's got some applause going.
Yeah, he does. It's not the Hall of Famer Don Wachter, but we do have our version of a guy in a bear suit. So we have that going for us. And we'll talk to Sparky from Milwaukee when we come back on The Score.
Immediately after the Chicago Green Bay game, turn on The Score for the Great Clips postgame show, starring Chicago football.
They were 15-5 over a 20-game span. That's all with Trevor Lawrence and Doug Peterson. 15-5 over a 20-game span. And then things fell off the table and they lost 9 of 10. But Trevor Lawrence can win games and put up points and also knows just how to do whatever he has to do as a quarterback to win games. And he was really, really good last week. So I understand your fear, Lawrence, big time.
I'll keep crunching the numbers and see if I can come up with a Bears win on this one, but it needed to at least be said. So, okay, now that we've done some game prep and everything else, what was your favorite thing that you remembered about that trip? Because I didn't ask you that. We asked you about how the whole thing, but what was your favorite part? What would you recommend to a Bear if they were like, hey, Grote, Bears, where should I go and hang out? What should I do?
Guys, I swear to God, I did not hear anything that happened the last 30 seconds.
Dave
did it again. I'm not playing radio here.
That's
this
better.
Cat just did it.
That's better.
This cat just did it. Come here, you. Come here, Dave. You want to be on Twitch? Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, bring him up.
The evidence.
Let people see
here
Dave the cat.
There's DTC right there.
There
You're
he
a bad boy. You're a bad boy.
Every time you say DTC, I think of ITC and Inside the Clubhouse, and I'm insulted for them. You know what I mean?
think of OPP.
Oh, but are you down with that?
Yeah, you know me.
Shane's down with it. Yeah.
So
Should we ask
that's
Bruce who he has
that's
on?
the street say.
Bruce, who do you have? Who will you have this week on Inside the Clubhouse? Have you?
What have
you?
ye
What did you ask,
today?
Lawrence? I'm sorry.
No,
man.
it doesn't matter. We run out of time.
We asked about Dave the Cat.
Yeah, DTC did it again, didn't you, Dave? So now I do think Dave knows what he's doing. Yeah, he does know what he's doing.
He's crafty like that.
Be the score.
We're calling this the Brat Bowl. I don't know where the competitive aspect of this is, because we're all a big family here in the Odyssey Sports family.
Joke's on them. We're eating all their food.
Well, I think there's plenty for everyone here at the Brat Stop, and you should come join us. We are here, brought to you by the fine folks at Ziegler Subaru in Kenosha, or of Kenosha. For a great experience, visit ZieglerSubaru.com and Potawatomi Sportsbook. And we are joined now by Sparky Pfeiffer. How would you describe your multiple roles at the Fan?
Lifer. I was there when we started the sports station in 2005, so it'll be 20 years coming up in January.
Wow.
I've done every time slot on the station, every post-game show on the station, racing show, bowling show. So, yeah, I've pretty much done everything you can do at that station at some
Bowling
point.
show.
Yes,
Racing
it was called a Spare Time Bowling Show, and the PBA Tour, I used to fly out to Vegas to do the recording for the World Series of Bowling, have all the PBA interviews and everything else. So, yeah, that became a real popular thing in general, so that was a lot of fun.
Do you have an outdoors show?
We did, yes. I co-hosted that once, but those guys were a little bit crazier for my taste, but yeah.
I'm just saying, I haven't talked to Mitch about this, but if you ever need somebody, if you ever need somebody to talk a little bit of fishing, it was
fishing and hunting was that show, but a lot of fishing, a lot of guys on boats listening to these guys talk about where all the fish were, all the different lakes around Wisconsin, all that stuff.
Yeah, you ever need somebody to help out with that, I can volunteer.
All right.
I don't own a boat, but I've been on boats.
Yeah, you bring up Mitch Rosen, right?
Mm-hmm.
It should be called the Mitch Bowl.
It should be called the Mitch Bowl.
It should not be called the Broad Bowl because he's running both stations. It should be the Mitch Bowl.
Mitch Bowl.
That's a very good point.
We could have so much fun with that.
Yes, the Mitch Bowl.
Yep.
Yes.
Where we
the show ends early
I was gonna
randomly.
say, we start a show and then like 40 minutes into the show we're just not here.
Mitch is laughing. He knows.
Yeah, it's like, where'd they go? I don't know. they were here and then they left. I don't know
They
what
shuffled
happened.
right out of the show.
The ceremonial shuffle.
There we go. I don't know. I guess they're halfway down 94 already. So what is the mood in Green Bay? And it's I guess I would imagine that fans are just kind of licking their chops to get to the Bears at a low point.
I am. Like anything short of a blowout, I'm gonna be mad. Like I don't want it to be a field goal game. I don't want it to be within 7. Y'all haven't scored a touchdown since Washington. This defense is getting better. Jeff Havley's done a great job as coordinator. Xavier McKinney has a bunch of interceptions already this year. I mean, yeah, I think we're coming in expecting a blowout. I think to a certain degree, and it's nothing, necessarily against the Bears, but that offense has not looked good. You change coordinators. The offensive line stinks. The quarterback holds onto the ball too long. I mean, there's a lot of issues that have to be fixed, and I don't think it gets fixed in 3 or 4 days. And then your offensive coordinator is a former Badger coach in Thomas Brown. So, yeah, should be fun.
I feel like, at least for the Bears, we've talked about how they need to have some main character energy here. Like, typically it can be about the rivalry, but they've got so much to fix for themselves. Focusing on Green Bay is part of it. But as you said, this is a team that's arguably in disarray right now when you consider the results of what was the easy part of their schedule. Now they're facing a Packers team hungry coming off that bye. That was an incredibly competitive game against Detroit. We saw what happened. I feel like if you're a Packers fan, this is the right time to face them.
I think you're very excited as a Packers fan. And again, Jordan Love, who's been battling injuries. He had the sprained MCL in week 1 against Philly. Then he had a groin injury that he was trying to battle through as well. He's missed 2.5 games this year with injuries. So now he gets 2 weeks to rest up and be healthy for this game going down to Chicago. I got a question for both of you. If I said, hey, Packers lose to the Bears, but that solidifies Eberflus to be your coach going forward and they're going to keep him, or you lose a bunch of games, including the Packers, and you fire him, which side do you want?
Wow, that's a sports hypothetical that I think is on the table, frankly,
because
knowing
if the
how
Bears,
much it means to the ownership.
If the Bears sweep the Packers and beat them both times, does that save Eberflus's job?
Arguably could.
It could if the Bears really end up in bizarro world. And I'm going to answer your question by not answering it. What was the name? A Trekkie could tell me. What was the name of the famous exam that they would give the Starfleet commanders? Like you couldn't have command of a ship until you. It's got a Japanese name, and there was no real answer to the conundrum.
I think it was the Kobayashi Maru.
Kobayashi Maru. That's what this feels like. And I think the answer is it shouldn't matter at all. If you can't figure out that you need to fire Matt Eberflus last week, the week before, immediately, right before kickoff, at halftime, regardless of outcome, then you're doing something wrong. It's so far beyond individual outcomes, even in rivalry games.
But then he's still here. He's still coaching the team. So
I know that.
I tell him every day.
They haven't figured it out, though. That's what I'm saying.
That's why I brought Powdered Toast Man with us, because he made the road trip. If anybody, I know there's Twitch Mob folks here who have already introduced themselves, who I don't think are real. They're actually holograms. There's nobody on the Twitch Mob's actually a real human being.
Hawk is.
I don't know.
Johnny is.
But that's why he's here, because as long as Powdered Toast Man is here, I keep thinking you got to fire this idiot, and they haven't yet.
No, that's what I'm saying. And the McCaskey family, hey, man, Packers-Bears is a big thing. Lovie Smith got here, right? And he was all about, got to beat the Packers, got to beat the Packers. Matt LaFleur just said in his press conference yesterday, he showed a video to his team of old Packer-Bear highlights, kind of showing them a little bit of what the rivalry is all about. I don't know if that's going on in Chicago or not, but from a Green Bay perspective, they still play into it a little bit, obviously knowing it's the Bears, it's not the Lions or whatever, but they still try to educate their team a little bit.
I will say this, though, is if that were to happen, that means the Bears are a much better team than we've seen out of the last month.
Mm-hmm.
And you can talk about the wins all you want, but when recent ones also indicate Carolina and Jacksonville, that would be a huge step up.
For sure.
That would mean something has gone right for the team. And that's the part of this that I feel like is worth discussing. This is a team that should have a much better record after this part of the schedule, knowing that all of the conference games are coming up now.
This is my thing. I don't understand how DJ Moore can sign an extension and essentially walk out the field during a play. And Xavier McKinney took his shot at DJ Moore, and the DJ Moore said, it's trash talk, fine, whatever. We'll see what happens on the field. I'm sorry. If you sign an extension, I expect you to be a team guy and be in. You knew you were getting a rookie quarterback. You knew what you were getting yourself into. And again, because you guys run Hard Knocks, I really got to see an inside look kind of what was going on. We talked about Hard Knocks every week. My producer, Charlie Usen, we call him Chicago Charlie, brainwashed as a child. His dad grew up in Wrigleyville. So lived in Wisconsin his whole life, played high school football, played college football at Elmhurst. So he's a big Chicago fan. So we talked about it every week. I would be livid. Like, if I was Ryan Poles, I would have grabbed DJ Moore and said, you do that again, I swear to God, I'll trade you to the Panthers, and you will love life again.
Okay, a couple of questions in that regard. One, the Packers have had their own disciplinary issues this year. Mm-hmm. So describe the way Matt LaFleur handled those issues, especially on the timeline. Did he put his finger to the wind and wait to hear everything out there? What are they saying? What are they saying? Or did the Packers act with a different kind of alacrity?
I mean, in general, with him and Brian Gutekunst, the general manager, they're usually pretty aggressive in taking care of issues as they happen. Like Jair Alexander, it was last year, it was the Panther game. He goes running out there. Wasn't supposed to be out there. Well, I thought they knew I'm from here and I need to be out there, whatever. And they took care of that quickly. They brought him in. They had a talk. They did what they had to do. And he was a completely different person for the rest of the season. Then it was, well, how's he going to be when he comes back? He's been a team guy. Haven't had any issues with him. Now he's been battling injuries and not being able to stay healthy. But from that, you get it. The other part of this, I think, is that helps, with all due respect, different to Chicago, is this team's won for a long time. So from a player perspective, they want to be here because they want to be in the playoffs every year. They want a chance to be at a Super Bowl. So when they say something, I think players maybe listen a little bit more. When you're in an organization that hasn't won in a while and has been known to do crazy things and not get things done, I think that respect level is probably a little bit different from a player standpoint.
You mentioned the point that has been made about several Chicago quarterbacks, the last two for sure, the holding on to the ball so long aspect. That's something that we've examined when it comes to having a defensive coach in Matt Eberflus and coaching your quarterbacks to be afraid to throw an interception. That is the worst thing in the world. Jordan Love has 10. How much is that affecting his mental process and his risk-taking ability this season?
Well, that's a tricky thing that you bring up, because what's happening is I feel like Packer fans are using Brett Favre as a weapon, as a negative weapon, because he's throwing so many interceptions. Oh, great, we have another Brett. Well, the problem is he's following Aaron Rodgers, who refused to take any type of chance unless it was Devontae Adams, right? So anybody that throws any type of interceptions after Rodgers is going to look horrible. Decision-making is a big thing for Jordan Love. There's no question. It's something he has to work on. The offensive coordinator yesterday was asked, Stanovich was asked, do you think injuries are playing into it? No. It has nothing to do with, making the right decision. And he has to do better at it. I think he'll be fine. I think what you guys are dealing with Fields and Caleb Williams. And I don't know if it gets better because I don't think Justin Fields has gotten better. It's, reading, reacting, and being able to make the throw. And we were just talking about it off the air here about Quay Walker, the linebacker for the Packers, who I feel is very similar to a quarterback. You have to read and react quickly at a linebacker. And if you hesitate and you don't do that and you're not aggressive, you're not going to get to where you want to go. That's his problem. And I think that's a quarterback's problem. But again, I'm not a quarterback. I just don't know if that ever gets better.
Sparky, I read this the other day, and as we let you go, just a little bit of food for thought here, and I found it fascinating. And this was a Bears fan who said, if we're really being honest about the Bears and the quarterback wilderness and everything they've been through, it ended. The Bears' glory ended the moment Charles Martin threw Jim McMahon down on his shoulder. November 23rd, 1986.
Yeah.
Nothing has been the same since that.
I'll be honest. When y'all got Jay Cutler, I thought you were going to be something. I really doesn't.
I did
Man,
too.
they finally got a quarterback. Here we
too.
go. And Rami Makloff, who fills in on this station, was with me at that time in Milwaukee. And I was like, here you go, Rami. You finally got somebody since McMahon. And it just never ended up. You got Charles Woodson saying same old Jay after he throws another interception and that type of stuff. Yeah, the Charles Martin thing, I remember watching that. He had a long towel on. He had Willie Gault's number on there. I don't know.
He had a written hit list in Sharpie on his
How was he
towel.
going to catch Willie Gault? Come on.
Especially now.
Yes.
Have you seen Willie Gault lately? He's
yes.
still winning like Masters sprint tournaments.
It's like Jerry Rice. They just never get out of shape. They're always in peak physical condition. Yeah.
Terrell Owens the same way now.
But I don't know, man. Like, there's part of me that says, does it take the McCaskies to sell it in order to get the karma to change? For the Bucs, Herb Cole sold. We have new owners. And all of a sudden, Giannis appears, and we win a championship. I wonder if it's just change of ownership.
They're talking about
Yeah, what's happening there?
With the Milwaukee Bucks?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
We've been examining that a little bit.
This is the thing. Everybody's mad about, Lillard versus Drew Holiday and so forth. But guys, the problem is Giannis. 5 of 6 years, he's been hurt in the playoffs. He was hurt the year they won the championship, but Trae Young got hurt. That's how you were able to get to Phoenix, and then Giannis came back and you won. Middleton is never healthy. They got Lillard to be the scorer for when Giannis goes out.
But
that's kind of the
guard
deal,
anybody.
right?
Yeah.
But Middleton is hurt still.
Yep.
So you still haven't had the big three available. Doc Rivers' teams do not stink in the regular season. It's been like over a decade since he's had a losing record in the regular season. They'll figure it out. They'll be fine. But they have to be healthy. And when you're older, health can be an issue.
Eastern Conference is a kind conference to play in, at least for these guys. You got to get to like the 11th place team before there's a sub 500 in the West.
Sparky, thank you so much. And I just want to say I'm really happy, and I think it's great for Milwaukee and great for Odyssey that 105.7 The Fan is back doing its thing.
I'm happy too because I get to talk about the trader and the Cubs, so it's fun.
Oh yeah, well the record spoke for itself now, didn't it?
You know he's a terrific guy, right?
He's a trader.
Oh, stop!
No.
Stop being a meatball.
I don't reference that man by name on my show.
Oh,
trader.
come on.
No, absolutely not. I told people they should boo that dude in the grocery store if he wants to live in Wisconsin.
Ouch! Really?
Yes.
You don't want him to do that?
Man, you should see that they had marketing videos of Craig Counsell. See, I'm saying it. I'm on the score of that dude being in videos talking about, I'm just like you. I grew up a Brewers fan. I was in the Brewers clubhouse.
But that's what people say for marketing videos.
Get out of
and
here.
I don't think he's lying.
I don't think he is either.
Right, I think he
Get
meant
out of
it.
here. No, no, I'm done.
Okay.
Brett Favre and the trader. Same thing.
All right, there we go. That is Sparky Pfeiffer of The Fan. And when we come back, we're going to do a deep dive into some of what is going on in the developmental hiccups of Caleb Williams, what can be fixed, and how they're going to do it. So we'll discuss. You should be at the Broad Stop, because we're at the Broad Stop. And you should bring a gently worn, a brand new coat, and you'll get a $1 off coupon. 1 coupon per customer. This is brought to you by Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. For a great experience, visit ZieglerSubaru.com and Potawatomi Sportsbook. Back with more Bears talk next on The Score.
Plumbers 911 Football Mondays are bigger than ever with all of our shows, joined by an unprecedented team of experts reacting after the game.
Yeah, well, this one is miss a little, miss a lot. And this is Dustin Rhodes' takeaway from the Bulls preseason opener win against the Cleveland Cavaliers.
And I was disappointed. I'll raise my hand. I was disappointed to not see Ball out there. I mean, what are we waiting for? What are we doing?
Lonzo Ball?
Right. He's practicing. Put him out, even if it's 5 minutes. Have him break a sweat.
He's got COVID. He had a setback.
tested positive for COVID.
Oh boy. Well, I guess then maybe you should put him on IR, and we should just maybe we'll see him in 2025. Maybe we'll see him in 2025. Get COVID.
Get the whole team sick.
His conditioning is affected. I can tell you, when you get COVID, everybody can relate to that. You're knocked back. If you're a casual jogger or an NBA player, you're knocked back. Your conditioning is affected.
You just coughed. Do you have COVID, David?
Wow. I coughed. I got choked up talking about the Hawks.
You need to be excused?
Oh, man.
Okay, let's just hear from him in 2025. He got COVID.
What is going on in the world? That's why he didn't play.
Okay, we'll see if he plays Saturday night, or what's the protocol now? What's the government say? What's the rules now about COVID?
I'm not quite sure.
I think you try to.
Well, some people had it. Some people had it memorized.
You try
David.
to steer clear.
So
of people
I want to know what. I want to know
If he
what it
plays
is.
Saturday night with a mask, we'll know.
Mask on his knee.
That's a great question.
He's lashing out in every direction.
Jeez. What's he so mad at?
Oh, well, he wanted to see Lonzo Ball, and he's disappointed.
He thought this was about the cadaver stuff in his leg.
In his knee.
And ended up,
He was told it's about COVID. He was like, well, that's ridiculous. I still wanted to see Lonzo Ball.
And then he kind of did
rolling.
a little COVID thing there.
Yeah, now I'm rolling and the microphone is open. I'm staying angry.
Real close to doing an old school COVID bit there.
I think it's a new school. Old school is new school now on the COVID front.
I think he was embarrassed.
Right up to the line.
Embarrassed that he missed the news that Lonzo had COVID, and he was just clawing and scratching, trying to get out.
That's it. You heard him clawing.
Just taking shots. I mean, I appreciate the strategy. You got to fight, brother.
Yeah, he was fighting.
COVID-19 is still out there.
OJ knew.
But he's not.
Oh, rest in peace.
You know, this conversation would have happened a lot sooner had I not won, back-to-back COVID MVPs.
Oh, no, that's a good point, Lawrence. I don't necessarily need OJ to rest in peace. He could rest in something else.
back after 3 tough losses in a row? Keep listening as we get you ready for the game right up to kickoff. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented by your local Hyundai dealers. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score, an Odyssey sports station. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. The Score!
This hour is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today.
I think it does a lot well. I think when it comes to just natural ability from throwing the football is, I think, clearly and obvious. I think being able to understand how to get the ball out of his hands as fast as possible when it comes to not the concepts we kind of just end up dialing up, but also being able to let him use his natural God-given ability at times when it's relevant. Not every play, but when it comes to especially situational ball, third down, red zone, and come alive with that.
That is new Bears offensive coordinator, former passing game coordinator. We can't really lose sight of that when we start talking about, well, now the passing game will improve. Well, he was in charge of it. Now he's just in charge of more, and he gets to actually call the plays. So maybe it means more that he's a play caller as much as it is a coordinator. And he now is in charge of making sure that Caleb Williams stops regressing and gets back to progressing. And by the way, this is so adorable.
What?
You're taking a knife and fork to eat your brats in nice little digestible pieces.
I'm a messy eater. If
I
there
know
is
where the
mustard,
brat
if
stopped.
there is
Use your
mustard in
fingers.
the atmosphere, it
It'll-
will find a way on any of my shirts.
Oh, I will have mustard on my pants. That used to be. It was not at a baseball game until there were copious mustard stains on my pants.
Right.
So there'd be absolutely no worry. It just you're so prim.
I don't think so. I think I'm just child-proofing myself.
I think you went to finishing school. That's what I think.
Yeah, that did not happen.
I think you were walking around with Terry's book on your head, just balanced differently to make sure
I
the
do.
posture's
I do.
absolutely perfect.
You know, you do want to balance stuff in your head. I think that's important.
Well, that's true from dance, right?
Yeah.
That absolutely from dance. But what I'm saying is, please feel free to just pick up one of these things and eat it like a wolf. because-
Yeah, people take pictures, and that's not really my MO.
Good point.
So anyway,
Good point.
We
Yes.
are enjoying the plethora of sausage and like homemade pickles and homemade sauerkraut and all the good things at the Brat Stop, and we have a big crowd building in
Yeah,
here
look at
too.
this. Look at so many familiar faces, too.
Yeah.
So many familiar faces. Marlon Brando's helper monkey is here. I saw Gary is here. Gary Seacrest.
Marlon Brando's helper monkey and Gary.
Well, no, Gary used to own Diversey Rock and Bowl.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so he sold it years ago.
I bowled there.
Now he sits on a pile of money on his private lake, and he goes fishing, and he gets to come up here and day drink.
And you decided to hang out with us?
Yeah, he also. Oh, I don't want to give anything away. Sorry, no, he's not day drinking. He's enjoying nothing but orange juice, and he also.
I thought he was drinking mustard.
He is a long time donor to Camp One Step, and also seeing Rich here, whose wife has been a volunteer for Camp One Step for many, many, many years. It's really very special. And also wanted to send a special shout out to Jake in Belvedere, who I'm told is a little under the weather and is a big fan and is listening. So from the Bernstein and Harris show for Layla Rahimi, Jake, feel better, get well soon. You're well represented out here today. So let's talk Caleb Williams. Let's first hear the latest national info from a guy who's pretty connected. Would you agree?
Yes, I think when Albert Breer speaks, we should listen. And the assessment was stark.
Yeah, there's a ton of frustration, no question. And I think a lot of this stems back to Caleb Williams not being quite as ready as they hoped he would be when the season began. That means they can't run the full offense because he doesn't have as much command at the line of scrimmage. He can't make adjustments, can't use cadence as a weapon quite as much. He's holding the ball for too long. That led to frustration among the offensive linemen. He's frustrated the receivers, and the frustration has been towards the coaches. It's been back at Caleb Williams. And so they make the change this week. And one of the first things that Thomas Brown did over the course of the last few days is emphasize having full unit meetings rather than breaking into position groups. The hope is that he can bring the group together to try to find solutions.
Oh, man. I thought that was a lot. He said that last night on the postgame show on Thursday Night Football, and I feel like it was worth a discussion.
What caught your ear?
Cadence.
First thing I wrote down.
Because remember how when training camp started, the Bears were like, oh, cadence isn't a problem anymore. Then everybody's like, well, they say it's not a problem. But it sounds like it still very much is a problem. And their decision to go tempo would indicate that. What? What are you laughing at now?
That's your voice of like, that's your basic white girl voice.
They say kittens got fixed.
I just picture you like drinking white Zinfandel, or the poster that says "Live, Laugh, Love" behind you.
Well, I mean, they told me everything was going to be okay. Yeah, so that's how I feel about it when it comes to whether or not cadence is still an issue for Caleb Williams. And the other part of this is, if all the position groups are that divided, why wasn't that thought of previously to put everybody in a room together?
I always pictured that happening regularly, that you would only go off to your individual rooms after the marching orders were set as a unit.
And it doesn't mean that they don't have that in place already. But to have a special emphasis on it, because let's face it, NFL Network reporters get different information than everybody else. You have to understand that. And Amazon Prime, too. If you're a rights holder, you're going to have more information than the average reporter when it comes to some of these details.
I don't want to read too much into it, but maybe that is just an admission that there has been finger pointing and grumbling. And once the door closes in a positional group, the wide receivers are like, oh, what's going on with Caleb? What this? And Caleb is maybe talking to people like, guys can't get open. A lot of it leads back to Waldron, and a lot of this toxicity is wide receivers. Caleb Williams has held out of the ball in large part because wide receivers have not been open.
They haven't been open to him.
Correct, by his definition of open.
Listen, I think you and I have both seen some plays, especially the ones to me where there was DeAndre Swift in motion, where he was out maybe 3-4 yards past the line of scrimmage, where that was a specific play designed for him, and he was open, and both times he didn't get read. There's something there to this, but then the other piece of that is Breer specifically saying the offensive line is frustrated because he's holding on to the ball too long. These are
offensive linemen say basically, we'll hold them off for 2.5 to 3 seconds.
3 seconds is the luxury.
Yeah,
that's the standard.
Anything past that is on you. It's sort of like in what they always say about goalies in hockey. Stop the first one, and if it's not a terrible rebound, the defense should be able to take care of that second. Like that puck should be out of there. It's the goalie's job to make that first stop.
Right.
And if the defense is where they should be, there shouldn't be an opportunity for a follow-up.
Now, if that's happening, why isn't the pocket moving more? Why aren't you utilizing play action? Why aren't you rolling out if you're a young guy who can run? Hopefully that gets addressed.
When you had clear, measurable success with the boot actions they've had.
Right.
Well, they've had this is unfortunately, I hate to do it. It's back to the Matt Nagy stuff. And I mentioned the other day that somebody showed me on Blue Sky, which, by the way, if you are getting onto Blue Sky like a lot of people are, it's just a haven of social media sanity.
You mean it's
right
not
now.
a bunch of people with replies about why aren't you doing something, mental gymnastics?
No, it really hasn't been. And no bots and no ads, and it's been great.
You've gotten all my impressions out of the way.
No, your dad has to have a Lakers thought at some point. But I'm at Dan Bernstein. Just like, I'm pretty sure that's just it. At Dan Bernstein, you can find me there. And the conversation's been really good, actually. So I read that we had, how was it put about the air yards where Caleb Williams has been throwing into tight windows and relatively well, but because of the timing, he's making the windows tighter.
Yeah.
The idea would be that with some of the designs that have been there, the longer he waits, and then it shortens the decision-making time, and then you start to get confused.
You see it on the comeback routes, you especially see it on the perimeters, but that's why, again, just take it down a notch then. Put somebody over the middle. I don't know, maybe Cole Kmet.
If there's a lot of man, and where they're going to see a lot of man, there has been a lot of man. The Patriots were uncharacteristically man-heavy. We know a high school coach can tell you, pick routes, the little rubs and crosses, mesh concepts.
Best friend for a quarterback.
Man beaters and bunch formations. When you start putting them in a diamond or in stacks, that is a way to beat man coverage. I heard Matt Bowen talk about it yesterday. And when it comes to some of the zones as well, remove and replace, run out and replace. Where somebody carries a safety down a seam, and underneath you establish someone else in that layer.
Now listen, there's an aspect of this. We brought up the Packers. They're only giving up 113 yards a game on the ground. That puts them in the upper quartile of run defenses, actually. Maybe just outside it. But it's not going to be
math.
It's not going to be this broad stop smorgasbord of run the ball. But I still think they have to do so in order to have a chance. The best test we have for the Bears coming up is simply the first drive of the game that they get offensively.
Which is always terrible.
Right. If you're getting a first down, progress will have been made.
I thought Eric Washington said it when he was talking about the Packers, is that they skip third down. They go first down, second down, first down. That's what really good offenses do generally when you have a 7-yard run on first down.
Right. Yeah, that's how you draw it up. You draw it up so you don't have to have a third and situation.
And the Bears have 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 13, and then somebody jumps off sides and it's 3rd and 18.
But Albert Breer says that, and he talks about cadence, and what do we see? We see pre-snap penalties. That's the problem, is so many things relate to that one piece of information.
Bears quarterbacks coach Kerry Joseph was asked yesterday about how the risk calculation is going to be made about Caleb Williams balancing his aggressiveness and shot taking with not throwing picks.
You know, I just try to always encourage, hey, let's be aggressive. Let's be aggressive, but be smart. You know, let's be aggressive, let's be smart. And that's the message that I've started from day one, and I continue to deliver. So now, hey, let's pull the trigger, let's be smart about it, but be aggressive at the same time.
Has Caleb been doing too much at the line? Obviously, he's adept enough and smart enough to make a lot of changes plan, but has it been too much the past few weeks?
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. Caleb is very smart. We just got to help our offense, like you said, to put us in a better situation, and we just got to play better. You know, we just got to play better collectively, and we just got to stay ahead of the chains. NFL, you don't stay ahead of the chains, it's hard. You know, it's hard.
So he's making good decisions. He's making good decisions at the line.
He's making good decisions at the line. We got to help him, and like now, just hey, let's get the ball out of his hand. You know, slow his eyes down so he sees things a little bit better. Once post snap. You know, but you know, at the line of scrimmage, things that we've asked him to do, he's done a great job with it.
All right, I don't like some of that. I like the detail at the end, and I'm glad that Grody followed up in the way that he did. So the question was, basically, how can he be aggressive and smart? And the answer was, well, I tell him to be aggressive and smart. Let's be aggressive, let's be smart. Obviously, but how? The coach's job is to take it from the words to the how. Of course you want him to be both aggressive and smart. Well, I just tell him, be aggressive and smart. Thanks.
No, that's just him. You know what that is. It's him telling you he doesn't want to give away information.
How should he be aggressive and smart? How does he learn how to be aggressive and smart?
I think he thinks he's doing it when he's at the line of scrimmage and he's audibling. I think he thinks he's doing that. And there was a point that Cynthia Freeland brought up with our show about the responsibility and what the Bears are asking of him. And I feel like given all the information we've received, it's worth bringing back.
Caleb Williams is coming along. You know, he needs a little help around him from the structure standpoint, from the types of plays that, you know, I remember, if we close our eyes and remember back in the day when Dak Prescott was coming out, even though he was a 5th rounder, et cetera, like, you know, when he was forced to take over after injury, no one asked him to throw outside the numbers for a long time. No one asked him to throw deep for a long time. Well, that's not been the case for Caleb Williams. He's had to do all of those things right from the jump. That is what happens when you are 1.01, the very first pick. But you have to see the trajectory rolls out a little bit more slowly. Like, there's nothing wrong with Caleb Williams. He's awesome. You have your quarterback. It's going to get better and better and better. It just, there needs to be a little bit of help around it. And by the way, it doesn't make anything easier that the NFC North is the most competitive division in all of football this season, as opposed to some other seasons where it maybe would have been a little bit more achievable to win now.
That's interesting, to the 1.01, that his pedigree and his standing, do you think that resulted in the Bears, frankly, overrating him? As weird as that sounds?
Not necessarily overrating him, but expecting him to do everything. And that's something that I've talked about on this station, broadcasting through the Hyundai Studios. For how long? That doesn't just go back to Caleb Williams, but that was my main concern.
I don't think that's necessarily bad if you trust your structure, which they don't have. They fired their offensive. They interviewed 9 offensive coordinators, and they ended up hiring a doofus. And that sets them back. It's okay to ask, if you trust the teachers and you get people ready to say, this season could be rocky. We might end up winning a Super Bowl because we take a little step back in the one-loss record, or we a little underachieve this season. But we're going to get closer to winning a Super Bowl because we're going to give this kid everything. And once he figures it out, watch out.
But what have we said? We've argued for easing him into the offense. I've argued
Not all the time.
I've argued for teaching him 101, even though he's very good. He'll be to 201 quickly. And now you're seeing this regression, which we also know is typical. You see that happen in a rookie season. But now the question becomes, how is he getting out of it? And that's why all of this information is worthy of discussion. They decided that the offensive coordinator wasn't good enough. Well, what does that mean for the next person? But here's the other thing, Dan. They trust their process, and we have no reason to.
I don't.
That's it.
Yeah.
What about their process and time to prepare has told you that this is sound? I am happy that they are changing it. That's what you need to do. You can't be completely egotistical and say that what we're doing is working. Changes be damned. What they're doing is at least adjusting. But I don't have enough confidence in their process and their evaluation to be able to confidently say, I think that this is going to get better in a way that benefits everybody over the next few games.
That's Layla Rahimi. I'm Dan Bernstein. This is the Bernstein and Harris Show. And because this is a Friday, it doesn't matter that we are here at the Brat Bowl or the Mitch Bowl at the Brat Stop in Kenosha, because we are still going to have Joe Ostrowski on next to give you everything you need to know to maximize your wagertainment value when we come back on The Score.
Bears fans, after 3 losses in a row, the 4-5 Bears are back at Soldier Field to face the Green Bay Packers. Will the firing of Shane Waldron have an impact on the offense? Is there any way Matt Eberflus can get this team to stop the skid and upset Green Bay? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Packers right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen Monday for a full day of Bears reaction on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Raymond Kia is under construction and building bigger to serve you better. We need room, which means our entire inventory is at limited time construction pricing with extra Black Friday savings. Hurry in today to shop over 1,000 vehicles with savings up to $13,000 off all new Kia models. Or lease the new 2025 Kia K4 for only $98 a month. Shop the construction sales event only at Raymond Kia in Antioch, serving the community since 1963.
Sometimes our old friend Doug is roused to share his anger and his thoughts on a horrific Bears law. Doug, is that you?
We are live from 6 Heavenly and 6heavenlythescore.com. I'm your host, Doug Buffone, up here running around with a Ron Santo who's been clicking his heels all week because he's as mad as I am.
Wait a minute. Santo has heels up there. Oh my
You get
God.
your legs back when you get up here. That's not the point, boys.
What is the point?
I've had it. I could kick a tomato can down a grocery aisle and pick it up before the Bears finds a win at the end of that game.
Hit the bullet in the ass with a banjo.
I don't even understand.
Oh, you couldn't hit it. If it was stapled to your hand, you couldn't hit it. And I'm mad at the coaching, okay? Like a nice woman at Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club, it starts at the top. All right? You start with the top.
When you saw Tyreek Stevenson with his back towards the line of scrimmage,
Yeah.
how did that make you feel?
Okay, his Stephenville kid, whatever, his Stevens Center, Convention Center guy, I don't care. He's out here waving around like a T-ball player picking dandelions. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to come down there this week. I'm going to dig up Chris Conte from whatever Circuit City he's managing, and I'm going to get him back out on this field.
All right, Doug, it's really good to talk to you. It's really good to hear you. We're glad you're doing okay. You know,
Doug Buffone's thoughts on the games are brought to you by Zares. Come into Zares this holiday weekend. We'll take care of you. And don't forget to stop by Marshall Fields. We'll go to Marshall Fields. Look in the window. You know what? If you're a Bears player, look in the window and see your own reflection. Who do you want to be?
I don't know if it was gas money or beer money. And the guy
Beer money, probably.
How did beer money birth such great moments in Chicago sports culture?
It's the funniest
so
thing ever.
many.
It's
so
the self-described like Bears super fan who like immediately asked who's the Bears all-time leader in sacks without missing a beat. He goes, Brian Urlacher. Like,
no.
And
You want to hear it, Layla?
Yeah.
All right, here you go.
Jose from Logan Square. You ready?
Ready.
You're a big Bears fan?
I'm here every year.
Every year.
2000. Everybody knows me here.
This is your first chance to win some gas money. Here you go. $10. What jersey number did Walter Payton wear?
34.
34. $10. Easy. You gonna keep playing?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I thought so. $20. Which Bears player holds the franchise record for sacks in a season?
Brian Urlacher.
Richard Dent. The sack man. The guy's name's the sack man, Jose.
You're right.
The sack man's his name.
Sack machine.
First of all, he says he just can't wait to say something as wrong as Brian Urlacher.
Sack machine.
And then he says, you're right. That's the host of the game show who literally is holding cards with the answers on them.
I mean, I'd have probably said the same
So yes,
thing.
he's right. And then he says
Not Urlacher, but you're
and his
right.
nickname was the Sack Man, and his response was Sack Machine. And it just became a thing.
They really got to bring that show back.
I started laughing in the hall of the hotel because right next to my room was the
Sack
big,
machine.
The big sign that said "Ice Machine," and I laughed every time I walked.
I still can't get over Theo Epstein pausing after saying 83 at the
I know.
parade.
I know.
Like, I don't think we talk about that enough.
She's 83, and then there's like the
Dramatic pause, and I was like, oh.
Makes sense.
There are some other games in the NFL this week that are worthy of hype. All of these Pittsburgh and Baltimore games have been tremendous, and then we've got our Kansas City and Buffalo showdown. With Buffalo, actually, the last I saw, they were favored, and I don't think anybody is surprised.
Yeah, not too much. Buffalo, the home team, so they're basically saying that these teams are just about even on a neutral field. When we watch the Chiefs every week, and it happened again last week, how do they keep doing it? They barely survived against Denver, but they keep on winning, sitting 9-0. So we're in one of these rare opportunities. You've got Patrick Mahomes as an underdog. That has happened 14 times. Patrick Mahomes has not covered the spread once in those 14 games when he's been an underdog. He's 11-3 straight up, 12-1-1 against the spread. So a lot of people are just blindly betting that and saying, hey, that's a good look. I'm just going to bet on Mahomes until I stop cashing on those wagers. The injuries, big for the Buffalo Bills. Kincaid has not been practicing this week, their tight end, and that's massive because Kansas City is the worst at defending that position in the NFL. Keon Coleman is out. We don't know about Amari Cooper, so that news is going to be big. And then Butker yesterday, we find out he goes on IR out of nowhere. That was hilarious.
Really?
But he's won so many games for them with big kicks. At the end, the internet was all over that.
He can have some time to, be barefoot in the kitchen and bake a cake.
Yes. There were a lot of reactions. What if Butker's doctor is a female? how is he going to respond?
No!
Is it his mother though?
What if he needs surgery and the surgeon is an over-promoted, undeserving woman? Whatever will he do?
I, for one, enjoy living the lie. And I would like to continue my work day by asking you about Baltimore and Pittsburgh.
Yes, that one, the point spread is 3. Some places you can find 3.5. Maybe that's surprising to some because of how the Ravens looked against the Bengals and just what Lamar has done this season. But in this matchup, just take the underdog. In the last 20 years, when the underdog is getting 3 points or more, they cover 85% of the time. They're typically low-scoring games, even though this is a high total, since the offenses are looking good and the Ravens' pass defense is just horrendous. But it always ends up being a one-possession game. So Steelers and the points, that's what I'm thinking there.
Do you think Northwestern can cover the spread against Ohio State?
Good Lord. They needed overtime for Purdue.
Purdue has not had a good year.
Purdue's awful. Awful. They're one of the worst teams in the country. So, I'm not lining up for that one. It's been a bad few weeks, getting smoked by Iowa and Wisconsin as well. And on the Ohio State side, maybe if you're hoping that they can cover the 28.5 or whatever the number is right now, is maybe Ohio State is looking ahead to next week, because that's what the college football world is talking about. That game next week, Indiana and Ohio State. Indiana needs to win if they want to make the playoff. They're sitting 10-0 in the season. That number's 10.5. You could already bet into that game. That's what everybody's waiting on. And of course, Travis Hunter conversation. He's the favorite now. It's taken a while, but he's the favorite to win the Heisman. The chatter being with 3 games left, if they can win one, because that was the reason a lot of people were saying they wouldn't vote for Travis Hunter. Well, he's on a bad team. They're not going to have a great record. They already have 7 wins in pocket with 3 games left. So, yeah, certainly in college, that's what people are doing.
Genti's second, though, right?
Genty, no, Gabriel's been second, I believe.
Gabriel's second. Wow.
Yeah, Gabriel's second, undefeated team, and arguably the best conference. Arguably, with the SEC.
It's not a great Heisman race. It isn't. And I can tell you, as a voter, I can't tell you which way I'm leaning, but just this has not been a compelling Heisman season.
Is it because you don't have a quarterback battle at the top?
Maybe. Maybe. And my expectations were that Jalen Milroe would be much more involved and dynamic. I don't know. Not having him as part of the discussion has kind of changed things.
I thought there would be a move on Jackson Dart when they pulled off the upset of Georgia last week. And if you look at his numbers, pretty much all the metrics. He's in top 3 with every quarterback stat, but really no move on Jackson Dart. He's 20-1. And yes, Genti's third. It seems to be a 3-player race. Hunter, Gabriel, Genti, and then there's a bit of a drop-off to Cam Ward.
Any interesting betting props for the Tyson and Paul fight tonight?
It's actually unbelievable. If you talk to the odds makers, the amount of money that they're getting on this is crazy.
Why?
And some people
Why
think
is
that
that's my.
I mean, I believe it.
Yeah. Is it what people want to see? Because I'll tell you what they're betting right now. People are betting on Tyson nonstop. They just can't stop betting on Tyson. And you have to remember that the rules are different. It's 8 rounds. It's 2 minutes instead of 3, and they have the bigger gloves. But Paul is the favorite, minus 190 at BetMGM. That number keeps coming down because they keep on betting Tyson. The favorite is getting only 15% of the tickets. And a lot of the odds makers will tell you, like, yep, we can't stop the action on Tyson. It is unbelievable. We cannot stop it nonstop. But when they get the 6-figure bets, they're on Paul.
Wait, did you say bigger gloves?
Yes, which means a knockout is less likely.
So like
Yeah.
a
that's
like a
so
throw pillow, like something you put on a
lame.
couch. Like,
It's like, do you remember the inflatable ones we had? What do they call them? Boppers? Like, remember when we were kids?
we used to like tie pillows to
No.
toss pillows
They
to our
you bought them.
hands.
They were inflatable. Like, they looked like gumdrops. There were
No.
2 blue ones and there were 2 red ones, and you blew them up just like a floaty device, and you'd stick your hand in them, and then you'd punch each other with them until you got bored.
That sounds awesome, actually.
It was kind of
Yeah.
awesome. What were they called? Like they're like a
Sock 'em boppers.
Rock'em. It wasn't Rock'em Sock. That was the robots. It was like Socko Boppers or something.
So we would also just like unzip the toss pillow cover, and then you put your hand inside it, and then just
Yes.
go at people.
Yeah, Shane says it's Sock'em Boppers. I think that's what it was.
Yeah, Nate on Twitch is also saying that.
That's so lame that they're using pillow gloves.
Is this just people
Basically.
nostalgic because they couldn't bet on Tyson when he was active?
Back in the day, yeah.
Right.
I know.
This is a new generation.
Is it going to be like Mayweather, McGregor, where there's all this hype and it's really not that close? I'm not sure that it's that. It's just, what do you expect to happen? I'll tell you the 3 most popular bets at BetMGM. Number 1, Mike Tyson by knockout or DQ, plus 250. Number 2 most popular bet, Mike Tyson on
probably bet
points.
that.
Number 3, Mike Tyson to win in round 1 at 14
Points a
to 1.
second?
Yes. Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
Well, because they were using pillows.
Yeah, well, that's why people are
that's-
betting the over on the rounds, over
Oh, that's
5.5
so
rounds.
stupid.
Is it,
Oh,
is it
Now
going to
I
be
wanna
a
watch more,
glorified
actually.
sparring? Oh, I'm staying
Go out
up
there
for
and
this
fight with
garbage.
feathers. This is ridiculous. All right, Joe Ostrowski, thank you, sir. Much appreciated.
Bye, guys.
This segment brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. When we return, it is high noon. I'm not going to bring you down, but there were 2 passings in the past week that I have been meaning to mention and to say nice things about some people you should know who are no longer with us.
Oh, yeah? Well, I have a guy who faked his death, and he's alive.
Death. That's coming next if you keep it here on the score.
Tomorrow morning, Rally House Wrigleyville is opening early at 7 a.m. before the Buckeyes take on the Wildcats at Wrigley Field. This is your chance to meet the Score's Lawrence Holmes and Layla Rahimi from 8 to 10 a.m. and also to shop the best in Ohio State and Northwestern gear right across the street from the game. Plus, there'll be food, prizes, and an unbeatable selection of team gear waiting for you. Meet Lawrence Holmes and Layla Rahimi tomorrow from 8 to 10 a.m. at Rally House Wrigleyville.
I'm Nick Ashew, helping you.
I've never been more nervous seeing that Bears helmet in Lambeau Field. To me, it was, a big game feeling, like a huge game feeling for me. And obviously that's from growing up here in Chicago, but also just the week of practice leading up to it, there was more intensity. It was more tempo in practice. It had a bigger feel to it because it was Bears-Packers.
That's not my favorite story from your Packers days.
Lawrence, you've heard him tell the story about when he got locked out of his hotel room.
That was in Champaign. That was a game in Champaign. And it was Monday Night Football, so I was nervous, and I wet my bed, and I put all my sheets together, and because when you're on the road in the NFL, you can go down to, you're staying like the Ritz and stuff. You just call someone, they fix everything for you. We're staying in a hotel in Rantoul, Illinois. Okay, so we weren't downtown Chicago. And so I had to get rid of it. And Aaron Campman was my roommate, and Campman played for the Packers a long time, played with me at Iowa. I wasn't going to wake him up. So I put a towel on and walked downstairs, and there was no one anywhere. I mean, it was the middle of the night. I mean, it was no one. So I went outside. I was going to throw the sheets in the dumpster, and the door closed behind me. There was no handle on the door. So I'm in the parking lot at 3 a.m. with just a towel on. I walked around to the front. And I walked in, I said, I'm Matt Bowen, I play for the Green Bay Packers. And the lady at the desk did not believe me. Did not. So I had to get a way to find team security to come down, to let me back in. I went back in, got cleaned up, and just flipped the mattress over and slept on a mattress. And then I played a football game the next day. Now, look, I didn't play that poorly. I made some plays. I was good on special teams. I had one pass interference in the end zone on a throw from Jim Miller. I had one pass interference in the end zone that I was beat, so I grabbed the guy. But besides that, I played pretty well, and that was a game we opened up when Favre hit driver on the deep ball, and things just started rolling really well for us. Yeah, that was an interesting trip to Champaign. A lot different than this past weekend, I'll tell you that.
I'm Matt Bowen. I play for the Packers. I don't. No, you're not.
No, you're not. No, you don't.
And I don't care. You're frightening me. Matt Bowen, thanks. This is great.
guys on the radio one after another.
You should be. Everybody should.
I'll be back this way on Monday. We'll settle this then. Right there, out in the street, in front of the Palace Saloon.
Yeah, right. When? High noon?
It is high noon on a very special day for the Bernstein and Harris show and for the score, because we are here at the Brat Stop for the Brat Bowl, and we have been broadcasting our entire show. Spiegel and Holmes will be broadcasting later. And all of this, yeah.
I know we have a great crowd today.
Fabulous crowd, especially for this time of day. It's just great. You know, tell your boss, I've done this before, I'm writing you a note. Unless you're like flying a medevac helicopter or something, tell your boss you're coming here. Just tell him Bernstein said it's okay. That you're taking the rest of the day off, and I cleared you, and that I'm signing your absence note and take it to the. If you're a kid, you can go to the office and just say Bernstein said it's cool. And this is all brought to you by Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha.
Brought to you.
Ooh, see, you're doing what you do.
Somebody had to do it.
It's all brought to you by Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. For a great experience, visit ZieglerSubaru.com and Potawatomi Sportsbook. We've talked a lot of Bears. We talked to Sparky Pfeiffer and to Joe Ostrowski.
And Big Cat Williams is joining us. All right, we all know the wonderful story of Not Dead Guy. But this caught me, and I thought it was appropriate to read since we are across state lines. Wisconsin. What happened with the missing father who allegedly faked a kayaking accident and fled to Europe? Yeah.
What did happen?
Well, apparently he's in Europe.
So it's not allegedly.
Why are you doing this? Why are you so conflict avoidant that you decide to throw your family away and fake your own death because you can't actually say what you want to do?
Because he probably has another family in Europe.
Be a grown-up. Yeah, actually, that's kind of the case. So this is the story, and some of you at the Broad Stop may know it, of a man named Ryan Borgwart, and he faked a kayak accident at Green Lake. That was back in August. So his car was left there and the kayak was turned over because, you got to do that type of thing. Mm-hmm. Except the problem is if you're going to leave anywhere, you probably have to have some identification. And Canadian officials confirmed that he had obtained a new passport. But it wasn't before 3 cadaver dogs and a dive team were brought in to help for the search. So here the state is using all of their resources, and the sheriff is trying to help out this poor family. And these kids who think they're missing their dad. He's got kids and a wife, and instead, they find out that he has faked his own death. Officials say evidence suggests he may have faked his own disappearance and then left the country for Europe. They said that his passport was run on August 13th.
Find him, drag him back.
And that the quote is from the sheriff, "We found out that he moved funds to a foreign bank, changing his email." That always will do it, let me tell you.
You outsmarted him now.
And communication with a woman from Uzbekistan.
Told you.
Due to these discoveries of new evidence, we were sure that Ryan was not in our lake. And it's just a sad story. They're trying to see what happened to the guy. He's not in our lake.
He may be in the other lake over there, but he's judging from this, he's not in our lake.
He's got multiple kids. They're school age, and he just decides to turn his kayak over because he can't face the truth. So if any of you guys up here in these parts find this dude, I think you should give him a what for scene.
Last week, a couple of significant people passed away with ties to Chicago, and I want to say, personally as well, if you've ever heard the name Ella Jenkins, who was referred to as the first lady of children's music, which she really was, she passed away in Chicago, and I always answer when somebody says, "What's the first concert you ever went to in your life?" The answer was Ella Jenkins at Ravinia when I was 3. And my mom would bought her albums, and we grew up. Now there's any number of fabulous children's music performers and creators, but really one way or another in the modern era, many of them stem from Ella Jenkins herself, who was just a brilliant and gentle soul who was, if you read a lot of the wonderful obituaries, her inspirations in American folk tradition and in the Black Church and in the civil rights movement itself just helped bring a lot of joy and comfort to a lot of kids of all backgrounds and cultures to whom she was able to reach out. So I was a little sad, happy that she lived to 100 years old, and I can say that she, at a very, very young age, she always brought a smile to my face with the first children's music performer that I remember experiencing. Secondly, I was very sad when I saw that Billy Lawless died at age 73. Billy Lawless, a longtime pub owner. I should mention Billy Lawless Sr. Billy Jr. is still all well and good and making fabulous food across Chicago. But Billy Lawless Sr. was not only a well-known pub and restaurant owner, but also an immigration activist, particularly what he learned about the difficulties that his fellow Irish people had in the city of Chicago. He's a Galway native, and now that I've been to Galway and I've had such a fabulous time at Galway, it made me appreciate Billy Lawless all that much more. And they say, well, how do you know him? Do you remember when I used to talk about my guys at the gym? My guys in the steam room.
I do remember you fondly talking about
I always talked about the old guys in the steam room at Lincoln Park Athletic Club. And Billy was the mayor of the old guys in the steam room. And he would sit, and he had this glorious Galwegian accent, and would rail against the powers that be, and against any time I toast with my friends and say death to tyrants. You talk about somebody who would rail against the bad guys for all the right reasons with such a glorious, righteous fury. It was Billy Lawless, who was a wonderful Chicago pub owner and restaurateur, and a really important man in a lot of ways, and a really nice guy. So if you're going to have a pint here today or somewhere tonight, maybe you're coming over to see Patrick Manley having a pint of his Long Snapper IPA, raise a glass and say a cheers to the memory of Billy Lawless. That is High Noon, and Kevin Fishbane will delve into some Bears fishy business with us next on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop.
I ain't gonna lie, so I'm not a big cheese guy on my burger, so I do a Baconator, large strawberry lemonade, large fry. Get a 10-piece spicy nugget, and if I'm feeling it, maybe a frosting.
Baked potato.
Oh, baked potato. Yeah, baked
And Wendy's used to have.
Yeah.
And they said that wasn't ideal?
Nah.
I mean, he's always just so delightful.
I love Tevin Jenkins, and I disagree with no cheese on your burger.
Yeah,
but
I wanted to follow up on that, but there were just too many people around.
But you went with baked potato.
Yeah, well,
exactly. Wait a minute.
We used to have them, by the way. I think they still do. Actually.
Do they still?
I think
Okay.
so, yeah.
Wait a minute. We need to stop this report right now.
Yeah. Okay.
You just said you wanted to follow up with no cheese on the burger.
Yeah.
But there were too many people around.
Uh-huh.
But you followed up with what? No baked potato? With all of those people around. I need a 10,000-word oral history on that editorial decision.
I think it was I started to walk away, and then I put then I was like, oh, wait a minute, I got to go baked potato. And then I put the mic back up there.
So when you started to walk away, you're like, wait, Jaylen Johnson, wait, baked potato.
Yeah, basically. Exactly. There was another place to go, and I was like, but wait a minute. And honestly, I had no idea why baked potato came to my mind at that point.
I don't either.
I don't know why I have that. I don't eat a lot of Wendy's. I love Wendy's.
What? Who doesn't?
But of course. But for some reason, I think that is what makes them unique. That they have baked potato. Well, yeah. What other fast food restaurant has baked potatoes?
Well, I know. I mean,
Zero.
They got the square patties.
Well, okay, that is a cool thing. The Frosty is pretty unique.
There's things at Wendy's that make
Chili.
They do really good chili.
Okay.
And spicy nugs. Burger King and McDonald's don't have spicy nugs.
Don't you think that should be baked potato can be added to the uniqueness of Wendy's?
Here's the thing.
But it's like the 5th pick maybe in the uniqueness.
Oh, maybe like 3.
It's the 5th pick in the
3 or
uniqueness
4.
thing, but it's the 50th pick in the variation of potato. Baked potatoes on their own are bad. I can give you 49 other versions of the potato that I would take before baked.
All right, let's go.
Yes.
It's the greatest follow-up in the history of locker room scrubs. Oh, baked potato?
Sometimes I
didn't mention the baked potato. I mentioned the strawberry lemonade and the spicy nugs. I didn't mention the baked potato. You got baked potatoes? You got skyscrapers? What a ridiculous follow-up.
I kind of knew Tevin was going to answer like that. I kind of knew he would think, what are you talking about baked potatoes? Baked potato. They got baked potatoes.
You're so close with him and his fiance.
Yeah. She's doing great, by the way. I was able to circle back.
Right.
Flus rally his troops to bounce back after 3 tough losses in a row? Keep listening as we get you ready for the game, right up to kickoff. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by you local Hyundai dealers. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score, an Odyssey sports station. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago. The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Jewel Osco.
Kevin Fishbane.
I got Fishy Business, K. Fishbane.
Fishy Business?
Fishy Business. Well, I call him whenever I have him on the show. Fishy Business.
Bears beat writer for The Athletic.
Obviously, sports radio of the year in the state of Illinois. You don't get that by accident. He does a wonderful job for those guys.
I'm not leaving to cover the Detroit Lions.
Kevin Fishbane talking Bears.
Hey, Kevin. Kevin Fishbane from The Athletic.
I love your name.
It's a great name.
Yeah, great name.
On Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
With Kevin Fishbane is brought to you by Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. For all the right reasons, call 866-4SEASONS. And by the Illinois Department of Transportation. It's not a game, Illinois.com. A special day at the Brat Stop, and I'm being so just tantalized by the aroma of not just fried cheese curds, but they served with a side of Mertz cheddar, so you can dip cheese curds in cheese.
I feel like we've reached the peak here.
I think that may be the greatest thing I've ever seen, and perhaps the greatest thing I've ever said. And Kevin Fishbane now joins us on the Circus Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circus Sports app today, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. Kevin, hello. It has been every week now with the Bears on the beat. Must feel like two. I've been in some of these situations where it's only Friday, and we've been through any number of serious news cycles already in the last 3 days.
Yeah, Dan, Tuesday, I think, lasted 29 hours at least. Like, that day just felt... I had the moment, like, at night, I thought to myself, I can't believe it's only Tuesday. And the number of times we've come to Haugh Hall on a Wednesday thinking we're going to have some serious conversation, some real talk, if you will. You know, the way the Bears players all have real talk with each other over and over again.
They're great at it.
Yes. And it hasn't led to much on the field yet, but we'll see. Because I tell you what, Thomas Brown, that's a guy with real talk. And what does that lead to on the field on Sunday? We'll wait and see.
How much stock are you putting into the various reports we've had of the levels of dissension this week now that Shane Waldron is gone? Some of the things that have been said since then and some of the reports that have come out. How do you gauge all of that? I feel like there's a lot of retroactive conversation that's going on.
Yeah, I mean, you guys both know that when a team in any sport gets to this point, it gets very chatty. And whispers become a little bit louder, and guys feel a little bit more comfortable. And look, for everything the Bears rightly said about how they've built this team with a lot of veterans, a lot of talented guys with experience, more so than we've seen in the past few years, those guys are, have some things to share. And if they've done it on this station, they've done it on other stations, they've done it on their own stations. And I think it's hard to label to parse out like what's exactly true and what was actually said, of course. But I think the ultimate thing that we come to is like these guys are frustrated. And they look around and they know they are more talented than their record. And they look around and they see the games that they've lost and how they've lost them. And like that it's understandable that they're going to get to this point where we're going to see, as you kind of said, these retroactive frustrations come out.
And I just wondered what the context of a Packers game then means. I saw Jason Leisure yesterday tweeted there's nobody on the active roster that has ever beaten the Packers on this particular team. And I don't know if Mercedes Lewis gives a talk or if George or Virginia McCaskey gives some sort of annual talk about the meaning of this thing. And if you're a player, it's got to be like, okay, like whatever. We get a new offensive coordinator having all these questions. We got this guy trash talking this guy. Like how much could the rivalry stuff possibly resonate this week?
Yeah, I think you kind of need a guy like Jaylen Johnson, who mentioned yesterday that he's never beat the Packers, a guy like Cole Kmet. I don't know if you guys know this about Cole. He grew up in the area as a Bears fan. He has never beat the Packers. It's crazy. There's a few guys actually on the team similarly. You talk about some of these guys who have been here long enough and get that this losing streak is ugly, it's embarrassing, it's their rival. So maybe those guys speak up a little bit. Maybe it is somebody from the front office. I thought it was interesting that Caleb Williams was the only guy on Wednesday who brought up the Packers. He was the one who said, "Hey, we've got a divisional game this week," so he seems to get it. This is his first Bears-Packers game. So yeah, Dan, it's like it's the worst team to play right now in some ways, but it's also like if the Bears actually figured out a way to win, it would mean a little bit extra to actually do it against Green Bay to end that losing streak. Because I've been thinking about this week, like if they had beat the Patriots last week, right? We would have all kind of shrugged our shoulders, said, all right, sure, of course you beat the Patriots. Everybody's beating the Patriots this year. And there wouldn't have probably been changes and you would have rolled into Green Bay and who knows. If you beat the Packers with everything that's going on, then you can kind of say, okay, that this means something. So, like, it's the worst time to play the Packers because the Packers are good and they're reeling. But like, I mean, a win would feel pretty good.
But it's so Bears. Like it's the usual thing of, as Dan Wiederer put it, they keep getting these horrible car crashes, and then they celebrate how well their airbags work. That this is exactly what they're doing again. It's like we're bad, we're awful, we're miserable, and then you get a win. It's like, well, that felt good. Let's keep everybody around. Like, what are we really doing if we over celebrate that?
Well, I don't think a win over the Packers means that you need to not make changes. I mean, shoot, guys, if they find a way to get to 10-7, okay, which is like an absurd statement to even utter. I get that. Like, I still don't think that means there shouldn't be massive changes in the offseason. I have a feeling about how people inside Haugh would spin it, because Dan, as you said, that's what they. I mean, this is the same team who, after the 2020 season, I believe we heard George McCaskey laud the way the Bears battled back from a 6-game losing streak. Like, this is what they do.
You had to go there.
Yeah, but so, like, I guess there's two things at play to your question. Is, like, I would not make the Packers win mean that the Bears are back. I would tweet it jokingly, of course, but it would not mean that, like, they have the right people in place. All they do is change play callers. The worry, I guess, you could have is if they actually do find a way to a strong finish, is that going to be enough to convince people, hey, we could just keep doing the status quo thing here? It's worked out nicely. It hasn't.
I did appreciate the point you made on social media about Richard Hightower giving credit to 6 players along with DeAndre Carter when it came to his punt return.
Yes, it's funny, Layla, because when we're in the press box during games, as a game's going on, you're kind of thinking what's going to be the story of the day. And when he had that punt return and a great field position after 3 and out, I'm thinking like, oh, if they win this game and the offense plays well, that's kind of a moment. It's the longest punt return the Bears have had under Matt Eberflus and Richard Hightower, and it sparked them, right? And here we go 4 days later, I forgot that punt return even happened. Okay, but hey, Richard Hightower wants to give all his guys necessary credit. Special teams is one of the units that's been playing okay on this team. So DeAndre Carter turned out to be a nice find for them in the return game. So why not? Why not? Let's celebrate the 38-yard return.
DeAndre Carter has been a nice find for this team. I'm just still very concerned about the run defense that's going to face a Packers offense who knows how to run the ball.
Yeah, facing Josh Jacobs without Andrew Billings is dicey. And Jacobs has been really good. And as you said, the Packers have really good run schemes. Like they know how to attack. I'm sure they're going to go after it. Yeah, it's a lot. Gervon Dexter, like these are the moments for him, right? Somebody asked me in my mailbag this week, what are measures of success for this team? And I look at Dexter as an example of you want guys like him to keep growing and keep progressing and feel good about what he's going to bring to the future. I think we've seen what he can do as a pass rusher. What could he do as a run stopper? Because you really need him in this situation. Zach Pickens is a 3rd-round pick. You need Zach Pickens to start, being an impact guy now that he's in this spot. What
did you see from him?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was okay. Like they did not give up that back-breaking run, but I thought Ramondre Stevenson and Hasty still had too many kind of 5 to 7 yard chunks. That those are the things that maybe the linebackers cleaned it up, Dan, but you need the D-line to stop them from getting there. So, like I didn't do a deep dive on Pickens, but just kind of watching some of those runs. Like I think the Bears probably were okay with the result overall, but this is a much bigger test, and they'd love to see guys like Pickens, guys like Dexter. If Montez Sweat can give you a little bit more, if he's healthy, setting the edge, because you lose that game if you lose against them in terms of stopping the run, like game over.
Well, on that note, Kevin Fishbane, we always appreciate it. I have to ask you this because I asked Joe Ostrowski, Northwestern alum. Any hope for Ohio State? Do you at least think they'll cover a spread?
It's basketball season, Layla.
No,
all right.
It's basketball season. Yeah, sure, they'll cover the spread. Ohio State's got other games they're looking ahead to, so yeah, go Cats.
Okay, I'll take that level of confidence, Kevin Fishbane.
Oh, that was such a gentle, yeah. Go.
Are you going to the game?
I'm not going to go to that game. I've seen the Wrigley game, so the whole experience is not like a new thing. And every once in a while, it's probably nice to spend a weekend day with my children. And
it's overrated.
Yeah.
Forget it.
You
They have another
man.
They've got another parent. They can. Somebody else could do that.
Well, that's what Sundays are for, Dan. That's the problem.
Gotcha.
As my wife likes to say, she goes, "Yeah, you choose to have your hobby take place during your busy work season," and which is fair. So you know what? We're gonna take Saturday off, and maybe that's what the Cats need to pull off a stunner.
There it is, Kevin Fishbane. Thank you as always.
All right, take care, guys.
Thanks, Kevin.
That's Kevin Fishbane, and what a special surprise we have. Look who's here.
Well,
Look who has just
well.
donned a headset. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Matt Abatacola.
How the turntables.
Yes, how the turntables. I turned it on. Are we good? I think we're good.
I think so.
There's an on-off button. I was told. He's trying to give me directions. I'm like, buddy. I'm just a guest. I just put the headset on. You should push the button for me.
I don't push buttons. That's why Red Tito the Challenge is here to help.
Hello. Hi. How are you?
Were your ears burning this week? Because Dan Bernstein was actually talking about you. I believe off air, yes?
No, because I just mentioned.
It wasn't anything major. It was just we were up this direction.
And someone said we'd been comparing the Eberflus denouement here to that of Mark Trestman, that of Dr. Death. And somebody sent an old YouTube of an hour on the show that we did after we were talking about the quarterback side. It was right after Trestman announced the benching of Jay Cutler and the promotion of Jimmy Clausen. And so like, well, hey, we're going to take calls. We're going to take like a production meeting on the air. And you're like, yeah, I don't think we're going to take calls. And I said, let's take calls. And Terry's like, bad idea.
I said, let's not take calls.
Well, yeah, you and Terry were kind of arguing. Terry's like, well, I guess we're taking calls.
Okay.
And the first bag of calls we took, each one worse than the next, each one more preposterous than the next. I'm just turning red. And Terry's like, I told you we shouldn't take calls. I knew this was a terrible idea.
Well, that sounds about right. I mean, with this show, this old show, the station basically taking calls is never a good idea.
No,
I apologize to everyone listening. If you do call in regularly, I apologize. You probably shouldn't. What percentage of listeners call? Is it like 1%?
1.
Yeah. So
have ever called.
It's the dumbest 1%.
Have ever called?
Yes. Yeah. You don't call in if you listen to the station. It's the dumbest of the dumbest people that call in, and they call in weekly.
Except on Bears Mondays when it's been like Frank from Oak Park, Mario in Hyde Park. Who's
oh my God, Frank from Oak Park,
our buddy, and
is it our guy Frank? Frank from Oak Park.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Were you where he has a cat?
No.
I feel like it's like Gargamel, and he's like the villain in the
sure.
background.
Oh my God, his who you crappins all the time, wasn't it? Or what do we call? Or would he just call in and have like long drawn out?
He
boring
called
calls?
Hub. It was always during Hub when Hub took
That's right.
phone
It was
calls.
Hub's calls. That's what it was.
Hub.
Yeah, that's right.
I noticed something.
It's
about
Frank from Oak Park,
the
Hub.
Third guard in the rotation.
I've noticed your underpants have been wet lately, Hub.
Wait, did you just go into coat drive voice a little bit there for your Frank impersonation?
No, that's different. Tony Medlin at the coat drive. Yeah. Hey Jesse.
So
Jesse, put me
speaking
down
of,
for a Greek salad.
Speaking of
Make it too
Bears
Polish with
football,
everything,
You actually want to talk about that?
no, I
Who you
don't.
crapping?
Why are you guys talking about it? I mean, it's terrible. Like, have you seen?
We seem to devote every minute of programming
like
to it.
like what an absolute joke of an organization that the Chicago Bears are. It's pathetic. It's absolutely terrible. You talk about being old, and we talked about this all the time. Being old doesn't make you good. It just makes you old. You don't own your own stadium. You haven't really had a good coach in forever. You know, and then you hire Eberflus. I could tell. Like, how do you interview that guy and say, yep, that's the guy I want right there? What did he say in an interview process that you say, I want to turn my franchise over to this guy? Because you hear the guy speak, it's Trestman level.
It's not even though.
It's
way more cliche and just a string of coaching things.
That's bumper stickers.
Yeah. It's on the grass. All that matters is what's on the grass. Gas, grass, or ass. Nobody rides for free.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Don't think you said the last
Oh,
part.
didn't? Are you sure?
think that might have just been you.
So how have you guys been? How have things been?
I mean, it's always good to see you. The last time
It's great
I've
seeing
seen
you,
you at
yeah.
a show was the 30th anniversary show at Real Time Sports.
Yes.
And of course, that was a lot of fun because we just got to listen to the show. Like,
Where,
I just
where
got
are
to
your
step
large
aside.
adult sons?
So they're all. So I don't know.
They're here?
Yeah.
Did they leave their?
Oh no, they're in the table back there. So
There they
yeah.
are.
Hi.
Oh, my
Hi,
God.
Abaticolas.
Yeah, so Hank's 11. He'll be 12 on January 1st, and then I have my stepsons with me. So Lucas will be 9 in January, and Griffin is 12. So 12, 11, 9, and then my 10-year-old son is with his buddies. They stayed overnight at Great Wolf Lodge.
Uh-oh.
They just got a room together, and there's like 5 of them. I'm not sure if there's any parents with them or not.
Are you kidding? There's 3 dead hookers in there. I
Well,
guarantee you.
probably like last time. Like a van showed up in the driveway.
A van.
He got out. He got in, and then he's at Great Wolf Lodge. I checked his phone.
Unchecked
you
Find
track
My
him.
Friends.
Yeah, and he's there at Great Wolf Lodge.
Smart.
He could be with adults. He could be with just his buddies.
Nah.
You don't know.
But especially when it's the second kid. It
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. It's
Yeah.
the second kid.
So, yeah, if it was Hank, I'd be a little concerned about it. I'd have to go out to the van to see who was picking him up. But with Jack, I'm like, he's good to go.
Ray is cracking up over here listening to the story. It sounds as unstable to you as it does to me, right? Okay, I'm just making sure.
So what else is happening?
I mean, aside from adventures in parenting.
I'm busy as while you're talking about the second kid. I'm parenting right now. I keep getting these.
Why, what's
texts.
happening?
Can I go see the Lakers Pelicans game tomorrow? I really want to see LeBron play.
And of course he says LeBron. So
Wait, where-
Dan's like, of course, he's the best player ever.
Where's Jason at? Is he at Dartmouth or Tulane or
He's in New Orleans. So the Lakers are coming to the Pelicans. So he
Wait,
wants.
New Orleans has a basketball team?
Barely, but yes, they're all hurt.
Oh.
But Javonte
Is that
Green
new? Is that this year?
and what he's not telling the truth about is he wants to go see Javonte Green. And he's saying it's like, oh, it's special because it's LeBron. It may be LeBron's last year. When am I going to get to say so and play?
Is Javonte Green, is he like performing at halftime? Or
Well,
what is
that's
he?
his dude. He's performing all the time.
What is he?
Javonte is he is a fringe player former Bull who tries to dunk every time.
He plays basketball?
Yes.
Nice. Good for him.
He does.
I would call him a disruptive presence.
He is a disruptive presence.
Okay, and LeBron's still playing?
He's had, I think, 3 straight triple doubles.
The oldest in the NBA to ever do
3
so.
straight triple doubles. So that's points and
Yes, I know.
Rebounds?
I know you're not a longtime NBA guy. Yes.
No.
Yes.
longtime sports guy. I liked watching the Bears when they were good. So that was like the early 80s. And then I watched, I'm not sure if you know, Michael Jordan. He played for the Bulls.
Yes, I've heard of him.
In the 90s. So that's outside of that, I don't really watch sports.
Oh, you love your Cubs.
I can't tell you unless I watched a full game.
Seriously?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I get.
It's too much. 162.
Oh, but like Ask
They're
Clown
shorter
Maddie would
now.
be mad at you.
If they drop it down to like 24 games a season, I am there.
But like cargo shorts, backwards, upside down visor, Maddie would be very displeased.
It wasn't the
Cargo
sports
shorts
watching. You know what it
visor?
was? Oh yeah.
He was
upside
Quite
down.
the early
No.
odds combo there.
no, no.
Were your tips frosted?
No, I never did that. I did
Sure?
have diamond earrings though, but
Ooh.
upside down
White
visor
stitch jeans?
probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was never
Some
there
of the
for
Von
this.
Dutch stuff.
No,
Oh, you
God,
should have seen them in the
love
Lodge
Von Dutch.
era.
Oh,
You wanted
boy.
like the Affliction
Team
She had a
Lodge.
little like man jewelry going on, like a bead
Ed Hardy.
bracelet and
Oh,
stuff.
Ed Hardy.
the
Was that-
Ed
was it Ed
Hardy
Hardy?
stuff.
Is that
Like
the
one
brand?
of them assemble or looked like it assembled machinery, like it was some sort
No,
of
it was
bearing.
never for me. It was never about the sports. It was about the drinking and the hanging out. That's what it was all about.
You mean
So-
what we're doing right now?
Yes, except now it's Arnold Palmer's.
I've got water and a coffee, and we have cheese curds that you can dip in more cheese.
Yeah, it's a good looking cheese too. That's
Mertz.
Yeah, that's good. I love it.
I agree. It's good to see you, man.
For the
You're
great
not-
family of spreadable cheeses. I'm a big fan.
It's not
I
fair
know,
that you're
we-
not aging at the same speed as the rest of us.
Well,
Is that
when-
just genetics?
No, I've quit drinking. And so when you quit drinking and putting poison in your body, you become healthier. It's really weird how that works.
What?
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not doing it.
I don't think I want to believe that.
There's booze from the crowd now. The crowd
there's-
says no.
Well, look at that. He's 39.
I didn't tell you that. Gary's 26.
He's 27.
Gary's actually 26 and a half.
Yeah, Rich is only 14. Right? Yeah, people don't realize that. And also the other thing too is one thing
Shane is 7.
about being here. You'll notice coming north is welcome to Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Coming south, all the billboards are now you can buy weed legally. Because the moment you get
I love
yes,
the crowd.
weed, a big round of applause
crowd
for
has
legal
hot
weed here at the
takes.
Broad Stop, because all of the big firms have set up their stores just across the state line here for people.
Yeah,
Smoke
I'm
weed
familiar
every
with the
day.
area, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, because we only live 20 minutes away, so coming up to the Broad Stop is a regular stop for us, and it's one of the best places in Wisconsin.
I agree.
It was great. We came here a lot during COVID. So when Wisconsin was still open, Illinois wasn't. Yeah.
This is high ceilings. There's a lot of room to move around in here.
Yeah, it's like Dan's radio career.
No. See, this is why we miss you.
I know. I miss you guys, too. No, I've stopped aging because the drinking, I take care of myself. I have a skincare regimen now.
And you're exercising regularly?
No, I hate exercising. I walk. I'm going to walk back to the table after this is done.
Steps are good.
Yeah, guys, it was great seeing you. Thanks
Good to see you
I love you, too. This is fun. Hey, guys, thank you. This is great. You guys all look the same.
The lovely
Really,
Matabata
you do.
Cola.
All look the same. Thank you. Ray, thanks, buddy.
And when he says you all look the same, he doesn't mean you look the same as you used to look. It's like you all look identical to each other. I think that's what he means. When we come back, James Big Cat Williams is going to join us right here and talk some football on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
It would be fluky if the Bears win.
I wish they could do it. Raymond Kia is under construction and building bigger to serve you better. We need room, which means our entire inventory is at limited time construction pricing with extra Black Friday savings. Hurry in today to shop over 1,000 vehicles with savings up to $13,000 off all new Kia models. Or lease the new 2025 Kia K4 for only $98 a month. Shop the construction sales event only at Raymond Kia in Antioch, serving the community since 1963.
Maybe we should have workshopped our questions to Jed before the show started.
Nah, I think it's better if we just kind of wing it.
Steak dinner, boom.
There it is.
Thank you to the texter who was like, hey, Layla, do you know that reference? And I was like, kind of, but not really.
So, yeah, there was a caller. I forget who the player or coach was. The way to get this person to sign was to simply take him out to a steak dinner because then it's done. That
Mike in Oswego, you're on WSCR.
Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Listen, do you understand? I see a little bit of irony here. I mean, who called who? Did the San Diego Padres general manager call Ken Williams?
No, I doubt it. What's the irony?
Well, the fact that the Cubs are in San Diego for the next 3 days. So if I were Peavy, I would go ahead and meet with Jim Hendry and go have steak dinner.
How is that ironic?
Don't you see that if you play politics, you know the Cubs are coming to town. If the Cubs are coming to town, let's work something out. Let's get this deal done.
What does them coming to town have to do with anything?
You don't know anything about politics, do you?
What does them coming to
It's
town
all
have to
about
do with
politics.
What is that?
If the Cubs are coming to town,
First of all, why is that ironic? And second of all, what does that have to do with politics?
Okay, you obviously don't know politics.
Okay, well,
irony.
you know what? He doesn't know politics. I want you to explain the concepts of irony and politics to me, please.
Okay. If I were the GM, Jim Hendry, or the GM for the Padres, I know the Cubs are coming to town. I want to go to the Cubs. I want him to go to the Cubs. Peavy wants to come to the Cubs. Well, the Cubs are going to be there over the weekend.
What does that have to do with anything, whether or not they're going to be there over the weekend? Explain. I've asked the same question 3 times. Why does it matter if the Cubs are going to be there?
You're not letting me finish, Tip.
Why
You're not letting me finish.
Why? Explain it right now. Finish. Right now. Why does it matter?
Because now we can work something over steak dinner. Boom.
Steak
That's
dinner
why you'll be behind
boom.
radio all your life. You never won a team.
Steak dinner boom. And oh, he hung up.
Steak dinner boom.
Steak dinner boom.
Steak dinner boom.
Narrator. Jake Peavy ended up in Chicago.
I've stopped growing physically, but not mentally, I hope.
That's a lovely sentiment.
Yeah.
Of course, we're all trying.
I'm just here to grow with you guys.
The Bernstein and Harris Show.
At our place, we really try to grow the man.
Weekdays 10 till 2.
Packers week was something special, and because guys were on the team, I brought Kevin Butler up and talked, and I think Mark Bortz. I may have asked Steve McMichael. I can't, but I had some guys with me early that had been through it for 5, 6, 10 years, okay, maybe longer. So that's what a rivalry is.
I don't need to tell you that was Dave Wanstead. You know that voice, the ubiquitous voice of football in the city of Chicago. We are here at the Brat Stop. We are outside the city of Chicago. We are technically the city of Kenosha at the world-famous Brat Stop. It is the Bernstein and Harris Show. Spiegel and Holmes will broadcast here when we get done. Layla Rahimi, of course, is sitting in. If you want to bring a gently worn or brand new coat, the Brat Stop's going to give you a discount coupon, one per customer, and it's all brought to you by Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha for a great experience. Visit ZieglerSubaru.com and Potawatomi Sportsbook. An old friend has joined us once again, and this time it is the longtime Chicago Bear, 12-year tackle for the Bears, and now the assistant offensive line coach for Lake Forest High School. And number 7, Lake Forest, is taking on number 3, Geneva, Saturday, 1 p.m., the IHSA Class 6A football quarterfinals. He is taking time out from his game prep. James Big Cat Williams, the Pro Bowler, is with us. Man, so we called a lot of games together in the Arena League. I have so many fond memories of calling when the Rush were a thing.
Yeah. That was a really cool time. It was something new for me, and having the ability to learn from you and Tom Dorr was really cool.
Well, you taught me so much about line play, about how to watch line play, how to see line play in real time, and that is something that it's a skill that you've always had. And I'm just curious, when you watch these Bears, especially with the oh no, the poor sorry.
We've lost him already.
You start where you want to, but when you watch a game, what are you saying to the TV?
Run the ball. Well, as a former offensive lineman, it's always run the ball. Run the ball sets the tempo. Run the ball gives an offensive lineman the opportunity to enforce his will. And if you've got 5 guys that want to enforce their will, give them that opportunity. Give them the ability to move people off the ball, to go after some people, and it makes the pass rush a little easier. So, when I look at this team right now, it's, we knew coming into the season that if 1 or 2 players went down across that line, that there were going to be issues, and we've seen it. We've seen it to the most extreme that I thought, that we could see. And it's hard because an offensive line is a unit that works well together when they've been working together. So to have to pop people in here or there, even if it's for a couple drives or a couple weeks, it starts to pile up on you. And everyone always talks about communication, and you see how much different it is when you're at home because the communication is a little bit better. But when you're on the road, when you're in a dome where you can't hear the guy next to you, now you're relying on the things that you've learned at practice, the things that you guys have done together. You know that a certain look, he's seeing the same thing. It's like when people talk about a quarterback and a wide receiver. You talk about Patrick Mahomes and Kelsey. They're on the same page. They see the same things. They know what the other guy is thinking. So as a tackle and a guard, if we have a 3 technique, I know exactly what he's thinking. If this guy now shifts to a 1, I know what this guy's thinking. He knows where I'm going. I know where he's going. You have a replacement in there. Now we've got to talk to each other a little bit. Okay, you and I have these 2 guys. Let's make sure we're on the same page of that. And if I can't talk to you, then Now I'm kind of relying on maybe you've just come into the game and you didn't get any reps this week. How much were you paying attention in practice? I mean, in meetings and in walkthroughs and things like that. So it's a rough process, but that's why they always say the longer guys play together, the better they play.
It's great to get it from your standpoint because as a multi-year veteran, as somebody who's a coach now, as somebody who's a former commentator alongside Dan, you bring all these different perspectives. And I feel like you see something pretty quickly. When you see how the Bears were talking last week about players saying things out loud to the media about practice and what was going on and how seriously it was being taken, and then you're hearing some of the commentary now after Shane Waldron gets fired. What did you think?
I'm an old get off my lawn guy. You know what I mean? I'm from that era. And in that era, we didn't really talk to the media. We talked to them, but we didn't talk to them.
Right.
We knew what we were going in to say, and we knew what we had to do. And you kind of keep those things in-house. So to hear...
But you were always available.
Yeah,
even after the worst loss, you never, ever, ever hid. You were always there, even on the darkest days.
Yeah, but you have to have certain people like that on the team. You have to have certain people that are going to relay the message the way it needs to be relayed in their best truth and know what to keep in the locker room and what to put outside the locker room. Certain things are just meant to keep in the locker room. And that's just the way I learned. That's the way I was taught. So to hear all the communication coming from the players was a little hard for me. It kind of reminded me of dealing with my son. Not everything's a discussion. Just do what I tell you to do and you'll be okay. You know what I mean? But I understand that we're in different times now. And it's still hard for me. It's a locker room is a sacred place. And for the individuals that are in that locker room, that's our safe spot. So to take things and put it out there in the media, even if you are feeling, that's a conversation that you have with your clique. There are cliques in locker rooms. These guys hang out with each other in the locker room, outside the locker room. But yeah, you keep it in there and you deal with it. That was a lot for me. That was a lot.
I mean, I like asking you. Olin's talked about it on our air before. I feel like he had a similar take when it came to just his sensibilities of how he used to do things.
Right.
But we're blessed to have so much offensive line talent as former players who do speak out and who do give their takes and who have this experience and share it with us. And so it's always great to hear perspective because really that's how we better understand what's happening.
Yeah, it's with all the things that are going on at Haugh right now, there just seem to be so many distractions. And that's just another distraction added on top of it. Let's figure this out in-house. Let's get it situated, and let's get back on the field and show everyone that, it's not as bad as you think it is, even though it is.
I'm looking.
Fake it until you make it.
Right.
I'm looking at some stats here, and this is especially with the number of and the constant litany of injuries the Bears seem to have had along the offensive line. And especially somebody like Tevin Jenkins, who comes back and he's hurt, When James Williams became a full-time player for the Bears after making the switch from defensive end to defensive tackle, and then finally to tackle, inserted into the starting lineup in 1994, 16 games, 15 starts. And then I'm going to go all through the next years. 16 games, 16 starts. 16 games, 16 starts. 16 and 16. 16 and 16. 1, 2, 3, 4 more years of 16 and 16. Every single game up until you stopped playing. How how much of durability, and I think it sounds funny to celebrate answering the bell, to celebrate durability, but having been there for so many of those years, and it was just never even a question. And how much of that is luck? How much of that is genetics? And how much of that is knowing the difference between something hurting and being injured?
Good genes, hard work. I didn't learn how to physically take care of myself until I was in college, and that's when I really got into lifting. Prior to that, I was just country strong, Pittsburgh kid, carrying drywall, metal studs, things like that for my dad. But I got with a couple of kids from Florida when I was in college, and they taught me how to lift. And the more I did it, the sturdier I became. The more I did it, the more I could oppose my will on other people. So it was, there wasn't Pilates and there wasn't all these different techniques for working out. And then when I got to the Bears, I learned a different style of working out. Richard Dent took me with him.
Was that the Clyde Emmerich stuff? Yes.
No. Oh. This was Bob Schultz.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And they started putting me through stuff. And it was funny because the first time I went with Richard, I went over there, they made me throw up, and I swore to God I'd never go back. And about a month later, I realized that was exactly what I needed.
Wow.
So the weight I was able to put on, the muscle, just all that combined, and I didn't want to miss a play. I didn't want to miss a game. I had injuries. We all play with injuries. It's the NFL. I was a free agent, so up until my last day, I was always worried about somebody coming in and taking my job. So, I fought for everything. And then, you get people around you that are into the same things. So it's all about you all coming together, and you learn different things, and you push through things, and you push through these things together.
When we come back, we can stay another segment because I want to ask you about your experience blocking for a rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
I think it's worth talking about. So we will do that when we do more with James Big Cat Williams, Bernstein and Harris, and Layla Rahimi on The Score.
From the field to the locker room to the airwaves, The Score delivers big-name Bears players all season long. Monday mornings after the game, get reaction from Bears' #1 wide receiver, DJ Moore at 8 with Mully and Haugh.
The rest of the season, that's going to be challenges. It's just carryover.
Did anybody stand out as better than the rest to you?
Well, I think right after that 3rd and 12, where Caleb hits Carter there for the first down, and they were playing zone. I think they only rushed 3 to Texans. I think D'Amico Ryan said, okay, that's enough. We'll go to man. Keenan Allen's not here tonight, and we'll blitz, right? We'll send more than it can handle, or we'll always send one more. And from then on, it's always a combination, a collective problem when you have 7 sacks. Obviously, going into the season, we have talked ad nauseum, Mully, especially me and you, about they are not building this offensive line, whether it be you take Gordon and Kyler Gordon, then you take Brisker, you take 2 secondary guys, and Philadelphia takes Cam Jurgens, who is now their starting center, right? And in the same draft, you take Velus Jones and there's Abraham Lucas, and he's starting at right tackle for the Seahawks. And I've been saying over and over again, at some point you gotta put some assets into this offensive line, right? And we talked about it even when they took Tyreek Stevenson. You wonder why the secondary is so good, right? To say they can play man in the front of the defense. Eberflus has a lot of options there when he calls plays on defense. Why? They take Tyreek Stevenson a year after they take Kyler Gordon and Brisker, and right after Tyreek Stevenson gets drafted, guys, the #1 center in the draft, who's starting at center for the Giants right now, John Michael Schmitz out of Minnesota, gets drafted, right? And then, of course, you do take Darnell Wright, but why not pair him with your starting center that year? Why not pair him with a starting center that year? And then this year, of course, the Rome Odunze and Olu Fashanu, who's with the Jets now from Penn State, argument goes down. And you keep thinking, okay, man, like eventually this may catch up to you.
the voice of Philadelphia for a generation.
Piece of advice. I worked with that man for a number of years. I'm still remembering things I fought with Marshall about that he was right about and I was wrong about.
Thank you for the kind words.
Don't argue with him. He's usually right.
First things first, Keyshawn home opener. Cave McNown and the Razzle Dazzle Bears hoping to pull off an upset, but very quickly, when it was in and out of the hands of James Allen and intercepted by Donnie Abraham, he Martins and Johns it for a couple of picks in the first half. Bears get the ball back. McNown, fumbled exchange, rumbling, stumbling, fumbling, again, Giants recover. More offensive problems for Chicago. Cade McNown, roll it, throw it. He's picked off by Kurt Schultz. He knows something 3 times. Kurt Schultz.
That's exactly the rookie quarterback I had in mind. How did Adam Studzinski possibly know?
Studs, you suck, man.
Is where our conversation with James Big Cat Williams here at the Brat Stop is going to go. Big Cat Williams, who in 2001 was second-team AP All-Pro, as well as being a Pro Bowler as the Bears' stalwart right tackle. And he is joining us here just on this enemy side of the Cheddar Curtain for our big Brat Bowl day. So I wanted to ask you, and I know this people are already going to be mad at me and saying, Bernstein, how dare you equate Caleb Williams to Cade McNown? And please, please let me explain. That isn't my intention, and I am not necessarily trying to do that. But what I want to know is, through the lens of an offensive lineman, what it means for a rookie to understand where the blocks are, how the pocket is shaped, and how long one should hold on to the ball. What's on him and what's on the line?
Well, I think some of that is also coaching. It is imperative with a young quarterback that you don't give them too much to think about. Now, don't get me wrong, this is the NFL, so they have to be able to think on their feet. But the more things that you can give him that he doesn't have to think about, and when I say that, I'm talking about pass concepts. Drop back 3 steps, hit your 3rd step, the slant should be wide open. If the slant's not wide open, now you have to become a quarterback. Now you have to become that guy that everybody thinks you are. Okay, you have to make an adjustment. You have to know where your second read is. Okay, taking a rookie quarterback past his 2nd or 3rd read early in the season, I'd say could be a lot. Giving a rookie quarterback an opportunity to change almost every play at the line of scrimmage could be a lot. Not having a strong running game to rely on could be a lot. Mm-hmm. If you are able to run the ball, stay in manageable 3rd downs, give him opportunities on 3rd downs to get rid of the ball quick because we're in short 3rd downs, he has an opportunity to grow, to be a little more secure in his own skin and start to thrive. If he starts off the other way, we've seen that. We've seen that too much. I think Caleb is a very smart quarterback. And I think and don't get me wrong, I'm not in that locker room every day, so I don't really know. But to see some of the things that he's able to do, the way he's able to throw the ball at times, the arm angle that he throws with, the ability to get out of the pocket and keep his eyes downfield are all things to grow on. Now you just have to get him in a position where not only he's comfortable, but everybody around him is comfortable. Because right now it just looks like everybody's stressed the hell out. And they're playing like they're stressed out. And
Can you blame them, though? I mean, with everything they've been through and with the squishy leadership they've gotten, it seems like they're bearing a lot of stress that it should be the coaches bearing and trying to take the pressure off of them.
Yeah, I agree. but you're also being paid to play this game. And you're being paid a lot. So you have to take care of your business. We can't, as a locker room, as an offense, we can't take care of what we need to until every individual starts taking care of their own thing. The offensive line has to block. You have to run block. You have to pass block when it's that time. Wide receivers have to catch the ball. They have to run the correct routes. They have to be where they're supposed to be. If it's a blitz adjust, they have to blitz. They have to make their adjustments. Quarterback needs to know where everybody is.
Sounds like coordination.
It is. It is. And, it's funny because, like you said, I moved to offense from defense. So Tony Wise was my predominant teacher, and learning not only what I had to do across the line, but learning what was going on behind me, learning what was going on route-wise, knowing that if we called a certain protection, yes, it's a 5-step drop, but Curtis Conway is running a hitch and go, and that's going to take a little longer.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it's the finite pieces of a play that you need to know, that everyone needs to know, so that we can all work together for that one common goal.
When you talk about what you're observing, I think in such a really not just eloquent, but you can visualize what you're saying way. Like you can absolutely visualize what you're seeing with the Bears being stressed out. You can see the audibles at the line of scrimmage, which we've talked about forever.
Been there, done that.
All of that said, what would be your advice to a rookie quarterback, having your experience in the league, seeing what you're seeing in this scenario?
Suck it up, Buttercup. I mean, it's hard, man. You're playing the most dominant position in the NFL. You have to be able to grow. You have to be able to learn from the good and the bad that has gone on around you. And you have to take that and you have to make it your own. You have to be able to go out there Sunday, Monday, Thursday, whatever day it is, and perform. And these guys are going to follow you if you can do that. Mm-hmm. If you can't do that, now you start to get little murmurs in the locker room. Now you start to get, and I don't know where it all came from, but, talking about putting the backup quarterback in for him doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. But things like that are going to start coming out when you have division in your locker room. So, I wish the kid all the luck in the world. I think that they have to figure out what's going on up front. And, you're so far into the season now that you have to make what you have work. Yeah. So you've got to figure out what these 5 guys or what these 9 guys are good at, and you have to get them to the point where they perform. And that'll make it a lot easier on everybody else.
James, thanks for making the drive up.
Thanks.
And
Thanks for having me.
They love you even here in Wisconsin, despite the rivalry. James
I
Big Cat
appreciate it.
Williams, our guest on the Bernstein and Harris Show, Sports Radio 670. Adam Haugh next on The Score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
What I fear is that this team will overcome some of this, and they will be good enough to be in the hunt at the end of it, unless everything just absolutely collapses, which is possible. But I view the talent on this team of being good enough where we can be here on Monday talking about them winning in Arizona.
Absolutely.
And then looking forward to them winning against New England.
Easily 6-3. You can see that.
Right. You can see it from here. And that can very easily turn into 9-8 and a playoff team. And
you can see polls making the case to keep him.
Yes.
I get it.
They will stamp that as success, and they will stamp it as proof that they got it right, that they are the smartest people in the room, and that their head coach fought through. Like, I can see the press conference.
I
he
hear you.
fought so hard through what was a difficult time this year. Like, I can see it.
I understand,
Yeah,
but what I'm
the
saying
difference between
Rookie
this year and
quarterback.
other years
Rookie
is that this
quarterback is gonna
difficult
be
time
sad.
would be of his own creation.
All of it has
fully,
been. If
fully.
you go back to the beginning of last year, he made it difficult because of the hires that he made on his coaching staff and the decisions that he made.
But you would agree that this roster isn't is more talented than last year's roster.
Way more.
So that's why these players coming up and stepping up, I can understand it completely, because what they're saying is, hey, we've been on other teams, the veterans anyway, where this hasn't been the way things have gone. We see enough talent around us that if we don't pull the fire alarm right now, the season's going to be lost.
They know they've got a chance to be good.
Yes, they know
they've
have
got a chance to be good, so they know they need to be coached up properly. And Lawrence, if this scenario happens that Lawrence is talking about, that in the end they're going to fight for Matt Eberflus and Poles are going to fight for Matt Eberflus, I'll be there saying that they're wrong. Because I think it's clear that this is not a guy, he does not pass the confetti test. We held Justin Fields to a confetti test. Matt Eberflus does not pass the confetti test. You don't win a Super Bowl with that guy. You freaking don't. So if they make some magical run to 10-7 and they keep him, I think it will be the wrong choice. Lovey got fired at 10-6. David Ross got fired at 83-79. You can fire Matt Eberflus at 10-7 too.
to bounce back after 3 tough losses in a row? Keep listening as we get you ready for the game right up to kickoff. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented by you local Hyundai dealers. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score and Odyssey Sports Station. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Team Hochberg. Visit their website, 56david.com. That's 56david.com.
Adam Haugh says...
Adam Haugh, Bears Insider.
What's up, everyone? My name's Adam Haugh. This is the CHGO Bears podcast.
We just need to kick Adam Hodge off the show and let him come back on Tuesday.
Host of the Hogue and Johns podcast.
Mark Trestman's face just popped up on my computer, by the way.
Adam Haugh.
Adam Hoagie or Hogg, excuse me, I don't know how to pronounce the last name.
With Bernstein and Harris. On 670 The Score.
This segment with Adam Haugh is brought to you by Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons. And by your local Ford dealers. Shop now at buyfordnow.com. Adam Haugh is on Twitter at Adam Haugh, host of the 85 with Cole Kmet on CHGO, the Hogue and Johns podcast. And with us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino, CircaLasVegas.com, twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. Adam, we were just talking to Kevin Fishman about a wild week with this team. Can anything internally be settled enough, you think, to have them properly prepared for this game?
Yeah, actually I do. And I think that's just I feel confident from talking to a lot of people this week, doing the show with Cole earlier in the week, being in the building yesterday and kind of getting the vibe, not only from the players, honestly, but we had a chance to talk to all the offensive assistants yesterday. I just feel like there's a little bit of almost a sense of relief and a little bit more energy in that building this week with the change that was made. So I do think we will see a boost on offense. Now, how big of a boost that is, I mean, the bar is obviously low. They haven't scored a touchdown in 2 games. So, I don't know if it'll be enough to win the game, but I do think that, there is such thing as like kind of this new coach boost. It's usually when we talk about teams that fire their head coach and then win the next week, and maybe it doesn't. I mean, even the Colts won with Jeff Saturday. When they named Jeff Saturday the head coach, they won 1 game and then they lost the rest. So there is something to be said for this. I just wish that this was last week. And then they could have carried all that momentum in. Caleb probably would have played better against the Patriots. They would have won that game. The fact that they waited until Packer week just feels like, yeah, this is all good now. And then there's kickoff Sunday, and it might feel very, normal by 3 o'clock or whatever when the game's over and they've lost their 11th straight game to the Packers.
Oh, you're already counting them out, but I understand why. I do want to ask you this, though. You mentioned Cole Kmet, and he's been such a barometer as far as the performance and what's going on behind the scenes for the team. What were your takeaways from talking to him this week and where he is with what's gone on?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's one of the people that I, sense some relief that a move was made that because here's the thing about Cole, and I think it extends to a lot of people in that locker room, and he specifically was not afraid to talk about one of his closest teammates, Jaylen Johnson. Those 2 guys were drafted together in the 2nd round in the same year. They both received contract extensions. They're both a huge part of this team, and both of them work their ass off constantly. And there's never any question about the work they put in and the results that have come out of it and how they've improved over the course of their careers, and they've earned the contracts that they've received, and the clock's ticking on guys like that, right? They felt like a couple weeks here, and I know I feel the same way. I think we all do. We're completely wasted as they failed to rebound from what happened in Washington with that Hail Mary. And so I think there's that sense of it that okay, now we can get back to work. Now we have a real chance to win this week. Let's see what we can do against the Packers. And then in terms of Caleb, though, I also think it's important to know, I know that Cole Kmet and a lot of those guys still in that offense believe in Caleb. Like, I know there's been a lot of smoke up this week, and there's been different reports about this and that. Look, it's a locker room in the NFL. I've never been in a football locker room that was unanimous about everything. Are there guys in there that maybe think they have a better chance to win with Tyson Bagent? Maybe. But I don't think that's the overwhelming sentiment, and I think it's also ridiculous, and I think that a lot of those players are smart enough to know that Caleb's talents override a lot of other things, and it's just a matter of getting this thing back on track. Cole's been consistent all season. He's a rookie. Caleb Williams is a rookie. There's going to be ups and downs. He's also extremely talented, and they believe that he's going to be really, really good as quarterback for the Bears for a long time.
Well, where did these rumors start?
Yeah, we're trying to figure that out. We've all talked about it. Like, we've all tried to figure out the validity of it this week, because it is out there from people who aren't just, I don't know, score callers and texters. No offense to you guys. I mean, it's just a typical topic of conversation. But trying to figure out how much gravity there is to this is a big story this week.
Yeah, and look, here's my own reporting on it. Like, I actually do believe that there might be people in that building that think Tyson Bagent can have given them a better chance to win. I have not been told at any point this entire week that there was some meeting where players actually went to the coaches and were like, Bagent needs to start. So I think that's where things get a little bit lost in translation. I also think the overwhelming majority, of the locker room is behind Caleb. I don't really sense any doubt about that, to be honest with you. I just think that he's a quarterback that has struggled the last 3 weeks, and he's made some pretty blatant errors on the field, like that are rookie mistakes, and then some. But I think for a lot of different reasons, including the coaching, especially. Guys, we've been through this long enough in this town. This is like the next step in doubting the rookie quarterback. It's all part of this playbook that we've been through. And at some point, when you're losing games and it's starting to go downhill fast at Hallis Hall, the idea of playing the backup, no matter who that backup is, that comes up. And I just think we're at that point here in this saga. It's just really, really predictable, honestly. And it's just not going to be what they do. It makes no sense. You play Caleb, you get him some better coaching this week, and you hope the results are better.
Hey, Adam, the injury report has come out. You want to go over it together?
Let's do this. This has been kind of like an accidental thing that we've stumbled on these hits every week. I kind of like it.
Yes, it is now time for that portion of the program. Tevin Jenkins, ankle. Karan Amagaje, calf, out. Tarvarius Moore, questionable. Braxton Jones and Darnell Wright do not have injury designations, so they're good to go on Sunday. Thank goodness. Montez Sweat, a full participant in practice, according to Brad Biggs, looks to be in a good spot. So some good, some bad, but at least both tackles appear to be healthy.
Yeah, the big one there, obviously. I mean, that's big to get those tackles back. Yeah, 100%. They needed that. And then I think that's probably just puts Matt Pryor in a position to get back out there and play for Tevin Jenkins, I'm assuming. And Matt Pryor's been having not an outstanding year, but probably the best year of his career. So this, I don't think it's a stretch to say that this might be the best, despite Tevin being out. I know this sounds crazy. This, with the tackles coming back, this might be the best his offensive line has been in terms of, chances to have a lot of success on Sunday in a few weeks. At least since London, I would probably say. So now with Tevin being out, I mean, that's been a frustrating thing because Tevin, I think, mostly has been playing well this season, but every single game he suffers an injury. So I'm wondering if this is just sort of like, all right, buddy, take a break for a week. We know you've been trying hard. We know you've been trying to battle through these things. With the tackles coming back, they can play Matt Pryor in there now, and then get healthy, come back next week. Is assuming how they're handling this.
Adam Haugh, thank you so much. I like the fact that these hits can always coincide with a little bit of breaking news and get that sort of immediate first opinion before any of your other employers may have the benefit of it. Appreciate it.
Every week I'm scrambling, like looking at the depth chart, being like, all right, who's plugging in here? Because there's been news every week. But it's been fun, guys, and enjoy the weekend, enjoy the game.
Thanks, Adam.
Indeed, we will. That is Adam Haugh. Did you just get the same text I got from Marshall Harris?
Yeah.
Are we allowed to share his thought?
Guys, Marshall thinks the Bears are going to win because both tackles are healthy.
It's all caps too.
All right, the crowd is somewhat into it. I feel like we have a pretty good, accurate
Yeah,
crowd.
I think
response
so
today.
too. I think so. Yeah, but Marshall just said Bears are going to win, and then Ray gave it the goggle eyes, and Marshall said, "I said it, accept it." Do you think he's drinking already?
Marshall has been on this for a while.
I know, but look, he's at a wedding weekend. Maybe like sometimes the groomsmen get going a little early in the day. I don't know what time he got back to Philly.
Yeah,
get off the plane.
That is a wild card.
Yeah, I don't know. You're at a wedding with your buddies. So I'm going to allow for the fact that maybe we'll see how he feels about this.
I'm going to
tomorrow.
be drunk on cheese curds.
Or by
in a
kick.
minute.
Well, cheese dipped in cheese.
Cheese dipped in cheese is the American way, and I approve this message.
We have the solid wall of sound coming up in just a bit, but there's a little bit more sound, a specific grouping of sound bites about a specific topic that I thought we'd squeeze in here.
Squeeze in sound?
And it has to.
It's a squeezed in portion of sound.
Squeeze before the wall of sound. And it has to do with all this talk between DJ Moore and Xavier McKinney and what's real.
The war of words.
We have to. That's what we're doing today.
The
right?
guys trying to get themselves hype.
You're right, but we're leaning in. We might as well.
The battle is within yourself.
Isn't it always? Let's do this. Let's cover the beef, even though we're dealing more with pork today and cheese. We're getting into the beef. This is DJ Moore with Kay Adams on Up and Adams about the secondaries in the NFC North.
The NFC North, what I noticed, they really beefed up their secondary. Have you noticed that?
Who?
The Lions. They took 2 corners back to back. Xavier McKinney's in Green Bay now.
That's nice.
Yeah? How do you feel?
Yeah, I don't feel no way about it. Just there.
Wasn't that back in June?
Yeah, it was, but
take you back to happier times
whatever.
in June.
That's nice.
DJ Moore had just gotten 1,400 yards
and a lot of money. So that's obviously shade. Can we be clear?
It
obviously.
is, but how much shade is it?
It's pretty considerable, depending on how it's received.
I mean, saying somebody is just there is it's like saying when you give somebody a review, you're like they came to work on time.
Right, damning with faint praise. But one thing I've also been learning a lot in therapy is about the difference between how you say something is very different than how that person receives it.
100%.
And you can't presume that your intent, your meaning, whether it's via text or whether it's face-to-face or whether it's in an email, there always can be a disconnect for when you say something and how that gets received.
No doubt.
So, even though DJ Moore is the receiver in this transaction, Xavier McKinney apparently received it a little differently and had some thoughts for DJ Moore.
You think he knows who 29 is now?
I hope so, but I don't give a damn what he know. Like, this dude walked out on him. Like, I've been playing football for 5 years now, and I've been watching football for longer than that. And I don't think I've ever seen you supposed to be the guy, and you walking, you just walking off the field, and then you walking off the field on a rookie quarterback that you've been praising. So it's like, it's a whole nother story.
That's a little more direct.
Mm-hmm.
By a little, I mean a lot.
So he clearly was displeased and said so publicly and called out DJ Moore for leaving the field in the middle of a play. And now that got back, and let's bring it back to what DJ Moore thinks of that.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, trash talk is trash talk. We'll just see on Sunday what all plays out to be.
Do you think you hurt his feelings on Up and Adams?
No, I ain't think I hurt his feelings. I mean, what I say, that's nice. I mean, he a good player. Played against X a few times, so I mean, looking forward to the battle.
Just more juice for the game.
I mean, if you wanted to be there, I mean, it's already there. So let's see on Sunday.
Where does your trash talking stand?
I don't know.
Is it raised?
Do y'all think I trash talk?
I don't know.
Exactly. Don't nobody know. Only people on the field know. So I'll leave it on the field.
Okay.
Fair enough.
What do you call that?
Passive aggressive.
Yeah.
Right?
Both of them.
Oh, I'm not really angry.
Xavier McKinney was more direct.
I'm not doing any trash talking. I would never do anything like that. That's beneath me. I don't trash talk. DJ is a skilled politician when he wants to be.
Are you kidding? He does it all the time.
I know. I know. I will.
He's
say.
really good at saying what needs to be said without messing with anybody about it.
And in that case, he was clearly saying something without saying it at all.
Yes.
But all good.
But I also think it's up to Xavier McKinney as to how mad he wants to get about it.
So that is the state of the DJ Moore, Xavier McKinney beef, with more chapters to come perhaps between now and kickoff. And before Chicago takes on Green Bay, tune in Sunday from 9 to noon for the Your Local Ford Dealers pregame show right here on 670 The Score, presented by Aurelio's. Mully, Olin Kreutz, and Patrick Manley will be live at Wonderverse in Oak Brook as they'll get you set for the game. And then immediately following the game, we'll have instant reaction from Wonderverse on the Great Clips postgame show, presented by Sony Pictures, Wonderverse Chicago, and Timber Tech Decking and Railing. All of it can be heard on The Score and the Odyssey app.
I've been working on a name for those three.
Yes.
Mully, Olin, and Manley. And I came up with Millennially.
Millennially. It sounds a lot like Megan Mullally.
Right, but it's also Mully, Olin, and Manley.
Mully, Olin, and Manley.
Millennially.
That's easier.
It's all three of their names.
We'll see if they can go for it. I don't know.
Probably not, but...
There was somebody asked this question and said, it feels like you're burying the lead on what we want to know today. Did Dan clean his car for the road trip, or is there smelly fishing gear and discarded chicken bones strewn about the vehicle?
I only saw 2 chicken bones.
You did?
No.
Oh, okay.
I can't smell, though. Remember, after I had COVID years and years ago, I haven't been able to smell very well since. Except for that one dude who always wears too much cologne. That somehow I can still smell. Everything else, up in the air.
For me, taking the fishing gear out of the car is a marking point.
Oh, that's right. It's Lillinally this week.
Yeah, it's different.
Lawrence is in.
We
got
weights and fit. There we go. Well, taking the fishing gear out of the car is an acknowledgement of the end of the season. That probably that's going to be it.
I thought you were just trying to not impale Ray and me with your fishing
that's
gear.
That's part of it, but then there's sort of the melancholy of now I have to wait until end of March, early April to go out unless we vacation somewhere else. But so I did that, and I actually cleaned it. I got this like lavender scented special spray, and I wiped everything down.
I'm sorry,
vacuumed
I
out the back. No, it's like that's even my wife said something like, "What are you cleaning your car?" And importantly, Powdered Toast Man was along for the ride. Don't let me forget him. And everybody's dropping off all stuff for us. There's Kringles. Do you want Kringles?
Is it Kringles season?
Yeah.
Wow, this trip to Wisconsin has been fruitful.
There's Kringles, there's wine. This Keith from Shorewood brought. You were all supposed to bring your weight in gold, by the way. If anybody didn't get that memo,
they did. Look at them all. They're here.
It was a coat drive. So for you, he said all the chocolate stuff is for you.
Why? Whoa, Whitman sampler.
And
what is this?
And.
What is this? No, this is too much for me.
Nope, that's you.
Gotta be all crazy, like sugar high.
We'll give some to Ray and
obviously
distribute that because anybody want good and plenty. I'm the only person.
There's Kringles in there?
The Kringles are in there. I'm the only.
What? There's more?
Oh yeah, there's boxes
Holy
and
moly,
bags and bags
box.
and boxes.
What?
Yes.
We came to Wisconsin. We were given riches.
Because Wisconsin's awesome. Don't tell anybody.
No, that I knew already, kind of. I gotta see about these skiing places though. Are they real mountains? What's happening?
The
there?
further north you get, Yeah, if you
really?
you get up to it's not Colorado.
We'll see about that.
When's the last time you skied?
Utah.
Okay, so you do real stuff. But if you get up to Wausau or what's it, Cascade, and what's the other one? Powderhorn?
We have to have this conversation about Wisconsin offline.
Okay.
We'll discover Wisconsin offline.
Okay, we can. And
chocolates? Jeez, man.
Yeah,
this is beautiful.
Dig in. They're gorgeous. Wall of Sound coming your way. It's our entire week of the best of our Bears experts coming your way on The Score.
Immediately after the Chicago Green Bay game, turn on The Score for the Great Clips postgame show, starring Chicago football legend Olin Kreutz, long-snapping Iron Man Patrick Manley, and filling in for Mully, it's Lawrence Holmes.
This week, live from Wonderverse in Oak Brook.
Win or lose, the guys take your calls and react to the game on Sports Radio 670 The Score, the Great Clips postgame show. Great Clips, it's gonna be great. Presented by Sony Pictures Wonderverse Chicago.
Raymond Kia is under construction and building bigger to serve you better. We need room, which means our entire inventory is at limited time construction pricing with extra Black Friday savings. Hurry in today to shop over 1,000 vehicles with savings up to $13,000 off all new Kia models. Or lease the new 2025 Kia K4 for only $98 a month. Shop the construction sales event only at Raymond Kia in Antioch, serving the community since 1963.
This was a walleye tournament on Lake Erie, and the video came out because usually it's not quite this dramatic. Usually it's after the fact, or some places will even have an X-ray machine that they'll slide everything through. The Lake Erie Walleye Trail Fishing Tournament, the fishing director thought something was up, and he took out a big old fillet knife and started cutting up the catch.
We got weights and fish! There we go! Out of here! Where's the other one? Everybody listen to me right now. Jake, I want you to leave. I don't want anybody to touch these guys. I want you to
jail. He was pulling out 8-ounce lead weights.
Yeah, I saw like he cut, and then the guy like reached in. There was like 2 weights inside of a fish.
Big egg-shaped hand grenades of lead that he's pulling out of these fish that had been wrapped in walleye fillets.
We got weights and fish!
We got weights and fish! And they apparently had been doing this before. They are under investigation for...
It's felony fraud, right?
It is felony fraud. And they won a tournament recently where they bought a boat worth like $50,000. And this isn't big money, but it's enough that it's felony fraud. You can't do this. And the overdoing of it, if you look at this, I looked at one of these fish and I thought, and I'm a pretty good estimator of weight of a fish.
You've done it.
Most fishermen are. You lift it up, I can get it within 1/4 pound. And this one that is maybe 4.5 should not be weighing at 7.9.
There's a very profanity-laced moment I kept out of this clip here that we played where somebody says, this guy's been doing this for years.
Yep.
So this guy's been making money for years off of this.
But they got him
caught now.
He got caught right there, and he pulled out the knife, and I didn't know you could bring dead fish to a weigh-in. I thought that the fish being alive and releasable was part of it.
Like
maybe
what,
not on Lake Erie.
What an aha moment! Like when you, I was amazed by it. You cut into like and drop like the sound
thud.
Right,
yep. I'm telling you, they're like little hand grenades he's pulling out.
Weights and fish.
There we go.
There we go. And people were going to kill the guy. They were going to drag the guy behind a truck. And they said, no, don't touch him. There were partners. One guy ran to his truck and locked the door. And the other guy stood there, stone-faced. And the Cuyahoga County is looking into this, as well they should. But the stories about the early days of competitive bass fishing, it wasn't just weights in fish. There were guys, and Carl Hyacin wrote about this. His first novel, his second novel, Double Whammy, was about this, where somebody would go catch big bass and stash them in underwater cages.
And
then when the tournament began, off go the boats, and then in come the boats, and the guys were using the actual same fish for multiple tournaments. Oh, look, I got old Bessie again, same 8.5 pounder, and would keep it and feed it and make sure that this thing would grow big in this cage, and they would just so happen to know where this thing was hidden and be able to go find it for each tournament.
The 630. He goes, I love how relaxing fishing is.
Yeah.
We got weights and fish. There we go.
it yelling. The Bernstein and Harris Show, middays 10 till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
You will hit a wall, hit a wall, hit a wall, hit a wall, hit a wall. The wall?
The wall.
The wall?
Wall to wall, brother. You're breaking the wall! This wall. The wall.
I shouldn't have to tell you about the solid wall of sound. You should know it by now. It means it is the day before a Bears game or a Bears weekend, usually on a Friday, when Adam Studzinski will put together our week's worth of the best of our Bears and NFL experts to prepare you for said game. And it's easier to enjoy it when it is backed by turgid music. On Monday,
That's the stuff.
Anthony Herron joined us, and I guess you can call this ranting about the state of the Bears offense.
What would be great is if you got to an early stretch of the game and they called consecutive run plays. And, consecutive run plays, if one goes for 3 and one goes for 4 and then you're at 3rd and short, it's not an exciting beginning to the game, but it takes the load off of your quarterback and your offensive line. Like the reason the second half for the pass protection looks worse than the first is because that erodes throughout the initial couple of quarters of the game. When the opponent knows they've got a bead on you, when they know the pocket is stagnant and stationary, when they know you're not committed to finding success. Maybe you don't immediately or initially have success on the ground, but are you searching for success with the ground attack? And sometimes that takes sort of a stubborn determination to continue to ram your head against that wall. And if you haven't become excellent in throwing the football, and if you don't have an experienced quarterback who can dissect defenses from the pocket, then that stubborn determination to find a run game, it aids your offensive line, because a 3-yard game becomes a 5-yard game. A 5-yard game becomes a 12-yard game. And that's what the opponents are beginning to do to the Bears, because they're not trying to put the weight of the world on their quarterback's shoulders. They're just trying to outlast you. And right now, every opponent who's facing the Bears is proving that they can outlast them in the fourth quarter.
If the Bears even, I thought they were close after all the entire the intervention that was held after the speed option play against the Colts. Okay, right. Well, we got to stop screwing around when it comes to that. They
were close. We shouldn't assume that didn't exist, because it's so drastically different now. It's damning because of how drastically different it is now.
But they
were close.
Yeah, they were running power. They were.
Yes.
They had guys coming around, and they were with intent, and it just stopped.
It stopped. It should not have stopped, and for some inexplicable reason, it has halted. That approach to the Bears offense has now gone the way of the dodo bird. It does not make any sense.
That was Anthony Herron, and then we know what happened later. On Tuesday, Patrick Manley told us what he thinks Thomas Brown can get done in his first week as offensive coordinator.
I think the first thing he needs to do is take that playbook and rip pages out of there that he does not like. And then secondly, he has to sit down with DJ, Keenan, DeAndre, and Caleb, and Cole, and whoever else, and say, what pages do you want out of here? And then start from there. I really do think you got to talk to the players, because I was wondering what the disconnect was. DJ, whenever he talked in kind of circles and around some issues that were going on. And I was questioning, and I questioned on the pre- and post-game show this past weekend, is he having a little issue with Caleb, or is it more with Shane Waldron? And if it is Shane, then Thomas Brown needs to go to him and say, what's wrong? What do you see? What can we do? We coached together before. We've got a relationship. What can I do to help this offense for you guys? And then the next thing I'm doing, I'm going to Coach Morgan and saying, hey, you're in charge of all runs. I have nothing to say. I'll just call runs when we need a run. But you're in charge of the entire run game. What do you need? What do you want? Let's go from there.
And also on Tuesday, Bears linebacker T.J. Edwards had some praise for Thomas Brown based on his previous experience with him.
Actually, my freshman year at Wisconsin, he was a running backs coach when I showed up. So he had, Melvin Gordon and all those things. So along with Coach Beatty as well, the receivers coach. So it's kind of crazy when I came in here this year to see those guys, and just haven't seen them for a while. It's awesome to see. And going against Coach Brown last year, in Carolina and things like that. I know dude is just an absolute workhorse. I mean, he's a hands-on guy who wants to see everything that the players are seeing, and a guy who truly loves what he does. And I know that he's going to bring some juice. I do. I know he's going to bring some energy, and I'm excited to see it. I am excited to see kind of where we go, but I know that it's never just one thing.
Also on Tuesday, Tim Jenkins had some ideas on how Brown can adjust the offense early on.
Week 1, I think you've got 3 actionables, right? You can integrate more boot, which I think we've seen that decrease, right? If you think about one of the bigger plays that we had on Sunday, it's using Rome, what we call a slider, where he starts on one side of the formation, he's behind the line of scrimmage, gets all the way to the other where we're booting to. And it was wide open. You flipped it to him, and he gained 15 yards. Like, to me, utilizing more boot, I would love us to dress up our boot. Like, I'd like to pull a guard as we're booting. So pull a guard towards the run fake and then boot opposite, right? Those are the kind of things I'd like to see. I think you get more commitment. I'd really love to see more run and play action, slow screen. So we haven't seen a ton of halfback screen or tight end screen. What I really like is instead of just a straight drop back to the screen, I love seeing true like run action or play action. Then it looks like we're taking the deep shot. Never mind, we're back to the screen. So I would love to see that. That's actionable right away. And then just a true, like real traditional run action. Let's take the roof off the defense shot plays. I think those 3 things are actionable right away. What I'd like to see over the course of the next 2 or 3 weeks is we're seeing Caleb kind of not tie his feet to his progressions or not tie his feet to the play concept as much. Like, we call them free drops, like more where you see a quarterback kind of taking a drop that doesn't necessarily tie to a progression, more just, hey, what maybe he's comfortable with. I'd like to see him tie his feet to that more. And then obviously I'd like to see some more hot and sight adjustments. Like, I think we're getting teed off on too much when teams are in cover 0 or cover 1 and they're heating us up. And it's not necessarily... We're losing one-on-one line matchups. There's no doubt in my mind that that's an issue. But we also have a lot of times where it's like, structurally, we're not set up to protect this certain blitz look. But, you have DJ Moore or Keenan Allen, and they're not breaking off hot. So you have to imagine those guys understand protections at this point in their career. So it's not necessarily a Caleb thing or a receiver thing. It's more just, hey, how are we structured to have answers for protections? So those are the 2 things that I'd like to see long-term get corrected that I think you can correct over the course of 2 or 3 weeks. But the idea that that'll be fixed by Sunday, probably not. But those other 3 we definitely could have ready for Sunday.
One thing Tim Jenkins is learning is that Bears football eventually makes you crazy. And you will hear a man continue to descend into Bears madness.
I'm not going to lie. I've never really listened to his press conference. Yesterday, I listened to it because I'm like, I wonder what he's going to say. I don't know how you guys do it. Like, anyone who sits in that room and listens to him talk, I don't know how they do it because I would just be like, what are you, and he said, there's been times on film where we've played complimentary football. I'm like, dog, this is awful. The locker room, yeah, I don't know how he's surviving, to be honest with you, because I've been around enough NFL guys. You guys know, young guys in general tend to say whatever the hell's on their mind. Young guys with some dough really tend to tell you what they think. I don't know how he's surviving the locker room right now. He's probably not, right? Which
by
is why
a thread, Tim. By a thread.
Yeah, I don't think he is.
Yeah, by a thread.
I'm still laughing at the caption. Jenkins continued his descent into Bears madness.
I'm
He
just
isn't
reading-
sure how we do it all the time.
Yeah, well, I mean, how else would you caption that?
You did it a little bit better, but it's just a really funny thing to read.
I didn't write it.
One guy who isn't in Bears madness because he's probably been there already in his life, Mike Golick, took us inside the life of a player who sees a coach they think is going to be fired.
When a coach is on the hot seat, and Matt Eberflus is on the hot seat, there's no doubt about it. If there are a couple of more losses that go on, what happens in the locker room is players start to go into self-preservation mode. What can I do to make sure I'm still on this team or still in the league? And they start to look past the head coach when he's talking because they realize that coach is probably not going to be there next year, so that's not who they have to really work for anymore. So that's the fear if the season gets away from the Bears a little more. Players are smart. Even coaches
We're
will
already
know the
there.
writing is
We're
on
already
the wall.
Mike, we're already there.
Who's that idiot? Tell him to shut up. And then on Thursday, we had a fascinating conversation with the character that is Hall of Famer and Lambeau Leap inventor, the former Packer great Leroy Butler. And he explained the idea behind wanting a quarterback to be a game manager.
Let's come back a little bit. Okay, we're not going to throw the ball 30, 40 times. You got to throw 18 to 25 times to run the football if you're in the North. We play outdoors. You can't throw the ball all the time like that.
No, Leroy, I agree with you.
Manage. I love that we disagree on this.
No, I agree with that. Dan and I are having a disagreement, and I'm siding with you right now because I do think that Caleb Williams needs to be more of a game manager in that the play caller needs to call a game that is more run-based. Because a rookie quarterback's best friend is still the running game, right?
You preach it now. You preach it.
Oh, okay. Well, let me step back in my pulpit and loosen up my tie a little bit and go further with this. My thing with Caleb Williams is, and you talked about you might get a coaching bump, if a coach isn't doing what you just described, calling plays in a sequence that makes sense as far as running the football consistently and giving up if one run doesn't go as far, and now you're back to dropping back 2 and 3 times in a row, you're doing a disservice to your rookie quarterback, correct?
Yes and no.
Okay, go give it to
me. 1, 2, 3, back to one. It ain't that run. Go to your check down. Check down your friend. The West Coast style offense was built to have 5 eligible players. I don't care how good your offensive line is. I got to get that ball out of 1 to 2.5 seconds. And that's during the week. You build that in the game plan. And that clock has to go off. That, yes, both tackles are missing. Read the room. Get the ball out. If not, don't turn it over or run. He's a great athlete. But I suspect, and I don't know this, he had a lot of people talking to him. You got receivers that always want the ball. You got the fans saying stuff. His family is saying stuff. And you got the coordinator, because he's probably depressed. I got the coordinator fired. No, he didn't. You have to realize and read the room. You're not in USC. We don't just throw it around like that. In this division, we manage games. And I'm going to tell you something.
You played with Brett
so you can manage the game. Exactly. Who leads the entire NFL in interceptions.
I know, but he's right. That's what I'm saying. Like you played with. We won a Super Bowl with Brett Favre. He's not a game manager. He's a gunslinger.
With the number 1 defense.
My guy, I told you.
I was waiting for the end of that. The thrilling conclusion.
I told you he was a thing.
Don't the Bears also have a good defense? Anyway, Jarrett Payton said he didn't have much faith in Shane Waldron when he was hired.
I think it was just because of the conversations that I had with people before he got here that put those sirens kind of blaring in my head. So I didn't have a lot of faith there, but I was willing to give it a chance. But also, too, I think the lack of offensive line depth and how the offensive line was structured gave me a lot of question marks as well. And there was at times where I was getting ready to do the show and knew that we were talking about Caleb before the season started, and I was just going to be like, if you don't feel, I didn't feel comfortable, and I didn't want to say it, but I was like, just sit him. If you didn't feel like, I didn't feel like there was enough around him for him to be successful. I know you can go get the offensive players. You can go get Keenan Allen. You can go get Swift. You got DJ Moore. I get all that, but it just seemed like I had a lot of question marks with the offensive play caller and also the offensive line. And I feel like the cycle that we keep talking about, that's a part of the cycle with the quarterbacks here in Chicago. It's that we're starting them right away and they don't get an opportunity. No matter how good they are, they don't get an opportunity to learn.
That is another exquisitely constructed solid wall of sound.
Was he trying to talk about Tyson Bagent there? Did he try to sneak that in?
I don't know that I thought it at the time.
If I dip a cheese curd in cheese, is that cannibalism?
That's a great question. Because the concept of dipping a Wisconsin cheese curd in more Wisconsin cheese, I don't know. I can't define that.
I'm sorry I'm late to break, Ray. I just need to know the answer to this question.
It's a philosophical question that you're presenting very late in the show when we're drunk on encased meats and fried cheeses.
Just how I want to be.
And in some cases, drunk on like alcohol, because Fireball.
Go get it, baby. That's for after the Rally House tomorrow.
Rally House. Did you read the promo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I should read it again.
Okay, when we come back. Yeah, when we come back, because we got to hear Mike Tyson gets very, very, very dark in a pre-fight interview.
Oh, good. More philosophical questions.
You're listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday, presented by IDOT. It's not a game, Illinois.com on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's the Get Holiday Ready sales event with Hank and Sam from the Ford crew.
That is Anthony Herron. What's going on over there?
I don't know. This is strange.
Is that a dead body?
I don't know. I don't know. But here we are on the 9th floor and looking out over an empty lot, and there looks to be something close to that in the empty lot.
I'm asking you, is that a dead body out there?
It's concerning looking out that window.
Was Shane just dead? Did Shane go down there and check it out? So, Shane, what's going on down there?
Oh, it is a dead guy.
It is?
Yeah,
oh, no.
Either dead or very
sleepy,
passed out, but he's face down, and there's some kind of darkness around his head. I don't know what kind of fluid that is, if it is a fluid, like blood maybe. I can't speculate.
Because if that's the case, that's an execution. Because it's not like somebody jumped.
You can't speculate after just speculating.
We're like a quarter mile away, Dan.
I did go check, and it is absolutely a dead guy. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I do think I need some help. I think it's probably time.
All right. We'll help out Dan, and we'll report back on whatever situation is occurring on the other side of the street. It's the Bernstein and McKnight Show on 670 The Score.
All right. We have an important update.
This is incredible.
This I've never seen anything like.
Nope.
Okay. So we had a dead body down here in the empty lot here off of Stetson at lowest Wacker.
The very lowest.
The very lowest.
That's important to remember here as we tell you the story.
Off of Prudential Plaza. So the guy's lying face down in the dirt. And the cops came, but the cops were on the wrong level of lower Wacker.
They were on the middle level.
They're on lower, but at lowest Wacker. So we saw the SUV pull over to look down a level at him. The lights are going. The blue lights are going on the SUV. So he's still lying there. Then the police realize they're not on the lowest level to go investigate the body. So they leave to ostensibly to go in the intervening time. From the time the SUV leaves, the body
which was motionless.
But motionless, face down, like nose down,
face into the dirt.
Face in the dirt. He gets up and then calmly and with a purpose walks to a hole in the fence of this fenced-in area, gets under the fence and walks west. Shortly thereafter, for the moment he leaves our sight, the SUV with the lights going pulls up, drives right past the spot in the fence, drives apparently right past that guy, and they get out of the car and they look at the fence expecting to see the dead body. But they had just driven by the guy who was the dead body, and now the cops are standing around looking at each other.
They missed him. Way to go, not dead guy.
Whoever not dead guy is.
Fire truck pulling up now.
Uh-oh.
Once he got up, he did a little bit of a Travolta Pulp Fiction, looks this way, looks that way, and then walks out.
I would love to know the chatter between the officers, between the time.
Oh, on the scanner?
Between
All right, so
the
I
time.
get down there, and I look over the ledge, you know what I mean? And the guy's laying there, face down. So I gets in the car, we drive down there, and now he's gone. So I came back up to where I was before, thinking that perhaps if I come to the second level again, he'll reappear, and he's still out there. I am stumped. I'm absolutely stumped.
It's so amazing.
the radio. Hanging out with you, Dan, from 10 to 2 every day.
On Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
So there's a big fight. It's tonight, right?
Yeah, but after that, stop by and say hi to Lawrence and me from 8 to 10 a.m. tomorrow at Rally House Wrigleyville before Ohio State takes on Northwestern across the street at Wrigley. Maybe Northwestern covers the spread.
Rally House. Rally House. It's a rally. It's a house. It's a rally house.
You can meet us and enter to win a $25 gift card to Rally House. From tees to hoodies and jackets and game day flair. There's something for every fan at Rally House. And Dan singing.
There's rallies and there's houses. It's a rally house. So Mike
We've
Tyson.
been singing it a lot.
Oh, I've been singing it constantly.
Yeah.
Zoe was throwing things at me.
Well, that's going to happen.
Time for dinner. Time for dinner. Shut up. So the pre-fight stuff is always really silly when it comes to these guys slapping each other at the weigh-in and all that. But Mike Tyson was kind enough to take time to allow questions from a young student journalist. And this young lady, very professional. How old do you think she is, 11 or 12?
I'm bad at this, but I would say middle schoolish.
Yeah, I thought about 12, and she had a one-on-one with Mike Tyson, and it doesn't seem to matter to him that the interviewer is a child.
Well, in your return to the ring for this fight, you are setting a monumental opportunity for kids my age to see the legend Mike Tyson in the ring for the first time. So after such a successful career, what type of legacy would you like to leave behind when it's all said and done?
Well, I don't know. I don't believe in the word legacy. I just think that's another word for ego. Legacy doesn't mean nothing. That's just some word everybody grabbed onto. Someone said that word and everyone grabbed on the word, so now it's used every 5 seconds. It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm going to die, and it's going to be over. Who cares about legacy after that? What a big ego. So I'm going to die. I want people to think that I'm this, I'm great. No, we're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. That is something that I have not heard before, someone say that as an answer.
Can you really imagine somebody say, I want my legacy to be this way when you're dead? Why do you want somebody, you think somebody really wants to think about you? What's the audacity? I think, I want people to think about me when I'm gone. Who the cares about me when I'm gone? Well, my kids, maybe, or grandkids.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and dust in the wind.
Yeah,
He's not wrong, though. No lies told.
No, he got really existential, and credit to Child Reporter, who handled that brilliantly. You know what I call that in the reporting business? Right place, right time.
I thought she handled that really well, actually. I mean, really, she didn't bat an eye. She didn't start crying. I was kind of close to crying listening to that.
Why does he get so mad about being called a legend? He is one.
I don't know. Our legacy is the memories that we leave and the people we've touched and not in his case, it's probably bad legacy.
No, but when it
it's the people he's touched, he was either knocking out or raping.
Yeah, but when it comes to the career, at least that's the part I'm acknowledging in this.
One of the greatest fighters ever.
Yeah, I'm not. The criminal history stands on a separate issue.
Correct.
But to me, when it comes to his career, legend is an appropriate term for his boxing career.
He could just say, thank you. It's nice of you to say. But he didn't. He chose not to. All right. Well, some legends in broadcasting will be joining us next because the Spiegel and Holmes show will be taking over this very position, and we will do a transition to the position when we come back to the Brat Stop on The Score.
Bears fans, before Chicago takes on Green Bay, turn on The Score from 9 till noon for your local Ford dealers pregame show.
3 hours of pregame coverage with legendary.
So now you have a score tale to share with me, right?
So we were trying to come up with, and I don't know all the things that you have covered. One of my favorite things, and this is one that you have not, and it only happened for a short period of time when the Bors and Bernstein show was going on, and it was probably about, like 2004-ish, 2003, so it was a while ago. And everybody knows Score Hello. But it wasn't that. Before that was the Hello game. And every now and then, when they would take a phone call, they'd bring the person up. They'd say, Layla, you're on the score. And the person would start talking. And then a few seconds in would think that they weren't on the air for some reason. They go, hello? And they have just a bunch of drops. Well, why don't you just listen to how the hello game used to go down?
Northwest side, here's Gino. He's on the score.
Yeah, hello, guys.
Yes.
Hello? Yeah, hello?
Yes, hello?
Hello? Hello there. Yeah, this is Gino, Northwest side.
Oh, for the love of God, speak to us.
Hello? 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 Yeah, this is Gino from Northwest side. Hello, Jumbo. Hey, guys, I love your show. Hello. Yeah, hello, yeah. This is Gino, Northwest side. Okay, hello, everybody. Okay, a couple of things, a couple of comments. Coach Trustman, is this guy in self-denial? I can't hear a word you're saying. I said, Coach Trustman, is he in self-denial? I can't hear a word you're saying. God. Hello? Hello? Oh, they cut me off. Damn it. Hello? Yeah, can you hear me? Yes. Hello? Hello there. Can you hear me? Hello there. How you doing? Yeah, hello, this is Gino from Northwest side. How we doing there? Okay, can you hear me? Hello? Good to hear from you again. Hello? I can't hear a word you're saying. Oh, forget it.
Victim of his own hello game. I lost out to himself.
As good as the hello game gets.
So many
that's so
references
great.
from the one clip. A lot of things make more sense now.
Oh, dude. Hello game was amazing.
Hello there.
That's it. That's the one.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh my
Dude.
gosh.
Oh, and there's Terry trying to give him an out. Just talk. You're on. Talk. We can hear you. And he still didn't get it.
Just hearing Terry makes me smile.
Yeah, he's the best.
3 tough losses in a row? Keep listening as we get you ready for the game right up to kickoff. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented by your local Hyundai dealers. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score and Odyssey Sports Station. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago.
The Score! Studs, you suck, man.
Let's dance, let's party, let's boogie.
That was the line of the show. Big Cat Williams was terrific, as always. We thank him for joining us today, as well as our other guests, Joe Ostrowski, Kevin Fishbane, and Adam Haugh. Thanks to the aforementioned studs, even though he sucks, for putting together the solid wall of sound. Layla was here today in for Marshall Harris, so we thank Ray Diaz, Adam Studzinski, Connor O'Donnell, Brandon Fryer, Rich Wyatt, the entire staff of our production side. I think I saw Ashley Fields here, Mitch Rosen. Let's not forget Sparky Pfeiffer and all the fine folks at 105.7 The Fan for being a part of things. Shane Reardon has been producing both shows today, helping out, doing everything that he does. And thanks to everybody who said hi and so many familiar faces.
So nice to see everybody here. Sorry we didn't have time to take pictures with everybody, but thank you for coming out.
Thank you. So many people. And Keith from Shorewood gave me a bunch of good and plenty. There's wine. There's Kringles.
We have left with riches. We have riches.
This is wonderful. Now it is their turn. The afternoon show, Spiegel and Holmes. Hello, boys.
It is so good to be out. It's so good to be hanging and saying hello to people and seeing people. And my goodness, the Brat Stop, this place is like maybe 8 to 9 times bigger than I'd realized.
I went for a tour in the back. There's like a whole banquet hall and stuff
keeps going.
back there.
It just keeps going.
Did you see all the arcade games?
I didn't
and the
see
pinball machines?
I see the arcade games over there, but no, I went from over where our left is.
There's
and like
pinball.
Back behind there, they're setting up for like weddings.
There's NBA Jam over here.
Is there NBA Jam?
There's an upstairs. I don't even know what's up there.
The GOAT pinball machine is over
those
there.
guys are up
Adam's Family is over there. If anybody wants to play some Adam's Family.
My friends had one at their house.
That's number 1 on the depth chart.
I would say Whirlwind and Funhouse would be.
Funhouse is great. I put Funhouse up there.
How did you know?
Ride the Comet.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I mean, look, we're on a stage, which I'm told that the acoustics are great here for live music.
You've never played here?
I've never played here. I've never seen a band here. But look, look how much crowd you could put up there.
I opened for Lauryn Hill here, and let me tell you, the acoustics were amazing. And then everyone waited for her until like 2 a.m., and they were like, we're going to go home.
You know it's hot. Just don't forget what you got.
That's right.
Looking back.
I love the disco.
Yeah, I
ball.
can imagine the acoustics are tremendous.
Yeah.
Because
it
you also
feels
have
like
the V-shaped, the ceiling where, you don't have like the hockey ceiling bouncing everything around.
That's
Also,
why
I like the lights.
When we get everybody here to sing "Bear Down Chicago Bears" at about what are we doing? 3:40, 4:40?
Is that what we planned on?
No.
Or it's the polka band doing "The Bears Still Suck."
Oh God. Yeah,
Fly,
I mean,
Eagles fly.
either one would sound good.
The Eagles look
in this place.
very scary
It'd be
right
equally well received.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think, by people.
I have a stat to make you not as jealous of people. I
Okay.
meant to bring this up earlier in our 4-hour program, but somehow I didn't do that.
Well, transition still allows for you to do stuff like that.
Still counts as radio time.
Yes, there's one thing we seemingly forgot because it's the start of a season, relatively speaking. We forgot about all the ways Cliff Kingsbury's teams ended their seasons.
You know, it's funny. We were talking about that in the pre-show a little bit because Jaden Daniels over the last month, not so good.
Well, and that was quite the egg they laid last night.
Yeah.
And if you look at not only Texas Tech but Arizona, 2021 started out 7-0, rest of the year 3-5. 2020 5-2, rest of the year 3-6. 2019 3-1, rest of the year 2-7. At Tech, 2018 is last season. They're 5-2, rest of the year 0-5. Now, I'm not here to diss on Cliff Kingsbury necessarily. I think he deserved the chance that he's gotten. But if you have a little bit of bitterness about him not being with the Bears, check out what happens, in this last slate of games here.
It's what I've been trying for the last couple of years to tell people. Being a quarterback is difficult. Being a rookie quarterback is difficult. The stuff that you saw last year with C.J. Stroud was outlier bleep. And if you need any proof, look at C.J. Stroud this year. it's outlier bleep. And I think that and it's so funny because Speaks and I are going to spend some time talking about this on the show today. I think that it allowed for people to go beyond with their expectations. And the people who are most guilty of that, the Chicago Bears.
Yeah,
let me add something
right
to
there.
that to even burnish that argument a little bit. It isn't just C.J. Stroud. It's going back to the scouting reports that mention Patrick Mahomes. That's a unicorn. That's a unicorn.
100%.
It reminds me of the people saying that Trae Young was just like Steph Curry.
Right.
Like, no, he might be good, but let's ease off on that, understanding how special a unique individual in a unique situation.
Well, not only
may
was
be.
Patrick Mahomes a unicorn, but he did sit for a year with a really good vet. And he's coached by one of the greatest of all time who, like, magically and beautifully fused the air raid and the West Coast.
Who also had a second chance.
The thing is, in Speaks, you could probably speak to this. Like what Dan's talking about, like when we take Trae Young, it's okay that for someone to go, I see the influence of Patrick Mahomes and Caleb Williams, or I see the influence of Steph Curry in Trae Young. Guess what? Adam Levine was influenced by Prince. That doesn't make him Prince. There are tons of musicians who have been influenced, and you can hear. You can be like, there's that Bowie influence.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Doesn't make you David Bowie.
Yeah, I was playing for Ray. Ray had never heard These Sacred Souls. I was playing that, and I said, don't you hear a little bit of Marvin Gaye in this? And I said, it's not Marvin Gaye,
right?
But you can clearly hear that band cared deeply about the soul music from the late 60s and early 70s.
And it's like in the scouting world, this is what I want to eventually, like, this is my crusade that I eventually want to see cleaned up. I think whenever people like us ask people that are in the scouting world for comps, they will kind of haphazardly throw a name out.
Yeah.
And they're not careful with explaining that this is partially what I see, and this is where. And then people go, oh, my God, they said Patrick Mahomes. The Bears are getting a Patrick Mahomes type. Now, you may end up with a guy who has Patrick Mahomes-like tendencies. That could happen. But I think that the expectation level just got ratcheted up so high.
That's why I like how Fangraphs does it. Where Fangraphs will say if he reaches his 99th percentile, statistically he could resemble this person. The likelihood is right around here, right around 50, and this is who he's going to resemble.
But think about even the comps that Anthony Edwards was drawing during the playoffs.
Which were
ridiculous. You can dunk with the athleticism of Michael Jordan.
Yes.
But you are not Michael Jordan.
No, and there are some aspects to his. There are certain shots, just like Jason Tatum looks like Kobe Bryant sometimes.
Yeah, you
right.
know, by the way, I wish to hell that Anthony Edwards did not shoot as many threes as he does, because his magic is in the in-between and in the attacking.
Wrong time.
It's the wrong time. If he were 20 years ago, it'd be so much more fun. I'm still struggling. People thought Adam Levine was going to be Prince?
No, I'm just saying that is on his list. Like, he is an actual Prince disciple. Like, Prince actually worked with Adam Levine. But that doesn't mean that even if you've been touched by one of the gods, doesn't make you a god.
It goes back to art history. When you learn about all the Caravagisti that tried to be Caravaggio.
I haven't tried that. Is it good here?
And they bring it with the Merck's cheese, and there was only dip it into
Oh,
that. And then,
man. Anything in that Merck cheese. All right?
Can I get a
Especially
Can I get a ruling on something?
Anita Ruling, hold on, let me get her. Anita Ruling comes in, the flowing robes, the grace. She's beautiful.
Yes.
Hello, Anita. Yes, what do you need, sir?
I need to know, you were the guy that told me that Paul Simon's song Mother and Child Reunion was based on a Chinese dish where he saw egg with chicken.
Yes, chicken fried rice, essentially. Or chicken fuyang, something like that.
And that's where he came up with
Mother and Child Reunion.
And how did you ask the question about dipping cheese curds in Merck's cheese?
If I dip cheese curds in cheese, is it cannibalism?
I don't believe so. I think it's genius is what it is.
I think chefs call it like cheese two ways now or something like that.
Oh,
also,
sure.
like scrambled egg and fried rice with chicken is elite. but
Yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't think it would
But like,
inspire
but
a whole Paul Young song.
In
Paul
kosher,
Simon.
by,
Paul
by,
Simon,
by kosher
thank you.
rules,
Paul
you
Young
can't
did
have
every time you go away, take a piece of me with
meat
you.
with milk. And I
Wait,
don't know-
take a piece of meat with you.
Take a
Excuse
piece
me.
of- piece of meat
Every
with
time
milk.
you go away,
Weird
you
Al
take
wrote
a
that
piece
one.
of meat with you.
Are we allowed now? Is it allowed, even though that he is one of the gods? Is it okay for us to be like, "Hey, Paul Simon, what were you doing over there?" Because it seems like
in Africa
he had a real Christopher Columbus.
It wasn't
thing.
just
Oh,
Africa.
man.
It was
He went to-
South America.
yeah, he
It was
went to Brazil,
everywhere.
too.
His helicopter lands.
I never
He
understood
records all the
Paul Young.
music, and he throws a couple of dollars around, and then he
he's
goes back
like-
to Brooklyn, and he
he's like,
mixes everything.
guys, I have discovered some things. I have discovered some things.
But only you.
Me and Julio.
But he
we
employed
discovered
them.
them.
He employed them and paid them, and
that's
they
interesting.
got session rates at the very least. I don't think they got points on Graceland.
You go to-
but at least they got session rates.
No,
Right?
you go-
I don't think Ladysmith Black Mambazo was complaining.
If you go to one of his houses, members of that band are cleaning his pool.
Oh, stop
Let's
yourself!
hope not. But yes, I think that we should probably take a look and just be like,
I would.
What were you doing over
right,
there?
Well,
Where are
look, I get offended because I think he is. I think he is America's greatest living songwriter. I think it's him, and I think it's Bob Dylan, and I think it's Stevie Wonder. But I would take Paul Simon.
I would take Stevie.
Wait,
Wonder.
okay, so where
As
are
a
you
songwriter,
on,
a musician, it's Stevie,
I would,
no
I
doubt.
would take him as a songwriter.
Where are you
songwriter, I'll take
Peter
Paul.
Gabriel and Yusuf Endur?
I saw Yusu
Endur.
Endur opened for Peter
As did
Gabriel
I.
on the So
I
Tour.
know,
I saw it at the Rosemont Horizon.
By the
Yusuf
way,
Nurkic.
Dan,
Not Yusuf. I'm right. I was confused again.
Yusuf Nurkic.
I said
Again,
Paul
I'm
Young,
confusing
he said
Yusuf
Yusuf.
Endur with
That
Yusuf
brother
Yusuf
Nurkic.
Nurkic.
Hold on. Sky Point for the opportunity to cross-reference Yusuf Nurkic and Yusu Endur. I mean, there are very few jobs in life where that kind of comes in handy.
I have to stop mixing them up. I have to.
You remember, you were here when I looked at the, I promoted Mark Shanowski from Comcast Sportsnet, but I saw CSN. Mark Shanowski from Crosby, Stills, and Nash has joined us. It just came out of my mouth, and you're like, oh.
You did not.
I absolutely
Yes,
did.
you did.
100%.
And I
didn't
thought from
realize.
Star Wars. was
Right,
that.
yeah, exactly. But Mark Shanowski, people don't know, was great in Crosby,
Right.
Stills, and Nash.
That's
He
why
was
it's fun.
amazing.
Unlike Chewbacca, he really didn't have a good stint with them.
By the way, those are. Have you had the Kringles? Somebody brought you 3 Kringles, and you're sending me home with a Kringle. You asked if I wanted one, and I immediately had the reaction. It's like the Louis C.K. bit. I know he's a problem, but the bits are good. About Cinnabon, you like, you want a Kringle? And I just put my hand to my face. Yes, I would like a Kringle, please, because they're so freaking delicious.
Oh my
And I'm gonna
gosh.
devour somewhere between 80 and 100% of it, probably in the
car.
car on the way home.
We
Doug
really-
the phone would be proud of you.
This is an embarrassment of riches here. We really did.
We got our own Kringles? My God.
Wow.
What
they
is
have
happening?
everything up here.
They truly do.
This place, man. These people.
There's a lot of Bears fans here, which makes me happy.
Yeah, there are. Represent.
You see what your guy Keith from Shorewood brought me?
Liquor?
Oh,
Liquor
good
is.
play.
Once upon a time, there was an engineer.
Keith from
Charlie
Shorewood
was
says.
his name.
So, how about Packers fans? Packers fans, you can represent too. It's all right. Very few. You know what we can all gather around together and do together?
What's that?
Packers fans and Bears fans. We can all laugh at Aaron Rodgers on the Jets together.
Yay!
Can't we?
It's very much like the Predator handshake, where Bears fans walk in and Packers fans walk in and they go, "You son of a bitch," and we all dap up because Aaron Rodgers is terrible, and we get to watch him fail and flail at the same time.
I thought you were going to say it's like the end of Alien versus Predator, where the one gives the other like the
marking?
battle mark. Yeah,
that's Sanaa.
But
that is Sanaa. Yeah.
Bears fans.
Isn't that a meme? The whole.
Yeah,
that's
what I told
So what, we got to
Speaks.
do that? Yes.
That's
Dylan.
a son of a bitch.
You son of a bitch. What's the matter? The CIA got you pushing too many pencils?
He's still never seen that movie, by the way.
I haven't
What?
either.
I've never seen Predator.
Never seen Predator.
You know I don't watch a lot of movies.
Layla, we have to watch Predator.
It's my dad's favorite movie of all time.
Is it really?
Explains a
Are you
lot,
serious?
It was that and My Dinner with Andre.
I adore
right?
your
Those are his
dad.
top 2.
What's your favorite Predator? Like, why he goes, it's awesome.
Well, Bears fans, next time you're near a Packer fan, and if you're hating each other and you're near blows, just say, "Hey, you see Aaron Rodgers crap the bed the other night? Yeah, I did too. Yeah, man."
And then you guys have a beer together.
together.
Yeah.
Like that's the way that it probably should be because you're probably related. It's fine.
Guess what song is stuck in my head this whole time? Call Me Al.
Rally House. Rally House.
Dan won't stop
I
singing
can't.
Rally House.
Well, that's good. The two of us are going to be at Rally House in Wrigleyville tomorrow from 8 a.m. until 10 a.m.
Two of you.
Should we do like an
I'll be
exclusive variety show?
I like sleeping
Where
in
I'm
my
like,
bed. I'll
and
be
now
asleep.
here's Lawrence Holmes. You know what I watched, like, because it was on, because I'll watch that movie a million times, no matter how or when. It's
Predator?
Casino.
Oh, I love Casino.
And the part of the movie where they're like, let's keep it quiet for a little bit. And they're like, and now it's time for the show.
The Sam
Aces High.
with Sam Rothstein.
So we
and the
just,
Sam
maybe
Rothstein dancers.
Yes. I told him to keep it quiet.
He
So
should have stayed in food and beverage.
Maybe that's what we should do. Maybe we should do some episode of Aces High.
I'd be down with that.
You know, challenge a casino gaming board or two.
Aces High. It's the
just
Sam
can't stop
Rothstein
singing
He was
Rally
doing it with
House.
the word
Aces
struggle bus
High.
too.
Well, now it's like Barracuda or whatever. What do you usually sing? What's a dun? What's the dun?
Aqualung.
Yeah, that's what. This is
Aqualung
now
live.
his new Aqualung.
Well, it's
thing.
Friday at 2:15. Somebody needs to
Pre-flight airport
unplug the
parking.
Bernstein.
Oh, he's got to drive me and Ray home.
Oh boy, don't unplug him yet then.
Yeah. Where I was yelling at Ray to stay in the car as I was running into it from the street.
Love that you guys all rode up together. That's lovely. That's lovely show
We
bonding.
brought our friend. For
Oh, he's
Toast
back.
Man.
Toast Man.
First trip across the border.
Well,
I told him about some midlife crises I might have.
He did say today that he's hoping that the Bears can make history this week. They want to change history by not losing to the Packers like they have consecutively the last 10 times that they've played.
I saw some numbers today. Was reminded, first of all, 10 in a row. That's bad, right? 10 in a row.
Yeah, I don't think it's good.
And then 25 of the last 30, including the postseason.
Is that good or?
That's not good. And then how about this? Since Brett Favre debuted,
Favre?
15 and 50. The Bears are 15 and 50 against the Packers since Brett Favre debuted.
But I was told it means more.
It does mean more.
It does mean more,
To
but
the people.
they haven't figured out how to make it mean more as far as wins.
Yeah, they haven't been able to win, but
they care more about it, or at least they say
Dude,
they care more about it.
I'm going to be at the in-laws on Sunday, and
I heard about this.
My mother-in-law, who grew up on the Oneida, near the Oneida Reservation in Green Bay, hardcore Packers fan, and then my brother-in-law, hardcore Meatball Bears fan. They come to a near fist fight every single freaking time. And I love being in the middle of it because doing what we do, it's like it's nice to get back into the heat of these things. Like Packers, Bears, it does mean more to people here, to people at home, and you hope it means more to some. Jaylen Johnson said it did. You heard it in Jaylen's
Matt Bowen yesterday.
I was
Matt
really
Bowen
mocking.
yesterday
Yeah,
articulated
Bowen was great.
How it meant more.
Yes.
And what it meant that it did.
I do think it means more. I'm mocking ownership for saying it and not doing anything about it.
Aha. Well,
That's
they're
the subtext.
I got you.
I was talking with Cody yesterday, and Cody Westerland, his cute little baby, he was showing me pictures.
Connor Westerland.
And he was saying
Connor.
He was saying that this weekend, I think his wife's out of town, but the in-laws are in town, and they're Packers fans.
Oh, man.
Okay.
And so they're going to be, as Cody's working, they're going to be helping him watch young Connor, and they're
want to
gonna
poison young Connor's
that's
mind.
Sheer.
That's
I don't like it.
I don't like it either. But that's how family dynamics work sometimes.
I mean, it takes a village to
It
raise
does.
a child, but
it does.
got to choose those villagers wisely.
Yes, or they'll burn down the village. That's sometimes
you don't want that.
That's sometimes how it works. Here's what we've got planned for the show today. We got a lot going on. Like when Speaks and I sat down, we're like, yeah, we don't really have to do a lot today.
We got thoughts, though.
Mark Grody is going to join us with the Bears Report at 5. Olin Kreutz is going to be on the show at 4. Our buddy Daniel Van Kirk is going to be on the show. Heavenly Doug.
Afterlife Doug?
Yes.
Either one, yeah.
Brian Bulaga is going to be on the show today. Dan Wiederer, a.k.a. Weeds, is going to be on the show today. Weedsy. Oh, shout out to Maddie. I love seeing Maddie with you guys.
Oh, that's right. I didn't thank Maddie.
Yeah, you should have thanked
And his
Maddie.
large adult sons.
I thanked Maddie. It was good to see him.
Agreed.
That's my brother in arms right there. But we are going to start off the show talking a little bit about where things went wrong.
Oh boy, have they ever.
And how they continue to go wrong for your Chicago Bears.
Rally House.
Oh, yes. Tomorrow at Rally House from 8 a.m. until 10 a.m., Layla Rahimi and myself will be at...
Sing it.
Sing it louder.
Rally House.
All right.
It's got houses and it's
I need
rallies.
I
It's
need
a
somebody to
rally
take
house.
Bernstein home. I don't care who it is.
Well, he's going to have to take himself home, but we're going to
He's
get our show
driving us.
started after Chris Tannehill's awesome open. That is next here on The Score.
This segment is sponsored by Schmaltz Deli.
Schmaltz Deli is ready to handle all your catering needs. Now taking orders for our spectacular...
Raymond Kia is under construction and building bigger to serve you better. We need room, which means our entire inventory is at limited time construction pricing with extra Black Friday savings. Hurry in today to shop over 1,000 vehicles with savings up to $13,000 off all new Kia models. Or lease the new 2025 Kia K4 for only $98 a month. Shop the construction sales event only at Raymond Kia in Antioch, serving the community since 1963.
And I don't know if this is good or not, but hustling Justin Fields, I don't know. And maybe, but great party. Bears.
Yeah, good save.
Nice save there at the end.
Good save, Mike.
People are bringing nickname opportunities for the party.
When people start drowning at the end of their calls, it's just like, Bears.
This is such a sausage party. Where are the women?
Hey, man, invite some.
Debbie, you're in town. Yeah. We need some estrogen at this party. What's up, Debbie?
I got lots of estrogen for you guys.
Oh, good. Pass some out. Thank you. Welcome to our QB1 party. How are we celebrating Justin Fields' arrival?
Oh, my God. I was there. I flew down there for the Texans game. And to see the improvement over the last few weeks has just been amazing. And it's so amazing not to be last in every single statistic on the TV. It's just so uplifting that we have a potentially great quarterback. And I'm looking forward to Green Bay and beating that Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah! Oh, we dunked Debbie?
Oh, we can't say that on the air.
Sure you can.
Leave it.
Good job, Debbie.
The one woman who shows up at the party, at least the first woman, is the one who has to get
on
dumped.
Twitch. We've been told there's some on Twitch.
Oh,
Becky's
man.
on Twitch.
That's tremendous.
Yeah, Debbie.
Yeah, I love the Bears.
Thank you, Simmons.
Toilet mouth Debbie. Come on.
It's amazing. What a great party. People are starting to feel, a little lubed up. They're cursing a little bit, getting comfortable, got a nice bass down. This is fantastic.
Where's the Wani bourbon? Might have to dip into the Wani bourbon on a Monday afternoon.
Oh, my God. What a party.
Mastectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Okay, here we go, sports fans.
Afternoons on the Score.
Well, let me just say this, okay? Packers Week was something special. That's what a rivalry is.
The oldest and best rivalry in the NFL.
Most of the coaches that come in, they always say,
The number one goal we'll have is to beat Green Bay.
We will proudly stand as a 90-15 in the history of the Green Bay Packers when we kick Chicago's ass.
there's been some bad blood over the years.
Charles Martin took the shot at McMahon.
Charles Martin, may he rot and burn in hell. Period, new paragraph.
I like to punch him in his face.
I saw Olin Crude said he wanted to punch me in the face.
Yeah, I like to punch him in his face.
Does your shirt say I still own you?
It most definitely does.
There should be a little edge after this after a while. You know, after a while you get sick of getting beat up, and it's been a long time.
People hate Green Bay. I hate Green Bay. Did you hate the Packers growing up?
Yeah, no, there's no green or yellow in my house, so we'll leave it at that.
Their fans are really, they're freaking obnoxious.
Green Bay is a big rivalry. This week is definitely going to be set in stone for how we're going to play the division.
You know, again, just being a human, you want to win this game because it's Green Bay and everything like that. And I understand everything that comes with it. But at the end of the day, I know it's a big rivalry game and things like that. But where we're focused at, where I'm focused at, is how we can go out there and play some good football and go win a game.
We're in division now, playing the Packers this week. Obviously, a big game for not only just us, but it's Green Bay Packers versus Chicago Bears. And so it's an important game for us, not only because it's divisional, but obviously it's the Packers. And we have to handle it like that, and we have to handle the situation I'm in.
NFC North, Aaron, is real deal right now.
Yeah, I mean, they got 3 really good teams.
Oh! They're figuring it out up there in Chicago.
They still got to play the Pack twice, so we'll see what happens.
Happy Father's Day to all the Bears fans out there. Go Pack Go. I'm not losing to Green Bay this year. I can't do it, man.
Yeah, man, we done created a real rivalry over there. We're going to get out there. What would a win over the Packers mean for this group?
It would mean a lot. We've been getting our ass whipped for a long time now.
Do you feel that rivalry more now as the years have gone on in your Bears career?
Yeah, especially when they 10-0 against us.
Pisses you off, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Listen to what these Bears fans are chanting.
Green Bay.
That is right. You're hearing Green Bay sucks.
Now if they could just take it and shove it up you know where.
And that's how special the rivalry is.
Thank you so much, and go Bears. Beat the Packers!
The official adventures of...
And now, live from Kenosha, Wisconsin at the world-famous Brat Stop, it's the Spiegel and Holmes Show on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Yes, we have arrived. We are at the Brat Stop here in Kenosha. Our people are here. It is the Spiegel and Holmes Show. That man is my partner, Matt Spiegel. I am Lawrence Holmes. We've got Shane Reardon here. We've got Chris Tannehill back at the ranch. We got the whole crew. Rich is here. Connor is here. They're keeping us on the Twitch stream. So shout out to the mob on Twitch. We are here with you until 6 o'clock. There's a lot for us to do on today's show, and we are glad that you are joining us, whether you are joining us in person, and if you'd like to head up this way, you're up in the North Burbs, you're in Libertyville, you want to stop by and say hello.
Do it.
Maybe you're a reporter and you're leaving Haugh and you want to come up here and hang out with us. Feel free. Anyone is welcome to come and join us because we're going to be here until 6. But if you're hanging out inside the Twitch stream or if you're just listening on 670 The Score or 670thescore.com, welcome to the Friday before Bears-Packers 1.
Yeah, baby. 15-50. Wah, wah. I know, but you come over here, you hang out, get yourself a 6-pack of New Glarus to put in the car and bring back a Wisconsin beer.
Wait, did you do that?
What's that?
Did you do that?
I did that. As a matter of
Check
fact.
you out.
Yeah, man. You gotta take care of stuff while you're up here and get it done. But yeah, my goodness, man, that was such a great open by Tanny, and you're feeling the bigness of it. At least I know that we're going to be feeling the bigness of it with the people that we're watching it with and the people that we are communing. But it's pretty funny to hear some of the Bears players. Jaylen Johnson's feeling it. Montez Sweat going, I can't lose to Green Bay this year. He played him one time in his life, you know? But he's feeling it, and he's trying to feel it like some of his teammates are, and certainly like his bosses are.
Yeah, and we're going to spend some time talking about the relationship between the Packers and the Bears, and maybe more importantly, Packers fans and Bears fans throughout the show. This is a weird time. This is a weird week because it feels as if everything is falling down around the Bears as a franchise. And that's hard to deal with because you know that the Packers are looming, and then the Vikings are looming, and then the Lions are looming, all in the next 11 days for the Bears. That's a lot.
It's crazy, man. 19 days ago, the Bears and the Commanders played that crazy-ass game, and the Bears were losing, and they looked bad, and then they started to look a little better, and then the Doug Kramer fumble happens, and then they get the ball back, and they're driving down 12-7, and a fourth down play, they get a Keenan Allen pass interference call to set up 1st and goal on the 1. And just 19 days ago, you were sitting there at 4-2, coming out of the bye, about to punch it in and go 5-2, winning a game you don't think you deserve to win, but it was about to happen. And Tanny suggested we live in that moment just 19 days ago, and that sounds pretty good as a jumping-off point here on Bears-Packers Friday.
Well, they reached the 1-yard line again. Josh Harris, Adam Peters on the left. They headed down early. I'm sure they thought this one looked pretty good. They got Roshan Johnson. Remember, we were talking about him in goal line. They didn't go to him last time. Not going to him here. Ball is to the back of the end zone, intended for more. You can run it here. You got all 3 of your timeouts.
Well, it's not the worst thing. I'm not sure I would have done this either, but the ball's too high, hangs in the air too long, and if you'd thrown it sooner, you'd have had a chance. But they're doing this based on the Washington front. Washington needs to align everybody inside. You're going to play man-to-man outside. One-on-one here. You want to throw it? Go ahead. Put everybody in here.
Handoff. Johnson up ahead. He's across. Touchdown, Chicago. Matt Eberflus's team never led for 59 minutes and 37 seconds until this touchdown by Roshan Johnson. They are going to go for 2.
Mercedes Lewis with a great block inside, and this is why you stay in the game mentally. They always come down to the wire, and he can make the big plays.
Look at shovel pass, and they complete it to Komet for the 2.
A little Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes to Kelsey special, fake the run, come back from the backside. It's a different way to run the football up the middle with misdirection. What an incredible drive right there. Everyone go with the running back, and then I'll pretend like I'm running it with someone else. Wow, Chicago stayed in it mentally. That's so hard when you got beat all game.
All game. You really don't feel like
you deserve to win.
Anything's happening. Yeah, you're getting beat on all sides except the punting game.
That kept you in it.
And then all of a sudden you break one, your defense makes some plays. They put a couple of seconds back on the clock. There's 25 seconds to go.
That's a problem.
Washington has 1 timeout. That's 15 unanswered points by Chicago. And what a homecoming, a memorable return this would be for Caleb Williams, who really had no time to work with through most of the game, and then comes to the 4th quarter and throws for about 100 yards and leads them.
He flipped the switch. He actually did a great job changing the pocket platforms and standing in under pressure and delivering the ball in the clutch situations.
Oh, my God.
Highlights courtesy of CBS. That's where things started to fall apart. After when we were going through this yesterday as a show, I have a theory. The theory is the worst thing that could have happened to the Bears was connecting on the 2-point conversion. It gave them a false sense of having the game won. If they don't make the 2-point conversion, they have to defend against the field goal.
Got to play legit
They
defense.
have to play defense straight up now, tell me. And then they're not playing 30 yards off. The worst thing that happened is they converted that 2-point conversion. And then the other worst thing happened because then they didn't defend the pass. And then another worst thing happened because they had a guy who had his back turned to the play. He's like, yeah, what's up now? Yeah, what's happening? Oh, bleep, there's a play going on.
And then the coach didn't say anything was wrong. It's just something that happened. And then he still the next day said it. Like, it's astonishing to me. That's less than 3 weeks. You were about to go 5-2, having come back and done all of that.
The story would have been Caleb's homecoming.
Caleb's homecoming and the offense showing up in the fourth quarter. And then all the problems got exposed. And now, 19 days later, you are in this state of chaos and disrepair, being laughed at by the entire football world. Lawrence, like, we're getting requested to be guests on radio shows all over the country so we can tell them what it's like on the inside of the most depressing story in the NFL. It's insane that it all fell apart this quickly. And now Sunday is an opportunity for things to fall apart even further or maybe take a slight turn towards the possible positive.
I think it would mean a lot if the Bears were to win this game for a lot of different reasons. One, you can theoretically get back into a playoff picture. Theoretically, not practically, but theoretically, you can get back into it. You end a historic streak. You make everyone feel. Do you know what show we're going to do on Monday if the Bears were to win this game?
If they're to break a 10-game losing streak to the Pack?
You're going to have a decision to make.
Whether to roll the money over or not?
Yes, or give people their profit.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm holding it up right now. The bet has been placed. The bet is $500 on the Bears to win this game on Sunday.
No, show it to the camera.
All right, there's the camera right there. 500 beans. What happened was all the investments from the mob totaled up to $330. I popped for $170, so we're at a nice clean $500. And the bet has been placed on the money line for the Bears to win at plus 205. 500 to win $1,525. Once the Bears win on Sunday, that will go in a special Matt Madoff account to be held right there.
It's definitely Matt Madoff.
And will be placed on the money line for the Bears to complete the Packers sweep in Green Bay. I want to thank Peter Turnbull for his $25, a 5% investment. I want to thank William von Schomburg for his $50.
That feels made up.
It's a 10% investment. Frito John.
Also feels like it's made up.
$25, a 5% investment.
Did you fund all of this yourself and just came up with funny names?
No. My guy Dave Mint sent in $20. John Roback sent in $20. These are actual mob members who decided they wanted to ride with me, foolishly or not, on the Packers sweep. And we have invested together, damn it.
Don't forget Radio Ray.
Radio Ray. $20 from Radio Ray.
Don't forget Lays Lyle, Frito John's cousin. Dorito Dan's in there somewhere.
Crunchers
No,
Kevin.
he's driving back to the city right now.
Yeah. I have to get out of here.
All these people.
Bugles Bob.
Yeah, right, exactly. Justin Milnes, I see your $20.
Cheeto Chester, or Chester Cheetah.
All of these people, they are in because we believe, Lawrence. We believe, and I can make
Funyuns Finnegan.
Funyuns Finnegan is
My
in.
Irish uncle. He came over here one time, couldn't get enough of the Funyuns. He just stayed. Now he's a sports gambler.
This place with the Funyuns.
Oh, Jesus, Mary and Joseph, the Funyuns. They bring me back to Chicago.
So glad he stayed.
I'm glad that he stayed.
We
too.
believe, me and the mob, we believe that the Bears are going to win straight up now.
So you're going to start the chant, we believe that we will win. We believe that we will win.
Yeah, I'll be doing that on Sunday as I watch this. And when it happens, Lawrence, oh, what a joyful show we will have on Monday.
I hope for you and for the city it happens.
Be fun as hell.
It would be. It would be a delight to have that be the way that Monday starts off. Like everything will taste better. The sun will be out. It'll be great. When we come back, we need to talk about some of the bigger picture issues with your Chicago Bears. We will do that next. Shout out to everyone who is here the beautiful people at the Brat Stop who have stuck by us through thick and thin.
Damn handsome people. You're right about
I
that.
agree. We're going to take a quick timeout and get back to you next on The Score.
Bears fans, before Chicago takes on Green Bay, turn on The Score from 9 till noon for your local Ford dealers pregame show.
3 hours of pregame.
We have a caller, and I'll introduce him. And then whenever you find anything that this caller says to maybe be objectionable, we want you to just insult them and yell at them and get him off the air as quickly as you can.
All right.
Okay?
All right. I don't know if I can do that as well as my dad because I'm not that mean.
Well, that's fine. It's your first time.
All right.
Now, the caller's name is Tom in Orland Park, but for the purposes of this conversation, it's Bob in Orland Park. Okay? So Bob in Orland Park, you're on The Score.
Yeah, guys, with this Bears getting the number 2 pick, they need to hear me out. They need to keep Justin Fields, but then they need to also get this C.J. Stroud kid, and you load up the quarterback to have 2 of them. You need 2 quarterbacks in the NFL.
No,
so have Fields.
No, you don't.
Stroud.
No, and first of all, his name is C.J. Stroud. I don't know. It's not like a strudel. It's CJ Stroud. Second of all, I feel like that's implying that you want Justin Fields to be a running back, and they don't need 2 quarterbacks. Actually, Trevor Siemian is a serviceable backup. You don't need 2 quarterbacks. If you trade down 1 and get a bunch of capital, even if you don't, and you get Will Anderson, who is basically Myles Garrett.
Now insult Bob.
Take him.
Insult
Take
him.
Meaner.
Insult him. Say something about his kids.
Don't ever say that again.
There we go.
There we go.
fixing. Identify another problem. Fix it! Repeat as necessary until it's all fixed.
Yeah, here's what I say about fixing a problem. So it starts every day we walk in the building. What I said to the team today and to our offensive staff and players is 2 things you control when you walk in the building. It's your effort and your attitude. So it starts there first.
That is the voice of Thomas Brown. He is the new offensive coordinator for your Chicago Bears, and he's got an opportunity to do some stuff this weekend. And I think that maybe there should be some stuff done this weekend with Thomas Brown as the OC.
Yeah, some simplification is what he's got a chance to do. As a backdrop for this, let's give people what Albert Breer said last night on the Amazon Prime post-game. And it's in the midst of like a 3-minute thing where he's kind of going around the league with different issues. He and Carissa Thompson talking. And this is him talking about the Bears' chaos. And within it, he mentions one big thing that Thomas Brown is changing.
Meanwhile, the Bears have lost 3 straight, Albert. And on Tuesday, of course, they fired their offensive coordinator, Shane Waldron. And then there were reports that players were asking for Tyson Bagent to replace Caleb Williams. Can you help us sort out the mess in Chicago right now?
Yeah, there's a ton of frustration, no question. And I think a lot of this stems back to Caleb Williams not being quite as ready as they hoped he would be when the season began. That means they can't run the full offense because he doesn't have as much command at the line of scrimmage, can't make adjustments, can't use cadence as a weapon quite as much. He's holding the ball for too long. That led to frustration among the offensive linemen. He's frustrated the receivers, and the frustration has been towards the coaches. It's been back at Caleb Williams. And so they make the change this week. And one of the first things that Thomas Brown did over the course of the last few days is emphasize having full unit meetings rather than breaking into position groups. The hope is that he can bring the group together to try to find solutions.
Oh, man, poor Bears fans thinking the same old over there. All right, so the Bears are bad news, Albert.
The Bears are bad news. There's a lot of stuff in there. There's Thomas Brown, I think, as an emblem for the players of kind of taking the offense back from what was an administration and a coaching staff that was handing the keys to a rookie who wasn't quite ready.
There's a holistic approach to this that I actually kind of like, but by Thomas Brown, and I'm hopeful that it'll work. Part of the problem here is what had happened before and the level of expectation. And I think that the Bears played a significant role in the expectation being lifted up, like even the idea of now it's time to win. And they kind of just thought that they would drop Caleb in and he would fix some of their problems. And the part that makes me furious is not understanding how difficult, or not respecting, maybe not understanding, but not respecting how difficult it is to play quarterback in the NFL and how difficult it is for people to transition from college to pros. And like I keep like a folder on this. Like
Yeah.
I'm watching all of these guys, and if you've been paying attention to Jaden Daniels for the last 3 weeks, you've noticed that things are not going great for him. Bo Nix is whatever, right? And we saw a really simplified version for Drake May last week on how it can work and what it's supposed to look like. What happened last year with C.J. Stroud made people crazy.
Yeah, it did. It's going to go down as a crazy historical anomaly. And
by the way,
yeah, he's bounced back to earth. He's come back.
If you look at what's happened with C.J. Stroud this year, it took a while, but now there's a book on him too.
Yeah, they handed way too much to Caleb because they believed that it was possible, and Caleb was this generational talent and was this incredibly confident person who was made for this, and so it seemed. And Lord knows, I know that a lot of media, including this time slot, played a big role in raising the expectations. But to your point, and you're saying it, the Bears are clearly the ones that had the expectations and absolutely assumed that was going to work and that was going to salvage things, instead of treating him like a rookie quarterback who needs to have things simplified.
And all of this can still be salvaged. I don't want anyone to give up on Caleb, because I do think that there's been enough stuff that you go, oh, look at that. Look at that throw. Look at him on the run. look at some of the things that he can do. It's a matter of doing it in with the right level of respect for the game and for the position.
And the difficulty of it.
And maybe
the humility that you have to do it.
And maybe, Speaks, maybe we have a hard reset here.
Well, this is the opportunity that you're talking about, that you've hinted about, that we talked a bit about yesterday, because now it's time to take some power away from Caleb and let him simply function in a quarterback-friendly rookie offense. Run the damn ball. Run it a lot, and don't worry if you're not getting tons of yards. Rushing attempts is what you're after. Use that to set up play action and target the tight end. Tell him to do what Brady did at the beginning. Take your check down, take your check down, take your check down. When something is available further down the field, go ahead. But take your check down, take your yards, get positive plays, get positive yards. And the big part of this to me, and I hope we see it tomorrow, take decisions away from Caleb before the snap. I know that we played the cut of Kerry Joseph saying, no, he can do it. His decisions have been good. His decisions have been good. But it's too damn much. And I say this as a guy who celebrated that he was achieving decency with it in the first several weeks. You know, like we saw him and Matthew Stafford doing similar things, going up and counting and making a decision at the line. It's too damn much. I hope he goes out there. Hope there's a scripted 15 or a scripted 25, and he just goes out there and runs the damn plays. Maybe there's a couple that have checks and things like that. Okay, but for the most part, just let him function with some stuff that you know that he can do well and make it easier. You've got a good running back. You've got a really good defense. Their defense, the Packers' defense, is vulnerable on the defensive line. Take this as your hard reset opportunity, and maybe the season can be salvaged in terms of the quarterback development.
Comps in the NFL are really difficult. Nothing is apples to apples. But to speak to your point, last night, the Eagles kept running the ball. And I get it. They have a better offensive line, and they have Saquon Barkley. But they were losing 10-6 going into the fourth quarter of last night's game, and they kept running the ball. And then what happened? Saquon popped a bunch of big runs. He destroyed Washington in that fourth quarter.
And guess what? That's what happened with them last year when their offense stumbled. They reset and reinvigorated by running the ball with DeAndre Swift, as a matter of fact.
Yep.
Like, it is cyclical in this league. You think you can do it, you think you can do it, and you think you can throw all around, but you have to reset it every once in a while and reacquire your identity and remind a defense what to be afraid of. And I'll be surprised and disappointed if Thomas Brown doesn't lean into that in the game plan on Sunday.
I'm with you. Let's talk with Dan Wiederer about that. He covers the Bears for the Tribune, and he always hangs out with us on Fridays to talk about what's going on with the team. We'll find out the latest from Haugh with him next on The Score.
Immediately after the Chicago-Green Bay game, turn on The Score for the Great Clips postgame show, starring Chicago football legend Olin Kreutz, long-snapping Iron Man Patrick Manley, and filling in for Mully, it's Lawrence Holmes.
This week, live from Wonderverse.
2.
Yo, are you looking to become the new owner of the Bears or what?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Favorite team to play against the Bears, and hopes to continue the Green Bay ownership.
It is on. I had not heard that yet. I love that he said that. Now, you know who I'm going right to? Next time I'm going right to Jaquan Brisker with this. Right to Brisker, because remember, Brisker just had no respect for when the Packers beat the Bears' asses last year in the final game of the season. After the game, I and a few other reporters listened to Jaquan Brisker tear apart the Green Bay Packers and saying that he's got no respect for their wide receivers, and he wasn't stopping. So I'm taking the Tanny, I'm going to need that audio for Brisker as well.
Yeah, remember, too, they were talking about the game plan against their receivers in general. They didn't love the game plan the day after the game they were talking about.
Hey, man, I thought of that during polls when polls said that Matt Eberflus takes the feedback. Yeah, Brisker talked about it. We talked about it with Jaylen Johnson that next time we had him on about exactly that. They're like, come on, let us man up on these wide receivers. Let us try to shove them around instead of laying off of them.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about it. And he's just thinking because these are not big name receivers for the Packers that Brisker's all over them. But that's the problem. They're not big name guys, and yet Jordan Love is making them look good and beat the Bears.
Yeah. I mean, it is quite a moment. It is quite a moment here. And Jordan Love, he has no idea what he just did.
Oh, no, he doesn't. But I like that he did it. It's on. The game is the game. And it is open now, man. It is fair game now to push the Bears-Packers rivalry and in a genuine way. Did you all hear what Jordan Love is saying out there? He wants ownership. He wants to invest in the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
How you feeling about that, George McCaskey? How you feeling?
Yeah.
I might ask George about that.
It's just too bad that Les Grobstein isn't around to comment on this. You know?
The puke green and the urine yellow. A lot of people can't KMA to Jordan Love and any of their other quarterbacks of the past. I go back to Eddie Lee Iver. Well, he was a running back. A lot of people thought he should have been a quarterback. Grobber is watching. Wow.
He's always
Grobber
watching.
would have just gone off.
Devoured that.
Oh, my God.
Jordan Love, a lock to win.
Jordan Love, more like Jordan Hate.
He would have been a lock to win, and for that, you suck.
Oh, yeah.
Tonight.
Oh, my God.
And also Bum of the Week.
Bum of the Year. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Oh, you want ownership? I got something I want to sell you right now. It's my fist.
Some of you Packer fans are classy, but for some of you obnoxious scumbags, I got one thing.
You know what that is? That's bull porn material. Oh, excuse me, bulletin board material.
And that was also off the air.
Oh, it was?
Eberflus rally his troops to bounce back after 3 tough losses in a row? Keep listening as we get you ready for the game right up to kickoff. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented by you local Hyundai dealers. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score and Odyssey Sports Station. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago.
The Score! This hour is being brought to you by Cars for Kids.
I'll tell you, I am fired up today because how about them Bears?
Dan Wiederer.
Your boy Dan Wiederer was on the radio last week with Speaks.
Bears beat reporter and enterprise writer for the Chicago Tribune.
We'll mention this mainly because Chicago Tribune writer Dan Wiederer said we would mention this nugget.
Co-host of the Take the North podcast.
What's your sense for why it didn't click with Shane?
Oh, he's too nice of a guy. OTAs, training camp, kind of fell into a trap of letting things go, not holding people accountable from the beginning.
So to that end, what does Thomas's presence mean?
Different personality. I think he's just more of a don't take type of guy.
Dan Wiederer. His name is Dan Wiederer. Wiederer time. Bears. The Take the North pod. Dan Wiederer talks football with you. Huh.
We look forward to it every week, our opportunity to talk with Dan Wiederer, and especially this week. This segment with Dan Wiederer is brought to you by Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. For all the right reasons, call 866-4-SEASONS. We are at the Brat Stop in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Yeah, we are.
It is the Spiegel and Holmes show. I just ordered some cheese curds. I'm very excited to get those over here and enjoy that with a little bit of marinara on the side.
I got a garlic brat with sauerkraut, and no one should breathe my air anytime from this point forward.
All right, that sounds like a great way to bring in Wiederer. Weeds, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate you. Fantastic question to Keenan Allen, and the reaction that you got from him, I thought was incredible that he was willing to be that honest. It seems like as bad as things seemed, they were even worse for players on that Bears offense.
Yeah, and I think it was just kind of cumulative frustration that built up that ultimately resulted in some struggles on the field, which then added to the frustrations, which then added to more struggles, and you just got that snowball rolling in the wrong direction. Clearly something had to change, Lawrence. They made the change on Monday, and now the big question is just how much of a significant difference can it make short term? Like, we don't have time to look long term right now as far as the Bears go, but in the short term, you've got to figure out a way to be functional this week, the week after that, into Thanksgiving, and then maybe you could take a breath with that mini bye after Thanksgiving and get yourself back on track.
Yeah, that was the quote of the year. I think David Haugh was calling it, your former podcast partner, but it really kind of put a fine point on what had been hinted at for weeks and weeks and weeks. So now here we are. Were you surprised to learn that Thomas Brown and Caleb Williams have not had much one-on-one contact because he is the passing game coordinator? We've spent a few days trying to figure out what that role entails, what it means, and who you talk to in that role.
Yeah, well, so there's a difference between not having any exposure and not having a ton of one-on-one contact. And if you remember when we talked back in the spring and summer about the plan that the Bears had set up for Caleb Williams, they had a very well-intentioned plan to limit the voices that were in his head. And so it was going to be Shane Waldron and Kerry Joseph. Those were going to be his two direct points of contact, the two people he was going to get questions answered, to get feedback, to go back and forth, and just to try to limit the number of voices that were in his head. That relies on your offensive coordinator being able to last more than 9 football games. When that doesn't happen, now all of a sudden you've got to troubleshoot this thing to where now Thomas and Caleb have to form their own bond. They have to create their own rapport here very quickly and on the fly. It's not going to happen easily, but it can happen. And unfortunately, they just got themselves in a perfect storm of things here. It's not like Caleb's never met Thomas before. It's not like he hasn't listened to him in front of the room on Saturdays and in other meetings. They just haven't had a whole lot of one-on-one meeting time. And now that begins this week with a week where you got to go play the Green Bay Packers on Sunday in your building.
Dan, you wrote incredible stuff in the lead up to the season and the draft and everything about the plan to indoctrinate Caleb Williams into the NFL. And it has failed. It has completely and utterly failed. And so we're in a fascinating spot in that way. My perception, I need to ask you if I'm just projecting, because my perception is that Thomas Brown, perhaps out of necessity, is going to take control of the offense back from the way it was completely handed to Caleb and failed, that maybe a coordinator and the other players on the offense will have a little more control as opposed to asking a rookie quarterback to control things? Am I projecting?
I don't know if you're projecting, but what I would say is the number one goal here for everyone in the building is to find a way to make Caleb comfortable again. And so if that means kind of altering the things that you do, if it means leaning more heavily on the run game for a few weeks just to create or reduce the strain that's been on Caleb Williams in recent weeks, whatever you have to do to get him back in that flow is what you have to prioritize right now. And so we're going to have to kind of walk into Sunday knowing it's a mystery. And then we'll have, one game's worth of snaps to take a look at. And then they'll play the Vikings. We'll have a really tough defense for them to try to figure out with Brian Flores leading that show. And then we'll have another game to dissect. It's going to take a little while to kind of feel what Thomas Brown's fingerprints on this offense are going to be and what they are doing to create some things for Caleb that gets him back in the headspace he needs to be at. This morning, it was the first time I got to do the full rewatch on the Bears offense again. I cannot describe how broken and defeated that entire offense looked against the Patriots. It was like almost staggering to watch that as an NFL football game against a defense that's not very good and see the number of things that were going wrong for the quarterback, for the receivers, for the offensive line, and just being like, man, this thing is headed in the wrong direction quick. And so whatever they can do to reverse that, that's what they've got to prioritize.
Dan, I think we all understand the importance of the development of Caleb Williams. That's a priority, as you just mentioned. With the other guys that are on the team, including a guy like Keenan Allen, who signed here or was traded here with the idea being that this was going to be competitive this season, how do you expect the Bears will go about balancing that development with, hey, you know what? If we were able to win this game on Sunday, we can at least trick ourselves into thinking that we're in this race in the NFC. How do you balance that?
It's tricky. I mean, it really is tricky. And those dynamics from the get-go were always going to be a little bit complicated. Now, your hope was that you weren't going to get into the types of funks that they're in now, where you go 3 consecutive weeks without any semblance of offense, where you lose 3 consecutive games, and the weight of the world feels like it's on the shoulders of a 22-year-old kid who's got 8 starts in the league and is still trying to figure out how to set his preparation routine every week. And so it's not easy because you look, like I remember talking to Cole back in the summer about how every sand, grain of sand in the hourglass that drops, he can feel it, because your career is only so long, and you've only got your prime for 3 or 4 years, and you want to be successful at the highest level as soon as possible. And it's not really easy to be like, oh, well, we just got a rookie quarterback and we're just going to have to live with the growing pains, because 3 weeks ago, you were standing on a field in Washington with 26 seconds to go, and you're about to go to 5-2, and now you're like, oh God, did another season of my professional livelihood just slip past me? And so those dynamics are real. They're really heavy, and you have to find ways to manage that. I don't know what the best answer to that is. I do know that Caleb's got to figure out a way to not feel all that weight. And that was my biggest worry about bringing Matt Eberflus back, is because as much as Ryan Poles said that he expected Matt Eberflus to be here for the long haul, we knew there was going to be some win or else pressure on this thing. And now Caleb's got to feel that with every mistake he makes, with every loss they experience. That's a lot. That's a lot to take on when you're already taking on a lot. And, they believe heavily in how strong he is mentally, how strong he is in the growth process. But man, you guys have felt it this week. Now imagine being Caleb Williams for the last 5 days.
It is the theory around the league of just how important it could be to have a successful quarterback on a rookie contract so pervasive that it's kind of made them a bit fungible in the mind of roster builders, that let me just throw him in there, and if it doesn't work in 2 or 3 years, I'll be out of here anyway, and then I can go somewhere else and get another one, or that kind of thing. Sort of like in baseball, where they just go through pitchers because they know the arms are going to get defeated. It feels oddly acceptable from NFL front offices to figure out if a quarterback is any good right away or not, even though it doesn't work for the most part.
Help me through that one a little bit more so I can give you a better response. I'll do the Jaylen Johnson thing on there. So you're asking what about the quarterback?
Yeah, maybe I'm trying to go too big picture on a theory here, Dan. It's just I feel like Poles is wanting to find out right away if a guy can do everything. Because it's so advantageous to have a rookie quarterback who can do everything on his rookie deal, and it's kind of pervasive around the league. But maybe I've talked to myself.
He's got it.
I'll give him a second chance.
There's a lot there, and so it's really difficult because I think most people in the league would tell you that if you had the luxury of being able to sit a quarterback for a while and give him that redshirt time and be able to get him acclimated and see the game through the NFL lens and figure out what it looks like and what it has to be, you'd take that. But the only teams that are successful at doing that, the Packers with Aaron Rodgers had a Hall of Famer that he could sit behind. The Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes had an established veteran who was highly successful for a playoff team. The rest of this, it's just that there's so little time for everyone in this league, quarterbacks, general managers, head coaches, to prove that they are worth sticking with, that they have to show results. And so it's like the rush for results creates this dynamic that almost ends up being counterproductive in some ways. And so you've just got to find your formula. I think what it means for this Bears team right now, and Lawrence, I think you brought up a really good point, that if you could win a football game on Sunday, now you're 5-5, you get that great breath of fresh air that a victory brings you. And now you can kind of relax a little bit and say, okay, what do we need to do to continue progressing this season? With this team, I'm not so sure that a Kyle Orton-like approach isn't the best thing to do here. Run the football, lean on your defense, and then when you have 3 or 4 moments a game for the quarterback to be the difference maker, third down, red zone, wherever those opportunities pop up, then make that difference, But right now, they've kind of expected Caleb to do more than he was ready to do. He's struggled with that. The failures have compounded, and now all of a sudden you're kind of in the Control-Alt-Delete mode at a point where you did not want to be in the Control-Alt-Delete mode.
Dan Wiederer joining us here on Spiegel and Holmes. How hard of a decision was this for Matt Eberflus?
I think it was difficult for him, and I think that if it were left solely up to him without a whole lot of outside counsel, that he probably would have kept Shane Waldron around and maybe tried some other adjustments first before going to the the decision that he made on Tuesday, which was to let Shane go and part ways entirely. That's just life in the NFL, though. You guys know that it wasn't just the outside world's frustration that was mushrooming. It was the players inside that locker room. You felt it for a period of weeks, growing and growing and growing. We talk every Friday about what we've heard in the locker room, what we've heard after games. And it's like, uh-oh, this is worrisome. Uh-oh, this is more worrisome. Uh-oh, this is even more worrisome than it was last week. And when that stuff starts to build, you have to provide answers for your players. And I think in some ways that was here. Now, look, there was a lot of talk this week about how different the energy is with Thomas Brown in front of the room. Not a surprise. Their personalities are complete opposites when it comes to Thomas Brown and Shane Waldron. And I thought Mark Potash asked Cole Kmet a good question in the middle of the week about okay, so how does energy and charisma translate into first downs? Great question. And Cole said, it's about the buy-in in the game plan. And so that's where Thomas Brown's presence matters. If you've got belief from the guys, well, now all of a sudden you get a little bit of forward momentum going into the game, where I think they were kind of backsliding with that momentum, where it was, even if Shane had a good plan, guys weren't buying it. And so all of a sudden you've got that doubt creeping in the first 3 and out you have, in the first, quarter you go scoreless, and now all of a sudden you just feel like it's stacked against you, and they weren't able to recover the last 3 weeks. And so something had to change.
Yeah, man, I'm so interested to see how this thing looks on offense on Sunday. Dan, who are the starting guards, and is Doug Kramer the backup guard? What is the state of depth there on the offensive line?
Ryan Bates will be your next man up for the Tevin Jenkins spot this week, so that's a start for Ryan Bates, and then Matt Pryor will stay in over at right guard. You get your 2 tackles back. You got to hope that provides some stability. You got to hope that continuity is there. I told you about rewatching the game this morning. There were some moments last week where the Bears had 7-man protections against 4-man rushes and still got whipped. And you look at that, and Caleb's getting to the top of his drop, and the receivers aren't out of their breaks yet, and he's already engulfed. And you're like, well, how is that ever going to work? If you've got 7 guys in and you can't block 4, you're dead, and that was part of what last week is there were too many moments where no matter what the plan was, no matter what play was called, they were just doomed. And I don't know why those errors were occurring, but hopefully a little bit of a reinforced offensive line this week changes things a little bit. And then you want to get Caleb just feeling like he can keep his eyes where they're supposed to be rather than feeling some of that pressure that's been leaking through the last couple of weeks.
Is Doug Kramer any good at guard? Is part of his roster presence?
He had a rough day.
He had a rough day, man. So is part of his roster presence a function of the mini fridge stuff? And now that Waldron is gone, is that affected?
Well, right now you just don't have a lot of depth there to pivot in a different direction. Doug Kramer was supposed to be a guy that could give you some snaps as a center more than a guard. That was kind of where he was gonna help you due to their original plans. And obviously the original plans of this building have been blown up mightily from what they were in April to what they are now. And it's alarming, and I said it earlier in the week that as much as Ryan talked about how much he believed in the talent and depth of this offensive line, he walked into the regular season with 2 starting guards that the whole league knew were unreliable. You had a guy who's always hurt. By the way, he's going to miss another game this weekend, and it'll be the 21st missed game for Tevin Jenkins in his 4-year career. And then you had the other guy, Nate Davis, who came with a reputation as not really loving the sport or the investment it takes to be good at it. And so if you were believing in that, you kind of took a leap of faith that led you off the edge of the cliff, and now you're just trying to troubleshoot and get yourself back on track. And those are a couple massive missteps by the general manager, without question. And now you've got to figure out again with chicken wire and bubblegum how to fix it together here for a few weeks just to get yourself back on track. And then again, leave Detroit, take a little break on that mini bye weekend, and find some answers that can help you down the stretch.
Well, here's hoping that Thomas Brown is MacGyver for sure. So, look, Caleb Williams is very mature. He comes across as very mature. He is also very polished in the way that he deals with the media publicly. So I know that I'm asking you a pretty difficult question here. Was there any difference that you detected in his mood or his approach to dealing with you guys, considering that, I mean, you were saying, like, look, he's got a lot of pressure on him. This is the first time that a coach being fired is connected to him.
Right.
How did he handle it this week?
So full disclosure, I was not in the room with him when he spoke because I was back in the locker room talking to Keenan Allen and DJ Moore and Mercedes Lewis and guys back there on Wednesday. So I had to watch that back on video, so I didn't have the presence to be able to diagnose that up close. I've interacted a couple times with Caleb in the locker room the last couple days. He seems to be the same guy he's been all season, but you bring up a great point. Like, Caleb's 23rd birthday is coming Monday. This is still a really young dude with a lot of people's hopes and expectations on him. He's a guy who is deeply driven to succeed and cares about succeeding. And so when things go as wrong as they've gone the last few weeks, there are very few humans that are strong enough to handle that to the highest level, right? And so I guarantee you things that we're not seeing from Caleb are weighing on him when he's at home or when he's trying to work through a game plan. We'll see how he handles the game on Sunday, Lawrence, because I think that's the best way to respond is to go out and show your teammates and your coaches that you can master the game plan. That's been a really hot catchphrase around here this week. Do the things that have been asked about you, create forward momentum, have some success, and then hopefully you're in a football game in the fourth quarter and you can try to steal a win.
60 seconds, Dan. What's Matt Eberflus's plan to stop this Packers offense in that running game without Andrew Billings?
Yeah, Eric Washington talked really, really highly about Josh Jacobs and the way he's playing right now. I think you have to rely on Jordan Love giving you a few opportunities to take the ball from him. He's done it in every single game this year. He's had an interception. You've got to take advantage of those opportunities. We cannot be here on Monday talking about dropped interceptions or plays that the Bears could have made to swing this game defensively. Their defense is going to have to find ways to make Jordan Love uncomfortable, and then you're going to have to do some of that complimentary football. If your special teams get you a 38-yard return, score off it. If your defense gets you a takeaway, score off it. The Bears failed in that regard against the Patriots, and it came back to haunt them in a huge, huge way with a lot of ramifications.
Weeds, thank you as always. Excellent, excellent stuff. That is Dan Wiederer, who works for the Tribune. He also does the Take the North podcast. You can hear him every week with us on Spiegel and Holmes. We need to take a break. Why? Because we can talk with Brian Bulaga.
That is an Illinois man and a former Packer who knows this week from many different angles.
So we can ask him about the week and we can ask him about the Pack. We will do that next here on The Score.
You're listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday.
Raymond Raymond Kia is under construction and building bigger to serve you better. We need room, which means our entire inventory is at limited time construction pricing with extra Black Friday savings. Hurry in today to shop over 1,000 vehicles with savings up to $13,000 off all new Kia models. Or lease the new 2025 Kia K4 for only $98 a month. Shop the construction sales event only at Raymond Kia in Antioch, serving the community since 1963.
Chuck did overnights, and Tanny was listening because that's what he does, to relax, you know?
Yeah, our guy Chuck, I think he was trying to push some carbs on us there, Speed. So
oh, my God.
How do we feel about those people that are pushing the carbs?
You know I hate that. I mean, especially during times in my life when I am carb-free and I come in here and you guys are all trying to force carbs on me.
And that was a tough game last night, especially if you order a pizza like I did. You're just kind of nibbling on the pizza the entire game. You a little anxiety eating, a little frustration eating, watching the Bears lose again. I don't think they've won since Pat played there on Sunday night. But, yeah, Chuck was trying to push some carbs on us, I think.
And I'll tell you what, doing this show, I am a Joe Bag of Donuts because I'm just a fan like you watching. Brandon, what's up?
Hey, Joe, is it time to make the donuts?
Yeah, it is. What's your favorite donut?
Man, I got to go with the old-fashioned, like, cruller. I like the French cruller.
Yeah, you know what? That's not bad. I would love to have the real, I'm talking the real conversation. Bring the coffee. Bring the donuts. You know, we need a sponsor. When I fill in on 670 The Score, we need a donut sponsor. Whether it's Do Right Donuts, Dunkin' Donuts, Stan's. I love donuts. I'm just a fan. Joe Bag of Donuts.
What's up, Chucky Donuts?
Yeah.
Here's the deal.
Am I a homer? Yes. Am I Joe Bag of Donuts? Yes. Donuts. Because I am Joe Bag of Donuts. I'm a fan. And you can ask whatever you want. You want chocolate glazed? You want the apple fritter? You got it. My favorite is probably Do Right Donuts, and I'm a donut guy. I like donuts. Chuck Swirsky, Joe Bag of Donuts. I'm throwing this out there. I'm just Joe Bag of Donuts. I'm a fan watching on TV. If the Bears lose to the Colts, I'm buying donuts Monday for the entire 670 The Score station. And on top of that, I'm going to send donuts to the Colts.
So if the Colts win this game and the Bears lose, Chuck Swirsky will buy the entire 670 The Score office donuts, the entire staff, and then also maybe you did promise us, I don't know if you'll actually fulfill it, but you said you'll buy the Colts team donuts as well.
What? No, wait a minute. I'm not going to buy the Colts team. They got
said it.
They got 53 players.
I didn't make it up. That's a lot of donuts, I know, but
it's a lot of donuts.
I wouldn't have said that if I was
No. Well, listen, we're going to be back next week for more donuts.
And I'll be back, too. That's amazing.
What time of night was this?
All night long.
Midnight to 5? That's what I'm saying. So when did you go to bed?
I don't know. It's just the stuff you hear in and out of sleep at night. You know, I tried.
So you just kept waking up like ding,
and just marking that every time you're at donuts. You're marking it.
Yeah,
it's insane. You're an insane person.
here at Lambeau for a Week 15, and come on, of course it's cold. That's how we do it for Packers and Bears. 18 degrees, but good news, Charles, it only feels like it's 13. And Matt Nagy doesn't care. He's still got the visor on. I don't know what good that does him today, but he's a tougher man than me in his second year as head coach. He's got these Bears playing well back in the playoff hunt. They've won 3 in a row. Matt LaFleur, in his first year as Packers coach, all he's done is, look, he's got them 10 wins, and they are on the precipice of getting back in the playoffs. He's done a wonderful job. They're going to run it. Williams has it, and then some. Shoulder down, out to the 40 for big old Jamal Williams. And it moves the chains for Green Bay.
And notice Green Bay ended up bringing in Mercedes Lewis, number 89 at tight end. They bring in Alan Lazard as a wing guy, and a nice double team right here, right there with number 77 Billy Turner and number 75 Brian Bulaga. And that allowed number 30 Jamal Williams to get his shoulders square and pick up the first down.
The Bears made it interesting, but the Packers will hang on and win it here at Lambeau.
We're back live from Kenosha, Wisconsin at the world-famous Brat Stop with more of the Spiegel and Holmes Show on 670 The Score, an Odyssey station.
We are here at the Brat Stop, and this has been amazing. I got the cheese curds during the break, and they're as good as advertised.
Yeah, I downed about 2/3 of a garlic brat with sauerkraut during the break.
You
promise,
are going to be pleasant to go home with.
Yeah, I promise not to belch in your general direction, Lawrence.
Thank you.
You are quite welcome. That highlight that you heard right there was from the last Bears-Packers game that our next guest, Brian Bulaga, played in. That game in 2019, December 15th at Lambeau Field. Shocker. The Packers won that game.
I am shocked.
Just to reset the storyline, 10-0 in their last 10, 25-5 in their last 30. And Brian Bulaga, as we welcome you to Spiegel and Holmes on 670 The Score, 50-15 since Brett Favre's debut for the Green Bay Packers. So I don't know why we're talking to you, actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
How you guys doing? Appreciate you having me on. It's always good to be back with you. And, you're in the great state of Wisconsin, so it's even better. I think it's fair to say it's been a little one-sided as of late. Obviously, the last 65 games, so to speak, it sounds like. So I guess.
Thanks for noticing, Brian.
But, it's unfortunate because when I first got into the league, the Bears were a really good football team under Lovie Smith. We played them in an NFC championship game, and they were a really well-respected team with a lot of really good veteran football players. And when Lovie left, things changed there, and we've kind of seen where the Bears have gone since Lovie left. And here we are in 2024, and it feels like we're kind of on repeat every year with the Bears.
It does feel that way. And Brian, I'm just curious because, look, we had local product and former Packer, our guy Matt Bowen. He's on the show with us like every couple of weeks. And he was talking about the rivalry, and he was talking about being a Packer and what that's like. And even still, after a few years in Green Bay, he still ended the segment with Go Bears because he grew up in the burbs of Chicago. Did you have to deal with any of that as a player? Like, as a player, was there any part of you that maybe not when the Bears and the Packers played, but when the Bears were playing, like you found yourself still rooting for the Bears?
No. I mean, I was never a Bears fan growing up, so that was always the thing that my dad hated the Bears once they fired Ditka. So when I was growing up, we never watched Bears games and cheered them on, right? He would watch Bears and cheer against them ever since Ditka was fired. So we were in a Bears household. I really liked watching the 49ers, and my brother watched the Cowboys of the 90s. So we watched those two teams growing up. So I didn't really, then I went to Green Bay, and I obviously know the rivalry. I mean, I grew up in the area. I understand how much the fan bases like to get after each other a little bit, and I understand, the history of it. But once I got drafted by Green Bay, I didn't think much of it just because I was from there, right? Like I understood it a little bit more my first time in Chicago, and I stepped on the field and I heard quite a few, nice remarks from Bears fans. Got called a traitor with a couple nice words in front of it a few times, and I think it might have been the same couple guys that said the same thing to me every year when I went back. I think I was just waiting for it every year. The same couple guys, because we warmed up in the same spot every year in the end zone. So I was just waiting for them every year. But I never, I mostly feel bad for my buddies that are the Bears fans, right? Like I feel bad for them because they start out so optimistic. And you know what? Like this year, I was actually very optimistic for them, right? Like I thought this was going to be a very good year for Chicago. I thought got a lot of weapons offensively. I thought the defense was still going to be good, and things have just kind of gone the wrong way. And of course they could turn it around and they could rattle off 5 or 6 in a row. There's always that possibility, but I think what you guys have watched and what I think the rest of the country's watches, that's not the way it's trending.
He is Brian Bulaga, who played for, a decade for the Packers. But I'm fascinated now by young Brian playing Pee Wee football in Crystal Lake and eventually at Marion Catholic in Woodstock in a house where your dad said, screw the Bears after they got rid of Ditka. I wonder if there is a bigger batch of non-Bears fans than we realize whose parents turned their back on the franchise when they got rid of that man and that personality. Do you know of others who were raised like you, Brian, with angry parents upset at Ditka's removal?
There's I grew up with a lot of family. Like I grew up with one of my best friends, his family, they were from Illinois. They were all Packers fans. And I grew up with another family, they were from Illinois, and they were like big Vikings fans. So like it was really weird, the dynamic of like the people that we hung around with. Obviously I knew tons of Bears fans. I mean, my grandpa on my mom's side, diehard Bears fan. He liked every Chicago. It didn't matter how good they were, how bad they were. He thought they were the greatest. I think he cheered against me even when I was playing in Green Bay. I think he cheered against me. But that's the flip side of that story. So it went both ways with my family, right? We had Bears fans. I mean, my dad's side and my mom's side, and obviously both from Chicago. My dad's from the South side, my mom's from the North side. So both, diehard Chicago fans with through and through. So I had, it took some time to get the family to, cheer for the Packers when they weren't playing the Bears. We'll just say that.
There's a theory, Brian, that the Bears ownership has been afraid to hire like a big personality that they're intimidated by since Ditka. That they keep hiring as coaches. I mean, Lovie Smith was a very strong, solid, powerful man, but really every other coach, and certainly the one now, feels like somebody they can push around. I wonder if your dad had that theory on the Bears ownership.
Well, I mean, you guys should call him and have him on. You'd love to have him on for 20 minutes. He'd give you, a great.
Hey, Brian, for real, tell your dad if he ever wants to call us, we would love to take his phone call.
That'd be a
real
fascinating conversation. I agree, Lawrence.
Okay.
Real talk.
I will literally text him and let him know that because he would love it. But the thing that about. Obviously, this goes back before I even knew what football was when Ditka got fired. But once I was in the NFL and Lovie, who he was as a coach, like you knew the identity of the football team, right? Like you knew exactly who they were, what they were about defensively, offensively. They were always going to be good on special teams. And you knew they were going to play hard. They were going to hit you in the face for 4 quarters, no matter how the game was going to go. And you knew it was going to be a battle. And the minute he left, the culture completely changed in there. And you saw some of those stalwart veterans, the Briggs, the Urlachers, and guys like that, and Tillmans, they all slowly started to leave, and the culture just completely flipped, right? And with that, the quarterback changes, the coaching changes every couple of years, and that's kind of where we land, right? Like, and I don't know the I guess I don't know the history of who the Bears hire. I mean, maybe was Wanstad not a maybe was he not a big personality? I don't know. Like, it seemed like he on TV seems like a big personality, but I don't know how he was in general, right? I wasn't really paying attention when back in the 90s when he was coaching.
Yeah, maybe big personality is wrong. I think of ass kicker, Yeah,
and then Dave's probably that too, but that's something that we can discuss at another point.
With Mr. Balaga.
Brian, what do you think of this version of the Packers?
Yeah, good question. I think they're a good team. I think they got a lot of good football players. I think in the first half, these first 9 games, I think the one critique I have on them is I think they've struggled a little bit to find their identity as not as a team, but especially on offense. I think they've struggled a little bit. I mean, obviously they give Jordan Love all that money, and this thing is a quarterback-driven league, and we understand that. But then in the offseason, they bring in a really high-priced, big workhorse back in Jacobs. So, like, what do you want the identity of this offense to be, right? And I think that's a little bit of not a power struggle, but it's a little bit of a back and forth, right? Like, who's going to be the focal point of this thing? It's always going to trend towards the quarterback, but when you got a running back like that, and an offensive line that's able to, block up the run really good like this group is, you got to use it. And I think as we start to get into the winter months and playoff football, I think Jacobs is going to become a huge part. I really think this is going to be a Jacobs-centric offense. And with that, Jordan Love is going to, just succeed greatly because the play-action game is going to come alive. And I think that's kind of what, Packer fans are hoping to see from what, last year showed when they got it going with Aaron Jones late in the year to kind of what we've seen this year.
Brian, thanks so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Can we, in a few weeks when the two teams play again, can we get you on with your dad?
Oh, that's a great idea.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can do that. We can figure that out. We can set that up.
All right. I like that, man. This was delightful. Thank you so much for joining us.
And, Brian, if there's any other issues from your childhood that you'd like to work out that day on the phone, we can do that as well. All right?
Hey, my childhood was, it was fantastic. No issues between my dad and I. Believe me, those got settled a long time ago. We'll just put it that way.
Look at you being a healthy adult. I love that, Brian. That's good stuff.
We will waive the copay then.
Yes.
There's no need to charge you for that.
I appreciate that.
Thanks a lot, Brian. We'll talk soon. That is Brian Bulaga. That was delightful, man.
Yeah,
By the way, am I off? His voice cousin is Seth Rogen.
No, you're not off at all, man. It was money. I mean, I would totally buy weed from Brian Bulaga, is all I'm saying. Well, if he told me he was Seth Rogen.
Well,
we don't have to do that anymore.
Well, you do here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it in Wisconsin.
You got to go about 20 miles that way if you want to get your weed legal.
That's right. You come up here for Spotted Cow. You go down there.
Yes.
For the other stuff.
That's what you do.
That's how that works.
That's how it's working.
Texter says, when Ditka got fired, my dad gave up season tickets and said, F them. There's another one. Here's another one. I said peace out after Chris Conti.
Well, Brian Bulaga would know all about that, too.
Oh, God, yeah, he would.
Okay, so we have an African Jew wearing a hoodie.
I mean, that's this show right now.
Yes. Wait, you're not Jewish.
I know, but you're a Jew. And
I am a Jew.
I'm an African, and we both have hoodies.
African and a Jew. We do. It's true.
See? It all works.
That's the name of the show.
Look to the cookie, Speaks. Look.
No, what's our show name with the middle names?
Mine's Wendell.
Yeah, Wendell and Herman.
And Wendell gets to go first because it's the middle names?
Yes, that's exactly right.
And he cares.
Yeah.
Holmes doesn't care. Wendell, that guy, his ego is huge.
It's enormous.
He has to go first.
That's right.
That actually means something or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's Wendell and Herman, but Herman drives.
Right.
Herman drives.
But Wendell's name is first.
Whatever Wendell needs,
because he is.
I don't want to anger Wendell.
That guy. Oh my goodness,
he's feisty.
He is a problem. That is for sure. For those Bears fans that need a benediction. For those Bears fans that just need something to make them feel good, you will want to listen to our next segment.
Yes, you will.
Because we've got a buddy that's going to help you along with that cause. That is next. Spiegel and Holmes on The Score.
From the field to the locker room to the airwaves, The Score delivers big-name Bears players.
In their last game, Jordan Love threw as many interceptions as DJ Moore caught touchdown passes.
Amen.
Bears! That was glorious. Because everyone's like, oh, I want the Packers to have Jay Cutler. I want the Packers to, have mediocre. I want the Packers to have a quarterback who can tease them. No.
It's over.
No, that's too good for them. They don't deserve to go from Hall of Famer to Hall of Famer to a dude for 8 years. They deserve to go from Hall of Famer to Hall of Famer to Sox. Because if you have Sox, then you've got to figure out your way out. And you've got to, mortgage draft picks, and you've got to be desperate, and you've got to take a bunch of swings, and you've got to go for, Band-Aids and stopgap measures. And after last night, I think Sucks is back on the table for Jordan Love. They deserve it. They deserve it. The whole state, the whole fan base, my whole paternal side of the family. Nephew Jack, I was just taunting him via text.
Nice kid.
Just taunting him via text last night. It was glorious. He's like, oh, well, I'd rather learn by the end of the year if he's not going to be the answer, so we know we have clarity of whether or not we need to move on.
He's scrambling.
I'm like, yeah, that's the type of thing the Bears fans have been saying for 25 years. The celebration! Oh my God, it was so good.
Yeah.
Who is the backup
Who is
quarterback?
Yeah, that's what I was hoping you'd.
Sean Clifford.
Oh, Sean Clifford,
the big red dog. Bring him in.
Yes,
it's Clifford time.
Okay.
There's controversy in Wisconsin.
Danny, on behalf of the listening public here, there's many of them. Do you feel like this could be mushing Jordan Love being bad? There's some people already pointed this out in text and in Twitch, and I certainly felt this way when you told me what the lead was going to be today. Do you have any thoughts of that possibly being on the table right now?
Listen, I'm powerful. I don't think I can make a guy not colorblind. He throws to the other team.
out there giving up 70, 80, 70, 64-yard drives. You tell me what's going on out there when the team can take a football and drive it down your damn throat. At least hold them to a field goal. This defense sucks. This is moronic. We're going to get our ass whipped all the way down the line. I've had it. I have had it. I want somebody to get kicked in the ass and get out there and play. You're getting paid to play this game and play it right. I don't mind you getting beat. I got my ass whipped many times. But I tell you, I took somebody down with me. And that's what I want to see. Not today. Not like this what happened today. This defense sucks. You are a professional team. Act like one, for God's sakes.
We're back live from Kenosha, Wisconsin at the world-famous Brat Stop with more of the Spiegel and Holmes Show on 670 The Score, an Odyssey station.
This has already been epic being here and seeing one of the Score listeners actually wearing a Doug Buffon jersey.
Yes.
I mean, how can we not want to summon Doug? And by the way, we are brought here by Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. Love them. Hey, what's up? Oh, what's up? Okay. All right. So we got them. The guys are here.
That's outstanding.
That's beautiful.
I bet they rode over in a Subaru. Just guessing.
I bet they did too.
Uh-huh.
And that's a fine automobile, and they do a great job of selling them. And if you are looking for a Subaru, you should check them out at Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. We thank you very much for being a part of this broadcast today.
I was told, Lawrence, that last Sunday, as the Bears were embarrassing themselves against the Patriots at Soldier Field, the thunder above was Doug Buffon clearing his throat. And now we can give the floor to our friend Afterlife, Doug Buffon, who joins us on 670 The Score. Doug, I can't imagine that you were too pleased to see that effort of the beloved.
I am hot. I am hot right now, Speaks. Lawrence, how are you? Good to see you, my friend. We are live from 670 at 670thescore.com, 312-644-6767. This Bears postgame show is brought to you by the Brat Stop. You can't be a brat with a brat in your mouth. And Ziegler Subaru. If you think about your family, think about a Subaru. That's why you guys caught me in the middle of a dice game between me, Paul Lynde, and Frank Sinatra. Frank's cleaning house, so I was happy to step away. Are you as mad as I am? I'm pissed off.
Yeah, we've been mad, but nobody is as mad as you. That's your calling card, Doug.
They got rid of Shane. He's gone?
Yeah.
About time. Get rid of Shane with the little kid at the end of the Western movie waving bye-bye, Shane. Don't come back. And I don't want to see you again. Let's go to Lenny and Homer Glen. Lenny, you're on 670 at 670 The Score.
We don't have any.
No, Lenny's not there, Doug.
Okay,
but we do have a man here who is wearing your jersey. I felt like it was an omen for us to reach out to you, especially considering what you would always call Packer Panic Week this week.
This is it. We're in it right now, and I'm scared for my life. First of all, salutations and congratulations, kiss on two cheeks for the guy who wants to wear my jersey, all right? I wore that thing from 66 to 79, and I played more games when I left than anybody, and I'm looking at a team out here with people who don't want to play. They don't want to play, OB, and I've had it. I'm sick of it. I look at that line out there, 9 sacks. 9 sacks. I haven't seen 9 sacks since I was in the East Bank Club locker room in 1994. And I'm going to tell you right now, I learned 2 things that day. If you're around 9 sacks, you either better be into it or go to another room. But Tom Skilling is a full all caps man. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
Oh, the mind
9
reels.
sacks.
Yeah.
That line had no push, none, zero, nada, zilch. Stop yourself if you're out there. Every one of those guys should take their paycheck and sign that over to the Chicago Food Bank and do something that actually makes a difference in Chicago. Going out there, 9 sacks. What are you, the cupboard under the sink? 9 sacks. We got tricked.
Doug,
hold on, let's go to Charlene and Niles. Charlene's in Niles.
No, she's not there.
She hung up.
She's not
All
there.
right, Charlene, call back in. You sound like you have a nice voice. Call back in.
What
are you going to say?
What would it mean if the Bears were able to win this game on Sunday?
Oh my God! Well, okay. Have you put on your winter coat yet? Have you put on your winter coat?
Not yet, Doug.
No,
Not
right?
yet.
But you know what? Twice a year, you go, you put on your winter coat, and you reach in, and you go, what I got in here? What I do last time I wore this 7 months ago? And you find $100 bill, and it doesn't even have your name on it, and it didn't belong to you, but it's yours now. That's what it'll be if the Bears go out there and decide they know how to win a game. Now, is there a $100 bill in your coat, Speaks? No. Lawrence, you got a $100 bill in your coat? I don't have one either. Okay? I don't have one either. And the Bears aren't going to find one, but if they do, that's found money. And you don't tell anybody you got it. That's yours. That's yours.
How would you go about game planning against the Packers? How should they try and beat this team? Finally, it's been 5 years, Doug.
Let me ask you guys a question first, because I'm up here. I'm far away. Maybe I'm out of it. What major crime did Cole Kmet witness? Because he's in witness protection, all right? They sent him. He's gone. And we might as well drag Mike Martz out there. We're going to go 2 games without a touchdown in a row. What is this, 2004? Give me Colombo. Give me Olin Kreutz. Line him back up. 47, 46 years old. I'll take it. I'll lace them. They buried me with my cleats in case I needed to lace them up again, and I'll do it.
Mark
The one thing you got to do, you got to get a push. Give me Michael Haynes. I don't care.
No, that's Doug. That's going too far.
Too far.
He had too many pets.
Take it from somebody who knows you can't throw the football when you're 6 feet underground. You can't hit a bull's ass with the side of a barn. I'll go big enough and they'll still miss.
I don't think that's how that one goes. But
why are we even let me ask you guys, why are we even putting Caleb out there with 2 minutes to go? I'm going to tell you a quick story. 1994, I'm standing outside of the Berghoff room with Gary Fensick, okay? I'm standing outside of the Berghoff with Gary Fensick, and I'm talking to a Continental flight attendant that I've spent 3 hours talking to. It's 2 a.m., and nothing's worked. You know what you do? You go home. It's over. You got 2 minutes left in the game with something out of reach, and you're trotting a toddler out there asking him to tie his own shoes, and it ain't going to happen.
Thank you, Doug. It's so good to see you. So good to hear from you.
Hey, just so you know, aliens are real. Aliens are real. They said it. They said it. If aliens are real this week, maybe the Bears can get it done. Maybe.
Thanks, Uncle Fuzzy.
Uncle Fuzzy.
I miss you both. Be good. You're good men.
Love you. Oh, he's the best.
People enjoy that.
That's Afterlife Doug. His good friend Daniel Van Kirk is a brilliant stand-up comic, and we appreciate his existence on this show. Afterlife Doug sent a Crown and Coke over to the man wearing his jersey here at the Broad Stop.
And that's great. That's great. And Afterlife Doug mentioned Olin Kreutz.
Yes,
we are going to talk to Olin Kreutz.
Bam!
Next on The Score.
After every Bears game, count on The Score to bring the heat with Bears legend Olin Kreutz.
I think their leadership has failed them across the board. I think the 8 captains failed. I think the coaching staff failed. I think the general manager failed them in these last 3 weeks.
Along with long snapping Iron Man, Patrick Manley.
We can't be this bad. We can't. And now we are that bad.
Win, lose, or draw, Olin and Patrick bring unfiltered opinions and analysis on the postgame show. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears.
Sometimes our old friend Doug is roused to share his anger and his thoughts on a horrific Bears law. Doug, is that you?
We are live from 6 Heavenly and 6heavenlythescore.com. I host Doug the phone up here running around with a Ron Santo who's been clicking his heels all week because he's as mad as I am.
Wait a minute. Santo has heels up there. Oh my
God. Get your legs back when you get up there. That's not the point, boys.
What is the point?
I've had it. I could kick a tomato can down a grocery aisle and pick it up before the Bears finds a win at the end of that game.
Hit the bull in the ass with a banjo.
I don't even understand.
Oh, you couldn't hit it. If it was stapled to your hand, you couldn't hit it. And I'm mad at the coaching. Okay? Like a nice woman at Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club, it starts at the top. All right? You start with the top.
When you saw Tyreek Stevenson with his back towards the line of scrimmage,
yeah,
How did that make you feel?
Okay, his Stephenville kid, whatever, his Stephen Center, Convention Center guy, I don't care. He's out here waving around like a T-ball player picking dandelions. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to come down there this week. I'm going to dig up Chris Conte from whatever Circuit City he's managing, and I'm going to get him back out on this field.
All right, Doug, it's really good to talk to you. It's really good to hear you. We're glad you're doing okay. You know,
Doug Buffone's thoughts on the games are brought to you by Zares. Come into Zares this holiday weekend. We'll take care of you. And don't forget to stop by Marshall Fields. We're going to Marshall Fields. Look in the window. You know what? If you're a Bears player, look in the window and see your own reflection. Who do you want to be?
Keep listening as we get you ready for the game right up to kickoff. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented by your local Hyundai dealers. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score, an Odyssey sports station. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago.
The Score! This hour is being brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Give me Olin Kreutz. Line him back up. 47, 46 years old. I'll take it.
Gosh, man, at some point, I know it's 2024. At some point, shut the hell up.
Olin Kreutz.
If the guy didn't want to fight me at some point during the game, I am not playing hard enough.
14-year NFL veteran.
The leader of the whole deal, Olin Kreutz. He's the heartbeat, he's the soul, and he's the guy that's going to lead the way for the Bears offensive line.
6-time Pro Bowler and 4-time NFL All-Pro.
I know if Olin's speaking, it's going to be the truth. It's going to be what he sees, and it's probably going to be right.
Football analyst for 670 The Score.
Good morning, Matt. Welcome to The Score.
I want to tell you guys about my conversation with George McCaskey while I was tailgating in the South Lot. So I'm a season older. What's that?
No, go ahead. Holmes being funny.
Today was the first time ever that George actually snipped back at me.
I've been snipped at by George at the ticket office, right?
Yeah.
When you go up and get your tickets back.
If you have a relation with George McCaskey, you've probably been snipped at.
I know what that feels like.
I know Olin is going to abstain from this conversation for obvious reasons.
I've been snipped at many a time.
And I look forward to hearing that story again and hope he includes it in his Hall of Fame induction speech.
Olin Kreutz with Spiegel and Holmes on 670 The Score.
Our segment with Olin Kreutz is brought to you by your local Ford dealer. Shop now at buyfordnow.com. By the way, Tanny got us a whole bunch of Olin Kreutz stickers.
Oh, dude, they're gorgeous.
I put it up on my laptop today.
That is
awesome. So for those of you who are watching on Twitch, you can see the most awesome sticker of Olin Kreutz. It is so appropriate for this particular week as the Bears are getting ready to take on the Green Bay Packers. What's up, O?
What's up, guys? Man, I want to thank Tanny. I love those stickers. So, been a big hit in my house too. My daughters they stuck it on a few things. I said, I don't know if that's appropriate for school, guys, so you got to watch out.
We don't want them to get in trouble. That's
we
for
don't.
sure.
We don't. Yeah.
What's your assessment of what's gone on this week? Like, I'm sure that you probably felt like the move with Waldron needed to happen, but what does this do to a team when you have this type of upheaval?
It's a really interesting move, right? And it's kind of like we talked about last week a little bit about how Pete Carroll talked about Shane Waldron down there in Seattle. And then, you wonder, who are so they're blaming this on Shane Waldron, trying to jumpstart their young rookie quarterback, trying to jumpstart their offense. Found a lot of the comments, guys, interesting coming out of Haugh, as I'm sure you guys did, right? The attention to details, the letting things go. You guys have all played sports, right? I started to wonder myself, I wonder what they're really saying, right? I wonder if they know what they're saying and what they're talking about. Because remember now, when the OC's out there, there's a quarterback coach, right? There's the pass game coordinator who's now the OC, right? There's a wide receiver coach, there's a running back coach, there's an O-line coach. Who's responsible for the details at each position, guys? Who's responsible for emphasizing that guys do things the right way? It's not the OC, guys. It's the position coach. Right, so when they say those things, I think to myself, man, I wonder if they know what they're saying. And I understand that it was time to move on for Shane Waldron. I wasn't a big fan of his for a while, as you guys know. Wasn't a big fan of his play calling. Wasn't a big fan of his play calling down there in Seattle. It's early to move on from a coordinator. That's a lot of people said, oh, it's been done. And I know I've heard you guys all week. Nothing's apples to apples. I just don't know if it's ever been done to a rookie quarterback. To create that much change, that much chaos in a young quarterback season is very interesting to me, and I'm interested to see which direction this goes in.
That's really interesting to hear you talk about what they might actually be saying and what the dynamic is. So is Shane Waldron, is the offensive coordinator, supposed to be coaching up the coaches, the assistants, and then letting them coach the players? Like, where's the disconnect and how it's supposed to work with the details, Olin? That's interesting.
That's a great question. Where is the disconnect, right? Because I've been a lot of coaching staffs. You guys do in your own building, in every business. There's good cop, bad cop, right? And if I have an OC who's not really into getting the guys' faces, right? Because not everybody responds to the same kind of coaching. Then I surround him with guys that do get into people's faces. I surround him with the bad cops, right? Oh, that guy's too nice. I mean, I've had a lot of nice guys coaching the building who are really good ball coaches, right? So you're telling me this one guy is the reason there is no details on your offense, right? The OC, guys, he's not even in position meetings. He's not even in position meetings, guys. I hate to get frustrated, but the things that come out of Haugh, guys, as you guys know, Lawrence has sat and watched a lot of games with me. I get perplexed sometimes when people start talking about things out of Haugh, when they start saying things, right? Like we said 3 years ago, this O-line is going to be a problem. Oh, my gosh. Now it's a problem, right? Pete Carroll said last November that we have unique talent, right? We have unique talent on the Seattle Seahawks offense, and I don't think we're using it the right way. Oh, let's bring the guy and build the same unique talents and give him that offense. Like, I'm just confused when I listen to this stuff, guys. Really confused at the fact that, well, it's the details. This guy wasn't being hard enough on us. The OC is not in the meeting room, guys. When the running back makes a mistake, you guys tell me, who corrects him?
It's the running back
coach. When the wide receivers make a mistake, who corrects him?
The wide receiver
coach. The wide receiver coach. What the hell are we talking about?
So how do they get look, how much responsibility do the players
The pass
have
game
on their
was
own?
broken. We'll make the pass game coordinator the OC. I'm sorry, Lawrence. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. Do your thing. Because,
You're on it.
Look, Speaks and I also thought it was weird too that the guy is the passing game coordinator, but he's never really talked with Caleb, who's the quarterback, who's ideally the person on the field in charge of your passing game. I think that's a little strange.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch them go forward here. They play a lot of good teams. They play a lot of better teams than they have played. Look, I don't think anybody is cheering more for Thomas Brown than us, right? We're tired of watching that offense there at Soldier Field. We're tired of them not being able to score points in the first half. We're tired of all that stuff. We want the young quarterback to develop. It's good for our business. It's good for their business. It's good for everybody. We want them all going the right direction. We all knew there'd be some regression in Caleb Williams' first year, right? We're all wondering. Everyone trying to figure out what the hell is going on up there, asking all these questions. Answer it on the football field, right? Like I heard Dan Wiederer talk about their film. And I always tell you guys, people lie, film doesn't. Film never lies to me. Lawrence watched a lot of games with me. I could care less what the people at Halas Hall say. I just watch the film. It tells me everything I need to know, right? Their offense was broken. I'm just confused about players coming out, older players, captains coming out and saying that we weren't emphasizing details enough. I tell you who emphasized details when we were at Halas Hall. I did. We emphasize details. It doesn't mean we're always good and doesn't mean we always did the right thing. But I never came out and laid waste to one coach and blamed him for the fact that I wasn't concentrating on my details.
Well, see, there it is. That's incredible stuff from Olin Kreutz. Olin, that's what Lawrence was getting at right there. He started to ask about the players' responsibility because Keenan it is talking about seeing other players, right? Mercedes Lewis flat out said it, from the youngest to the oldest. We need to be told what to do. So, like, I wonder if these players are calling each other out and being as responsible for each other as you need to be. It sounds like you have your doubts about that.
Well, I have my doubts on, do they know how to fix it, right? Do they know when guys come out and say that stuff about Shane Waldron, and like I said, I wasn't a huge fan of his playing calling, questioned him on the way in, right? When I read about him and I studied him and I watched their film down in Seattle, and I saw that, oh, look, we built the exact same offense for him here, except our offensive line wasn't as good as Seattle's offensive line. But I figured that, maybe they thought they would all grow together and him and Caleb would develop a relationship like Caleb was talking about earlier on. It's just, since the Washington game, guys, it's been interesting there, right? To watch them talk a lot about their coaching staff, the coach staff not take responsibility, then take responsibility. Then someone gets fired, and then they all come out and again, instead of saying, I got to get better and, me not doing my job, I used to think, man, when guys got fired, I'd feel bad because I felt like I didn't do my job to help this guy keep his job, right? And I know it's the NFL and it's a hard business and all that stuff is true. But at Halas Hall right now, they're trying to fix their offense. Thomas Brown is up, but the other coaches, everyone surrounding him, they all have to do their job too. Because when I hear things like the details and accountability and all that kind of stuff, I've been on a lot of football fields. Like when I'm at Carmel, when the offensive line makes a mistake, Jason McKee doesn't yell at them guys. I do. Right? I'm the offensive line coach. I get them going. I worry about the details. I worry about what they're doing wrong. I worry about the things that they should be doing. And then I go back and when I talk to the OC and the head coach, and then I talk to them about the guys, and they let me know what plays they want to run and what they want done. But the fundamentals, right? The fundamentals, the hands up, the pad under pad, they bring their knees, they stay over your feet, they get your hands aside, they regroup your hands. That's my responsibility.
I'm going to get the opportunity to watch football again with Olin, which is like going to grad school. He and Patrick Manley, because I'm going to be sitting in for Mully this week on the pregame show that will be live at Wonderverse in Oak Brook, which is a really great place. You should come out. We'll be there from 9 to noon doing the pregame, and then we'll also do the post after the game is done. Wonderverse is awesome. Great Clips is going to be sponsoring the postgame show. It's presented by Sony Pictures, Wonderverse, Chicago, and TimberTech Decking and Railing. All of it can be heard on the Score and the Odyssey app. Oh, one of the things that I picked up from you is you talk about how people can talk about focus and concentration on Sunday, but it doesn't really matter that much if guys weren't focusing and concentrating on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and when they're looking at the film of the next team. What are you hoping happened this week at Halas Hall from that standpoint?
on trying to get yourself together and then your unit together to make sure that you don't have a disaster against Green Bay.
Yeah, the interesting thing about everything you just said is that can make all the difference in the world, right? And with that change, with that firing, maybe a little fire under everybody, and now you get a little more focus, a little more concentration, and now guys are all moving in the right direction. And they bought into Thomas Brown, and if they weren't totally bought into Shane Waldron, then that was a big problem, right? That's a big problem to have on your football team. So you're hoping, like you're saying, Lawrence, everyone says details. Well, let's define it, right? Let's define details. Details is that Monday you're already watching your first and second down cut-ups. You know what they like to do. You know what defense they like to run against you. You know how they're going to attack you from whatever personnel you have in huddle. If you have 3 wide receivers, you know what they're lining up in. They got 1 or 2 defenses on first, second down, and they got 1 or 2 blitzes, and then you're watching the guys you're going against, right? If I'm a center, I'm watching Kenny Clark, right? I'm watching their linebackers. I'm watching how I'm going to attack them. I'm going to go after them, and then I'm applying that in walkthroughs, right? My focus is there in walkthroughs. I'm using the technique I have to use against Kenny Clark. Kenny Clark's really good with his hands. You better get your hands on him quickly, or he will dominate your center. So it'll be that's what you're talking about when you define, when everybody keeps saying details, we have to do the details right. Well, then that means you have to do it every day. And like you guys saw with the Bears last week, with the delay of games, the offsides, the penalties, the guys not working to the right guys, the guys not on the same page in the pass game, the receivers different depth than the quarterback's throwing the ball, the running back not really hitting the right hole, the linemen not getting to where they're supposed to be, not working together the proper way on the proper angles. Those are all the details they need to work on. And that, my friends, start not Monday. That starts Sunday after your game is done. If you got time, pop in the next team.
What do you hope to see in terms of kinds of running plays and personnel and frequency from this offense on Sunday, Olin?
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about it, and that's usually the cure for a broken offense, right? Is to run the ball downhill, be stubborn with it, keep yourself either ahead of the chains or and kind of a favorable down the distance, right? 2nd and 8, 2nd and 9. I heard John Grody talking about, all the old ball coaches hate the quick side-to-side screens. I heard him talk about just getting the ball out fast, getting the ball out quickly, taking what's there. Same thing we were talking about when Shane Waldron was here, right? Over and over again. We were talking about play-action passes. Now, they checked the 2 play-action passes last week, and Caleb held the ball for 6 seconds and didn't give DJ Moore a shot one-on-one down the field. But Swift is really good. You guys saw that those inside zone runs with the tight end splitting back, Kokomet coming back to kick out what they call the emu, the end man on the line of scrimmage. He's got that guy. The lineman double teaming him up. It'd be great to have Darnell Wright back, a big man, strong, their best lineman. Braxton Jones is back. It'll be good to have him back. They got a tough matchup this week. The Packers are really good at the line of scrimmage, both sides of the ball. It's going to be tough for them. But everything you guys have been talking about, I don't have to say it again. Everybody's been saying it. We all know how to simplify the offense for a quarterback, right? Move the pocket, give them half-field reads. If you ever hear Bowen talk, or I know Lawrence has them all a lot of time, he's great at that. Everyone knows what you should give a young quarterback. The Bears are just struggling on getting that stuff executed and communicated on the field, and they're really struggling, man, just taking the layups right now, right? Can't miss your layups, and they're missing them, right? And they're not stubborn enough with the run. Now we got a former running back coach here calling plays. We'll see what happens.
Speaks and I have been talking about, like, Caleb's part in all of this and how excited everyone was for Caleb. Is it fair to think that the Bears expected too much and put too much on him? Or if a rookie comes in and is very confident in their skills, you should throw stuff at him? To me, it feels like they threw everything at him instead of saying, hey, man, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to perfect this. And when we perfect this, then we're going to move on to this. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, let's rewind back, right? Let's rewind back when they were struggling earlier in the year, and everybody started talking about giving the players more power, right? We need our first 15, and they came out, and they told the coaches what they wanted. They told the coaches what they wanted to do, and then they had 3 games of success, and everybody was raving about it. Remember that, right? Everybody was raving after the Jaguars game. Great. You're doing what the players want. You gave them their first 15, and the players came out and announced We told the coaches what they needed to do, and they did it, and we were doing great. And then after that, people caught up to what they were doing. This is the NFL, man. You're going against the best in the world. Once you put on film what you are, they'll take it away. So, like Caleb, I'm still excited about him. I don't know about you guys, man. Like, he threw that ball last week out of bunch. He whipped it to Keenan Allen. You know, sometimes he does things you're like, man, that is an elite talent the Bears have at quarterback. We've seen a lot of elite talents fail, right? A lot of that has to do with culture and your building you're in. As you guys know, eventually the people in that building, they have to understand how hard it is to win, not only in the NFL, how hard it is to win in Chicago with the microscope that the quarterback is under. And the people at Haugh have to understand that and have to help this young kid groom and grow and get moving in the right direction. And they gotta get they gotta get him just playing ball again, like you guys, everyone's talking about. Stop seeing goals, get the ball out of your hands, get it to your playmakers. The playmakers got to start making plays, right? The playmakers got to start getting open. The guys who they gave a lot of money to got to start doing stuff that says they understand what their contract is and what they need to do. So the young quarterback has a long way to go. Surprise, surprise, right? The rookie quarterback has regressed at midway through an NFL season in November. If somebody thought that wasn't going to happen, it wasn't me, right? I've followed the NFL too long to not know that there's going to be regression coming at different points in the season, especially midseason, especially, guys, you can almost set your clock to it, especially after they play good, right? Because what are they doing when they play good? They're doing what they want to do. You know what they do in the NFL? They take that away from you and make you do something else.
Olin Kreutz here with us. All right, man, Bears-Packers. You got a story about Bears-Packers that you've never told that now is perhaps the right time to tell, Olin? Or if you'd like to go to one that you have told that is your favorite, you can do that too. It's dealer's choice for Olin Kreutz on a Bears-Packers Friday, sir.
As you guys know, I've been a part of a lot of Bears and Packers games. There's the Walter Payton game that everybody calls is my favorite memory, man. Brian Robinson blocks that kick. We win the game. No business in beating that football team with the football team that we had going up there that day. Obviously, we all think Walter Payton helped us out a little bit and lifted Brian Robinson up and blocked that kick. But, we played in the coldest game in Bears history, overtime against the Packers, won that game. Obviously, the NFC Championship game sucks. But the week leading up to it was something, man. It was something to be a part of that history, Packers versus Bears. My first start, guys, ever in the NFL was versus the Green Bay Packers. It was the last game of the year. Started for Dave Wanstead at center. I went against Gilbert Brown. Right, I've been against Gilbert Brown. I've been against B.J. Raji. I've been against every nose guard you can imagine there from 90 to 2000. They had great teams. We had great battles. That game is an extremely important game. You learn to hate them, you learn to respect them also, and you learn to get after them. A part of rivalry, even when I'm not playing, right? Everyone's mad about me saying I'm going to beat up Aaron Rodgers or punch him in the face, whatever it may be. And I get comments on that too. But it's been a lot of fun through the years. Just like to get back on, I think there was a time there in the mid-2000s where we were winning a lot against the Green Bay Packers. Obviously we had Brian Urlacher and the guys there on the other side of the ball. That defense was ferocious, and they haunted the Packers for a while there. But I'd like to get back to that, winning more games right now. As you've heard a lot of people saying, we have no argument. It's not really a rivalry right now. We don't like them. They don't like us. I heard them talk a little trash about DJ Moore this week. That pissed me off, even though I'm not even in the locker room. That made me mad, right? I heard them talking about it's not a rivalry. That's why we're talking about we got to get Caleb Williams better. We got to get everybody moving in the right direction. Get the defense to stop the run. It's going to be tough this week. Just looking for more wins against the guys up north.
Hey, Olin, I was on Green Bay radio this morning, and I can tell you that Green Bay fans and Bears fans can bond over one thing these days: enjoying Aaron Rodgers struggling as a Jet. We are all enjoying seeing that old man get caught as he tries to scramble because he's 40 and he can't do it anymore. Everybody's enjoying that failure together, so we're bonding.
Yeah, we're bonding on that, and then you remember he's making $50 million this year. That just hits you again. You know what I mean? He just wins again. You know what I mean? Like, you guys all think he's suffering. He's on a private jet. You know what I mean? Eating cheesecake and drinking wine with his pinky out. Right? Here's the crazy thing. I tell you how crazy this rivalry is, guys. We talk about stopping the Packers' run game, right? There's a Butkus up there, right? Luke Butkus is the O-line coach. He does their run game for them. He's a former Illini, ILL, and he played for the Bears here. His rookie year. He's actually a Harry Heastan guy. Know him well, but that's how crazy it is, man. It's a Butkus coaching the Packers run game, and that's what we got to stop this week.
Oh, have a great night tonight. Have a good weekend. I'll see you Sunday morning over at Wonderverse in Oak Brook.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, Olin. God, he's the best.
Look, man.
What a great data point to add to the Bears-Packers thing. Luke Butkus is the offensive line coach.
This is what I've been trying to tell you. I was in a room with him and Briggs and Alex and Matt Forte watching games. And basically, I was like the plush toy. Like when they'd want to, get some frustration out.
They grab you.
Yeah, there's a GIF. There's a GIF of Alex just like shaking me because he's so excited about something that he's seeing on the screen. But that's the level of intensity that he watches games with. Like, the guy cares, man. And people are like, wait, why isn't Olin coaching for the Bears? Like, seeing some of these texts that come in.
Yeah.
And I'll just say this about Olin, and I know that he doesn't like people just like talking about him. That's what he's like as a friend too. Like you need that motivation. Like you need someone to let you know to get your bleep together. You get a text message from Olin.
Yeah.
You stand up straight.
You need
and get your stuff together.
You need people like that.
He's a good man.
Yeah,
I enjoy him quite a bit.
I was going to text you that to get your stuff together, but I didn't think that you'd take it from me the same way.
It's a little different.
Yeah.
It's a little different.
I mean, I did play center. Does that matter for the Sequoias? The mighty ones? Did I tell you we were the mighty Sequoias?
Yeah.
Still didn't matter, huh?
Whatever,
Shane.
I mean, you bring up your intramural football as if I was not like a great intramural football quarterback.
Yeah, well, we'll do that.
Not center.
We'll do that.
The guy that,
You were the quarterback?
Yeah.
Well, they're both knowledge acquisition
the
positions.
quarterback, though.
Yeah, well, we need to work together.
It was a whole freshman team.
All
We
right,
went to the championship
Tell you what, you
game.
talk about it on Wendell and Herman as much as you want.
I don't know. Wendell, he hates those days. Those are dark days for him. Yeah, he's gonna leave that up to Holmes. Secondarily.
I understand. Lawrence, there's a big-time buzz. Tanny, big-time buzz is here. He's here.
Wait, do we salute big-time buzz? Or?
Big-time buzz is all about a non-football activity that's taking place tonight. We need to discuss, and you'll hear some audio that ties into my theory about what's going to happen in this thing tonight. We'll do that next on Spiegel and Holmes and 670 the score. 670 the score.
Bears fans, after 3 losses in a row, the 4-5 Bears are back at Soldier Field to face the Green Bay Packers.
Raymond Kia is under construction and building bigger to serve you better. We need room, which means our entire inventory is at limited time construction pricing with extra Black Friday savings. Hurry in today to shop over 1,000 vehicles with savings up to $13,000 off all new Kia models. Or lease the new 2025 Kia K4 for only $98 a month. Shop the construction sales event only at Raymond Kia in Antioch, serving the community since 1963.
Twins freak me out, man. They always have. And The Shining freaked me out. So, yeah, we did this, The Shining Twins, and we got 2 dresses, different sizes. Mine was bigger than hers. But, yeah, she didn't need a wig. I did need a wig. So I was essentially in drag at Halloween.
Yeah, whatever floats your boat or finds your lost remote.
Dude, it was so fun.
Yeah, it's right there for all the people inside of the mob on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 the score. So, Connor, honestly, for the rest of this segment, just keep it up. You don't have to cut back and forth to our faces. Keep that picture up.
We crushed that
split
thing.
screen. There it is.
Yeah,
There's
there
a
it
split
is.
screen.
There you go.
My favorite touch though is the little bow. The bow is amazing.
Me too, Robbie.
Yeah. Christine worked so hard. She got like stitch witchery, which is stuff that you can like iron onto something, and it's basically, it's like you're sewing.
Also, stitch witchery. That just sounds cool.
Yeah,
stitch
exactly.
witchery.
Happy Halloween, everybody. By the way, Robbie's wearing an entire hot dog thing. And like you're a hot dog today, and I think you look great. There's no ketchup on your hot dog, right?
No, absolutely not.
That's a Chicago dog.
There could be if you wanted to. By the way, you can put ketchup on a hot dog.
No ketchup whatsoever. Yeah, but the thing is, I look around. Nobody else in the entire office is wearing a Halloween costume. It's literally just me in a hot dog.
Yeah, you look like an idiot. I'm going to be honest. You know what I mean? This is coming from a guy who wore a dress on Saturday.
But this is the one day to look like the idiot, and it's totally socially acceptable. Yeah. I'm disappointed with everybody here.
Okay.
This hot dog is disappointed.
All right, well, now we know for next year.
It's a disappointed hot dog.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Soggy. It's been rolling on the 7-Eleven roller for hours.
So Christine said, "Are you wearing the dress to work?" I said, "No, I can't go because my other twin's not there." And she said, "You should have brought the other one for Shane to wear."
I would have done it with you.
You would have, right?
Of course I would. It's fun. It's a fun thing.
See, next year.
It's a
lot
fun
of hindsight
thing.
coming here.
Bring it to Vegas. I'll wear it with you in Vegas when we go next weekend.
We are going to have a good time in Circa.
It's just two guys hanging out at the Legacy Club, as the Shining Twins.
I was going to rip his heart out. I'm the best ever. I'm the most brutal and vicious and most ruthless champion there's ever been. There's no one can stop me. Lynx is a conqueror. No, I'm Alexander. He's no Alexander. I'm the best ever. There's never been anybody as ruthless. I'm Sonny Liston. I'm Jack Dempsey. There's no one like me. I'm from Nairclaw. There's no one that can match me. My style is impetuous. My defense is impregnable. And I'm just ferocious. I want your heart. I want to eat his children. Praise be to Allah.
That's the dude That's the mindset. And when he was the baddest, most dangerous, most feared man on the planet, Iron Mike Tyson, as a young heavyweight, then the idea of him going into a fight like this thing tonight with Jake Paul, which may or may not be a sham and a publicity stunt. I mean, it's all of that. But there's an idea out there, Lawrence, that this thing is sort of fixed or completely fixed. I don't know about you. I got tweeted at last night with a script. Somebody said, look, they found the script to the fight, and it was the 5 rounds all, like, written up. And I don't believe that was that. But
well, there was the video of earlier Tyson talking about how he doesn't like people stepping on his feet. And then yesterday, Jake Paul steps on his foot, and then he slaps Jake Paul. And so it, like...
So that part of it feeling staged to you, where he took that dude?
It's personal now! It's personal now! He must die!
Those girls in the background didn't even flinch. Like, they knew it was coming, too, on the slap.
On the slap of Jake
Paul? They knew it was coming.
I would love... So look. My family, besides me, is filled with academics and creatives, okay? My brother is a creative. He's not really a big sports guy. He was like, hey, are you having, like, a fight party for the Tyson thing? And I'm like, what? I'm like, no. I'm like, what? He's like, I'd be interested in watching that. And I'm like, what? Like, because, you know, he and Mike are around the same age, so because phenomenon of Mike Tyson.
It triggered our imaginations in a lot of ways, a lot of people.
But it's so weird because there are people who are really boxing purists, and I used to consider myself kind of a boxing purist, but the game has been dirty. Like, it's been dirty for 140 years.
Sure.
It's been dirty.
I know.
So there's a part of me where I was just like, I give up on wanting to talk about how beautiful it is to fight.
Well, when you're talking about
that.
The dirtiness, like Sonny Liston might have taken a dive in Lewiston, Maine. You know what I mean? So, like, that part of it has been going on forever and ever and ever.
And as wrestling, as professional wrestling has risen, and now people understand that they can be entertained by something. It's still real to me, damn it.
Yeah.
That they can be entertained by something if it is well produced and well scripted, then maybe the athletic part of it doesn't matter as much. And now we've seen people drift into that.
Okay.
Floyd Mayweather may be the greatest defensive fighter of all time. And he went carnival barker at the end. And here's Conor McGregor, and let's have this fight where we dance around and I act like Conor McGregor can actually hit me.
And here's the part of it that reacts to that is that I don't want to believe that Iron Mike Tyson would give in to that and just be a freaking pawn in a play tonight.
It's $10 million.
I'm aware. But that dude and that fighting heart, I don't want to believe it. And the other thing is, even if he did agree to it,
that he might go against it, he might break story.
Damn right. That even if he agreed to it, once the bell rings and he is out there and he is in a
fog of war.
In a fog of war, because he is so maniacal and has put that part of him to bed, but that part of him is getting inflamed again here now, that he may not be able to keep himself from being himself and beating the bejesus out of that Joker Jake Paul.
Okay.
And I am here for it.
Okay, so let's run this through then. Then what happened with the slap could be evidence of what you're talking about. Like, in a moment, if that moment was real.
If that moment was real.
If that's legitimate and it's something that Mike put out there to say, I really hate when people step on my feet. And then someone steps on his foot on purpose, that it may have unleashed that thing. And then you add it to the interview with Jazzy.
Now here's where we go. How old is this girl?
I think she's maybe 12.
I mean, I feel
she's been doing this for a long time, though. Like, she's done, like, big events.
Yeah.
I think that she could teach a master's class on how to keep cool.
Oh, yeah.
In a situation like this.
She does a great job keeping cool, but I think this is Mike, obviously certainly not realizing he's talking to a kid, but also just like unleashing the beast that lurks within. This is Mike Tyson and Jazzy.
In your return to the ring for this fight, you are setting a monumental opportunity for kids my age to see the legend Mike Tyson in the ring for the first time. So after such a successful career, what type of legacy would you like to leave behind when it's all said and done?
Well, I don't know. I don't believe in the word legacy. I just think that's another word for ego. Legacy doesn't mean nothing. That's just some word everybody grabbed onto. Someone said that word and everyone grabbed on the word, so now it's used every 5 seconds. It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm going to die, and it's going to be over. Who cares about legacy after that? What a big ego. So I'm going to die. I want people to think that I'm this, I'm great. No, we're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. That is something that I have not heard before, someone say that as an answer.
Can you really imagine somebody say, I want my legacy to be this way when you're dead? Why do you want somebody to, you think somebody really wants to think about you? What's the audacity? I think, I want people to think about me when I'm gone. Who the cares about me when I'm gone? Well, my kids, maybe, or grandkids. Who the fuck cares?
Oh, poor Jazzy.
And Jazzy is young enough to be his grandkid.
Thank you for sharing that. No one's ever shared that perspective.
No one shared a nihilistic view of life for me before, and perhaps it's valuable.
It's nihilism, but it's also, I wonder if it's 12-step a little bit.
They're
inspired.
100%.
The 12-step of kill your ego, of like take your ego out of it. Like zoom out and look at your place in the cosmic universe. Like it is so much bigger than us. And that certainly goes against the egocentric, I'm impetuous, I am everything that he was. So, but in the ring, once he gets a little taste of the fire.
And the violence.
He's like, oh, yeah, I know how to do this. And, I must admit, I'm hoping that that's what I see.
Yeah, I'm worried. Because the last thing I want is a split decision going Jake Paul's way, or a moment where Mike Tyson falls to the canvas like Nate Robinson did.
Uh-huh.
And with Jake Paul just kind of buying the credibility. I'd love for it to be real. I'm really worried that it's not. If it is, then great. But feels very gross.
Let's go. Do you have any idea? What time is this fight? 7 o'clock?
I think that's the undercard at 7. Yeah. I'm guessing by 9 o'clock we'll get the.
You think so?
The main event.
Shane,
might be too
Shane,
late.
You have any idea? We're doing live sports on Netflix. They don't do it often. They want me for at least 2 hours of this evening.
You think?
It's got to be.
Well, let's see if it turns out the way. I hope that it turns out the way that you want, Speeds.
I
think that would make it great. Then again, you have to figure out which thing do you want most this weekend.
Yeah, I can't have both.
I don't think you're going to be able to get both, but we'll see. By the way, speaking of this weekend, the Bears and the Packers are playing this weekend. We're going to get back to talking about that because it's weird how to feel about the Packers or this version of the Packers. We'll explain next. It's Spiegel and Holmes here on The Score.
Plumbers 911 Football Mondays are bigger than ever with all of our shows, joined by an unprecedented team of experts reacting after the game. Our coverage starts midnight to 5 a.m. with Gabe Ramirez.
From the Chicago Wolves Update Studio, I'm Chris Ranji. In regard to the Bears' offensive line, something has to change, and coordinator Mike Tice knows that, but says that changing personnel really is not an option.
We have other guys on the roster, other guy on the roster. It's not like at this point of the season you could take a James Brown, who I'm very high on. Of course, I'm very high on all the players because they work so hard, and say, okay, you're the guy now.
Broke them.
I did not see that coming at all. That was great.
Raji's drunk.
Speaking of James Brown.
Yeah.
He's been elevated to the 53-man roster.
Who's that?
James Brown.
Dumbass.
Oh, Dwayne Wise coming back for a year. This update brought to you by
What? The worst update ever.
If you couldn't find joy in that, you can't find joy in anything.
Doesn't matter how many times I hear that.
It makes me laugh every time.
Because there's layers. Like, for me now, it was the first two laughs after the drop was played. Like, the pause is like, and it's like, nope, you can't hold that in.
Tanny being relentless with it, too. Who was that player that you said? You know, like, just going back to it. That's one of the great things about, like, this place, that every now and again you'll see it happen on TV. Like Bob Lee, like when he went into his laughing jag and couldn't spin out of it on SportsCenter. It's such a great moment, but here we can lean into it and pile on.
minute video that Mike Halbach and his guys put together, and I thought it was well done. So we showed it to him, and just how important that our guys, this team now, is to this rivalry. And it's another NFC North opponent, and I don't think you can ever look past that. And we always talk about the North and trying to own our division, and right now we're 0-2 versus the division, so it's a big time game.
Did you show any stuff from the Forrest Gregg, Mike Ditka era?
There were some clips on there that I had no idea who they were, so.
How dare you, Matt LaFleur?
Cramming up your cram hole, LaFleur.
Know your history, Matt LaFleur.
Well, his history is 10-0 against the Bears.
Yeah, that's
so
a good one.
I mean, he really only needs to focus on that. We are at the Broad Stop, by the way, doing the show. If you're in the area, we're going to be here until 6 o'clock. Thanks to the guys from Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. I was talking to him during the break. What a great tagline. He's like, you know what people like about us at Subaru? Safety, and we talk about loving dogs, man. That's what we're about at Subaru. That's what happened while we were in the break.
Really?
Yeah. Shout out to Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha, man. They get it right.
They love dogs?
They get it right. Safety, love, and dogs. That's what it's about right there.
I'm struggling, Lawrence Holmes, to find Packers that I hate. Like Aaron Rodgers has moved on, and it felt so good to hate him for so many years. Really satisfying. And I'm still doing it, but he's with the Jets. So now I'm looking around at this team, and I'm like, because there's so much Bears hate and fire and angst right now, but it's all directed at the Bears themselves.
Right.
It's all directed inside the house.
Well, can I offer a suggestion for you?
I need there's one person that I think maybe we're thinking the same guy, but there should be more.
Well, I think
who do you got for me?
Well, Jair Alexander is like the guy to hate,
yeah,
right?
That's a good one.
But
because Jair, as you have said beautifully, he made himself a fake captain last year. He's like, look at me. I'm the captain because I'm from, where's it, Denver? Is that where it was? I'm from Colorado. Charlotte, thank you very much. Oh, look at me. I'm from Charlotte. I'm going to go ahead and make myself a captain and go out and shake hands. And Matt LaFleur is like, you are not a captain. And you cannot shake hands. He's the man who cannot shake hands. And he got suspended by his own coach for making himself a fake captain.
I mean, that was really bizarre.
He is a pumpkin head, that guy. He's a knucklehead is what he is.
There was a funny moment with him once where there was a reporter doing a live stand-up, and he walked in the back of it, and he was being all weird, and it's hilarious. So I was like, I kind of like him now that he had fun with it. It was like the Jordan Clarkson Utah thing.
Oh yeah. And I also like disliking him because Jaylen dislikes him. Jaylen dislikes that Jair is
that's the angle that I was going to take with you.
He's a risk taker. Jair's a risk taker, and he got paid before Jaylen did because he made a lot of interceptions. But Jaylen knows he's not as good in coverage as he is.
Just here to tell you, Pack is back.
So it made me like him more after that. But that's what we should do. We've got Jaylen's back. No matter what other Bear or Bears thing is going on, if we want to have Jaylen's back, then you are well within your rights to be hating on Jair Alexander.
Can I give you a Packer to hate, Lawrence?
Please. Sure.
Speaks, can I give you a Packer to hate?
Yes, thank you, Shane.
All right, so the active roster is what, 53 men, and the practice squad is 17? How about all damn 70 of them? I hate the Packers. I will never like the Packers. I will never appreciate the Packers because that's what we do as Bears fans. Doesn't matter who's on the team.
You don't need anybody personal, with issues.
I don't need anybody personal. The Packers are a personal issue in and of themselves to me.
I think a lot of Bears fans do feel that way.
And give it up for yourselves here in where are we?
Kenosha.
We're in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Give it up for yourselves in Kenosha.
If you're Bears fans that hate the Packers, give it up.
Yeah, those words you can't really say because we're on the radio. So
well, how about this, Shane? How about that urine-colored yellow? That ugly urine yellow.
I hate that too.
You do,
I
right?
hate the yellow, hate the green, hate them together, hate the whole team.
Okay, that's fair.
That is fair.
But I think for you, because it's hard for you, Speaks, personally to find hate.
Yeah.
You usually careen towards love and optimism.
I do.
I would say that the way that you can lean into that is, hey, Jaylen's our guy.
Yeah, it's true.
On the Spiegel and Holmes show, he's our guy.
He is.
So guess what? His fight, our fight.
See, I like it. I like it. Texture says, well, at least LaFleur suspends his players. See, even that.
Oh, God.
Because we don't do that.
That's pretty good.
So he's turned that into like, you know.
Well,
that's the thing. They're good, man. They
Well,
do things
Tyreek
well.
Stevenson was suspended, but then he kind of had to play because you had injuries.
And Matt, Eberflus never even talked about it.
He didn't want it to be public.
It didn't even want to deal with it. And
LaFleur was like, hey, this guy did something really stupid, so we suspended
Yeah,
him.
LaFleur's like, Romeo Dobbs, yeah, he's skipped some practices and he's crying about stuff, and we're going to send him home for a week. And then he will learn. And then Dobbs came back and said, yeah, that was stupid by me. I'm bad. I figured it out.
And I'm going to get better. And then caught a couple touchdowns.
Got a couple touchdown passes. That's right.
Yeah.
They function.
Isn't that the way that you want things to go? Is that you want things to be better
Yeah.
after there being a lot of bad?
Texture says LaFleur, Love, Jacobs. I don't have any reason to dislike Jordan Love. I mean, other than the fact that he's going to be another great one, and it sucks.
And he might throw you the ball.
Yeah, I like that. Oh, their kicker. Brandon McManus is still the kicker, right?
What's wrong with Brandon McManus?
Brandon McManus accosted some female flight attendants.
Oh, yeah,
from Jacksonville. Thank you.
That's a good call.
Brandon McManus is an absolute bag. He drunkenly tried to grope some female flight attendants on their trip back from London a couple years ago, and the charges ended up getting dropped, but it was pretty damn clear that he did it. That's right.
Okay. That's
Thank
fair.
you. That's
there
gonna,
you go.
Oh, boo!
Boo! Embrace your hate.
Yeah.
And try not to embrace your hate for the Bears, because we've got a Bears hit with Mark Grody. He's going to tell us what's going on with this team. That is next on The Score.
You're listening to a Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric Football Friday, presented by IDOT. It's not a game, Illinois.com on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
2.
Yo, are you looking to become the new owner of the Bears or what?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Favorite team to play against the Bears, and hopes to continue the Green Bay ownership.
It is on. I had not heard that yet. I love that he said that. Now, you know who I'm going right to? Next time I'm going right to Jaquan Brisker with this. Right to Brisker, because remember, Brisker just had no respect for when the Packers beat the Bears' asses last year in the final game of the season. After the game, I and a few other reporters listened to Jaquan Brisker tear apart the Green Bay Packers and saying that he's got no respect for their wide receivers, and he wasn't stopping. So I'm taking Tanny, I'm going to need that audio for Brisker as well.
Yeah, remember, too, they were talking about the game plan against their receivers in general. They didn't love the game plan the day after the game they were talking about.
Hey, man, I thought of that during polls when polls said that Matt Eberflus takes the feedback. Yeah, Brisker talked about it. We talked about it with Jaylen Johnson that next time we had him on about exactly that. They're like, come on, let us man up on these wide receivers. Let us try to shove them around instead of laying off of them.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about it. And he's just thinking, because these are not big name receivers for the Packers, that Brisker's all over them. But that's the problem. They're not big name guys, and yet Jordan Love is making them look good and beat the Bears.
Yeah. I mean, it is quite a moment. It is quite a moment here. And Jordan Love, he has no idea what he just did.
Oh, no, he doesn't. But I like that he did it. It's on. The game is the game. And it is open now, man. It is fair game now to push the Bears-Packers rivalry, and in a genuine way. Did you all hear what Jordan Love is saying out there? He wants ownership. He wants to invest in the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
How you feeling about that, George McCaskey? How you feeling?
Yeah.
I might ask George about that.
It's just too bad that Les Grobstein isn't around to comment on this. You know?
The puke green and the urine yellow. A lot of people can't KMA to Jordan Love and any of their other quarterbacks of the past. I go back to Eddie Lee Iver. Well, he was a running back. A lot of people thought he should have been a quarterback. Grobber is watching. Wow.
He's always
Grobber
watching.
would have just gone off.
Devoured that.
Oh, my God.
Jordan Love, a lock to
Jordan
win.
Love, more like Jordan Hate.
He would have been a lock to win, and for that, you suck.
Oh, yeah.
Tonight.
Oh, my God.
And also Bum of the Week.
Bum of the Year. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Oh, you want ownership? I got something I want to sell you right now. It's my fist.
Some of you Packer fans are classy, but for some of you obnoxious scumbags, I got one thing.
You know what that is? That's bullporn material. Oh, excuse me, bulletin board material.
And that was also off the air.
Oh, it was?
The Hyundai Studios, presented by you local Hyundai dealers. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score, an Odyssey sports station. WFCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago.
The Score!
This hour is being brought to you by Rally House Wrigleyville. I'm there tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. with Layla Rahimi. We're going to have a good time. Rally House Wrigleyville.
Here's the man that you fear most in football staring you right in the face.
Mark Grody.
I call him a maniac, stone maniac.
Covering the Bears for 670 The Score.
You had to overcome the mystique. It was almost like an odor. He exuded a kind of a presence.
Co-host of the Take the North podcast.
His whole damn life was football. Wasn't driving a pretty car. Wasn't going to the local bar and pounding your chest, I'm the greatest. It was the opposite.
Mark Grody.
He was Moby Dick in a goldfish bowl.
Mark Grody with Spiegel and Holmes on 670 The Score.
It's one of our favorite times of the week, our opportunity to talk with Mark Grody. We are at the Brat Stop in Kenosha. It's brought to you by Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. For a great experience, visit ZieglerSubaru.com and Potawatomi Sportsbook. Our segment with Mark Grody is sponsored by the Illinois Department of Transportation. It's not a game, Illinois.com. And it's brought to you by Four Seasons, heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and electric. For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons. Bears. Hey, Groats.
What up, Groats?
How many brats have you guys had? Have you had a brat yet, or are you waiting for the post game to have a brat at the Brat Stop?
I got to say, when you asked that, it sounded like, how many pots have you smoking? From the 40-year-old virgin. So,
you did one brat, right?
Yeah, I had one brat. I had a garlic brat with sauerkraut that was absolutely delicious. I assume that I'm going to have a dinner brat before I get out of here, because that's how it works. Shane, have you had brats? Have you had any brats yet?
No brat. I had a walleye sandwich that was insane.
A fish
deep-fried walleye sandwich.
I mean, it's Friday in Wisconsin. That's what you're supposed to do.
That's a good point.
Literally a fish fry.
Yeah.
They do walleyes good, Chicago. That's just me doing your impersonation, Spiegel, of Dan McNeil, what I just did right there.
Hey, man,
that's everyone's impersonation of Mac.
I know.
That's exactly right. Well, it's kind of like everybody now does Will Ferrell's impression of Harry Carey, except you.
Don't
you
get
do
me
a great
started
one.
on that. Yeah,
we wouldn't dare. It's Bears-Packers week, Grody. Focus.
For crying out loud, it is. And we got good news out here at Hallis Hall. That's where I am. I'm in Lake Forest at Hallis Hall, where you guys are at the Brat Stop across the border. And I can tell you this, the good news out here is that Tevin Jenkins Actually, that's the bad news. Braxton Jones and Darnell Wright will be playing against the Packers. They were full participants in practice, although just a light practice today. So you get your left tackle and your right tackle back, which I don't have to give details on how important that is. Although, and I sort of gave it away, Tevin Jenkins, ankle injury, will not play. Although Matt Eberflus did tell us, which he usually doesn't do, he did tell us that Ryan Bates will be the starter at left guard. So Jenkins is out because of that ankle injury. Still out is Karan Amagaji as far as depth on that line is concerned. And then the other important part of this team, and wondering if he would be back, Montez Sweat practiced in full today, guys, but he's down as questionable on the injury report, and Sweat eluded us today. So I will have failed to bring you That's Montez again because he didn't want to talk to the media today.
What's your gut tell you if he plays?
I think he's playing. Just the vibe, Lawrence, that I got from Matt Eberflus when he was speaking to the collective media today. He was very positive about that. And typically, you start to learn the rhythms of the head coach in year 3. When he says that, when he doesn't sort of fuss over the question, it tells me that unless there is some sort of weird setback, that yes, Montez Sweat will give it a go despite the ankle injury. Hopefully, he's at full strength. He wasn't at full strength in that game last week, and at times it showed. But when you have a running game like Green Bay does, and I know we talked about it a little bit, led by Josh Jacobs, averaging 5 yards per carry, they're the third best rushing team in the NFL, and we know what it looked like without Montez Sweat a couple of weeks ago. At least you have his presence in there, even if he's not 100%.
Yeah, we probably haven't talked enough about that issue because Montez is a huge factor against the run. And as you mentioned, Grody, he got banged up in the middle of that game last week and was limping and was not himself by the end of it. With no Andrew Billings, it's a big moment for Zach Pickens, who is going to start, right? But we're looking at a rotation there in the interior of the line with Byron Cowart, Chris Williams getting some play.
Yeah.
I'll just keep naming names. Jacob Hardy's getting a lot of run. I don't know what happened to I don't know what happened to Darrell Taylor, but we're getting a lot of run from other guys there at the end.
Yeah, and we've seen those guys make some plays. Chris Williams has had a couple of nice plays. I want to say he's had a couple of tackles for loss. I haven't seen enough from Zach Pickens this year, and unfortunately that's part of why we're seeing that rotation. Byron Cowart has been, he's been fine in there as well, but I actually understand why they're doing a rotation. And I could just tell you too, Spiegel, since you brought up Darrell Taylor's name, he was limited in practice today. He's been dealing with a knee injury, but it looks like he is good to go. So you could probably throw him in there in the rotation, but he'll more be going after the quarterback, obviously. But, yeah, they have a lot of guys that they're rotating right now because they haven't found that exact right combination yet. And you hope, too. We didn't bring up Gervon Dexter's name. I keep bringing up his name because it feels like it's been a while since he's had, like, a big play or had a big effect on a game in general, and that's what they're waiting for out of Gervon Dexter.
Jacob Martin, by the way. Not Daniel Hardy. Jacob Martin is the guy I was talking about, Lawrence.
It's all good, man. We know where you were going.
Yeah, I wasn't upset or anything. I just wanted to clarify.
All right,
that's
good.
all. But
Good
thank you
clarification.
for having my back, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's what I tried. I tried.
Yeah, you did.
Hey, Speaks, I'll redeem you here because you, sir, asked a very good question yesterday during my Bears hit, and that was about Jaquan Brisker. And are we going to start to get some answers about him in terms of why was he still playing when he had a concussion, obviously, way back in Week 5 against Carolina. That's how long Jaquan Brisker has been out, and those questions were starting to fly towards the direction of Matt Eberflus today on Jaquan Brisker. Take a listen.
With Jaquan, I know you're not obviously the person that supervises in-game concussion clearance and all those things, but when a guy is cleared to return to play in a game and then misses 2.5 months afterwards, what needs to be done with the process to create better safeguards?
Yeah, I don't have that medical degree that you're looking for there, but I would say this, that it does happen. I've seen it happen over the course where guys come in the next day and are have symptoms when they didn't have it that day before. So again, we're still learning about a lot of these things and doing what's right. And I think the most important thing is the player's safety.
He's somebody who football is so important to him. How do you try to help him through this where he can't do probably the thing in life he wants to do?
Yeah, I just think, he's going to have to put that passion, into, study and once he feels good and, stay inside of it, stay inside football and stay in this growth in terms of the growth mindset and be able to study the game, look at the games, look at our games, our scheme and how we perform during the week. And I think that's how he can stay involved.
So the growth mindset, he's talking about him as a football player. I guess I was kind of hoping for a little more of talking about him as a person there.
Yeah, I appreciated the second part of that. The first part where he's trying to get his little jokey joke off. I don't like it considering how serious of a situation it is.
Yeah, I don't have a medical degree that you're looking for.
Yeah, it's like probably not the time to do your shtickle up there if you're Matt Eberflus. But the second part, trying to make sure that he stays engaged, trying to make sure that he doesn't drift. Because a lot of times injured players are like ghosts in NFL locker room. So I'm glad that he's still been around, and I'm glad that he's still around the team. And I think that approach that Eberflus is talking about is probably the correct one on stay engaged, stay inside the game, worry about getting better, get better, and we still want you to be a part of our team.
I wonder, Mark Grody, if they can do the kind of defensive game plan that they need to do in terms of the aggression to go after Jordan Love. His numbers against pressure are so much worse than his numbers without. You pressure him. I think it's like a 51 QB rating. I heard Mully and Haugh talking about this morning. So can without Brisker, can they blitz as much as they need to?
Yeah, look, Elijah Hicks has done a pretty good job stepping in for him. He's no Jaquan Brisker, that's for sure, and there's a fear factor with Jaquan Brisker. I mean, Brisker now has a reputation. Like, he's a hard hitter, and that's probably why we're talking about him right now and why he has a concussion. But Hicks has done a pretty good job. I wouldn't mind seeing some of that. I wouldn't mind seeing, the good old-fashioned dial-up Tremaine Edmonds right from the middle, too. I mean, I don't think we've seen a ton of that this year. We've seen some of it. And then, Kyler Gordon, he's always licking his chops. He's been dialed up before and been good at it. So I would like to see some of that extra pressure coming from those ends because you're just not getting it right now. Again, I hate that we're talking about this, but you're really not getting it from Montez Sweat or DeMarcus Walker or, any of these guys that are supposed to go after the quarterback. So, yeah, the creativity